Chapter 1 Divorce. Hurry up and get out. If you don't deliver enough 300 orders today, don't go home and sleep. I'm really blind. How did I marry a good-for-nothing loser like you in the first place? Chen Yang rode the takeaway battery car. Thinking of his wife's words when he left the house in the morning, he let out a long sigh. Married for a year, no matter how much he shushed and worked hard, his wife always looked down on him. Hey, 300 orders, go for it. Chen Yang stopped the tram and was about to send the fast food upstairs. Ding dong, ding dong. The little smartphone in his arms received a text message. Heavenly Father, the 1-year engagement period has arrived. The account is activated, and you are also requested to regain control of the Heavenly Medical Hall. Seeing this message, Chen Yang took off his USG helmet, revealing a tanned and handsome face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally unblocked? It's time to showdown with his wife and take her to enjoy her life. She is now losing $500,000 in her business and moping around, so I will give her a surprise today to make her happy. Chen Yang rode the Meituan takeout car, went straight to the bank, activated the account, and withdrew $500,000 in cash, casually thrown in the takeaway box, and returned home. On the way, he bought a bouquet of roses on the way. Today is the first wedding anniversary with Liu Xin. I owe her too much. 20 years ago, it was her who fished me out of the river. It was her blood that snatched me back from death. Now married for a whole year, because there is an agreement with the master. This whole year may not use the medical martial arts and Taoist arts, may not use the money and power of the Heavenly Medical Hall, so much so that I can only deliver takeaways to barely make ends meet. Today, everything is over. Liu Xin, I will make you the happiest woman. The takeaway motorcycle went straight to his home, carrying $500,000 in cash. He stood at the entrance of 305. Chen Yang took out his keys and was just about to enter the house. Inside the house, however, came the sound of men and women conversing. One of them was none other than his own wife, Liu Xin. When Chen Yang heard this voice, his brain exploded. The anger in his chest burned violently. The air around him suddenly dropped by a dozen degrees. Killing intent was permeating. The steel key in his hand was crushed by him. This year, Chen Yang was obedient at home, and he shushed Liu Xin. Liu Xin did not like him to come close. He slept in the grocery room. Liu Xin likes to eat hot and sour. He will make hot and sour dishes for his wife alone every day. Wash the dishes and mop the floor. Water cleaning toilet, all the dirty work, they all bear. But I didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Room. The wife's voice continued to come. Liu Xin, brother Long, you don't have to worry. I let that loser deliver 300 orders today before going home. He listens to me very well. He definitely won't come home early. A man's laughter then rang out. That punk Chen Yang, he's really like an obedient pug. Wife Liu Xin, AI. Brother Long, it would have been better if you had returned home earlier. This year, I've been putting up with that punk Chen Yang. I really don't know why Grandpa had to let me marry that waste thing in the first place. Cowardly and incompetent. Poorer than lowly. All day long in the house. I can only serve foot washing water and mop the floor to do the laundry. And I'm just counting on the delivery to earn that bit of money. What can I do with it? Chen Yang heard these words. Burning anger, instantly doused. His heart was like being pierced by countless steel needles. Every time he breathed, his body trembled with pain. He loved Liu Xin, and had even received a heavenly favor from his wife. 20 years ago on a snowy day, the 7-year-old Chen Yang was chased by his enemies and fell in the river. And when he was about to die, a little girl used her weak little hands to pull him to the shore. At that moment, Chen Yang was hungry and cold. He did not hold back. A bite through the girl's arm, gulped the little girl hundreds of milliliters of blood. The little girl did not leave, but instead took off her clothes and used her body to help Chen Yang warm, until the sun rose the next day. Later, Chen Yang was lucky to survive, met his master, learned medical and martial arts stunts, and even founded the Heavenly Healer Hall, being called the Healing Sage Heavenly Father. It wasn't until a year ago that Chen Yang finally found the girl with the scar on her arm. It was none other than Liu Xin. Therefore, he disregarded his master's stop, disregarded his subordinate's retention, and insisted on coming to Qingzhou city to marry Liu Xin. After getting married, Chen Yang did his best to obey Liu Xin and his mother-in-law's family. Liu Xin and her family, to him at every turn scolding, often insults. But all of this, Chen Yang endured. Chen Yang wanted to repay his wife's favor. He believed that he did all this, will eventually move his wife. But he did not expect, a year's time, his wife is still extremely disgusted with himself. Now, she was even secretly putting a hat on herself and humiliating herself there. Ouch. Heart really hurt. Perhaps, it was time to let go, since his wife does not want this kind of repayment. Then, he himself left her $1 billion and then silently disappeared. Chen Yang wiped the corners of his eyes and was trying to climb up. At this time, the elevator doors opened once again. Mother-in-law Kai-yun and father-in-law Lu Dachyan walked over. When Kai-yun saw Chen Yang sitting on the floor with the takeout box, she had a disgusted look on her face and scolded loudly. What are you doing here, you punk? You're lazy, aren't you? So useless. Hurry up and get to work. Kai-yun kicked away Chen Yang and was about to open the door. Chen Yang quickly said, Mom, don't open the door first. Lu Xin she. Get lost. Kai-yun simply ignored it and clicked open the door of the room. The room door pushed open. He saw that on the sofa, the two people, Lu Xin and Yang Long, were putting on their clothes in a panic. Mom, why are you guys home? Didn't you say that you're going to go to Disney with Dad today? Lu Xion's clothes were dressed crookedly. Kai-yun was startled when she saw the scene. Then she manipulated a broom and pointed at Yang Long, angrily cursing. Where did the dog come from? I'll break your legs. Lu Xian immediately shielded herself in front of Yang Long and said loudly, Mom, he's the Yang Long I mentioned to you, the youngest master of the Yang family. He just returned to China last month. What? He is the Yang family's eldest young master? When Kai-yun heard this, a smile immediately piled up on his face. Chen Yang at this time stood up. He sighed and said, Mom, don't be angry. Since Lu Xin she doesn't love me after all, I am willing to. Pa. Kai-yun turned around and hit Chen Yang's shoulder with a broom. Is there a place for you to talk here? Scram. Get out immediately. Don't disturb young Master Yang's chat with my daughter. What did you say? Chen Yang's eyes widened as he looked at his mother-in-law incredulously. With messy hair, Lu Xian walked over. She raised her hand and slapped towards Chen Yang's face. Dog, you're the one who called my parents back. Right. I really didn't expect that you can't make money, but snitching is disgusting enough. Let me tell you, I did it with young Master Yang a long time ago. So what? Chen Yang looked at the vicious and indifferent wife in front of him, at the aggressive in-laws, and at the smugly sneering Yang Long. Heart, completely cold. A year of silent dedication, warmth, tolerance, even in exchange for such a family's attitude. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, anger burning within his body. What are you froze for? Why don't you hurry up and get lost? Lu Xian said, once again raised her slap and smacked towards Chen Yang's face. Slap. This time, Chen Yang grabbed Lu Xian's wrist. He was angry, suffocated, and hateful. He wanted to dig out his wife's heart in front of him and see what color it was. However, right at this moment, Chen Yang's eyes, once again, landed on his wife's arm. At the arm, a row of clear teeth marks, scarred, remained there forever. In Chen Yang's mind, he violently recalled once again that snowy night 20 years ago. It was her who pulled herself up from the river. It was her blood that brought herself back to life. It was her who took off her clothes and wrapped her arms around herself in the snowy night, so that she didn't freeze to death. She is still her own benefactor after all. Chen Yang slowly pushed his wife away. In the end, all the emotions turned into a long sigh. Hey! Chen Yang lowered his head, took 2 steps back, and said, let's divorce. Chapter 2 Stealing a Beam for a Pillar. Chen Yang's heart has been completely cold. This year, humble as a dog, considerate and caring, it is also ultimately difficult to enter Lu Xian's heart. In that case, simply let go and let her be happy. Lu Xian heard the word divorce, froze, then she angrily pointed at Chen Yang. You dog, you've even raised your temper. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the fact that a year ago, Grandpa threatened me with the family fortune and warned me that if I didn't marry you, our family wouldn't be able to share the property. Do you think I would have married you? Now, Grandpa is dead, and my old lady has had enough of your crap for a long time. Divorce? Sign the divorce agreement today, and get the hell out of here tonight. Chen Yang nodded and said, okay, I'll leave tonight. Also, this is from me to you. Chen Yang put the takeout box on the ground. Ha 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 ha, buddy, I thank you. Being married to Xin for a year. You can hold back from touching her. You're not a eunuch, are you? Yang Long walked over and wrapped his arms around Lu Xian's waist. Thanks for letting go. Lu Xian and I will be getting married recently. You can be sure to come and drink a cup of wedding wine at that time. Chen Yang swept a glance at the complacent Yang Long and snorted coldly. Treat her well, otherwise, I will kill you. Threaten me? Ha ha ha, you punk even dared to threaten this young master. Yang Long laughed out loud. Know who I am? You licking dog. You're really obsessed. Lu Xian impatiently said. Hurry up and get out of here. Useless thing. I lost $500,000 in my business. I can't sleep all night long. And you're not useful at all. But Brother Long, he only needs to move his finger. He can make up the $500,000 hole. This is the gap. Yang Long pinched Lu Xian's little face and said, don't worry Xin, $500,000 is a small amount to me. Chen Yang did not want to stay any longer and turned around to leave. The footsteps were hasty and forlorn. He the heavenly Dr. Hall Master, a generation of heavenly honored one, had unrivaled medical skills and a high status. He had taken out his heart and liver and given it to Liu Ran. But what he got in return was this kind of disgust and betrayal. Take this trash of yours away. Liu Ran kicked towards the takeout box on the ground. With a bang, the takeout box tumbled over, revealing 50 piles of brand new $100 bills inside. Ah, this is. Liu Ran was startled, panicked and bent down to pick up the money. Mother-in-law Kai-yun saw this scene, also fluttered, flopped down on the ground, and kept cradling towards those bills. My mama, how come there's so much money? Kai-yun's tongue trembled with joy. Liu Ran squatted on the ground and touched those banknotes. Her heart suddenly trembled slightly. Even if she had raised a pug, there was still some emotion after all. Married to Chen Yang for a year, although not in love, but accompanied each other night and day. Incomparable familiarity. But soon, this emotion was buried. She clenched her teeth, cold smile in her heart. If not a year ago grandfather had to force himself to marry Chen Yang this kind of waste, with their own appearance conditions, now certainly is to enter the mansion to enjoy the blessings. Where else would you worry about $500,000? Yang Long on one side frowned when he saw the money on the ground. Then he sneered and said, "It turns out that my money was picked up by this waste of a man like Chen Yang. He's really shameless enough to give you the money he picked up as a gift." "Your money? Brother Long, are these your money?" Liu Ran asked strangely. Yang Long nodded and said, "Of course. You told me before that you lost $500,000, so I went to the bank and withdrew it intending to give it to you, but I lost it on the way. $500,000 is just a small thing to me, so I didn't tell you just now. I didn't realize it was picked up by Chen Yang. Otherwise, do you think that he, a delivery boy, could have $500,000? So that's how it is." Liu Ran snorted coldly. Her heart was even more disgusted with Chen Yang. She then smiled and hugged Yang Long. "Brother Long, you're so nice. When that dog and I get our divorce license, the two of us can officially get married." Yang Long nodded. Then he frowned and said, Xin, what's wrong with your arm? I remember when I was in college, you didn't have this teeth marks on your arm. How come there is such a horrible row of teeth mark scars now? Does it matter?" Liu Ran smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. This teeth marks were scratched out by the doctor that Grandpa asked him to give me, saying that it would increase my chi luck and make the rest of my life glorious." Grandpa is really old and confused. First he had the doctor scratch my arm on purpose, then he had to make me marry that punk Chen Yang. Yang Long shook his head. "Your grandfather Liu Shan must be demented. He used to be known as a shrewd old fox. How come he messed around when it came to you? This scar, it won't fade away." "It can fade away." Kai-yun cradled a large bundle of money, smugly smiled and said, "In the past, Liu Ran that girl, there is such a row of teeth marks on the arm. 2 years ago, the old man took her to the hospital, with a laser to eliminate. Now the arm is almost impossible to see." Next to Liu Daxiang, at this time all of a sudden tensed up. He hurriedly hush a bit, said anxiously, "You all shut up." Before the old man died, he pulled our family together and made us swear that these things can never be mentioned. "What's wrong with all of you today? One by one, you are all mouthy." Liu Ran huffed. "Dad, what time is it? Are you still abiding by Grandpa's words?" "Grandpa is just senile. If he hadn't forced me to marry Chen Yang, would our family be in such dire straits right now?" At this moment, Chen Yang was standing outside Liu Ran's room. The entire person was in a cumbersome ice cave. His hands and feet were trembling. His brain was blank. The world's only heavenly card in his hand was cracking by inches. The heavenly card, which could be overdrawn by $1 billion, could enjoy supreme treatment in any place. The most important thing is that seeing the heavenly card, such as the 4 war gods in person. The heavenly card was originally created by the 4 great war gods of the Huaxia kingdom in order to repay Chen Yang for saving his life. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, the medical sage, who had repeatedly intervened, the 4 war gods would have already been sacrificed on the battlefield. Originally, Chen Yang was folding back, intending to take this heavenly card and give it to Liu Ran to repay the favor he had done 20 years ago. But he heard this scene instead. "Liu Shan, you old dog, you actually dared to steal the beam." The scar on Liu Ran's arm was exorcised, and another one was created for Liu Ran's arm. It turned out that the real savior of his own life 20 years ago was Liu Ran. Inside the room, Liu Ran and Kai-yun and the others were still talking about Liu Shan's instructions before he died. Liu Ran asked, "What is Liu Ran doing now? Should be getting married soon." "Getting married? Humph, who would marry that ugly?" Kai-yun laughed out loud. When she was a junior in college, her face was scalded by a classmate, and then she was kicked out of college before she graduated. And she didn't even have a diploma. Her family owes a buttload of loan sharks, and I heard that she's now being forced by her creditors to move steel bars at the docks every day to pay off her debts. Ah, so miserable? Giggle. I remember she used to be very pretty, like a little princess. I didn't expect that she would have to work at the pier. Liu Ran smiled happily when she heard this news about her cousin. Kaiyun waved his hand. She used to be pretty, but she was disobedient and stubborn. Her family was disliked by the old man. When your grandfather was alive, he hated this granddaughter the most. Originally, your grandfather wanted to arrange for Liu Ran to marry the Bai family, but as a result, Liu Ran refused to agree and offended the Bai family. So, she's kind of to blame for living like this now. In such a hot day, she's a woman who still has to move steel bars on the pier, so I guess she won't be able to live for long. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the wall outside the door. Chapter 3, Anger. When Xianyu heard these words from his mother-in-law, he couldn't hold back any longer and punched the wall and ran towards the downstairs. He had to find Liu Ran immediately. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Inside the room, Liu Ran and the others heard the commotion at the door and were surprised as they ran out to check. Who? Which? Kaiyun immediately cursed as she looked at the walls of her house with heartache. A large piece of the wall was shattered, and the cement cracked, revealing large chunks of rebar inside. The rebar had all bent. Liu Ran also jumped to her feet and huffed. It must be whoever hit it with a hammer. Pissed me off. Pissed me off. It might have been that punk Xianyu. Yang Long smiled faintly and said, this kind of bottom feeder has a violent gene in his personality. Fortunately you will soon be able to get out of the fire pit and completely cut off from him. Luckily there's you, brother Long. Chen Yang had already rushed downstairs at this moment. He rode an electric donkey and went straight to the pier. The pier, under the blazing sun, a huge cargo ship was docked at the shore, and the cargo ship was filled with long thick steel bars. In the middle of the day, all the other workers were resting in the cool shade. Only a slender and thin figure was bending over, gasping for breath, and vigorously dragging the steel bars down to the ship. These steel bars were primed gross steel with many uneven steel spikes on the surface. Even with gloves, an inadvertent mistake would result in a bloody gash. The sun was blazing at noon, and the surface temperature of the rebar could reach 60 to 70 degrees. Liu Ran clenched his teeth and endured the huge heat, dragging the steel bar step by step. Boom! Dang! Liu Ran's feet suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. More than 100 pounds of steel bars smashed raw on her body. The burrs on the steel bars directly scratched out blood instantly on her arms, stomach, thighs and other places. Liu Ran was dizzy from the pain and almost fainted. Suddenly, a fat woman figure quickly rushed in. The woman's name was Zhang Mei, a collection agent of White Wave Financial Company. Zhang Mei walked in front of Liu Ran, and with her fat elephant-like thick leg, she kicked Liu Ran in the chest. Boom! Like a shrimp, Liu Ran arched his back and spat out a mouthful of blood with a sweetness in his mouth. You useless ugly bastard! In your condition, when will you be able to pay back the money? Zhang Mei said and lifted Liu Ran up with one hand. Liu Ran kept coughing. Her chest was dyed red. Her thin voice said, Sister Zhang, I can still do it. I can pay it back. I owe you $80,000. I have already paid back more than $70,000. The rest, I this month can finish paying back. Snap. Zhang Mei slapped on Liu Ran's face. Finish? What the hell? $80,000 was last month's amount. This month's interest rolled over. With interest, should still pay me back $200,000. Liu Ran's eyes revealed despair. She only borrowed $20,000. But now, surprisingly, even have to pay back $200,000? Why? Why is it like this? Zhang Mei directly slammed Liu Ran on the ground, crossed her arms and said with a cold smile, expecting you to move steel bars is definitely not going to pay it back. In this way, although you are an ugly, your figure is not bad and your skin is white. Next I will arrange for you to pick up customers at a nightclub. That place is all masked. I believe that with your body and voice, you should be able to pay back the money. Saying that, Zhang Mei beckoned. Immediately, two hitmen came running. Zhang Mei commanded, pack her up and bring her to Starkin nightclub to receive guests tonight. No, don't, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang begs you, I can do it. I can still move steel bars. Liu Ran pleaded in terror. Hearing this, Zhang Mei raised her leg and was about to kick Liu Ran again. Boom! A kick landed. However, the one who was kicked away was not Liu Ran, but Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei's 300+ pounds body type directly flew up and landed heavily on the pile of steel bars 10 meters away. Liu Ran was stunned and looked at his side incredulously. Beside him, a handsome man wearing Make One takeout clothing was looking at himself, his face full of tears, blood-red tears. Liu Ran was uncertain. She looked at Chen Yang, felt a little familiar, as if he was his cousin's husband. Liu Ran couldn't recognize it too well. She had long been driven out of the Liu family and had very little dealings with the Liu family. Chen Yang, indeed, cried. Step by step, he walked towards Liu Ran. With every step, the anger in his heart grew stronger. It was her, that kind girl, That angel that he had searched for 20 years, even without seeing her arms, just by looking at her eyes, Chen Yang was already certain. On the snowy day 20 years ago, it was her blood that saved his life. It was her who stripped off all her clothes and held him tightly in the snowy night to get himself out of danger. She should be the princess that was held in the center of one's hand. But now, she was actually bullied and humiliated to this extent by a wicked woman. Plop! Chen Yang suddenly knelt in front of Liu Ran. He tremblingly stretched out his hand and picked up Liu Ran's arm. On the arm, there was still a faint scar imprint that remained after the laser elimination. Chen Yang yelled up to the sky. Anger erupted in his heart. Like an avalanche, like a volcano. Liu Shan, you old dog, you tricked me so hard. White Wave Financial Corporation, how dare you, dare to bully my benefactor like this. Zhang Mei's two subordinates had already helped Zhang Mei up. At this moment, Zhang Mei's body was covered in blood. She was already surprisingly angry. Zhang Mei took big steps towards Chen Yang. Delivery, you dare to hit my old lady. Do you know who Lao AI is? Let me tell you, today, my old lady will disassemble you, sell your organs, and get your family killed. Chen Yang violently turned his head and angrily stared at Zhang Mei. When Zhang Mei saw Chen Yang's eyes, she was startled and her body could not help but tremble, almost falling over. But soon, she once again had a bottom. Her brother was the boss of White Wave Financial Company. Not only did the White Wave Financial Company do loan sharking, but also, it was related to the most famous White Wolf Regiment in Qingzhou City. More importantly, whether it was the White Wave Financial Company or the White Wolf Group, it was the White family that was behind it. The White family is a well-known family in the entire Jiang province. Who dares to mess with this small place in Qingzhou City? Zhang Mei raised her hand and slapped it towards Chen Yang's face, cursing with her mouth. You bastard! I'll beat you to death right now. Kaboom! Suddenly, Zhang Mei's wrist, broke. Then, Chen Yang stood up and kicked Zhang Mei to the ground. The next moment, Chen Yang's foot stepped on Zhang Mei's left leg. Click rub. The left leg was completely broken. The click and rub. Right leg was completely shattered. The clicking and rubbing. Left arm was also completely broken. Zhang Mei wailed and screamed miserably on the ground. Chen Yang was furious. Endless killing chi surging and tumbling. Today, I am going to completely flatten you villains. Pulling out his cell phone, Chen Yang dialed a long-lost number. This is Chen Yang. All Sky Killing Pavilion members, rush to Qingzhou City. At this moment, the wind and thunder surged in the 9 states. Chapter 4 Familiar Eyes. Hang City. On top of a flatboat on the West Lake, a woman with short hair and sunglasses was eating spicy noodles and enjoying the beauty of the West Lake. The surrounding male tourists threw stunning gazes towards the woman from time to time. At this time, the woman's cell phone rang. Heavenly Father has returned, requesting the members of the Heavenly Killing Pavilion to rush to Qingzhou City immediately. Seeing the cell phone, the woman immediately stood up, excitement appearing on her beautiful face. Has Heavenly Father finally made a comeback? Vermilion bird received. Brush. The vermilion bird suddenly leapt with both legs and jumped towards the lake, her feet stepping on the water, and she was instantly as far away as a dragonfly. The tourists on the boat were dumbfounded, glancing at each other. They all revealed incredulity. At this time, one of the men suddenly clapped his hands. It's too wonderful. This water floating program prepared by your West Lake is too wonderful. A round of applause immediately erupted from the boat. So it's an acrobatic show. How did that beauty just do that? I don't want to know how. I just want her WeChat number. At the same time, far away in the western desert, 13 Japanese ninjas were shivering. They were the famous 13 Taolongs, and they had thought that when 13 of them joined forces, they would be absolutely invincible. But when they came to the flower summer country, they ran into the sky-killing pavilion green dragon in this desert. They were already exhausted, and the man behind them, like a ghost, was everywhere, in hot pursuit. Ding dong, Heaven's Father has returned, requesting the members of the Heavenly Killing Pavilion to rush to Qingzhou City immediately. Xinglong picked up his cell phone and saw the message, his eyes bursting with adoration. Tianzuan he has finally returned. Since that's the case, this game of cat and mouse should end today. Xinglong looked towards the exhausted 13 Taolang, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His entire body suddenly exploded with green-colored internal chi, and wind and sand swept around him, forming a sand dragon. The long dragon of yellow sand swept over Xinglong's figure and violently charged towards 13 Taolang. Bang 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 bang. The 13 ninja experts didn't react before they were completely disemboweled. Not only was the vermilion bird and green dragon, but there were also the 2 Heavenly Slayer Pavilion helmsmen, the White Tiger and Xianyu, who were also rushing to Qingzhou City. At the same time, the 672 experts under the 5 elements of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were also gathering in Qingzhou City from different places around the world. Chen Yang put down his cell phone, anger spewing from his eyes. The Heavenly Doctor's Hall has the benevolence of a healer who treats the sick and saves the world. It also has the thunderous means to kill demons and exorcise evils, to eliminate violence and pacify the people. If it is not concerned about the side of Liu Ran, at this moment Xianyu has already directly taken Zhang Mei's life. Liu Ran trembled on the ground, pulling Chen Yang's legs. Sister, brother-in-law, you stop. It's going to take a life, and you won't be able to live if it does. Chen Yang heart sadness. This kind girl, even if she is in the dark quagmire, still carrying around with kindness. Chen Yang looked at the injuries on Liu Ran's body, and the corners of his mouth tightened once again. He bent down and picked up Liu Ran. Liu Ran panicked and tried to break free. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital to bandage your wounds first. Liu Ran's face reddened anxiously. How could she let her cousin's husband hold herself? The point was, she really didn't know this brother-in-law well. She turned her head, looking towards Chen Yang, just wanting to speak. However, when she saw Chen Yang's pair of eyes, she froze. That pair of eyes, dark, deep, as mysterious as the sea. More importantly, those eyes, unexpectedly, were incomparably kind. From the bottom of his heart, it made Liu Ran feel familiar, bonded, and secure. Chen Yang looked at the huge scalded scar on Liu Ran's face, and was even more remorseful in his heart. Over the years, Liu Ran must have experienced a lot of suffering. Chen Yang hugged Liu Ran and quickly entered the hospital for bandaging. At this time, the door of the hospital room was suddenly kicked open with a bang. More than 10 uniformed Flying Eagle security personnel walked in. The person in the lead was named Du Peng. Du Peng carried the Black Eagle symbol on his body, which meant that he was the first team leader. Du Peng's expression was grim as he swept a glance at the ward, then with a wave of his hand, he pointed at Chen Yang and said, "Take this criminal away." "Wait, you guys wait." Seeing this scene, Liu Ran immediately reached out in panic and said, "My lord, I know that he hit someone, but at that time, it was Zhang Mei who wanted to kill me, and this takeaway boy was trying to save me." "Shut the hell up, you can't escape the blame either." Du Peng walked over and coldly looked at Liu Ran. "When you finish bandaging your injuries, you will be investigated just the same. Now, arrest this audacious takeaway." "Slow down." From his pocket, Chen Yang pulled out a blood-red pentagram. Above the pentagram, the words Kunlun Merit were written. This was the medal of the god of war. The color of this blood represented their dedication of throwing their heads and spilling their blood. This medal is honor and even more dignity. Seeing the medal, any crime cannot be judged. It must be referred to the nation's highest judgment panel for adjudication. This is a gift from the Kunlun war god to Chen Yang. 5 years ago, the Kunlun battlefield was in a stalemate, looking to lose its defense, and the Kunlun war god himself was seriously injured and almost died. It was Chen Yang who appeared in time with people from the Heavenly Healer Hall and retreated from the enemy in one battle, and Chen Yang saved the Kunlun war god from the hands of the Hell King of Hell. When Du Peng saw this medal, he froze, then he fiercely reached out and snatched it off. Du Peng said angrily, "How dare you use this to deceive our Flying Eagle Brigade? Take it away." Chen Yang's eyes became cold as he looked at Du Peng. Word by word, according to the law, whenever you see this item, you must check it carefully and report it to the provincial governor. And you, even without even looking at it, you said that I am cheating. What kind of reasoning is that? Du Peng sneered. "You're a delivery boy. Do you still need me to check?" Arrest. Chapter 5 Heavenly Honored Card. Chen Yang took a step back, anger rising. This Du Peng in front of him was clearly deliberately turning a blind eye. Chen Yang's lips were iron blue, and he was about to strike. At this time, Liu Ran hurriedly pulled Chen Yang's arm and said, You must not be impulsive. That will harm you for the rest of your life. I will definitely testify and mitigate your guilt." When Chen Yang heard this, he turned his head to look at Liu Ran. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of tenderness. He nodded. "Okay, I won't be impulsive. I'll come out in a few hours and I'll look for you again." Du Peng led the men and directly escorted Chen Yang away. In Chen Yang's eyes, gentleness flashed, and the corners of his mouth carried a smile, although it was said that there was some trouble right now. But he had already found the true savior of his life. Next, he would thoroughly repay Liu Ran's favor. Soon, Chen Yang was shackled and locked into a secret room in the suburbs. Subordinate Liu Tang asked towards Du Peng, "Captain, the war god medal that kid flashed out before, it looks like it's real. Shouldn't we be cautious and report it to Director Zhang first?" Du Peng smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "Just by him, how does he deserve to get the war god medal? He is just counterfeiting. You guys don't need to worry about this matter. This little thief, leave it to me." As he said that, Du Peng's cell phone rang. He answered it, and from the opposite side came the call from Zhang Liang, the boss of White Wave Financial Corporation. "Big uncle, did you catch that bastard?" Zhang Liang asked in an exasperated manner from across the room. He was the boss of the White Wave Financial Company and had always been lawless in Qingzhou City. But today, his own sister, Zhang Mei, had her hands and legs broken, and it was still a crushing fracture. This meant that his own sister would never be able to fully recover. He, Zhang Liang, could not swallow this. Therefore, he immediately notified his great-uncle Du Peng and asked Du Peng to go and arrest someone. Du Peng hesitantly said, "Don't worry, it's already been caught. But that kid is carrying a war god medal. It can't be true, right?" Zhang Liang immediately sneered and said, "Big uncle, you're worrying too much. That kid is just a delivery boy. How could he have a war god medal? Besides, even if that medal is real, it's definitely something he picked up. So, big brother-in-law, just pretend it's not true and cripple him." Du Peng enjoined, "Alright, I'll take care of it from my side." Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, that kid will be handed over to you first. I'm going to go to that ugly bastard's house and collect some interest. Dare to hit my own sister, I'm going to let them die." Du Peng put down his cell phone, shook his shoulders and went inside the room. In the room, Chen Yang was handcuffed to a chair, his expression cold and his brows furrowed. His cell phone and the sky card in his pocket had been taken away by the personnel of the Flying Eagle Brigade. However, Chen Yang did not care. No matter if it was the War God medal or the sky card, both represented his identity. After checking, someone would soon come to release him. Chen Yang raised his head, looked at Du Peng and asked, "Is it possible to let me go? Release you to leave? Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you thinking of farts to eat?" Du Peng laughed grimly, picked up a pair of pliers and walked over towards Chen Yang, sneering, "Kid, quite a vicious strike. My brother-in-law's own sister had her hands and feet wasted by you. He, you still want to leave?" Chen Yang raised his head, his brows furrowed. "You're looking for death. I'm looking for death? Ha ha ha, you're a smelly takeaway, and you dare to threaten me. Today, I'll let you know that as a waste you should behave with your tail between your legs." Outside, Lu Tung, a member of the Flying Eagle Brigade, was inspecting Chen Yang's belongings. He froze when he saw that in Chen Yang's pocket, there was even a little smartphone. This thing had been phased out for 20 years, right? Surprisingly, there were still people using it? Immediately afterward, Lu Tang saw the pinched and cracked heavenly card. Although the heavenly card was cracked, it still looked of extraordinary quality. It also had the joint seal of the 4 great war gods on it. Next to it was written the word heavenly dignity. Seeing this heavenly card, Lu Tang was already certain that Chen Yang was definitely a fraud. Never heard of this kind of co-branded black card before. Still a heavenly honored card? Laughing to death, Lu Tang laughed maniacally when he saw the broken card. With this card, still a heavenly Zune card? Ha 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 ha, do you want to laugh old me to death? He laughed out loud, picked up his cell phone, took a picture, and sent a friend circle. And with the text, "Today, the captain caught a delivery man who was really too good at pretending. He first pulled out a Kunlun medal, and then searched his pockets for a bullpen glittering Tianzuan card. Have you guys ever seen this kind of credit card jointly supervised by the 4 war gods?" Afterwards, he turned off his cell phone and continued to watch the game. Ran. At this time, Lu Tang's circle of friends, there was already a huge shock. Chapter 6 Desperation. Lu Tang's dynamic had just been posted not long ago. There were already many comments below. This card does seem to be a heavenly card, the only one of its kind, co-built by the 4 great gods of war. Which great god has your captain captured here? Qingzhou City is going to have an earthquake. Sure enough, only 5 minutes had passed. Lu Tang's cell phone rang. Lu Tang was a bit strange and picked it up to see that it was Zhang Datong's. He hurriedly answered respectfully and asked, "Director Zhang, what are you looking for me? What in the world are you sending in your ing circle of friends? Tell you, the old man's hat if you cannot keep. First of all, you group of rice bucket to open. Quickly, release the people, release the people." "No, I'm already here. The provincial governor is also arriving. In short, before we arrive, give me a good reception for that lord." The cell phone hung up. Lu Tang looked at the phone and froze for a few seconds. Zhang Datong, who had always been busy with his feet, was coming here? Also, why is the high and mighty provincial governor coming back as well? And so on. Then he reacted violently. Then, that card is real? Bad thing. Lu Tang ran towards the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Du Peng's face was sinister. He looked towards Chen Yang, the pliers in his hands, directly on Chen Yang's shoulders ruthlessly clamped down. "Kid, to tell you the truth, my brother-in-law has already led people to that ugly bastard's home." Du Peng smiled sinisterly. "You're not bad for that ugly bastard. Maybe when we get underground, we can get together again." "What did you say?" Chen Yang violently raised his head and angrily stared at Du Peng. In his eyes, he was covered with cold killing intent. Du Peng was startled for a moment, but then he laughed coldly. "Mard, you screamed your ass off. Let me tell you, here, the old man has the final say. Dan Gang, The shackles on Chen Yang's hand suddenly collapsed. With a reach and a click, Chen Yang directly choked Du Peng's neck. Tell me what they did to Liu Ran? Chen Yang's forehead, veins bulging, eyes showing a fierce light, obviously really ready to kill. Du Peng panicked and struggled. They went to Liu Ran's home and said that they wanted to make Liu Ran's family pay for their lives. When Chen Yang heard this, he violently threw Du Peng against the wall and walked towards the outside. When Du Peng saw this scene, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, as long as Chen Yang dared to walk out of this door, he would be dead. Just at this time, with a bang, the door of the room was pushed open. Lu Tang rushed in hurriedly. Captain is not good. It's true. It's all true. Lu Tang was surprised. He didn't expect to open the door and see, but Du Peng collapsed on the ground, while Chen Yang was intact. Du Peng immediately said, Xiao Lu, quickly call Flying Eagle for reinforcements. Arrest this audacious bastard. I think the one who is bold and arrogant is you. Zheng Daton led a group of people and hurriedly walked in. These people, all of them were the administrators of Qingzhou city and the entire Jiang province, and at this moment, they all rushed in. Du Peng was astonished. Chen Yang, on the other hand, did not talk nonsense and ran outside with a grim expression. Mr. Chen. Zheng Datong immediately bent down respectfully. You, don't talk nonsense, I still have things to do. This person, you see to it. In short, I don't want to see him again. The next moment, Chen Yang had already run out of sight. When Du Peng saw this scene in front of him, he suddenly looked like a deflated ball of leather and violently fell down to sit on the ground. He looked horrified, not knowing what kind of great god his own brother-in-law had provoked. Liu Ran's home. Liu Ran's father, Liu Jianghu, ranked third in the Liu family, is a cripple. He married his wife, Chao Manhwa, is also only a small family of working families. Because of this, Liu Ran family and the whole Liu family are not popular. Liu Ran family of 3 was Liu Russian kicked out of the Liu family, can only live in the dirty and poor urban village. Liu Jianghu saw her daughter who returned from the hospital with bandages, a burst of heartache and tears. At this time, Zhang Liang led more than 20 people. Bang! Kicked open the courtyard door of Liu Ran's house. Who? Ah, it's Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Liu Jianghu limped in and hurriedly bent over and bowed, accompanying Zhang Liang with a smile towards him. Zhang Liang sneered, walked over, then backhanded a slap, directly smacking Liu Jianghu's face. Old undead thing, pretending to me here, give me a beating. Zhang Liang was not willing to bull at all, directly swinging his hand, he kicked over towards Liu Jianghu. Liu Jianghu fell to the ground, screaming for mercy. Zhang Liang raised his leg and violently kicked Liu Jianghu's plucky ass. Click! Ah! Liu Jianghu's bones that had healed long ago were once again broken by Zhang Liang's kick. Blood soaked his pants, and the bone-piercing pain that pierced his heart caused Liu Jianghu to wail and scream all of a sudden. Dad! Dad! All of you go away! Don't hit my dad! Liu Ran jumped down from the bed, desperately protecting Liu Jianghu's body. Zhang Liang pulled on Liu Ran's hair and gripped her up. You ugly! Now you know regret and fear. Why didn't you think of fear when you let the takeout man beat up my sister? When you wasted my own sister, why didn't you think that there would be today? Zhang Liang roared, incomparably angry. Liu Ran's whole body was shivering. I didn't ask my brother-in-law to beat her. I didn't ask him. Please spare us, Mr. Zhang. Spare us. When Zhang Liang heard the word brother-in-law, he suddenly froze, and then sneered. A takeaway brother-in-law? Is that the door-to-door punk Chen Yang from your Liu family? Grass. I damn well thought it was someone who saw the road and dared to poison my sister. I didn't expect it to be that punk. It's just as well. Today, I'll destroy you guys first, and then I'll go and kill him. Zhang Liang grabbed Liu Ran's hair and pulled out a dagger in his hand. When Liu Ran saw the dagger, she screamed in even more terror. The dagger in Zhang Liang's hand, against Liu Ran's neck, he hemmed and hawed and sneered. Scream, scream, your screams are really nice to hear. To be honest, masking this ugly face of yours, it makes me a few points of interest. The gangsters behind Zhang Liang all laughed maniacally. Brother Liang, can you give me this chick to use after you're done? Go go go. You lean back, I have my eye on her too. After all, back then, she was the #1 beauty of our Qingzhou city, and now even though her face can't be seen anymore, she's also delicate and white. Ha. I think we'll customize a vixen mask for her. Let her carry it all day long, send it to our nightclub, and make sure it's full of customers every day. Liu Ran's body trembled violently when she heard these words. Eyes flashed with despair. Why? Is it so hard to want to live? Why? Do good deeds all your life? But you have to suffer this kind of tribulation. Why is the heavens so unjust? Liu Ran violently struggled her body towards the dagger in Zhang Liang's hand, and lunged. She would rather die than endure these humiliations. Liu Ran directly used her neck and lunged onto that dagger. Chapter 7, I'll be your son-in-law. There was a bang sound. A loud bang rang in Liu Ran's ears. She closed her eyes in despair, and instead of feeling the pain of having her neck pierced by a dagger, she felt a sense of relief. Liu Ran was a bit dazed. It was as if she smelled a familiar scent. She opened her eyes. What she saw was that pair of familiar, deep, and gentle gazes. It was Chen Yang. Liu Ran opened her mouth and asked softly, "Why are you here?" Chen Yang suddenly couldn't speak. He looked at this woman in his arms with sadness and anger in his heart. He didn't understand why the savior that he had been searching for 20 years, the kind and beautiful angel in his heart, would now be forced into such a situation. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, unable to hold back his tears. Chen Yang opened his mouth and said, "I came to look for you, and I won't leave again. I will always stay by your side." Liu Ran was stunned and blushed. Then, she realized that she was actually still being held by Qin Yang, and that vicious Zhang Liang had actually been kicked by Qin Yang and flew to the wall long ago. Liu Ran's heart was flustered like a numbness. What was going on here? How come Chen Yang, this brother-in-law, suddenly came out with such a sentence? He came to save himself, and he was grateful to him. However, how could he say something like that? Although she and Liu Xian were not on good terms, she was still considered Chen Yang's sister-in-law. This guy even said such words to his aunt. It really is too inexplicable. Zhang Liang climbed up from the ground. He looked at Chen Yang. His eyes flashed with ferocity. The dagger in his hand brushed and pointed at Chen Yang. "Kid, you damn well ran away from my great-uncle. Enough balls. The Flying Eagle Brigade can't even lock you up." Chen Yang laughed coldly, looking at Zhang Liang as if he was looking at a dead man. "Your great-uncle's fate is not much better than yours. Now, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for directly killing someone." "Grass, how can you talk to Brother Liang?" One of the juniors at the doorway raised the baseball bat in his hand and smashed it down towards Chen Yang's head. He had to show off in front of Zhang Liang. Earlier, he had guarded the doorway and didn't see how Chen Yang entered the room, causing Zhang Liang to be kicked off. Now he had to make up for it. The baseball bat in the little brother's hand fell towards the back of Chen Yang's head with a bang. Boom! In the next moment, the punk directly flew out. The baseball bat in his hand flew up, and when it landed on the ground with a bang, it broke. Bam! Poof! The punk flew out of the door of the house and fell in the cesspool of the city center village. The others' faces changed violently, glancing at each other. They didn't dare to make any more rash moves. This kid knows martial arts, as good as Bruce Lee. Guys, wait for Brother Liang's slogan and go together. Right. Let's surround him together. We're still afraid of him. Zhang Liang, on the other hand, looked at Chen Yang angrily. He gritted his teeth and then pointed at Chen Yang and said, "Good. I'll remember you. Kid, you're a ING delivery boy's son-in-law who dares to meddle in our White Wave Financial Company's business. Your whole family is screwed." After Zhang Liang finished speaking, he led his men to leave in large strides. He walked out of the gate and bent down violently, covering his stomach in pain. Chen Yang's kicks were just too big, and Zhang Liang was afraid that the people he brought with him were no match. Go back to the nightclub and gather all the men. Tonight, I'm going to make that punk a piece of meat." The tattered house. Liu Ran hurriedly shook her hands. She pushed Chen Yang hard. You quickly put me down." Chen Yang came back to his senses. He hurriedly put Liu Ran down. "Sorry, I'm late. Are you guys okay? Uncle and auntie, are you okay?" Liu Jianghu screamed miserably. His leg bone was completely broken. Next to him, Chao Manhwa kept wiping her tears and wailing. Liu Ran trembled as he touched his cell phone to make a call. Don't call. The corners of Liu Jianghu's mouth twitched in pain as he spoke. "Xiao Ran, we don't have any money. We can't afford to go to the hospital. Don't call the ambulance. My leg is an old problem anyway. Just raise it." After saying this sentence, Liu Jianghu almost fainted in pain. Liu Ran trembled and said, "Dad, again poor we have to cure we mortgaged out this house. Definitely want to cure your leg." Liu Jianghu and Chao Meihua both insisted on not going to the hospital. Even now that their leg bones were rebroken and bleeding, they were surprisingly unwilling to go to the hospital again and didn't dare to spend any more money. Chen Yang stood on the side. Seeing this scene, his heart throbbed and dripped with pain. Liu Ran's family, what kind of life have they lived all these years? Chen Yang wiped the corners of his eyes, quickly squatted down, examined Liu Jianghu's leg bone, and said, "Third uncle, this leg of yours must go to the hospital, and have the bones docked first. In addition, this time the leg bone is broken. There is also a benefit. You can take this opportunity to let your bones regrow and heal. When you are discharged from the hospital you won't be a cripple anymore." "Huh? Really? Liu Ran asked in surprise. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll go find someone to borrow money first. No need, I have money. Chen Yang waved his hand. Call an ambulance. Liu Jianghu and Xiao Meihua both looked at Chen Yang in surprise. They naturally knew Chen Yang. When Liu Xian and Chen Yang got married a year ago, although they were sitting in the corner and were left out. But, looking at the real thing, the man in front of them was Liu Xian's husband, Chen Yang. Only, I heard that Chen Yang, the door-to-door son-in-law, had been of little use for a year and could only make money by delivering takeaways. At home is also a loser. But now it seems that Chen Yang is a good-looking man, does things steadily, fights well, and is worth relying on. The most important thing was that he was kind. Xiao Meihua sighed and said towards Chen Yang, thank you, Liu Xian. She married a good man. You young man, you're really much better than the rumors. Chen Yang couldn't help but scratch his head when he heard Xiao Meihua say that. Then he said tentatively, then, third aunt, is it okay for me to be your son-in-law? Ah, Xiao Meihua. Liu Jianghu and Liu Ran simultaneously turned their heads in shock and stared at Chen Yang. Immediately, Liu Ran spoke with an exasperated voice. Brother-in-law, what kind of joke are you making? You are the son-in-law of your eldest uncle's family. How can you be a son-in-law to my mom? Besides, I'm just an ugly monster. You. Speaking here, Liu Ran's chest was heaving up and down. She felt that Chen Yang was just teasing himself, teasing his family. Chen Yang had a thick skin and spoke loudly. Third uncle and third aunt, I'm not joking. I'll get a license to divorce Liu Xian tomorrow. The person I want to marry is Liu Ran. I really want to protect Liu Ran for the rest of my life. When Liu Ran heard this, she froze there, then hurriedly lowered her head, her heart thumping. Chapter 8 Action. The room was quiet. Chen Yang walked towards Liu Ran and said in a low voice, Liu Ran, do you remember 20 years ago? That snowy night, by the dam river outside Qingzhou city, a little boy was being chased and jumped into the river. It was you who reached out and saved him. He was too cold, shivering, biting your arm and devouring your blood. Instead of leaving, instead of reprimanding, you took off your clothes and held him close in the snow. It was your kindness that saved him. He searched for you for 20 years, and today, he finally got what he wanted. When Liu Ran heard these words, he raised his head violently. A pair of eyes stared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang once again shed tears as he stretched out his hand and hugged Liu Ran. He was a fool, mistaking Liu Xian for his savior. He took care of Liu Xian for a whole year before realizing that he was cheated by Liu Russian. Now, Liu Xian cuckolded him and swept him off his feet. But he's happy, because this time, he finally didn't go through the wrong door again. He will, for the rest of his life, stay here and take care of that kind little girl, not to leave and not to give up, until the yellow earth and white bones, still guarding by his side. Hearing this, Liu Ran finally understood why Chen Yang would come to look for himself, and why he would cry when he saw what happened to him. Liu Ran patted Chen Yang's back. So it's you. It's good that you survived. You don't have to take care of me. You don't have to repay me. I'm really happy to see that you're so healthy now. Thank you, Chen Yang. Xiao Meihua, who was next to her, sighed at this time. Xiao Meihua looked at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, we now understand why you came to help. You want to repay Xiao Ran for saving your life. However, there's no need for you to marry Xiao Ran. You've seen the current situation of our family. We don't want to get you involved again. Xiao Meihua said, wiping her tears. My daughter was also disfigured, and now we're being forced into debt by White Wave Financial. Our family, for the rest of our lives, is ruined, so just go and pursue your happiness. We all appreciate your feelings. When Chen Yang heard Xiao Meihua's words, his heart was even more touched. This family, all of them were kind and righteous people. People of goodness should not suffer such trials and tribulations. Chen Yang shook his head as he looked at Liu Ran and said, Liu Ran, can you accept me? I want to marry you for the rest of my life. With that, Chen Yang knelt down on one knee. Liu Ran shook her head and hurriedly pulled Chen Yang up. Chen Yang, I understand your heart now, but I'm just an ugly monster now. If it was a few years ago, I might have agreed, but now, I can't drag you down and harm you. Chen Yang's eyes burned. With me, everything will be fine. The matter of the financial company, I'll fix it, and the scar on your face, I'll heal it for you. In short, whether you marry me or not, I will keep you for the rest of my life and never leave again. At this time, the ambulance arrived. Chen Yang helped and sent Liu Jianghu to the ambulance as he spoke. Uncle, you go to the hospital first and get your bones docked. I'll look for medicinal herbs as soon as possible to make your leg recover again. The ambulance left and Liu Ran and Xiao Meihua went to the hospital to accompany them. Chen Yang watched the ambulance leave, his eyes gradually turning grim. Killing intent was in abundance. Come out. Chen Yang opened his mouth towards the left side. Brush. A stunningly beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the first heavenly healer hall protector who had rushed to the scene. Vermilion bird, Heavenly Father. Vermilion Bird arched her hand. Haven't seen you for a year, how are you? Chen Yang gritted his teeth, thinking that he had been cheated by the dead old man Liu Ran for a whole year. His mood was even more annoyed. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Let's talk about all this later. Shu Bird. Immediately go and investigate everything about the White Wave Financial Company. Tonight, I'll make them completely disappear. Yes. At this moment, the members of the Medical Killing Pavilion were still rushing to Qingzhou City in a steady stream. All the members of the Medical Killing Pavilion, after entering Qingzhou City, immediately hid themselves in the crowd, transforming into an information post. The information of the entire Qingzhou City was summarized towards the communicator in Zhu Yao's hand. Night. Star Ken Nightclub. Zhang Liang covered his stomach, his face turning blue. A large number of punks, from all parts of Qingzhou City, gathered at this place. Zhang Liang was out of his mind with rage. He called his great-uncle, but no one answered at all, and no one knew what had happened to Du Peng. Brother Liang, it's all been investigated. That guy is indeed a delivery man. Liu Xian's door-to-door husband. Subordinate Zhang Mang hurriedly ran in and quickly reported towards Zhang Liang. When Zhang Liang heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Mard, after getting halfway through the day, he's really just a waste of time delivering takeaways? Good, very good. Now in Qingzhou City, even a delivery boy dares to bully me. Martyr, is everyone here? Brother Liang, our company's collectors from various places have all arrived. A total of 432 brothers, all of whom have been working in the company for 3 years and are ruthless brothers. Zhang Meng said proudly. Hearing this, Zhang Liang laughed out loud. Good. Today, I will bury that punk Chen Yang's family. By the way, that woman Lin Yueyu, how is it? Yielded? Zhang Meng shook his head, frowned and whispered. Brother Liang, that woman still refuses to admit that she owes $300 million. Her mouth is stubborn. What should we do? She is after all a popular first-tier star. In case something really happens, fear my ass. She's just a star. To put it bluntly, she's just a singing. She offended the Bai family and still wants to live? Humph. Get her here. If she doesn't agree to pay the note today, I'll her up. Zhang Liang and Zhang Mang both laughed out loud. At this time, below Star Ken nightclub, 50 dilapidated wooling vans quietly surrounded the entire place. A cherry Ruehu SUV at the very front stopped. Chen Yang stepped out of the vehicle and walked towards the topmost floor of the club in large strides. With every step, his killing intent burned. Tonight, come here, only to kill the little ones. Chapter 9, you are also worthy. At this moment, the Starkin clubhouse was filled with punks with all sorts of instruments. They were all collection agents of White Wave Financial Corporation. The so-called collectors were those who used various means to collect debts. As long as one couldn't resist borrowing money from their company, then they were destined to not be able to pay it back, and they would use all sorts of means to delay the borrower's repayment period, causing the repayer to default. Once the default, you have to pay dozens of times more principal, cannot be paid back to be month after month to be called on the debt. Many families, home broken, borrowed 10,000, pay back 1,000,000 are not enough, without draining the last drop of blood from the family. These people will not stop. There are no other guests at the Star Club today. Zhang Liang gathered all his company's subordinates here. He wants to take revenge for his sister. For himself, tonight. Chen Yang swept his eyes over these collectors and didn't care at all. He took the elevator straight to the top floor. Those collectors were all a bit strange, not knowing what Chen Yang's status was, but they didn't try to stop them. The topmost floor. In Zhang Liang's office, Lin Yueyu was tied up at the sofa. She was terrified. She was a popular first-tier star. Singing and acting, all of them were outstanding. She had countless fans and her appeal was extremely strong. But unfortunately, Lin Yueyu still underestimated the meanness of human nature. Still underestimated the magic of money. She didn't expect that her manager, that good bosom friend who was like a sister, would trick herself into deliberately letting herself carry $300 million in arrears. Lin Yueyu trembled all over. In her heart, she cursed Wang Ju, the bastard, 100 times. Once upon a time, when Wang Ju was in debt, it was Lin Yueyu who helped her pay off her 2 million debt and saved her. Moreover, Lin Yueyu also made Wang Ju her agent, allowing her to earn millions of dollars every year. But now, Wang Ju had even joined forces with the Bai family and deliberately set up a trap to make herself sign a trap contract. MS. Lin, how's the consideration going? Zhang Liang smiled and walked over to Lin Yueyu's side, reaching out to touch Lin Yueyu's face. Lin Yueyu trembled even more in fear. Zhang Liang let out a tisk sound from his mouth and opened his mouth to say, MS. Lin, I advise you to sign the contract earlier. It's good to give up your shares in the company. This is Qingzhou City, not your Jinling City anymore. Besides, what the Bai family wants to get, do you think you can escape? Lin Yueyu trembled and said, let me go. Let me go. I can give you money, give you $30 million, $300 million, I really don't have it. If I sign this contract, I'll be completely controlled to death by the Bai family. Zhang Liang sighed and said, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. If you don't sign it, then you will die here in my place. But well, seeing as you're so pretty, I won't kill you right away, but will leave you well behind. Make a movie and circulate it all over the net. Ha ha ha. Around them, 7 or 8 subordinates, all of them hemmed and hawed and laughed. As they looked at Lin Yueyu's figure, they all involuntarily swallowed their saliva. I really didn't think that in our lifetime, we would have the chance to bang a big star of this level. He. When Brother Liang's freshness wears off, I'm going to be the second one. TSK, you guys don't say. This big star's skin is just fine. Looking at it is like pinching on it. Ha ha ha. Lin Yueyu shed tears of despair. At this time, there was a bang. The office door was kicked open. Chen Yang, alone, walked in with a cold expression. Zhang Liang was startled. He turned his head and froze when he saw that it was Chen Yang arriving. After that, Zhang Liang laughed violently and maniacally. Chen Yang, it's you punk. Good. Very good. Originally, I was thinking of going to exterminate your entire family at 12 o'clock tonight, but I didn't think that you'd come here alone to die. Good for you. Ha ha ha. This kid is here to beg for mercy, right? It's a pity that it's too late. It's only now that you want to come here to beg for mercy from Brother Liang. Shavi, can't you see that Brother Liang has called all of his minions here tonight? Just a little takeout clerk. How dare he mess with Brother Liang and break young Master Zhang Mei's hand? He's purely looking for death. Several people laughed coldly and surrounded Chen Yang at the same time. Zhang Liang was, at this time, overwhelmed with smugness. The ones he had called today were all super elites in the White Wave Financial Company. Normally, they were all experts who could fight 10 each. Zhang Liang said in a cold voice, Chen Yang, it's too late for you to come and beg for mercy now. The moment you broke my sister's hand, you doomed your family to a miserable death. I come to beg for mercy? Chen Yang's voice was as cold as a knife, as cold as ice. Liu Ran only borrowed a little bit of money from you guys, and you're pushing her to her death. It wasn't enough for you to swallow her money. You even went as far as to devour her flesh and blood. She is the angel in my heart, my princess and benefactor. And you guys, you are trying to destroy her. Today, all of you in the company, not one of you will be left behind. Chen Yang said the last sentence. Both hands suddenly waved. The next moment, silver-colored silk threads flew out from his sleeves. The threads were transparent and slender, almost invisible to the naked eye. Snort snort snort. Wherever the silk thread passed, the surrounding Zhang Liang subordinates, they were all killed in an instant. This silk thread, cutting necks was like cutting tofu. Bang bang bang. The heads were tumbling. When Zhang Liang saw this scene, he plopped down and fell to his knees, and his whole body trembled in fear. Who the hell are you? You, don't kill me. I still have hundreds of brothers. They are downstairs. Zhang Liang screamed in terror. Chen Yang's voice was cold to the core as he pulled out his cell phone and said, take action. Leave no one behind. The next moment, downstairs of the Starkin clubhouse, there was immediately a succession of miserable screams. Chen Yang's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his foot and stomped on Zhang Liang's arm. You, a universal parasite, a piece of trash that only sucks the flesh and blood of borrowers. How dare you bully Liu Ran? Spare me. It's the Bai family. It's all because the Bai family made me do it. Zhang Liang knelt on the ground, screaming miserably and begging for mercy. Chen Yang had wanted to end Zhang Liang's dog's life immediately. When he heard Zhang Liang's words, his eyes went cold. Bai family? What do you mean? Zhang Liang immediately trembled and said, it's the Bai family, the #1 family in Jiang province. Previously, the Bai family's young master had his eyes on Liu Ran, but Liu Ran preferred to die and refused to marry over. The Bai family felt humiliated. Plus, soon afterward, Liu Ran was scalded by a classmate and turned into an ugly monster. The Bai family became even more disgusted with Liu Ran. They were the ones who explained to me to fix and torture the Liu Ran family properly. I'm just a minion. It's the Bai family that instructed me to do all this. Please, spare me. I'm just a fart. Just let me go. Chen Yang's face turned sallow as he said coldly, anyone who offends Liu Ran, will not escape. Boom. Zhang Liang's head, instantly, exploded. Chapter 10 Bitter Sentiment Drama. Chen Yang's eyes swept around the office. Eventually, the line of sight landed on Lin Yueyu's body. Lin Yueyu trembled in fear. She swallowed her saliva and trembled. I didn't see anything. I won't call the police. Ha! Chen Yang's mouth made a bemused sound. How would he care if Lin Yueyu would call the police? He reached out and flicked his hand. With a snap, the rope on Lin Yueyu broke. At this time, the sound of reports from various places came from Chen Yang's walkie-talkie. Heavenly Father, the east side of the first floor is cleared. Heavenly Father, the second floor is cleared. Heavenly Father, the periphery has been cleared. Chen Yang said indifferently towards the walkie-talkie. Good. Contact Glasses and ask him to take over the White Wave Financial Company system. Issue a statement that White Wave Financial Company has collapsed, and all users' money will be returned proportionally, and those who are still in debt do not need to return it. Yes, Glasses are already in place, have taken over White Wave's financial system and have finished organizing the users. Within half an hour, the money will be returned to the major defrauded people. Chen Yang put down the walkie-talkie, his eyes cold, and raised his steps towards the bottom. Lin Yueyu had been lying on the ground. The body kept trembling. More than half an hour had passed. Only then did she tremble and climb up from the ground. She was terrified and lucky. Originally, she had barely survived. But now, she survived. Lin Yueyu trembled and walked towards the stairs. However, the moment she descended the stairs, her entire body nearly fainted, only to see the entire Starkin clubhouse, the entire headquarters of White Wave Financial Corporation. Surprisingly, there was not a single living person left. Lin Yueyu held back her vomiting and quickly ran out of the building. Lying down in the pile of holly, Lin Yueyu vomited while recalling in her mind, that person Chen Yang, who on earth is he? How could he be so terrifying? He had completely eliminated the poisonous White Wave Company with just one hand. In a short period of time, he returned all the money to the cards of those who were victimized by the loan sharks. He was like a god. He is like a god, the killing god who saves the world. At this time, Chen Yang had already arrived at the hospital. Inside the hospital's worst ward, Lu Jianghu was lying on the hospital bed, his calves and knees wrapped in gauze. His bones had been once again bandaged by the doctor on it. However, the doctor said that this time, even if it was cured, he might have to be on crutches for the rest of his life, and it was likely that this leg would never be able to walk. Liu Ran sat on the side in despair. She was worried about her father, and even more worried about the medical expenses. At this time, there was a ding-dong sound and the cell phone rang. Liu Ran picked up her cell phone to see that it was a bank text message. Your ICBC card with tail number 4567 has arrived at $80,000 in full, with a balance of $2,233.2. Liu Ran saw this message and froze, not knowing who had given him money. Then, his cell phone once again received a text message from a stranger. Hello, White Wave Financial Company has closed down, so the payment is returned. I hope you have a happy life. Seeing this message, Liu Ran stood up at once. Ah, Dad, Mom, big thing. Is it that Zhang Liang is going to bring someone to demand money again? Is it that brat Chen Yang who was arrested by Zhang Liang? Lu Jianghu asked with a trembling voice. Liu Ran shook her head. Her eyes reddened. No, Mom and Dad, White Wave Financial Company closed down. And, just now, they have returned all of our money, a total of $80,000. Dad, your leg can be treated. Our family will never be forced into debt again. When Xiao Meihua heard this news, she immediately threw herself onto the hospital bed and sobbed bitterly. At this time, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Chen Yang, still dressed in his Meituan takeout outfit, walked in. When Liu Ran saw Chen Yang, she subconsciously called out, "Brother-in-law, you're here. I just received the news that White Wave Company has closed down. You're safe and won't be beaten up by them anymore." Seeing Liu Ran's excited look, Chen Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Well, that's good. Our troubles, they are all solved. In the future, we can live a peaceful life together." Liu Ran froze, then frowned in shame, looked at Chen Yang and said, "Brother-in-law, you should definitely not mention this kind of words again. Otherwise, I will not meet with you anymore. I know, you want to return the favor. You want to thank me for saving you back then. But, after all, you are my brother-in-law. We can't possibly." Liu Ran's eyes were firm as she continued. "Before, you saved me twice in a row. Your favor has already been repaid, so you don't need to remember those things anymore. In short, from now on, we are friends, okay?" Chen Yang saw the look in Liu Ran's eyes. He knew that Liu Ran's attitude was firm. At this time, no matter what he said, Liu Ran would not agree. Even more so, the more capable he was, the less Liu Ran would agree to be with him. She was a girl with a bottom line, always has been. Chen Yang became flustered and anxious. His hallowed heavenly Dr. Temple Heavenly Father, at this moment, really had no choice. He couldn't force Liu Ran to marry himself. However, he really wanted to protect her at this moment. Chen Yang's mind quickly and sharply turned. At this time, in Chen Yang's headphones, a woman's voice came. It was the Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird had been guarding Chen Yang's side, and she was right outside the hospital room. So of course, she heard the words inside. Vermilion Bird smiled and said, "Lord Heavenly Father, as a woman, I can offer you a small piece of advice." Chen Yang listened attentively. Vermilion Bird spoke into the intercom and continued to whisper. If you want to stay by this girl's side and want to marry her, you just need to pretend to be more pitiful. She's a girl with a good heart, and it's obvious that she doesn't hate you, and even likes you a little. However, it is impossible for her to accept her former brother-in-law and become her man, unless you have no way out. Chen Yang's brain lit up when he heard these words from Zhu Yao and instantly understood. Chen Yang pitifully looked at Liu Ran, and suddenly, he squatted down and cried violently and painfully. Liu Ran saw Chen Yang, who had always fought fiercely, suddenly cried bitterly, and for a moment, she was uncertain and panicked. At the same time, her heart was even more painfully hidden. She couldn't bear to watch Chen Yang cry so sadly. Liu Ran walked over and said, Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Don't call me brother-in-law. I'm no longer your brother-in-law. I told you, I'd been kicked out by Liu Xin. Actually, I have no way out now. I'm an orphan with no friends or family, no parents or relatives. Before, although Liu Xin's family beat me and scolded me all day long and cuckolded me, I didn't care. I could suffer and swallow. But now, Liu Xin swept me off my feet. I also completely lost my job because I offended Zhang Liang and Zhang Mei. I have no way to go. Vast world. I have no way to go. That's just it. I'm going to jump off a building. What's the point of being alone, with no one to love me and no home to go back to? As a man, what face do I have to continue to live? Goodbye Liu Ran. Let's meet in the next life. Chen Yang cried and stood up, about to walk outside. Liu Ran listened to Chen Yang's crying. Her heart ached with pain and compassion. She hurriedly pulled Chen Yang's hand. Chen Yang, don't be sad. We are all your family. Chen Yang shook his head. Don't comfort me. No one wants me. No woman is willing to marry me. I'm just a waste if I stay in the world. I'd better go jump off a building. Don't go. Chen Yang, I'm willing. I can marry you. Liu Ran was in a great hurry, and for a moment these words came out of her mouth. Chapter 11, Getting a License. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Sure enough, although Vermilion Bird did things like a man, she still had the subtlety of a girl. He fiercely stood up and excitedly pulled Liu Ran's hands. You didn't lie to me, right? If you're really willing to be with me, then you give me your ID card. Liu Ran reddened her face. She had just been in a hurry, afraid that Chen Yang would really go jump off a building. Now, looking at Chen Yang's deep and dark eyes, she was timid again for a moment. She was already an ugly girl. Could she really still fall in love and get married? Could it really still be possible to live out her days like other women? Liu Ran was still hesitating. Chen Yang had already pulled out Liu Ran's ID card. He said towards Liu Ran, Thank you Liu Ran. You are the brightest light in my life. With you, I won't die. Since you have also agreed to marry me, and my uncle and aunt have no objections, then, now I will go to the betrothal appointment to get a license. Chen Yang didn't even give Liu Ran a chance to object, and continued, This is a betrothal at the Marriage Control Law Office. Once it's done, you can't think of escaping. It cannot be changed. Chen Yang looked at Liu Ran with burning eyes. Liu Ran froze, looking at Chen Yang's eyes. She suddenly lowered her head, her eyes dodging. She didn't know. How did she talk about the matter of marriage in a haphazard manner? Liu Ran hurriedly shook her head and said, It's nighttime. What kind of firm is still open? Let's get it tomorrow. Chen Yang laughed. He didn't care about this. Now that Liu Ran had managed to agree, he had to strike while the iron was hot. Lest this kind girl, lest the princess in his heart, once again back out. Chen Yang said towards Liu Ran, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Anyway, just wait in the ward for a while. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he took Liu Ran's ID card and quickly walked out of the ward door. He looked at Zhu Yao and gave a wink. Vermilion Bird slapped his head breathlessly and said, Heavenly Father, you are really humble. Cut the crap. Within half an hour, collect the reservation certificate. Otherwise, you don't have to hang around anymore. At this time in the ward, Chen Yan walked back, smiled faintly towards Liu Ran, and said, Just wait a bit, you can receive the appointment certificate in about half an hour. Liu Ran blushed and said towards Chen Yang, You need to go over in person to receive the certificate, and you also need a household book to do so. You think it's a family game. Besides, I always feel that you are lying. You seem to be deliberately deceiving me. No, absolutely not. Chen Yang panicked and waved his hands. Liu Ran, you are really my only hope to live. If you are not even willing to marry me, then I really don't have any significance to exist in this world. Liu Ran lowered her head and didn't speak again. At this time, the door to the ward rang, and Zhu Shu spoke from outside. Is Mr. Chen here? Errand duty over. Oh, coming. Chen Yang walked out and received 2 reddish, brand new appointment certificates from Vermilion Bird. He returned to the hospital room and handed the appointment marriage certificate to Liu Ran, saying, From now on, we are considered officially betrothed. After Liu Xin and I get divorced tomorrow, we'll be legally married. Mom and Dad, I'll definitely be twice as good to you in the future. What? What? Liu Ran jumped up. How could she not expect that Chun Yang would actually do it successfully? Xiao Meihua and Lu Jianghu were also shocked and incredulous. The two hurriedly checked the reservation certificate, and sure enough, it was true. Liu Ran opened her cell phone and checked the system, and sure enough, the system showed her and Chen Yang's names. How did this, you do it? Liu Ran was incredulous. Chen Yang said, I really have a friend who works at the registry. I called a runner and sent our information over. And it worked. From now on, we're legal. Mom and Dad, let's find a doctor to change the ward. Xiao Meihua was still in a state of bewilderment. Then, she sighed and smiled towards Chen Yang and said, good boy, there's no need to change wards. Since you really want to marry Xiao Ran, it means that you two are destined to be together. There is no need for us to waste money. In the future, you guys come and live a good life. Xiao Ran, although her face is burned, she has a beautiful soul and is a kind girl. I hope you can treat her well. Chen Yang nodded his head vigorously and said seriously, Mom, don't worry. In the future, with me around, I will definitely not let Xiao Ran suffer half a bit of harm again. In addition, the scar on Xiao Ran's face, I will also cure her. Liu Ran had a red face and looked at Chen Yang from time to time. She always felt as if she had landed in a pit. More importantly, thinking about this man, who was almost a stranger before, was now about to become her husband. Her heart didn't know how to describe it for a while. Chen Yang pulled Liu Ran and came towards the outside of the ward, saying, let's ask the doctor to change Dad's ward. Liu Ran nodded. The two walked out of the ward and headed towards the doctor's office. At this time, two figures walked side by side. It was none other than Liu Xian and Yang Long. Liu Xian covered her stomach with a happy face, her head leaning on Yang Long's shoulder. When she saw Chen Yang and Liu Ran, she froze, then angrily pointed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, you shameless, are you stalking me? Let me tell you, it's useless for you to stalk me anymore. I'm not going to continue to be with you, punk. I'm already pregnant with Brother Long's child. Just die to win me back. Chapter 12, Heavenly Character Ward. Liu Xian looked at Chen Yang coldly. Her mouth and eyes were full of disgust, especially when she saw Chen Yang's colored takeout clerk outfit. She felt even more disgusted. Liu Xian held Yang Long's arm in a death grip and said, Chen Yang, you should stop toad wanting to eat swan meat. I've already made an appointment with a lawyer. Let's go directly to the divorce tomorrow. Of course, my family's things, you don't want to take them just the same. Chen Yang stood to the side, indifferently looking at Liu Xian. At this moment, he suddenly felt ridiculous. Why hadn't he realized before that this woman was so thin-skinned, cold and superficial, watery and ungovernable? Even if he had thought about it more in the past, he would have been able to understand that a woman like her could never be the angel that saved him 20 years ago. She simply did not deserve to be associated with the word kindness. Chen Yang shook his head, then took Liu Ran's small hand next to him. Chen Yang said blandly, you're overthinking it. I'm begging for it, and from now on, we don't have anything to do with each other anymore. Liu Ran hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Liu Xian. She was panicked and inferior at the same time. She was an ugly woman who had been disfigured, and standing here at the moment, she felt that she would make Chen Yang look even more pathetic. As expected, Liu Xian and Yang Long first froze, then both of them laughed wildly at the same time. Liu Xian pointed at Chen Yang and couldn't catch her breath as she laughed. Ha 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 ha, Chen Yang, you're damn well here to deliberately disgust me. You divorced me and found such an ugly to be with? You are really pathetic. Yang Long, who was next to him, also sighed and said towards Chen Yang, brother, don't you give up on yourself either. I know that Liu Xian broke your heart. I also know that I gave you a cuckold to make you feel bad, but you can't find a dinosaur to go back. It's not like every day when the lights are off. It's a horror movie. You give it to me. Shut up. When Chen Yang heard Yang Long humiliate Liu Ran in such a way, he fiercely stepped forward and pointed at Yang Long. If you dare to say another word, I'll smash your face. Yang Long was originally disdainful, but when he saw Chen Yang's eyes, he had no reason to feel a tremor of fear in his heart, and took half a step back, and for a moment, the mocking words that had reached his mouth no longer dared to be uttered. Chen Yang coldly swept his eyes at Yang Long, holding Liu Ran's hand, saying, let's go find a doctor. Liu Ran lowered her head, her small hands trembling. However, her heart warmed as she could feel Chen Yang's heartfelt intention to defend her. Liu Xian snorted coldly at this time and said, Brother Long, don't pay attention to that hangman. Let's go to the senior ward. Look at his fierce look. A bottom feeder knows how to make a move. What trash. Yang Long also came back to his senses. He looked at Chen Yang, his eyes revealing a few moments of viciousness. He was the young master of the Yang family, but he had just been scared back by Qingyang's eyes. This kind of humiliation was something he could not tolerate. Yang Long gritted his teeth, then said sinisterly, "Baby, let's go. I'll clean up that trash when I have time." He. Chen Yang and Liu Ran entered the office. The doctors in the office had long gotten the news to change Liu Jianghu to the best ward. Therefore, Chen Yang and Liu Ran had just made the request. The doctor immediately nodded his head and said with a smile, "Both of you wait a moment. I will take you to the best ward." Next to Liu Ran heard this, hurriedly said, Doctor, you misunderstand. We don't want the best ward. It's just as long as the general ward with a toilet can be. You can never change to the best ward. We can't afford to pay the money." The doctor immediately smiled and said, "Miss Liu, you are really hitting us in the face. We are a hospital here, and it is a public hospital. All expenses are reimbursed. In our eyes, rich and poor are all the same, and the prices of the wards are all the same. They can all be reimbursed. You don't have to pay a penny." Liu Ran was a bit incredulous. "Really? How come before?" "Okay, Liu Ran, it's a medical innovation now. It's normal that you don't know. Let's go to the best ward," Chen Yang said. Liu Ran nodded. Her face couldn't help but blossom with joy. The two returned to the ward and pushed Liu Jianghu on the hospital bed. Under the leadership of the doctor on duty, they entered the elevator and walked towards the highest floor of the inpatient building, the 38th floor of the inpatient building. This was the topmost floor of the entire inpatient department, and there were only a total of 5 wards above it. On one side, there was a huge sky garden with fitness equipment and flowers and greenery planted on it. There was also a small sky bath that allowed for swimming and sunbathing. At this time, Yang Long helped Liu Xian and reached the topmost floor. Liu Xian's legs trembled with excitement when she saw the environment and beauty of the place. She hugged Yang Long's neck and spoke in a coquettish manner. "Brother Long, you are really capable of getting this kind of ward. This ward must be very expensive." Yang Long said smugly, "It's not a matter of being expensive. It's this kind of resource that's very rare. Look, that ward with the best location over there is the heavenly ward of the entire Qingzhou city. Even our Qingzhou city lord has to queue up if he wants to live in it. The other 4, that is also precious and incomparable. However, these 4, compared to that best one, are still a lot of grades behind." Liu Xian said in a petulant and happy manner. "Brother Long, to be able to live in this kind of next-level ward, I'm already satisfied. I'm going to take a picture of my friends, so that they can see how capable my brother Long is." Yang Long laughed and said, "That's right, this ward costs 50,000 yuan a day. Moreover, I've dragged a lot of connections to find it. We can only stay for 1 day. You'll have to move out early tomorrow morning." Liu Xian happily nodded her head and said, "Well, I'm satisfied to be able to stay for 1 night. If it wasn't for following you, Brother Long, I wouldn't even be able to stay this 1 night. Not to mention that Chen Yang punked from before. If I still followed him, not to mention this kind of high-class ward. Even if it's a normal ward, he doesn't matter to line up." Yang Long patted Liu Xian's hand. Liu Xian picked up her cell phone and took pictures. At the same time, she and Yang Long were snuggling together and were taking selfies. Just at this time, the doors of the elevator opened. Then, Chen Yang and Liu Ran pushed Liu Jianghu, who was on the hospital bed, and walked out. From the screen of her cell phone, Liu Xian suddenly spotted Chen Yang and Liu Ran. She froze violently. Then, immediately turned back and looked at Chen Yang. Liu Xian angrily cursed, "Chen Yang, are you even finished? I've told you not to follow us anymore, but you even came back. Do you still want some face?" Chao Meihua and Liu Jianghu both froze when they heard this. They then looked at Chen Yang, puzzled. Chen Yang coldly looked at Liu Xian and said, "Shut the hell up. Remember, we are no longer related, and if you insult me again, I will do it. Get out of the way." Chen Yang directly pushed Liu Xian aside as he pushed the hospital bed cart and headed towards the highest level ward in the corridor. Behind her, when Liu Xian saw the scene, she let out a giggle and scoffed, "Chen Yang, you're really shameless. Do you think this hospital is your home? Let me tell you, that's a heavenly ward, and even a hangdog like you wants to go in there." What a laugh. Chapter 13, Who is Miss Liu? Chen Yang turned his head and mockingly looked at Liu Xian. He felt a pang of sadness. Once, he was willing to give everything to such a woman. At one time, the world's top power, the wealth that boasted the globe. As long as Liu Xian opened her mouth, it was at her fingertips. However, she did not show half a bit of concern for herself. Chen Yang didn't pay any more attention to Liu Xian. Instead, he led the crowd and directly swiped his card, entering within the most luxurious ward. This ward was very spacious, with all the medical machinery inside. The most crucial thing was that this place was completely like an aerial observation deck. Lying on the hospital bed here, one could see half of Qingzhou city's fireworks and a clear moon. Xiao Meihua and Lu Jianghu were both excited and worried. Xiao Meihua muttered, ouch, here is really too luxurious. Live in here also how much money Mom, you can rest assured to live. The doctor said, all free, you and Dad can live until 2 months later. Until Dad can get out of bed and walk normally. Liu Ran smiled, shaking a medical card in her hand, saying, all expenses can be reimbursed. Hey, our country's medical innovation is really too good now. Xiao Meihua and Lu Jianghu listened, half believing it. However, they didn't think much about it. After all, if they weren't able to be reimbursed, with their own daughter Liu Ran and Chen Yang's money, they probably wouldn't even be able to afford to stay for a day. In the corridor, Liu Xian saw that Liu Ran and Chen Yang had even come to the topmost floor as well. Especially, they had even stayed in the most luxurious heavenly ward. For a moment, there was no way to accept it. Stomping her feet in anger, she said towards Yang Long, Brother Long, what the hell is going on here? Those two bottom-tier losers, why can they live in such a luxurious ward? Yang Long frowned and said, I'm also wondering if the system made a mistake? System error? Yes, that must be it. It must be the hospital system that made a mistake. That's why poorer than them were ranked in such a luxurious ward. Liu Xian laughed coldly as she thought of this. She immediately pulled Yang Long and went to the entrance of the ward together. Liu Xian said towards Chen Yang in the ward, Chen Yang, are you guys know how much this ward costs per day? Let me tell you, the next level of wards are 50,000 a day. And this most luxurious ward of yours is at least 100,000 a day. I'll see how you're going to pay the hospitalization fee tomorrow. Chen Yang stood in the ward and said impatiently, get lost. It's none of your business how much we pay. Nonsense. Of course it's my business. Liu Xian's face changed as if she had thought of something. She immediately pointed at Chen Yang and said, I know, you punk, you just want to waste our family's money on purpose while you haven't divorced me yet, right? Chen Yang frowned. The more Liu Xian thought about it, the more right she was. It was definitely like this. Chen Yang he didn't have any money at all. He delivered takeaways, almost $8,000 a month, and all of it was given to himself for safekeeping. Right now, herself and Chen Yang hadn't divorced yet. If the hospital deducted the bill and Chen Yang couldn't pay it, then the hospital would definitely deduct it from his own card. Thinking of this, Liu Xian angrily pointed at Chen Yang, you despicable guy. So it was this idea. Chen Yang frowned tightly and walked towards Liu Xian, his face grim. He looked at Liu Xian and said, you are pathetic. If you knew what you had once personally abandoned, I wonder if you would still be able to laugh. Less pretentious. Liu Xian sneered disdainfully. I'm telling you, I won't pay a single cent for the cost of this ward. Seeing the quarrel, Liu Ran immediately walked to the entrance of the ward and stood beside Chen Yang. She was afraid that Chen Yang would hit someone. She didn't have the courage to start a conflict with anyone else anymore. Just at this time, that staircase opened once again. This time, more than a dozen people came down the stairs. The two people at the head of the group were both gray-haired, followed by more than a dozen middle-aged doctors, all of whom were wearing white coats, and appeared to be the type of people with excellent medical skills. Seeing this scene, Yang Long immediately said in surprise, look, Liu Xian is the president of the Central Hospital Uncle Hao. My god, Uncle Hao even can only follow the rear as a companion. That front of the two professors, what is the identity? Liu Xian immediately said in surprise, Brother Long, do you know the dean here? Yang Long smiled smugly and spoke, that's right, my father and Dean Hao had dinner at the same table. Dean Hao is not only the director of our hospital, but also a real expert in orthopedics. Nationally known medical professors. He follows the rear as a follower. The two old professors in front. It is estimated that they must be the most powerful and top medical experts in the country, and may even be the highest administrator in the health management office. It may not be possible. Liu Xian immediately tilted her head and said happily, Brother Long, you are really powerful. You know so many people. Yang Long raised his head in triumph. At this time, the white-haired professor at the front of the room, seeing Chen Yang's few people, immediately said, oops, Miss Liu, which one is Miss Liu? I'm late. Sorry. When Liu Xian heard this voice, she was so excited that she almost had a direct miscarriage. I didn't expect that even the highest medical professor had come to personally visit myself. This must be Yang Long's strength. In fact, he only came to check the condition of the fetus. There is no need to spend such a large price to invite this well-known old professor to personally visit himself. Liu Xian immediately piled up a smile and said towards the old professor with a big smile on her face, I am Miss Liu. Old professor, you are really too polite. I actually have no physical problems. Do not dare to bother you to come. Ouch. There is Dean Hao also came to visit me. Really? Thank you too much. Liu Xian finished, hugged Yang Long's shoulder and said, thank you Brother Long. Your family is really too considerate to me, and also called so many experts and professors to visit my condition. I'm really touched. Yang Long froze. He was also puzzled. Didn't understand how these expert professors suddenly came to visit Liu Xin. Could it be that they recognized the wrong person? Impossible. There is only one woman here with the surname Liu Xin. Oh yeah, there was also that ugly bastard Liu Ran. But how could so many experts and professors be coming to see Liu Ran's kind of bottom trash? It should be his own father or his mother's family's side using their connections. Thinking about this, Yang Long also smiled. He immediately stretched out his hand towards the old professor and shook his hand and said, "You're too polite. You're really too polite. Uncle Hao, we're flattered that you've come to see my girlfriend along with so many experts." The old professor said with fear and trepidation, Where? Ms. Liu is the real honored person. Let's go in." Saying this, the old professor was about to walk towards the heavenly ward. At this time, Liu Xin saw the scene and immediately said, "Professor, not here. This ward is occupied by some bottom floor trash. Our ward is over there." Saying that, Liu Xin turned her head, coldly swept her eyes at Chen Yang and Liu Ran, and said smugly, "See Chen Yang, me leaving you was the wisest decision of my life." Chapter 14, will cure you. Old Professor Wang Tianan was filled with doubt when he heard this. He had received word earlier that he was coming to the heavenly ward to treat Miss Liu's father's leg injury. Moreover, this was an order issued by the Heavenly Doctor Palace's Heavenly Father himself. The Heavenly Doctor Palace was the holy temple of the world's healers. To be able to get a task personally ordered by the Heavenly Father, Wang Tianan was naturally excited and took a plane overnight to come. How is it? Changing wards now? Wang Tianan looked at Liu Xin suspiciously and asked, "Ms. Liu, may I ask which ward your father has been transferred to now?" "My father? My father isn't sick. I'm the one who found out that he might be pregnant." Liu Xin said strangely, "I'm pregnant with Brother Long's baby, and I've only just gotten pregnant. But Brother Long's family invited you old professors to come and check me out. It's really too touching." Wang Tianan's head exploded when he heard this. He knew that there was definitely a mistake. The order issued by Heavenly Father himself was to treat Miss Liu's father's leg injury, but it was definitely not to look at any pregnancy. Moreover, he himself was the president of the National Bone Injury Association, and he didn't know anything about obstetrics and gynecology at all. Wang Tianan turned his head, looking towards Liu Ran and Chen Yang. He asked towards Liu Ran, "May I ask this young lady, are you?" "Oh, my name is Liu Ran. This ward is occupied by my father. His leg is broken. Is it that we have occupied your ward? Then we will move out now and give the ward to you." Liu Ran carefully and with a few moments of cowardice opened his mouth. The perennial trials and tribulations of life had long ago made her not dare to ask for a miracle. For care. She was afraid that the hospital system had made a mistake. She was afraid of being looked down upon by others. She was afraid that the hospital's security guards would force her father out. When Wang Tianan heard this, he saw Liu Ran's cowardly appearance, and associated it with Liu Xin's arrogant and domineering mocking appearance before. He instantly understood. When Liu Xin heard Liu Ran say that she wanted to move the ward out, she instantly became agitated. Liu Xin coldly grunted and said towards Liu Ran, "Little you should have done this a long time ago, and don't take a look at you like that. Do you guys deserve to live in a ward like this? Hurry up and push your father out. Now you're causing Dean Hao and the old professor to misunderstand. You really deserve to die." Splat! Wang Tianan slapped Liu Xin's face. He was so angry that his face shook white, pointing at Liu Xin. "The one who deserves to die is you. Miss Liu is kind and noble. Is she not comparable to a shrew like you? Dean Hao, what the hell are you doing? Why would your hospital admit this kind of trash?" Dean Hao was terrified. He was a student, a junior in front of Wang Tianan. Seeing Wang Tianan's anger, he instantly wimped out and immediately said loudly towards Yang Long and Liu Xin, "Yang Long, hurry up and take the shrew next to you and get out. You are not welcome in our central hospital from now on." "Ha!" Liu Xin covered her face and looked at this scene incredulously. Yang Long was also baffled. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Dean Hao and said, "Uncle Hao, is there a mistake in this? How could you be here to visit Chen Yang and Liu Ran? These two trashy ugly bastards. How could they possibly startle you big shots? They..." Slap. Dean Hao also slapped and smacked Yang Long's face. "Scram! Say one more word, and I'll leave your young family with no way to see a doctor in the future." Yang Long swallowed his saliva. He backed away in terror. At this time, Wang Tianan had already turned towards Liu Ran and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry Miss Liu. It's my old man's fault. It's because I recognized the wrong person before. It's because I'm blind. I'll give you an indemnity," Wang Tianan said, bowing to the end. Liu Ran was startled, hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, it's just that I don't know you guys Wang Tianan immediately said, "Ms. Lu, you are modest. I will treat your father's leg injury now. I have contacted the best instruments and medicines. I will definitely let your father return to normal again. Hearing this, Liu Ran became excited and immediately led the crowd into the room. Chen Yang stood on the side indifferently. Upon sensing Liu Ran's excitement and joy, he finally revealed a smile. Being able to make this girl happy was the most satisfying thing for him. Outside in the corridor, the two people, Yang Long and Liu Xian, showed astonishment and disbelief in their expressions. Liu Xian angrily stomped her feet. On what grounds? Why? What the hell is going on here? Are those people crazy? Don't they know that Liu Ran is just a piece of trash who carries steel bars on the docks? Don't they know that Chen Yang is just a delivery trash? Yang Long gritted his teeth and said, "Grass, there must be a mistake. It's hard to believe that old man, isn't he a relative on Liu Ran's her mother's side?" Liu Xian froze, then stomped her foot and said, "Just her mother's that origin. What kind of powerful relative? Piss me off, piss me off. Alright, Xian, let's go back first. Humph, this hospital doesn't welcome us. Let's go to Angel's private hospital. Let's go for better service." The two people left angrily. Liu Xian's heart was indignant. She just couldn't accept the scene where Chen Yang and Liu Ran were suddenly being starstruck. In the hospital room, Wang Tianan carefully finished checking it out, nodded his head and said, "Ms. Liu, your father's leg injury, leave it to me. I guarantee that I will let your father get out of bed and walk within half a month, and he won't limp again in the future." Hearing this, Liu Ran excitedly kept nodding her head. At night, Chen Yang and Liu Ran rested in this ward. The ward was large and naturally had extra beds and sofas. Liu Ran and Chen Yang sat on the sofa. Chen Yang was holding the bright red marriage certificate in his hand and was giggling there. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Liu Ran sighed helplessly. She leaned over and looked at Chen Yang with gentle eyes. Liu Ran carefully said, "Chen Yang, I think that you should reconsider the marriage matter. Look at me. Look at this face of mine. I really don't deserve you. Liu Ran, you've already gotten a license, so you don't want to back out. As for your face, I will treat you," Chen Yang said. Liu Ran shook her head and said, "Just now I asked Prof. Wang said that my face, it's impossible to recover. Even if I spend a large amount of money and use cosmetic surgery, that will leave scars after repair. He said that in the world, only the Heavenly Dr. Temple's Heavenly Father could possibly cure my face. But, where do I know any Heavenly Father?" Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He reached out his hand and held Liu Ran's slender fingers. "Wife, don't worry. I happen to have a secret recipe in my hand that can cure it. Waiting for tomorrow. I will first go and understand the divorce matter thoroughly with Liu Xian, and then immediately look for medicinal herbs for you. I guarantee, within 3 days, you will be back to your old self." Liu Ran's bright eyes blinked, with some anticipation and a few moments of disbelief. She sighed and said, "Thank you, Chen Yang. I don't seek to recover as good as new, as long as it is. As long as I can stand by your side and not disgrace you, that's all." Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. He must make this angel regain her confidence and beauty. Chapter 15. It's your family. Chen Yang was sleeping on the sofa, breathing steadily. Liu Ran quietly stood in front of the bed, a pair of gentle and bright eyes. Looking at the sleeping Chen Yang, the corners of her mouth slightly revealed a smile. She realized that Chen Yang really had no place to go. If she hadn't taken him in, he would definitely be miserable, right? Liu Ran quietly approached and stared at Chen Yang's face, out of breath for a while. Then she turned around in a panic and returned to the bed. On the bed, her mother Chao Meihua looked at her daughter and asked in a low voice, Ran, are you still satisfied with this new husband of yours?" Liu Ran nodded, then hurriedly blushed and shook her head to deny her heart. Liu Ran panicked. "Mom, you know very well that I didn't marry him because I like him. It's just that Chen Yang he is indeed too miserable. When he was small, he was chased and jumped into the river, and it seems like both of his parents died at the hands of the bad guys. Now, he's been abandoned by cousin Liu Xian again. If we don't take him in, he'll really have no place to go." Chao Meihua nodded and sighed, saying, "Yes, he's a bitter man with only our family to rely on. We have to treat him well." Mom, you go to bed early. Dad, here, I'll just take care of it." Liu Ran spoke in a small voice. Chao Meihua shook her head. No, there's a nurse here. Quickly go to sleep." Liu Ran lay down. Her large eyes blinked under the faint light, then closed peacefully. For the first time in these years, she slept so peacefully, so solidly. Chen Yang lay on the sofa. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. The next day, Chen Yang received a call from Liu Xian early in the morning. Liu Ran told Chen Yang to go sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible, and to go get a marriage license today. Chen Yang naturally looked forward to completely drawing a line with Liu Xian earlier. The divorce office was not far away. A luxury restaurant. A dozen or so people were sitting in the restaurant's private rooms. These people, there were relatives from Liu Xian's mother Kaiyun's side, as well as a few elders from the Liu family. Satisfied, Kaiyun sat at the table, smugly kowtowing to his melon seeds as he spoke. God have mercy, today my daughter will finally be completely out of her misery. Liu Xian smiled and said, Mom, I've wronged you for this year, causing you and that punk Xianyu to have to live for a whole year. Kaiyun nodded her head, then smiled and said, luckily for you daughter, you held it together and didn't let that punk touch it for a year. The surrounding Kaiyun's siblings, one by one, were still a little envious. Liu Xian is considered out of her misery. Not only did she get divorced, but she also managed to find a dragon son-in-law. That's right, Mr. Yang is definitely a famous family. The Yang family has some face in our Qingzhou city. Hey, Kaiyun is just lucky. The daughter she gave birth to is beautiful, and other people's Mr. Yang likes it. Kaiyun laughed. Then she spoke. It's mainly because my daughter held her own that she was able to successfully kick Xianyu, that licking dog, out of the way. That being said, this time when he came for a divorce, it had to be a clean break for him. That's for sure. That dog is just a waste. He's a door-to-door flunky. He still wants no favors after the divorce. Don't worry, he can't take anything. So many of us support Liu Xian. A group of relatives chimed in. Liu Xian smiled triumphantly. She pulled Yang Long's arm next to her. Brother Long, from today onwards, no matter if it's their body or identity, they all belong to you alone. In the past, the two of us still had to sneak around and avoid that punk Xianyu. But in the future, we won't have to. Yang Long nodded with a smile and pinched Liu Xian's nose. At this moment, Xianyu walked towards the outside of the hospital. Liu Ran and Xiao Meihua were a little worried and followed. Xianyu saw that his wife and mother-in-law were also following and was a bit strange. Xiao Ran, Mom, you guys are going too? Xiao Meihua nodded and said, yes, we're going too, lest you get bullied. Liu Ran also spoke. Yes, you also have a family now. You can't let them kick you out just like that. Xianyu laughed bitterly for a while. Xiao Meihua said, even if you are divorced, you are netted out and have nothing, but you should get back what you earned from this year's salary. Moreover, putting it away, Liu Xian is the party at fault. She should compensate. Of course, we cannot want compensation, but we cannot let them bully us. Chen Yang's heart warmed up when he heard this. He didn't care about any property at all, and he didn't even look at the little bit of family money that Liu Xian's family had. However, at this moment, Chen Yang could indeed feel that he had already integrated into Liu Ran's family. They were their own family. The three of them arrived at the Feng Yuan restaurant together. This Feng Yuan restaurant, because it was opened across the street from the marriage registry, mostly did pretty good business. Many couples would set up a table here when they came to get their license. When Chen Yang's three people came in, a middle-aged man, seeing Chen Yang, froze, and then immediately came forward respectfully. The middle-aged man piled on a smile towards Chen Yang and said, Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. Are you here to eat as well? Chen Yang looked at the middle-aged man as if he had seen him before in the bank. He just nodded and didn't bother. Chen Yang and Liu Ran headed upstairs to the private room. Liu Ran asked strangely towards Chen Yang, Chen Yang, do you know that man? That older man looks quite established. Chen Yang shook his head. Looks familiar. Don't recognize him. I guess it was one of those times when I was delivering takeout. I did him a favor in passing. Upon hearing this, Liu Ran said, that must be it. You are a warm-hearted person. You must help people often. At this moment, Hu Ji was standing behind Chen Yang. Hearing the conversation between Chen Yang and Liu Ran, his face violently reddened with embarrassment. He was certainly not a passerby that Chen Yang had helped in passing. He was the general head of the Qingzhou Industrial and Commercial Bank. It could be said that in this part of Qingzhou City, he was the big brother of loans and approvals. Last time, Chen Yang's account was activated and he went to the bank to withdraw $500,000. At that time, it was Hu Ji who personally came out to entertain Chen Yang. Of course, $500,000 was just a small amount of money, not to mention withdrawing $500,000. Even if it was withdrawing $5 million or $50 million, Hu Ji would not personally come out to entertain the customer. The reason why he personally entertained Chen Yang was because inside that card of Chen Yang's, there was $10 billion. Moreover, it was still current. This kind of balance, this kind of big customer, that was simply the bank's god of wealth. That's why Hu Ji personally stepped in and politely entertained Chen Yang. However, he did not expect that Chen Yang would still not remember himself. Hey, Hu Ji laughed bitterly. That's right. People don't even look at 10 billion, casually throw it into their account and let 10 billion mold. This kind of person, how could he remember a small bank president like himself? Hu Ji thought about it. Then, he felt unwilling. He looked up and watched Chen Yang enter the box. Picking up his cell phone, Hu Ji made a call. Secretary Yang, you go. Immediately order a most expensive watch and send it to the Fong Yuan restaurant. At this time, Chen Yang, Liu Ran and Xiao Meihua, 3 people, entered the box. When Liu Xian saw the 3 people coming, her eyes immediately narrowed. She stood up and directly pointed at Liu Ran's nose and scolded. "You ugly who seduced her brother-in-law. How dare you still have the face to come to this box? Get out of here immediately." Chapter 16, Looking for an Actor. Liu Ran obviously froze for a moment when he heard Liu Xian insulting himself in such a way. This is considered to be evil first, right? Liu Xian continued to cross her waist and looked at Liu Ran. "You don't even look at your ugly face. It's really an ugly person who makes a mess. Even if Chen Yang he's a piece of trash, he's still my Liu Xian's husband now, the waste of our family. What gives you the right to just go and stick it to him? It's really shameless." When Chen Yang heard Liu Xian's words, his fire went up. He didn't expect that this backhanded skill of Liu Xian was really ruthless. The point is, this woman is insulting her own angel at this moment. Chen Yang's eyes were cold, his chilling gaze glaring angrily at Liu Xian. Look at once as a year-due husband's share. Look at Liu Xian as a woman's share. Chen Yang once intended, not in this woman to calculate before all kinds of peaceful breakup, all dust to dust, earth to earth, but never thought, Liu Xian this woman, surprisingly so vicious. Chen Yang took a step forward and was about to walk towards Liu Xian. At this time, a small hand stopped Chen Yang. It was Liu Ran. Liu Ran stood firmly in front of Chen Yang. She faced Liu Xian straight on, bravely raised her head and said, "Cousin, Chen Yang, although he doesn't have much ability, but over the past year since we got married, he has been hush-hush and diligent to you. However, how did you treat him? It doesn't count that you put a hat on him, but you're also pregnant with another man's seed. Is a woman like you worthy of accusing Chen Yang? How can you have the face to say something like I hooked up with my brother-in-law? Also, didn't you come here today to talk about your divorce from Chen Yang? The things that should belong to Chen Yang, please also take out every cent." Liu Ran was timid and delicate though, but at this moment, she felt that she had the responsibility and obligation to protect Chen Yang. She had to stand out and defend Chen Yang's interests. A woman was delicate, but a mother was a wife. Chen Yang looked at Liu Ran in front of him, and his heart surged with emotion. At this moment, Liu Xian instantly exploded when she heard Liu Ran's last words. She today, the reason why she had invited so many relatives, in order to take all the property, all for herself, without giving Chen Yang any share. She wanted to make a dismay, directly put the waste like Chen Yang, and that cowardly cousin, to the death of the pressure. Unexpectedly, Liu Ran even came up to talk about this. Liu Xian pointed at Chen Yang and Liu Ran. Good you pair of dogs, now you really covet our family's property. I'm telling you guys, there's no door. Saying that, Liu Xian threw a divorce contract, with a snap, onto the table. Opening her mouth, she said, "This is the divorce agreement. Chen Yang, when he came to our home, he was empty-handed and a waste. He lived in our house for a year for nothing, and I won't charge him for food and lodging. In short, he's going to be empty-handed when he rolls out as well." Liu Ran shook her head. Liu Xian, you're wrong to count like this. Chen Yang he's been a deliveryman for a year, an average of $8,000–9,000 a month. All of his salary has been turned in as it is. In addition, your family's dirty work on weekdays, all of them have been done by him. How is it that he's living in the house for nothing? You ugly monster, if you say one more word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Liu Xian pointed at Liu Ran. Chen Yang embraced Liu Ran in a heartbroken manner. He protected his wife behind him, looked at Liu Xian, and spoke indifferently. Liu Xian, everything else can be forgotten, but the $500,000 I gave you yesterday, take it out. I thought you were my savior, but I didn't expect that it was just a scam, so that money shouldn't belong to you. Chen Yang couldn't look at $500,000. Originally, he didn't want it back either. However, seeing Liu Xian insulting his wife, he couldn't be silent anymore. Hearing this, Liu Xian laughed out loud as she pointed at Chen Yang and said disdainfully, Chen Yang, you punk still have the face to say that. That money was obviously prepared for me by Brother Long, only it was dropped at the door of the room and picked up by you. Now you're saying it's yours? You're a delivery boy and you deserve $500,000? Yang Long was also sneering disdainfully at this moment, picking up my money and pretending to be very affectionate to give it to Xin in an attempt to win her back. How ridiculous. Chen Yang, this trash, divorcing him is really too right. $500,000? What $500,000? Just this thing. Chen Yang also deserves $500,000? It's ridiculous. Look at the way Liu Ran and her mother are rushing. It's clear that they are planning to come here and take the opportunity to extort a sum from Liu Xian's family. This is taking the divorce as an opportunity to get rich. A group of relatives, sneering. Liu Ran's body trembled with anger. Chen Yang, on the other hand, frowned. He coldly looked at Yang Long and Liu Ran. I obtained the money from the bank. How did it become Yang Long's? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Long, on the other hand, did not even bother to look at Chen Yang. Do you come with $500,000 too? You must have picked it up. That's it. Garbage thing. You work as a delivery boy. Earn those 3 dates a month, and you still want to have $500,000? Ha ha, ridiculous. Liu Ran covered her mouth and laughed. She patted the divorce agreement. Hurry up and sign the agreement and go get a divorce license. Chen Yang laughed coldly. Unexpectedly, he had kindly given Liu Ran $500,000, but it was just Mr. Dong Boy and the wolf. Just at this time, the door of the box was pushed open. Holding a watch in his hand, Hu Ji carefully entered the box. He had come to pull strings with Chen Yang. In Chen Yang's card, there was too much cash. That amount of cash, placed in any bank, was a huge fortune, a major performance. Right now, the cash was lying in his own ICBC. As long as this client is maintained, in the second half of the year, there is no worry about getting promoted. Hu Ji walked in and realized that the atmosphere was a bit bad. He froze, then stiffly, walked towards Chen Yang and said, "Hello Mr. Chen. We've met downstairs before." "Oh, actually, we met in the bank yesterday. You are too noble to remember." Chen Yang looked at Hu Ji. Hu Ji hurriedly said, "Take a closer look. It's me, Xiao Hu. It was me who personally handled it for you when you withdrew $500,000 in cash. You remember it?" "Oh yes, it's you." Chen Yang nodded. When Hu Ji heard this, he immediately sighed in relief. He hurriedly handed the watch to Chen Yang and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, you are a valuable person. Your time is precious, so I won't bother you. Your property will definitely be properly kept by our bank. Please rest assured." "Mr. Chen." Chen Yang nodded without any concern. At this time, Liu Ran, who was standing behind him, suddenly couldn't hold back and let out a pft, ha 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 laugh. Liu Ran pointed her finger at Hu Ji, with an appearance of looking at a clown, giggling. Your bank? Ha ha ha, Chen Yang. I now realize that you punks have really grown up. Surprisingly, you are so good at acting now. It's not enough for one person to act, but you also invited this lewd bald uncle to come here and help you act. Awesome, really awesome. Chapter 17. Not enough credibility. Hu Ji was about to respectfully exit. When he heard Liu Ran's words, he froze violently. Subconsciously, he touched his head. Ever since he had been promoted to the position of chief governor of Qingzhou, it was the first time he had been mocked to his face and called a bald and lewd man. Although Hu Ji was angry, he didn't dare to be reckless as he frowned and asked, "Who are you? What do you mean?" Liu Ran skimmed her mouth and said with a cold smile, "Pretend. You continue to pretend. Aren't you the trust Chen Yang hired?" In order to prove that the $500,000 wasn't stolen by him, he went to great lengths to find a lewd man like you to be a trustee. How ridiculous. The family members behind Liu Ran also laughed coldly. They all looked at Chen Yang and Hu Ji as if they were clowns. This punk Chen Yang is really going overboard. In order to get that $500,000 of property, he even found an actor. Don't say it. This found actor is really quite like that. The watch he sent. It seems to be a Patek Philippe package. The latest chronograph series. A piece of more than $800,000. $800,000? A watch? Ha ha ha. They really dare to blow it too. This loser seems to have long prepared for the divorce. In order to be able to share the property, he doesn't even want his face. Hu Ji's eyes narrowed when he heard these words. For him to be able to get into this position, his emotional intelligence was definitely superior. Obviously, Chen Yang had not revealed his own identity and wealth. Those people across the table, on the other hand, were Chen Yang's ex-wives. These people were not going to return the $500,000 to Chen Yang. Thinking of this, Hu Ji sneered. He had to use this opportunity to make a good show in front of Chen Yang. In the future, he must keep Chen Yang, this super mysterious rich man. Let him keep the money in his bank. Hu Ji patted down the suit on his body. He looked at Liu Ran and said, "This lady, let me introduce myself. I am the general manager of the local Qingzhou Industrial and Commercial Bank. My name is Hu Ji. I can testify that the $500,000 was withdrawn from the bank by Mr. Chen. Now you are dividing your property in a divorce? Very well. I do have some lawyer friends who specialize in divorce cases. Put. Ha ha ha. You can really blow it." Liu Ran pointed at Hu Ji and laughed out loud. "Saying you're fat, you're really panting. Saying your head is bald, you're really treating yourself as a character. Ha ha ha." Hu Ji's face revealed a cold smile. He directly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Xiao Wang, I'm at the Fong Yuan restaurant. There's a divorce case that needs your assistance. Arrive within 5 minutes. With that, Hu Ji looked at Chen Yang again. Seeing that Chen Yang did not object, he was secretly relieved. He was also afraid of patting the horse's ass on the horse's leg. After all, Chen Yang had $10 billion in his card. If it was really a divorce case, if it was still a marital property, that 10 billion could be divided as well. However, right now, it seems that it's just going to be a divorce settlement. It shouldn't matter. Therefore, Huji naturally did not dare to reveal Chen Yang's identity. From his pocket, Huji took out a business card, put it on the table and said, "This is my business card. In a moment, I will invite a famous lawyer from Qingzhou, Wang Dali, so we can talk in detail. Ha ha ha, I poo-poo. Lawyer Wang is a big shot who is often on TV, talking as if he will listen to your command." Liu Xian's third aunt in the back, haha, sneered. She often watched rule of law and divorce programs, therefore, she knew Wang Dali. Just at this time, a woman in her 30s hurriedly walked in. It was none other than Wang Dali. Wang Dali rushed in, looked at Hu Ji, and said, "Manager Hu, what are you doing calling me here in such a hurry? Who wants a divorce?" I go. Still really Wang lawyer? I also recognize, seems to be indeed that lawyer on TV. What's the situation? Lawyer Wang called him manager. Could he really is the manager of the Qingzhou head office? Huji looked at Liu Xian, those people. Cold smile. He said, "Wang lawyer, is a friend of mine is divorcing. You help." "Okay, no problem." Wang Dali immediately spoke. When Liu Xian saw the scene, her face finally changed. She hurriedly turned around and pulled Yang Long's hand. "Brother Long, what is going on here? That $500,000, it must be yours, right?" Liu Xian immediately said. Yang Long at this time also had an awkward face. He forcefully nodded his head. Liu Xian saw that Yang Long was nodding his head, and with a bottom line, she sneered and said, "That's fine, even if you are some kind of bank manager, so what? Can you still bully us?" That $500,000 is what Long lost. It was clearly picked up by Qing Yang. Besides, our brother Long is the heir of the Yang family. He'll still be able to renege on that $500,000, won't he? When Hu Ji heard this, he laughed. The heir of the Yang family? So it's the son of the Yang family in Qingzhou. Oh, this reputation of the Yang family, it really doesn't work at all. It seems that your Yang family's loan is not wanted. Hearing this, Yang Long finally realized the danger. All big enterprises and big groups are in the business of making money out of money. It could be said that the bank's loan was their capital cow, their life. But now, if Hu Ji really stopped his family's loans, it would be dangerous. Even if Hu Ji could only influence one bank, it would be troublesome. After all, ICBC was the largest and strongest of all the banks. If Yang Long fiercely stood up, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Manager Hu, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. That $500,000, it might not have been me who lost it. It's Chen Yang's own. So, possibly? Oh, I have the video and bill number of Mr. Chen Yang's withdrawal in my hand. This can also be fake." Hu Ji sneered. "What are you so godly about?" Liu Xian fiercely pointed at Hu Ji. "What are you? Who are you to meddle in our family's affairs?" Pa! Yang Long at this time slapped Liu Xian's face. You shut up." Liu Xian covered her face and looked at Yang Long incredulously. She didn't expect that she had stuck to Yang Long with all her heart, and now she was slapped by Yang Long. Yang Long hurriedly said, "Manager Hu, that money is our fault. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it now." Hu Ji nodded and looked at Chen Yang next to him and said, "Mr. Chen, what else do you require? You can tell Lawyer Wang. After all, how much of the family's property should be divided? How much should be asked for? Lawyer Wang can give you full legal support." Chen Yang nodded towards Hu Ji and said, "I'll just ask for that $500,000 back. Everything else can be forgotten." Hu Ji nodded and said, "You are benevolent, Mr. Chen. Fine, then transfer the money now." Liu Xian was furious when she saw this scene, but she didn't dare to snap. Yang Long, on the other hand, hurriedly transferred the money, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly finalized the divorce procedures. Hu Ji and Wang Dali left. Chen Yang looked at the $500,000 he had just received. His face was expressionless as he said towards Liu Xian, "That's enough, now let's go get a divorce." Chapter 18, Ordering More Takeout. Liu Xian was incomparably angry. She felt her face burning hot. She had lost face in front of so many relatives, was slapped by Yang Long, and finally returned $500,000 to Chen Yang. This breath, she could not swallow. Liu Xian turned her head and fiercely grabbed Yang Long's face. "You, how dare you hit me? That manager who is nothing. How dare you hit me for a bald guy?" A few moments of impatience flashed across Yang Long's face, but then, he held back. After all, Liu Xian was already pregnant with her own child. Yang Long hurriedly smiled to make amends and whispered, Xin, don't make a scene. That manager Hu, he's the head of the bank. Our Yang family has a loan that's stuck in his hands. If we offend him today, then our family's business will be implicated. When the loan is approved, I will definitely help you out then. Liu Ran heard this and Fong relieved her anger. She stood up, swept a glance at Chen Yang, and said in a cold voice, Chen Yang, you are really heartless. For $500,000, you don't care about our 1 year of conjugal love. Even if our family raised a dog, that dog would know to wag its tail at our family. Right, you. Not only are you not pleasing, you're also biting back. Really see through you. Chen Yang froze there. For the first time, he was dumbfounded by Liu Ran's shamelessness. Speechless, how had he endured this year with such a woman who turned black and white upside down? Chen Yang shook his head, too lazy to say more. He spoke, let's go. Go and get the divorce formalities done. Liu Ran hummed, go away. Hurry up and get it done. A person like you? One more day in our family's account book makes me feel sick. Kaiyan was even more distressed and pale when she saw the loss of $500,000. She cursed under her breath. Heartless, really too heartless. How did our family let a heartless dog like you enter the house in the first place? Hey, sis, don't blame yourself. This kind of man is indeed a piece of trash. Right. It's good to get a divorce early. Let a heartless scum like him go and pair up with an ugly. Kaiyan's relatives cursed one after another. Liu Ran bit her lip ear. At this time, she chose to endure it. Chen Yang was too lazy to care. He touched Liu Ran's hair, then said towards Liu Ran and Xiao Manhwa, Xiao Ran, Mom, you guys wait for me here. Today is the divorce and also the time for Xiao Ran and I to officially get married. I'll treat you all to dinner in a while. Also this $500,000. I'll transfer it to you. It's considered the bride price money. Xiao Manhwa quickly waved her hand inside. Chen Yang, don't be polite. Our family is poor. We can't afford to take any dowry. I definitely won't want the dowry. You and Liu Ran are destined to be together. Our old man is happy to see it, and it's enough for you two to be happy and joyful. Chen Yang heard this and was touched in his heart. Liu Ran stood to the side and said impatiently, don't ink. Hurry up and go. The two of them are certainly destined for each other. A loser and an ugly one. He. Chen Yang coldly swept a glance at Liu Ran, taking out his documents. He entered the divorce processing office across the street with Liu Ran. The divorce formalities were completed. Chen Yang let out a long breath. At this moment, he felt that the sky was blue. The fire that was originally suppressed in his heart instantly subsided. Once upon a time, Chen Yang spent every night in pain, tangled up. He thought that Liu Ran was his savior, and he was all about repaying Liu Ran. However, Liu Ran's behavior always left Chen Yang in a state of shock. Chen Yang wanted to admonish Liu Ran every time, so that she would not be so vain and greedy for money, and not be so mean and vicious. However, whenever this time, Liu Ran instead even more cursed Chen Yang is a waste. Useless. Cannot even earn money. Chen Yang had once suffered a lot because of this, but even though he recognized Liu Ran's true character, he never wanted to give up. He must repay his kindness. And now, all the entanglements no longer existed. Chen Yang had realized that his benefactor was Liu Ran. Liu Ran was the angel in his heart, the snow lotus blooming in the snow, the most beautiful bride in his heart. From this moment onwards, he completely belonged to Liu Ran, and Liu Ran completely belonged to himself. The image of Liu Ran was exactly the same as what he had thought in his own heart. Chen Yang was impatient. He ran with big strides and rushed into the Fong Yuan restaurant. Chen Yang excitedly put the divorce certificate in front of Liu Ran. He hugged Liu Ran. Now, I only belong to you, and you only belong to me. Liu Ran's face, all of a sudden, turned red. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Manhwa and said, Mom, from now on, we are a family. Today, let's have dinner as a family. When Dad's leg gets better, we'll organize a wedding. Xiao Manhwa nodded, smiled, and wiped her tears. She didn't expect that her own daughter would still have a day to marry out. She didn't think that there would be a day when her family would return to normalcy. The day when her daughter was disfigured. The day when she was forced into debt by White Wave Financial. She thought of death countless times. If it wasn't for her daughter, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. But in the blink of an eye, White Wave closed down. The money was returned, and her daughter married. Everything made her feel like she was living in a dream. The three people sat in the hall and ordered a table of dishes. Not long after, Yang Long and Liu Ran also walked in with joy. Liu Ran proudly jumped onto the platform in front of the restaurant and said loudly, Today, I'm finally out of my misery. I have completely left that waste of a man. My ex-husband, young Master Yang and I are also officially licensed. Mom, everyone's friends and family, let's celebrate together. Kaiyan clapped his hands and laughed loudly at this time. The rest of Liu Ran's relatives were also nodding their heads and sighing. Liu Ran has a good life. She doesn't have to live with that delivery loser anymore. I don't know what Liu Ran's grandfather was thinking back then, having to let her marry that bottom-feeder Chen Yang who had no roots or background. If it wasn't for being delayed by that trash Chun Yang for a year, by now, Liu Xian might have been the head of the Liu family and Yang family. A group of people clapped their hands. Chen Yang looked at the high-profile Liu Xian and shook his head slightly. If Liu Xian knew that she had personally given up on something, that day, she would definitely go crazy, right? Yang Long held Liu Xian's hand and raised his head proudly as he walked towards Chen Yang's family of three. Yang Long looked at Chen Yang with a smile, with smugness and mockery. Chen Yang, you and Liu Ran are also licensed to be married. In the future, we are also considered brothers-in-law. If you need money, you can open your mouth. Oh, 30-50, I can still lend it to you. Liu Xian stood to the side, puffed, smiled triumphantly. Brother Long, in the future, you order a few more takeaways. Just take care of him. Chen Yang put down his chopsticks and said, get lost, don't stand here and hinder us from eating. I poo. Liu Xian snorted coldly. Then, her eyes went straight all of a sudden. Brother Long, look, it seems to be that big star Lin Yueyu. It's really her. Brother Long, go invite her over to congratulate us on our wedding. Chapter 19, Slave Girl. Yang Long turned his head to look, only to see that at a table in the corner, there was a woman with long hair, wearing sunglasses, drinking tea alone. Looking at the movements, it seemed that she was waiting for someone. Although that woman was wearing sunglasses, the cheeks, nose and mouth that were exposed had a beautiful silhouette. It really looked like a big star. Lin Yueyu. Lin Yueyu belonged to the popular stars, first-tier status. Stars with this kind of status were well known throughout the country, and although they might not have a high status or power, they were definitely very influential and not bad for money. Although the Yang family was rich, it was only a larger family in Qingzhou city. To say that it was a bit difficult to directly invite Lin Yueyu. Next to her, Liu Xian kept shaking Yang Long's arm and said, Brother Long, just go find her. Let her say a few words of congratulations for us, and I'll post it on my friends' circles and Jitterbug. So it'll be a great honor. This is also to give you face. Hearing this, Yang Long nodded his head and said, okay, then I'll go find her. Brother Long, you are really great. Liu Xian immediately clapped her hands. Immediately, she looked at Chen Yang in triumph. At this moment, she finally raised her eyebrows. Yang Long walked towards Lin Yueyu. He reached the corner and said in a low voice, MS, Lin is it? Hello, my name is Yang Long. I'm the heir of our Yang family in Qingzhou, and my family has many industries. Yang Long started off by raising his status a little bit, lest he be rejected. Lin Yueyu raised her head. Her heart flashed with helplessness. She really wasn't in the mood to receive fans at this time. She had come here to wait for her cousin to come and help her bring out all the evil people around her. Lin Yueyu had only escaped from death yesterday, and if she hadn't met Chen Yang, she would have already become a battered female corpse in the White Wave Financial Company. Moreover, the one who hooked up with White Wave Financial Company was definitely her own broker Wang Ju. Lin Yueyu was waiting for her cousin to come and get the incriminating evidence of Wang Ju. Cousin is the constable of Qingzhou City. There must be a way. Lin Yueyu perfunctorily nodded towards Yang Long and said, I'm sorry Mr. Yang, I have something going on right now. I'm waiting for someone. So, it's fine. Yang Long immediately said, today is the date for my wife and I to get our license. We want to get 2 words of blessing from you. In this case, you will congratulate us and I will give you $10,000. Do you think it's okay? Lin Yueyu couldn't look at this $10,000. Yang Long continued, look, my wife is still standing there waiting. Besides, you just say 2 words, you have $10,000. Can't waste a minute of your time. This business, it's still a good deal, right? Yang Long said and took out his cell phone, intending to transfer money. Lin Yueyu turned her head and looked at the wife Yang Long was talking about. She saw Liu Xian and frowned. But then, Lin Yueyu's eyes lit up violently, because she unexpectedly saw Chen Yang. She didn't expect that she would meet Chen Yang once again in this place, meeting that god-killing savior. Last night, the scene that happened in the White Wave Financial Company's lair always lingered in her mind. She never knew that there was a person who was able to exterminate the entire White Wave Financial Company in an instant. If it wasn't for Chen Yang, she would have already not seen the sun today. On Lin Yueyu's face, excitement and a smile appeared. She raised her head, nodded towards Yang Longkai and said, okay, I'll put on some makeup and head over. Ah, really? That's great. I'll wait for you. Yang Long didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He was all set to pay first. But now, Lin Yueyu didn't mention the money, so he definitely had to give it after completion. After all, when a star shoots an advertisement, he has to finish it before he can get the money. Yang Long joyfully walked back to Liu Xian's side, smugly opened his mouth and said, it's done. A moment later the big star Lin Yueyu will come over and wish us both a wedding. Hearing this, Liu Xian was so excited that she jumped up and wrapped her arms around Yang Long's neck. Brother Long, You are so good to me. Leaving this punk Xianyang and marrying you is the best decision I've made in my life. The surrounding relatives of Liu Ran were also nodding their heads in envy. Young Master Yang is just awesome. Even a first-tier star can be invited. With the face of the Yang family, these big stars must still be given. Look, 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 the big star is really here. I want an autographed photo of her so badly. Liu Ran's relatives, all of them were taking out their cell phones, ready to go and record. Liu Ran was even more excited when she saw Lin Yueyu walking over. Her hand pressed on the table and said smugly towards Chen Yang and Liu Ran, Chen Yang, see, now you know the gap between you and Brother Long. You a delivery boy. Even though you love me so much and have been a dog licker in our house for a year, but a dog is a dog. Without ability, you won't get respect. I just hope you don't blame me for being cruel. I kicked you out and married Brother Long. It's really because you're too incompetent and Brother Long is too good. Anyway, you'd better think more about how to improve yourself. A delivery hanger-on who wants to keep a woman like me. Do you think it's possible? If you're always this useless, you'll eventually be discarded by society. Of course, now that you have this ugly daughter-in-law, Liu Ran, you guys are a good match. However, if you can work harder and be more progressive, perhaps in a few years, you can hopefully kick this ugly out and find a more normal woman to be your wife. Yo, Liu Ran said and smiled. She stretched out her hand towards Lin Yueyu to greet her. She was already impatient, waiting to post a friend circle to pretend to be more than she was. Lin Yueyu frowned. The reason why she had promised Yan Long that she would come over to say the wedding toast was certainly not because of the $10,000. Rather, it was because she saw Chen Yang. She originally thought that Liu Ran and Yang Long were Chen Yang's friends. However, she did not expect that Liu Ran had just said such vicious words to Chen Yang. At this moment, Lin Yueyu was already angry. Liu Ran smiled and said towards Lin Yueyu, "Ms. Lin, thank you for agreeing to wish me and Brother Long a wedding. Get up." Lin Yueyu directly pushed Liu Ran away as she took big steps in front of Liu Ran and Chen Yang. Liu Ran was a little shocked when she saw the scene. She looked at Lin Yueyu in disbelief. At the same time, there was also a slight inferiority complex. Lin Yueyu was really pretty. As for herself, she was just a monster with a burnt face. Liu Ran timidly opened her mouth in a small voice and said, "Lin, Miss Lin, you're in the wrong place. It was the Yang family's young master and my cousin who invited you. Chen Yang and we can't invite you." Yang Long also frowned behind him and said, "Miss Lin, it was me who invited you. What are you doing going to that waste and ugly?" Liu Ran huffed. "That's right, it was Brother Long who invited you just now." Lin Yueyu had fully realized. She stood beside Chen Yang and then took off her sunglasses. Then, Lin Yueyu respectfully knelt in front of Chen Yang and Liu Ran with a sweet smile on her face. Slave servant Lin Yueyu, congratulations to Master and Madam on their wedding. Slave girl 1,000,000 silver taels are offered. Chapter 20, continuing to engage. Lin Yueyu unexpectedly knelt directly in front of Chen Yang and Liu Ran. That was the popular star Lin Yueyu. Around them, Liu Ran and those relatives were all stunned beyond belief. Unbelievable. Not to mention Liu Ran and the others. Even Chen Yang did not expect Lin Yueyu to suddenly come with such an action. Lin Yueyu respectfully blessed, then took out a card, handed it over and said, "Master, ma'am, there is 1,000,000 silver taels here. You guys still please accept it." Liu Ran finally reacted. She hurriedly jumped up and helped Lin Yueyu up. Liu Ran said gratefully, "Ms. Lin, you are really too polite. Get up quickly, we really can't afford it." Lin Yueyu smiled and put the card into Liu Ran's hands. "Miss Liu, that part just now, you can record it and send it to your circle of friends as my blessing." "That won't do, really won't do." Liu Ran shook her head. Lin Yueyu looked at Chen Yang and said, "Thank you Mr. Chen for saving my life before." "I know, you don't know." Chen Yang interrupted Lin Yueyu's words and hurriedly spoke. "Ms. Lin, it's true that I did save your life once before when I was delivering takeaways, but you really don't need to take it to heart. I just did it in passing. You don't need to always remember it." Lin Yueyu froze. Then she reacted. It seemed that Chen Yang was unwilling to reveal his identity, unwilling to have last night's matter exposed. Lin Yueyu immediately smiled and said, "No matter what, you saved me. In this way, when will you guys hold your wedding? Be sure to invite me at that time. I can be a bridesmaid, or go and be an MC for you guys. Okay? Really? Really?" Liu Ran was pleasantly surprised. "You are a first-line big star. Are you really willing to?" "Of course I'm willing." Lin Yueyu smiled cheekily. "Let's add WeChat. You must notify me at that time. I will definitely go." Liu Ran was a bit incredulous. She took out her cell phone and exchanged WeChat with Lin Yueyu. Liu Ran, who was standing on the side, saw the scene and was burning with jealousy. She fiercely pushed Yang Long next to her and said hatefully, "Brother Long, I also want to invite stars to our wedding. Invite, invite, invite. Definitely invite. At that time, we'll definitely invite one even hotter than Lin Yueyu." Yang Long huffed. At this time, Yang Long didn't have the face to continue staying here. He didn't expect that a hangdog like Chen Yang would know a first-tier star like Lin Yueyu. Yang Long snorted coldly and left with Liu Xian and his relatives. After Lin Yueyu left her WeChat, she planned to leave. Chen Yang swept a glance at Lin Yueyu, hesitated for a moment, and spoke indifferently. "Miss Lin, you have a bad face and your eyes are blackened by the fire wheel. This is the sign of a middle demon. If you have been raising little ghosts or other underhanded means to help your acting career, I suggest you stop immediately, otherwise your life will be in danger." "Ha?" Lin Yueyu was startled and hurriedly waved her hand. "I haven't raised that thing, and I've never relied on other means to increase my acting career's chi." "Mr. Chen, are you looking at it wrong?" Liu Ran hurriedly pushed Chen Yang, frowned and said, "Chen Yang, don't talk nonsense. I like Miss Lin the most. Her strength is undoubted. How would she engage in those means?" Chen Yang was helpless, shook his head, and said, "All right, but if you encounter something strange, you can look for me." Lin Yueyu immediately nodded her head. At this time, a female constable entered the hotel. Lin Yueyu saw the female constable and immediately greeted her. Chen Yang did not pay any more attention to this matter. Liu Ran was very happy. She smiled cheekily towards Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, it seems that you delivering takeaways is really a great job. You know manager who and now you've befriended Star Lin. It's really awesome." Next to her, her mother-in-law, Chao Meihua, was also nodding her head contentedly. "This is how good people get good karma. Chen Yang, although the work you do is very ordinary, but you always help people. And now you see, we also got good karma because of your zeal." Chen Yang could only nod his head. Now that the divorce was official, the most urgent thing Chen Yang had to do was to heal the scars on Liu Ran's face. After having dinner together, Chen Yang wanted to go to the hospital with Liu Ran and Chao Meihua. Liu Ran hurriedly said, "Chen Yang, you don't need to go. There are quite a few nurses in the hospital. Plus my mom can be taken care of. So just go to work. I also need to find a job as soon as possible. Let's work together and try to get into a big house soon." Chen Yang was speechless for a while. He really didn't want to go back to delivering food. Besides, his account was now unblocked. Money was really just a number. He could have as much as he wanted. But seeing Liu Ran's concerned eyes, Chen Yang had to sigh. "All right, wife, then I'll go deliver takeaways, so you don't have to look for a job and stay in peace." Liu Ran shook her head. "How can that be? We can't rely on you for a whole family." "Don't worry." Hearing the word wife, Liu Ran's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. She hurriedly lowered her head and left in a hurry. Chen Yang shook his head breathlessly. He mounted the takeaway car, took out his special cell phone, and dialed Vermilion Bird's number. "Vermilion Bird, I'll send you a prescription. Gather all the herbs on the prescription as soon as possible. I want to treat my wife's face burns." Chen Yang spoke in a deep voice. Vermilion Bird immediately agreed. "Yes, Heavenly Father." Chen Yang thought for a moment. He used the raw mussel and jade face essence as the root, then added eel blood, toad oil, plus the most important fresh safflower due according to the condition of Liu Ran's face. With that, Chen Yang took the prescription and sent it to Vermilion Bird. It was true that there was no way to treat a face burn for too long. However, Chen Yang was an exception. After all, Chen Yang was the true number one in medical skills, having single-handedly created the Heavenly Medical Hall. His medical skills had long since become more blue than blue. "Liu Ran, you only need to suffer for one more night. Tomorrow, I will be able to completely restore your appearance." Chen Yang had a smile on his face. "Tick tick tick. You have a new order. Please complete it as soon as possible." Chen Yang picked up his cell phone and was speechless for a while when he saw this message. He really wanted to smash this phone. However, thinking that he still had to continue to hide his identity from Liu Ran, he had no choice but to continue to sigh and write to deliver the order. Inside a BMW, Liu Xian was sitting in the passenger seat. She saw Chen Yang riding the car to deliver the food. A smug sneer appeared on her face. Liu Xian said, "This punk is really useless. It was so hard for him to get to know Hu Ji, the bank manager, and Lin Yuyu, the big star, but as a result, he doesn't even know how to tend to the situation. He doesn't even know how to use his connections to make a better career, and he even went to deliver food. Truly a waste of a lifetime." Driver's seat. Yang Long laughed ha 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 when he heard this. He said smugly, "That's for sure. If he wasn't so useless, would you spend a whole year with him without letting him touch it?" Saying that, Yang Long kicked the gas. His BMW rushed directly in front of Chen Yang, almost knocking him off. Yang Long proudly honked his horn and left with a big smile. Chen Yang just frowned and paid no further attention. He rushed to the merchant. picked up the cake, and hurriedly made a delivery towards the Starlight neighborhood. Chapter 21 Poisoning. In the Starlight district, Chen Yang carried the exquisite tiramisu cake and walked towards the A23 villa in the center of the district. The Starlight district was an upscale district, and the villa area was even more imposing. Chen Yang walked to the front of the villa and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door to the villa's courtyard opened. A long-legged woman wearing a nightgown walked out quickly. She smiled faintly towards Chen Yang to say thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll go back to rave about it. Chen Yang also nodded, intending to leave. At this time, a bang suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Yao Danduo turned her head and saw her father suddenly fall from the steps into the yard. She screamed and the cake in her hand went poof and fell to the ground. Dad, what happened to you? Yao Danduo rushed back, a look of panic on her face. Chen Yang stood at the door. Seeing the situation in the courtyard, he frowned slightly. With that, Chen Yang walked into the courtyard in large strides. In the courtyard of the villa, a chubby middle-aged man was lying on the ground, his face blue. His eyes were tightly closed and his hands and feet had clenched up as he fainted. Dad, you wake up, Yao Danduo shouted while picking up his cell phone, ready to call the emergency number. Chen Yang stood aside, looked at the middle-aged man's situation, and opened his mouth. It's too late, he's in cardiac arrest now, at most half a minute before he dies completely. Ha? Yao Danduo's hands kept trembling. What should I do? Oh yes, artificial respiration. I'll take artificial respiration now. Yao Danduo opened her mouth in fear. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, it's useless, get out of the way, let me do it. Ha, you. Yao Danduo's head was in a mess. At this moment, she didn't know what to do and could only subconsciously do as she was told. Chen Yang walked over to the middle-aged man and tore open the buttons of his clothes, revealing the location of his sternum. Then, Chen Yang's finger, violently pressed down. A finger went down and directly pressed on the left ventricle of the heart right in the center. Here, where the coronary artery passed through, there was an atrial sinus. It could control the heart pacing. The next moment, Yao Tongchang, who was on the ground, fiercely took in a big breath, then sat up, breathing heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was blue. Panic flared in his eyes. Dad, you're really better. Great. Woo. Yao Danduo cried out. Yao Tongchang wiped the sweat from his forehead and patted his daughter heartily. Then, he raised his head. Although, the time he had just fallen to the ground was very short. However, Yao Tongchang had indeed felt that feeling of his soul being torn away from his body. He knew that if it wasn't for this young man in front of him making a move, he would have definitely died. Yao Tongchang smiled gratefully towards Chen Yang. Many thanks to little brother for stepping in. Before I watched Jitterbug saying that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers amongst the deliverymen. It was really good. Really too grateful. Yao Danduo also came back to her senses at this time. She hurriedly stood up, bowed towards Chen Yang and said, thank you so much, Mr. Knight, you are really too powerful. Are you a medical student? How could you be so powerful? Chen Yang waved his hand, nodded lightly and said, it's just a small thing. Yao Tongchang stood up and sighed, it's a small matter to you, but to me, it's this life of mine. I'm a person in the pharmaceutical business, but I didn't expect that I would end up dying under a myocardial infarction, and I didn't even have time to take the quick-acting heart-saving pills. This is really ridiculous. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said towards Yao Tongchang, this disease of yours is actually not a myocardial infarction. The root of your disease is not in the heart. Ha! Yao Tongchang looked at Chen Yang in surprise. Not in the heart? How is this possible? When I had an attack, I did have angina, and then I went into a complete coma. Chen Yang directly said, in reality, you are poisoned, and it has little to do with your heart disease. In your normal life, do you often take sildenafil? Yao Tongchang froze, his old face a little embarrassed. How do you know? Next to him, Yao Danduo immediately asked, Dad, what's wrong with your body? How come you're taking medicine? What does that medicine treat? Yao Tongchang glared at his daughter. No questions allowed. You play on the side. I will communicate with this little brother. Yao Danduo at this moment was worried about her father's body and was unwilling to leave. Chen Yang, on the other hand, said indifferently, that kind of medication is often taken, and it will leave a portion of its ingredients behind. If this ingredient meets with a roasted onion, the two will be in the blood, forming a toxin. This toxin can paralyze the atrial sinus, causing cardiac arrest, and it only takes half a minute to cause death. Moreover, after death, the reason found out is just a heart attack. Boom! Yao Tongchang sat on his butt on the ground, his eyes filled with panic, which then turned into anger. Chen Yang looked at the time and said, it's getting late. I have to go deliver the next order. Beautiful girl, remember to give me a favorable review. Chen Yang nodded slightly towards Yao Danduo and turned to leave. Yao Tongchang sat on the ground, thinking quickly. He was already too late to greet Chen Yang again, because he knew who the person who poisoned him was. Sildenafil was what was often referred to as Viagra. The reason why Yao Tongchang often took this drug was because of his secretary. He got a secretary, and after spending a few years together, he rediscovered the feeling of being in love. Therefore, he had to take this drug frequently in order to satisfy that young female secretary of his. During today's time, the female secretary, Wu Qian, asked Yao Tongchang to buy a villa and give it to her. However, Yao Tongchang refused because today was his daughter's birthday. Yao Tongxian had to rush back to celebrate his daughter's birthday and didn't want to go buy a villa. Before coming, Wu Qian asked for a portion of the official seal on the grounds of work. At the same time, Wu Qian also fried 2 dishes and drank 2 glasses of wine together with Yao Tongxian. One of the dishes is onion scrambled eggs. The key is that the onions are particularly burnt, all fried paste. But Wu Qian kept pampering Yao Tongchang to eat the burnt onions. At that time, Yao Tongxian thought it was Wu Qian, the secretary of the intentionally pampered, so he ate a few bites. It turned out that the woman was trying to get herself killed. Moreover, that part of the official seal and the contract are in the hands of Wu Qian. Once he suddenly and inexplicably died, that part of the contract will inevitably come into effect, and the next thing that means, Wu Qian is able to brightly, from his own group to split 300 million. I hate it so much. Wu Qian, you ruthless woman. I treat you like a wife, but you count my property and my life. Luckily, I met the delivery boy. Otherwise, wait, where is the delivery man? Duo, where did that little brother go? Yao Tongchang hurriedly got up and searched. At this time, Yao Danduo was already wearing a nightgown and chased out towards Chen Yang. She couldn't let Chen Yang just walk away. She had to repay this father-saving benefactor. Chapter 22 Takeaway is more promising. Yao Danduo chased after Chen Yang's electric car towards him. Brother Knight, you wait. Yao Danduo chased furiously all the way. Chen Yang saw in the rearview mirror that Yao Danduo was wearing a nightgown as she chased after him, and one of the off shoes on her feet had run off. He frowned and helplessly stopped the car. At this moment, the passing security guard saw the scene and also all became nervous. The security guard immediately ran towards Chen Yang and said loudly, "Stop, did you steal from the owner? I knew I shouldn't have let you delivery guys into the neighborhood." Chen Yang innocently shrugged his shoulders. At this time, Yao Danduo rushed up. She went straight to Chen Yang and violently hugged his neck. "Brother Knight, thank you so much." Yao Danduo gasped for air. What she wore was originally a homie nightgown, and her face was pretty and innocent. At this moment, after running in a hurry, it was even more beautiful and red. The security guards next to her had originally planned to go forward and stop Chen Yang, preventing him from escaping. But now, seeing this scene, all the surrounding security guards were envious and jealous. What is this situation? Are delivery guys so popular now? Marred. I used to hear people say that being a security guard can get the favor of the owner's rich white beauty. But I've been a security guard for 5 years and all I got was blank stares. Now I realize that I'm in the wrong line of work. Brothers, I'll resign tonight. Tomorrow I'll go for delivery too. A few security guards stood in the distance with envy and jealousy, sighing. They were all aware of Yao Danduo. This was a college girl who studied right at Qingzhou University and went home 2 or 3 times a week. Not only was she pretty and cute, the most crucial thing was that she had a good temper and treated people gently. Often take the initiative to greet the security guards. Therefore, these young security guards all know this white rich beauty. But now, only to find out, Yao Danduo original real favorite occupation, not security guard. Rather, it is a delivery man. Chen Yang at this time frowned. He pushed Yao Danduo away without showing any trace and said, "Beauty, my takeaway has already been delivered. It's you who broke the takeaway. It's not my fault." I know. Yao Danduo hurriedly waved her hand, her eyes red with tears of gratitude. "What is your name? I only show your surname Chen here, but your phone number and name are kept secret. I want to ask your name. In addition, you don't go to deliver takeout. Come to my house to eat. My father will give you a lot of money." "No need." Chen Yang shook his head. "All you need to do is give me a favorable review. I'll be grateful." After saying that, Chen Yang turned around and once again wanted to leave on his electric bike. "Hey, wait." Yao Danduo hurriedly grabbed Chen Yang's arm. "Brother Chen, my family is very rich. My dad is a big businessman. Really, you don't need to continue delivering takeaways. You can have as much money as you want, even if it's $100 million. I'm telling the truth. You give us a chance to let my dad thank you." Chen Yang waved his hand bashfully. "There's really no need for that. You should also go back soon. Don't run around in your nightgown. Bye." After saying that, Chen Yang accelerated the gas and quickly left. Yao Danduo stood in place, frozen. She did not expect that Chen Yang would refuse. Moreover, the refusal was very bland and resolute, as if 100 million yuan in his eyes, like a blade of grass and a penny that. How could this man be so calm? Yao Danduo couldn't figure it out. She just felt that, for the first time, she was curious and good about a man, or a man who delivers takeaways. Chen Yang drove his electric car and picked up 2 more orders of business. After completing the minimum standard for the day, he stopped the order-taking system. By the evening, Chen Yang received a call from Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird said respectfully towards Chen Yang, "Heavenly Father, the medicinal herbs that you need have been collected, with the exception of the fresh safflower dew and the red-backed toad liquid. The rest of the medicinal herbs have been found. I am now on my way to Jianchuan Valley in Shu. Jianchuan sect keeps red-backed toads. I will personally go and ask for them." Chen Yang nodded and said, "All right, I'll trouble you. Saffron dew is not considered too precious. Local herbalists should sell it. I'll go and purchase this fresh saffron dew early tomorrow morning." "Yes, Heavenly Father. I will also rush back to Qingzhou City before noon tomorrow." Hanging up the cell phone, anticipation appeared on Chen Yang's face. He hoped that Liu Ran would be able to regain her vigor and beauty. Closing his eyes, Chen Yang's eyes floated back to that scene from his childhood. Liu Ran's small hand, pulling herself to death, dragged herself up from the cold and bone-chilling river water. His own bite on her arm, arterial blood vessels. Liu Ran grinned in pain, but never pushed himself away. Eventually, Liu Ran dragged herself and hid in a weed stump under the snow. Under that weed stump, she stripped off all the clothes on her body and hugged Z to death, wrapping that narrow-down jacket tightly around both of them. A whole night, but as long as a lifetime. Chen Yang would never forget it. Now, it was his turn to grab Liu Ran's arm. Himself, he would use all his heart to slowly drag her out of the quagmire of life, would make her beautiful and confident. Early the next morning, Chen Yang got up early, riding on his electric bike. He went straight to the largest medicinal herb store in Qingzhou City, Duo Medicinal Herb Shop. Arriving at the entrance of the store, Chen Yang locked the electric bike and walked inside. "Ha, Chen Yang, what the hell are you doing here?" A voice rang out from behind. Chen Yang turned his head to see that it was Yang Long, flinging the BMW keys in his hand. Chen Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this bastard. Yang Long came to a realization and said with a big smile, "No, Chen Yang, could it be that you're also here to buy Palace Beauty Cream for your wife? Ha ha ha, with your wife's face, unless she's wearing a mask, even the best cosmetics won't work. Ha ha ha, an ugly face that's been flattened by a perm, and you still want to smear cosmetics on it." Chen Yang suddenly turned around and slapped Yang Long's face. "If you dare to insult Liu Ran again, I will waste you. You-ing." Yang Long did not expect Chen Yang to be so arrogant, daring to slap himself in front of so many people. The key was that Chen Yang's eyes were too appalling, so cold that just looking at them made him feel cold in his heart. He gritted his teeth, and then took big steps towards Duo Herb Shop. When he entered the doorway, Yang Long said towards the store manager, "Hey, old Pang, is this herb store of yours a charity store?" Manager Pang froze, then smiled and said, "Why are you suddenly joking, young Master Yang? This herb store of ours, it's all fair and square. The goods are genuine, and of course, the prices aren't cheap. So how does it become a charity store?" Yang Long pointed to Chen Yang at the back and said, "If your store is not a charity store, how come even that kind of poorer than a deliveryman dares to come and hang out in your store? I say, old Pang, keep your eyes peeled. That kid doesn't look like a good guy. Don't come here to steal." When Pang Daji heard Yang Long's words, he immediately understood. He laughed, arched his hand towards Yang Long and said, "Young Master Yang, you can rest assured, in our store, we don't allow trash and thieves to enter." With that said, Pang Daji greeted 2 security guards and directly stopped in front of Chen Yang with a face of contempt. Chapter 23, Inequality. Pang Daji led the security guards and blocked in front of Chen Yang. With an outstretched hand and a few disdainful looks on his face, he said, "Stop. To enter this store, you need to check your capital." "Capital inspection?" Chen Yang frowned slightly and looked at Pang Daji, then at the other people entering the store. "Why don't the others need it?" Chen Yang frowned. Pang Daji snorted impatiently. "Of course the rest of the people don't need it. They are all regular customers. You, a delivery boy, want to come in as well? Hell knows if you're here to buy herbs, or to steal herbs. Anyway, capital inspection is a must." Chen Yang's eyes revealed impatience. He looked at Pang Daji. "Alright, how much do you need to get in?" "It has to be at least $3,000. Don't tell me that you don't have 3,000. Pang Daji clasped his hands on his chest. The people around all turned their heads to look over. Someone puffed and laughed. "Buying a house requires a capital inspection. I didn't realize that buying herbs also requires a capital inspection. However, $3,000 makes sense. If you don't even have 3,000 to enter, you definitely won't be able to buy any herbs. The things in this Duo herb store are indeed very good. Fidelity, effectiveness. The only bad thing is, too expensive. Even a delivery man wants to come here to buy herbs. I'm afraid he's not really here to steal. Chen Yang was too lazy to pay attention to the murmurs around him. $3,000? Of course he had it. In fact, during the divorce, Yang Long had previously transferred $500,000 to him. Chen Yang was too lazy to bother with Peng Daji. He took out his cell phone and quickly tapped on the bank app, which showed the balance, 500,000 whole. Chen Yang's phone shook a bit, frowned and said, now I can go in, right? Peng Daji froze. He did not expect Chen Yang to have $500,000. Originally, Peng Daji had wanted to start with $3,000 and teased Chen Yang a bit. If Chen Yang took out $3,000, Peng Daji would raise the price once again. However, now Chen Yang took out $500,000 at once. He was rather shocked. In other words, it was likely that Chen Yang was really here to buy herbs. However, Peng Daji thought of Yang Long's words and attitude again. Yang Long was the youngest master of the Yang family. He was obviously extremely disgusted with Chen Yang. This was an opportunity to flatter the young master. It must not be missed. Thinking of this, Peng Daji's face revealed a few moments of mockery as he shouted towards Chen Yang, kid, don't play tricks with me. This isn't even a deposit count for you. Think I can't recognize it? This is clearly a reserve amount that hasn't arrived yet. That is to say, you don't have a single penny in your card, and that $500,000 figure is just the amount you plan to borrow from the bank. Say that again. Chen Yang's voice turned grim. Originally, he didn't want to bother with a piece of trash, but he didn't expect that this person would dare to stomp on his nose. Peng Daji took a step back and said loudly, what do you want? I told you, if you want to enter our pharmacy, you have to check your capital. Go to the bank and print an asset certificate to come. Otherwise, don't even think about going in. Security guards, whisk him away. The two security guards immediately intended to make a move. When Chen Yang heard this, he sneered in anger as he raised his hand and was ready to make a move. At this moment, slow down, a voice shouted angrily. Then, a chubby middle-aged man was seen, scampering and flying. The person who came was none other than Yao Tongxiang. Yao Tongxiang had just arrived at the entrance of the store, and he was excited beyond belief when he saw Chen Yang. Yesterday, Chen Yang had saved him, and he hadn't had time to thank him yet. Now that he saw Chen Yang once again, he naturally wanted to treat him well. Moreover, he was going to introduce Chen Yang to a big client. However, he did not expect that the manager he had hired would dare to insult Chen Yang in such a way. Yao Tongxiang roared and directly rushed over. He raised his heavy palm and slapped it directly on Peng Daji's face. There was a loud bang. Peng Daji croaked and fell to the ground. Mr. Yao. Peng Daji crawled up, and when he saw that it was his boss, he was shocked beyond belief. He hurriedly knelt there and said towards Yao Tongxiang, boss, you came, what are you, hitting me for? Beating you for what? Is this how you treat your guests? Yao Tongxiang kicked Peng Daji's neck again. Peng Daji hurriedly said, boss, you listen to me. This kid is just a delivery boy. He came to our store. He definitely can't afford to buy herbs. I'm just gatekeeping. Slap. Yao Tongxiang was another slap. He was trembling with anger. Good eye you. So that's how you treat your guests on weekdays. That's how you treat your customers. That's how you look down on people with your dog's eyes. No. Peng Daji hurriedly waved his hands and continued to explain. Boss, I was wrong. In fact, it was Duke Yang who asked me to deal with this delivery man. Boss, think about it. Mr. Yang is our pharmacy's big customer. He has to buy tens of thousands of dollars of medicinal herbs and healthcare medicines from our store every month. So, in order to maintain my big customer, I just slap. Yao Tongxiang slapped again, smacked on Peng Daji's face. Which one is Mr. Yang? Call me out. At this moment, Yang Long stood in front of the store. Originally, he was still happy beyond measure. Seeing Chen Yang being teased by Peng Daji, he was overjoyed in his heart. But now, seeing Yao Tongxiang arrive and punish Peng Daji like this, Yang Long was depressed in his heart. Yang Long walked out. He laughed and spoke towards Yao Tongxiang. Uncle Yao, hello, it's me. My dad's name is Yang Weitian. You guys even drank together before. Yao Tongxiang narrowed his eyes and looked towards Yang Long. Yang Long continued to smile and said, you don't have to be angry, Uncle Yao, but it was just stopping a delivery guy from messing up. Manager Peng is not just not guilty, he also got credit. As you can see, he, Chen Yang, is just a lowly delivery man. This kind of person is not worthy of entering a noble herbal store like you, Uncle Yao. If he comes, he will only be a thief. Yao Tongxiang was even angrier when he heard this. Chen Yang, yesterday, had saved his life. Moreover, although Chen Yang was a delivery man, but after he saved his life yesterday, He even directly rejected his 9-digit reward money. Such a decent young man was seen as a lowly person. Yang Long carried his hands proudly. He turned his head, looked at Chen Yang, smiled and said, Chen Yang, I hope you can always remember your own identity. You are just a bottom-layer errand boy. Your wife is just an ugly that no one wants. You, now have nothing. So don't fantasize that you are on equal footing with people like us. I advise you, keep your tail between your legs. It's good to be alive. Why do you have to think too much? Yang Long said, smiled smugly and turned around to enter the pharmacy. Splat! Yao Tongchang suddenly slapped, directly on Yang Long's face. He coldly scolded. You, what kind of thing? From today onwards, all of the medicinal herb store markets under my banner will no longer allow you to enter. You and your family, all of you, get out of the way. Yang Long covered his face and looked at Yao Tongchang incredulously. Yao Tongchang, you even hit me? You even offended our Yang family for a lowly delivery man. You. Chapter 24, Supreme Member. Yang Long was incomparably angry. He didn't expect that Yao Tongchang would really dare to hit himself. He had to know that although Yao Tongchang was the king of herbs in Qingzhou city, but, in terms of overall economic strength, he, Yao Tongchang, was still weaker than his own Yang family. Yao Tongchang smiled coldly as he waved his hand towards the security guards. What are you all still standing there for? Take this bastard and drive him out. Yes. The security guard directly grabbed Yang Long's arm and drove out towards the outside. Pang Daji on the ground, completely froze. He didn't expect that the boss had offended even the young master of the Yang family for Chen Yang. At this moment, Yao Tongxiang hurriedly said towards Chen Yang very politely, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry just now. Now, I will listen to you on what you say to do with this manager. Whether you want to remove him directly from his position or throw him into the bureau, you just give the word. When Pang Daji heard these words, his legs went soft in fear. He hurriedly banged his head on the ground and grabbed Chen Yang's feet with both hands. Mr. Chen, Master Chen, please, beg you to spare me. I really listened to that asshole Yang Long. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Please don't expel me, let alone send me an ah. Pang Daji's head kept knocking on the ground. Chen Yang's expression became impatient as he waved his hand and said, whatever, I'm here to buy herbs. Chen Yang didn't bother to look at Pang Daji on the ground and directly went inside the store. At this moment, Yao Tongxiang was stunned. He had thought that Chen Yang would take the opportunity to properly punish Pang Daji. However, he did not expect that Chen Yang would not pay any attention to it at all. It was as if Pang Daji was nothing more than a hot chicken, a mole. This Chen Yang, even though he's a delivery man, his broad-mindedness is really broad. Yao Tongchang stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder in his mind. Yesterday, he was blandly unmoved in the face of $100 million of reward, and now he's facing an enemy, but he's too lazy to pay any attention to it. This son, unusual then. Yao Tongchang lowered his head, looked at Pang Daji in disgust, and said in a cold voice, I hope you can take this as a warning. In the future, go to the storehouse to retire. Yao Tongxiang walked into the store. He thought for a moment, immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Immediately, Yao Tongxiang curtly said towards the other party, hello, Brother Zhou, this is Xiao Yao. Today I'm calling you to tell you that I've encountered a godly doctor. I assure you, he's definitely a godly doctor. Yesterday it was him who saved my life. He only used his eyes to know that I was poisoned. Well, then I respectfully wait for Zhou Lao. Putting down his cell phone, Yao Tongxiang had a smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Yang had stopped in front of the fresh saffron dew. He was slightly excited. Finally, the herbs for his wife to treat her burns had been collected. The safflower dew needed more than $7,000. Chen Yang was about to swipe his card to pay. The waitress had already packed the herbs respectfully. She bowed towards Chen Yang and said, Sir, from now on, you are the supreme member of our store. You can take whatever you want of the herbs here. Oh, Chen Yang frowned. At this time, Yao Tongchang who was next to him immediately came over with a ha. He pulled Chen Yang's arm and said, Brother Chen, you must not refuse. You saved my life. Even if I send you this store, it's still something I should do. Chen Yang nodded his head and said, okay, then we are clear. I'm going back. Slowly. Yao Tongchang immediately pulled Chen Yang towards the room inside. He smiled and said, Brother Chen, today there is a particularly good opportunity. An opportunity that can make you a step closer to heaven. Please also grasp it. Ha! Chen Yang helplessly shook his head. This Yao Tongchang was really self-serving enough. The so-called one-step to heaven opportunity. How would he, a heavenly exalted healer saint, care about it? Chen Yang said towards Yao Tongchang, Mr. Yao, with all due respect, I really don't want your so-called opportunity. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Brother Chen Yang, Yao Tongxiang hurriedly pulled Chen Yang's arm. Just think of it as for my sake, so that I can have a chance to flatter Elder Zhou. Okay, Elder Zhou? Chen Yang was strange. Yao Tongxiang hurriedly explained. Yes, it's Zhou Xinyan Zhoulao. I'm sure you've heard of him. It can be said that he's the number one person in our Qingzhou. No matter if it's white or black, he's the number one person. Don't know him. Chen Yang shook his head. He indeed didn't recognize any Zhou Xinan. Yao Tongxiang was speechless for a while, but then, he also reacted. After all, Chen Yang was just a deliveryman. Although he was bound to hit a promising future in the future, the current Chen Yang was not yet able to reach that level of Zhou Xinan. Yao Tongxiang immediately smiled and said, Zhou Xinan Zhou. He is from the Jinling Zhou family. He came to our Qingzhou. He just came to Platinum, responsible for our Qingzhou's economic development. He is an economic advisor. This position can be said to be the number one person in Qingzhou. At the same time, he has the Zhou family as a backer, the evil forces in the entire Qingzhou city. There is no one who dares to mess with him. Chen Yang was too lazy to listen to all of this. He just waved his hand and said, Alright, so you're looking for me to treat this old man? Yao Tongxiang heard the 3 words of this old man and shivered in fear. He hurriedly reminded, Mr. Chen, be careful with your words. After all, Zhou is a big shot. It's not a good idea to neglect him. He is indeed physically unwell. He has sought help from many people before, seen many doctors, and even invited many Taoist monks and witches and mages, but none of them were useful. He had found me last week, hoping that I could recommend some reliable Chinese medicine practitioners or sell him some better herbs. I recommended a few master herbalists, but none of them were of much use. Didn't this coincidentally run into you? Your medical skills surprised me, and it was only because of your help that I was able to retrieve this life, so that I didn't get murdered by that fortune. So, this time, I also ask Mr. Chen to help me again. In return, I will definitely do my best, and in the future, whenever you have a need, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it. Chen Yang thought for a moment, nodded and said, then wait for him to come. I'll take a look at the situation. It didn't take long. Footsteps sounded outside. A man around 50 years old, with a slate hair and wearing a casual suit, with 3 bodyguards, walked in. Yao Tongxiang immediately bowed his waist and went forward to greet him. You're here, Brother Zhou. Hello there, this is the divine doctor I was talking about. Mr. Chen Yang Chen. Zhou Xinyan nodded slightly. He looked Chen Yang up and down, then slightly arched his hand. Mr. Chen, trouble for you. Chen Yang hummed. Zhou Xinan sat down beside Chen Yang and said, to tell you the truth, Mr. Chen, over the past 4 months, my body has been deteriorating. I have no appetite. I am often acidic and vomit from time to time, to the point where I sometimes even vomit out bile. I also feel exhausted and want to sleep all the time, but after checking the liver and kidney functions, everything is normal again. This is really too strange. Chen Yang swept a glance at Zhou Xinan's face and then looked at Zhou Xinan's stomach. Chen Yang faintly said, there is nothing strange. Ha, is it hard to believe that you have already seen the cause of my illness? Zhou Xinian frowned. Chen Yang nodded and said, you're pregnant. That's why you're showing those symptoms. Bold. Zhou Xinan's face turned blue with anger and he slapped his palm on the table. The 3 bodyguards behind Zhou Xinan also instantly filled with murderous intent as their anger swept over Chen Yang. Yao Tongxiang, who was next to him, was even so scared that his legs went soft, and with a plop, he sat on his butt on the ground. Chapter 25, The Eyes of the King's Landing. How could Yao Tongxiang not expect that Chen Yang would dare to insult Zhou Xinian as soon as he opened his mouth? That was Elder Zhou. In the entire city of Qingzhou, no matter black or white, they all flattered the big man. However, when it came to Chen Yang, he even said he was pregnant right out of the gate. He's a big man. Why is he pregnant? Is there anything more insulting than this? Yao Tongxiang felt the sky buzzing. He had introduced Chen Yang, and as a result, now Chen Yang had directly spoken out to insult Zhou Xinan, which meant that Elder Zhou would put the score on his own head. Zhou Xinan stared at Chen Yang angrily. The 3 bodyguards behind her had even taken out their weapons and surrounded Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned. His expression remained calm as he spoke. I'm just telling the truth. Since you don't believe me, so be it. I don't have to cure you either. Zhou Xinan's face turned blue with anger. He looked at Chen Yang angrily. It had been more than 30 years since anyone had dared to talk to him like this. No one had dared to joke with him like this. This young man, is he looking for death? Zhou Xinan snorted coldly. How dare you? I'm a man in a man's body and you dare to say that I'm pregnant? Who instructed you to insult me like this? Chen Yang shook his head. I don't know you, so how could I deliberately insult you? I'm just telling the truth. Besides, whether you are pregnant or not, you'll know if you go to the hospital for a checkup. Now that the uterus in your body has grown, the fetus is in the body. The CT machine in the hospital will tell you the result. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Zhou Sinan waved his hand. Take it down. Break his legs for me. Slap his mouth for 50. Yes. The three bodyguards had already been unable to hold back and directly surrounded towards Chunyang. Zhou Sinan had also gone out of his mind with rage. It was true that he did not easily rage on weekdays. However, when he became furious, it also meant that someone had to pay a painful price. Zhou Sinan snorted coldly and stood up. He coldly swept his eyes at Yao Tongxiang on the ground as if he was looking at a piece of trash. Yao Tongxiang saw this look from Zhou Xin and completely despaired. He shouldn't have forced Chen Yang to come to see Elder Zhou. The three bodyguards surrounded towards Chun Yang, their eyes showing ferocity. One of them, grasping an iron rod, instantly smashed it towards Chun Yang's right leg. Chen Yang frowned. Suddenly, he raised his leg. Bang bang bang. Three loud bangs rang out almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the three bodyguards flew out at the same time and landed on the ground, screaming miserably. Their arms were simultaneously broken by Chen Yang's kick. Zhou Sinan had wanted to leave. Seeing this scene, he violently stopped in his tracks, turned his head incredulously and looked at Chen Yang in horror. At this moment, Zhou Sinan suddenly realized that he had been gullible. He had only brought three bodyguards here. As for Chen Yang, he had insulted himself as soon as he opened his mouth, and now he had injured his three bodyguards. Could it be that Chen Yang was sent by his opponent? Could it be that Yao Tongchang had called himself to see the doctor and was actually trying to assassinate himself? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Sinan trembled in fear. He swallowed his saliva and immediately said in horror, "What do you want? Are you sent by the Dong family? Are you going to kill me?" Ha! Chen Yang shook his head disdainfully. He didn't look at Zhou Xinyan again. Instead, he carried the saffron dew and left the herb store in large strides. The entire back of the house was silent. Zhou Sinan looked at Chen Yang's disdainful eyes and suddenly felt a surge of insignificance. He was astonished, not knowing why Chen Yang, who was just a small person in the district, would have those arrogant, cold, kingly eyes. Liang Long. Yao Tongchang climbed up and hurriedly cried and begged for forgiveness. Elder Zhou, you must rest your anger. I really didn't expect that Chen Yang would be such a bastard. Not only did he insult you with his words, he also injured your bodyguard. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so abrupt and called you in for him to treat you. I will definitely find Chen Yang and will definitely teach him a lesson. Elder Zhou, you really rest your anger. Zhou Sinan came back to his senses. His back was covered in cold sweat. He let out an exasperated cold snort, kicked Yao Tongxiang to the side, and hurriedly left quickly with his bodyguards. He was also considered to have survived the robbery and was not in the mood to settle scores with Yao Tongxiang. Yao Tongchang sat dumbfounded in the backyard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt like a joke. Originally, he had thought that he could use Chen Yang to get on Elder Shang's good side, but as a result, he had completely offended this big Buddha. Hey, in the future, in Qingzhou City, he would not be able to mix with him anymore. Yao Tongchang picked up his cell phone, crying, and dialed his daughter's phone. Duo, you pack up. We may have to move. Yao Tongchang sighed and said sorrowfully. Yao Danduo on the other side froze and said strangely, why, Dad? What's gotten into you? I'm telling you, Dad, I've already found that delivery man Chen Yang's phone number and information. Let's go thank him. Thank him? I thank his 8 generations of ancestors. I was almost killed by him. Forget it, don't go to him. I've already given him the Pharmacy Supreme card. It's considered repayment. Forget the rest. I don't want to see that guy even more. Yao Tongchang said and hung up the phone with a huff. Chen Yang rode his electric bike and returned to Liu Ran's home in the city center village. Soon after, Vermilion Bird also sent a message. The medicinal herbs had all been collected. Chen Yang brought all the herbs and entered Liu Ran's home and immediately started making it. In the afternoon, Liu Ran dragged her tired body and returned to the courtyard. Today, she went to the labor market and talent market. Even though she was a university graduate, there were no units that hired her. This time, even the construction site rejected Liu Ran because Liu Ran's looks were just too scary. Liu Ran stood in despair at the door of her own family's small yard. This place was a dirty and messy urban village. Not far away was the stinking gutter, piles of garbage, stinking sewers, and electric cars parked everywhere. Everything makes this place look particularly shabby and dirty. Liu Ran leaned at the gate, suddenly sad. Tears could not help but fall. She thought, once in college, she was also youthful, sunny and smiling, also full of hope for life, also participated in the association, has done the student council director, when the class president, received a scholarship, but also had won the Harvard guaranteed qualification, a year in advance to get the Huawei employment offer. However, all the good, with the roommate that bottle of hot water, and dissipated. He has completely turned himself into an ugly monster. All the beauty, Up in smoke. Why? Life is so hard. Liu Ran wiped the corners of her eyes. Nowadays, it's just a matter of not being able to apply for the takeaway in courier. Why even the construction site doesn't want me? At this time, in the courtyard, came a low, hoarse humming sound. The first time I said I loved you. Breathing sadly, heart kept trembling. The first time I took your hands, lost my direction and didn't know where to go. That was the reason for loving each other together. Although it was hard to hear, however, it was sung lightly and cheerfully, with joy. Hearing the singing voice of Chun Yang, Liu Ran fiercely felt that perhaps everything was not too bad. At least, there was a home now. Liu Ran wiped her tears, gathered her mood, then pushed open the door and walked in. Chun Yang saw Liu Ran and smiled brightly. Wife, back? Just in time. Go take a shower first. Next, I'm going to treat you. Chapter 26, Moving Together. Liu Ran lowered her head. With a few moments of inferiority complex, she said towards Chen Yang, Chen Yang, are you very mindful of my looks in your heart? If so, then we can get a divorce. In fact, I know that you married me just to repay the favor you did when you were a child. My face is completely ruined. I don't even want to look at it much myself. So how could you? Wife. Chen Yang walked over, reached out and hugged Liu Ran. The hug was very tight. Chun Yang took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry Liu Ran. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for showing up so late. I'm sorry for letting you suffer so much torture and pain. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to keep spoiling you like a princess, and that I haven't been able to let you sleep peacefully through every night and enjoy every day. I'm here now. I'll heal your scars. I'll make you normal again. I love you and it has nothing to do with your looks. I love your kind heart, the warmth of your blood, the temperature of your hugging me on a snowy day. Even if I can't cure your face, I still love you to the bone and love you to the soul. Of course, I can cure you. I bought a medical book at a stall before, which recorded a method to cure burns. Today, let's give it a try, just in case you really recover. Liu Ran heard Chen Yang's murmured language and fell into tears. She hugged Chen Yang as well. I know Chen Yang. I understand. We are two pitiful people keeping each other warm in this darkness. I won't abandon you. Unless you really get better one day, become powerful and radiant, then I will let go and let you pursue happiness. As long as you're in the dark, I'll take care of you. I'll pity you. I'll love you. Like that snowy night 20 years ago, I will not let go of your hand. Even if you were deep in turbulence, even if you sucked my blood, even if you were cold as ice, I would warm you with all my might. Chen Yang's nose soured when he heard this. At the same time, a wave of joy filled his chest. At this moment, he felt like he was the happiest man in the whole world, the happiest man. Chen Yang hugged Liu Ran up and said loudly, okay wife, I understand. Now, you go ahead and take a bath. I am really happy. Liu Ran looked at Chen Yang's silly appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Soon, Liu Ran was in the dilapidated bathroom and finished cleaning. Although, she did not believe that Chen Yang could cure her face at all. She did not hold any hope at all. However, for the sake of Chen Yang, she was willing to cooperate. After cleaning, Liu Ran walked out. At this time, her cell phone rang. Picking up her phone and looking at it, Liu Ran's expression revealed a few moments of panic and inferiority. She took a few deep breaths before she slowly raised her cell phone. Chen Yang frowned when he saw this action of Liu Ran. He reached Liu Ran's side and looked at her cell phone. The screen displayed Grandma. Chen Yang wondered why Liu Ran did not dare to answer her grandmother's call. Liu Ran pressed the answer button, struggled to control the trembling fear tone, and said, Grandma, hello. Good, what good? I'm going to be pissed off and humiliated by you. You ungrateful ugly bastard. I heard from Liu Xian that you even got a license with that useless thing Chen Yang? Old Mrs. Liu, who was on the opposite side, burst out in anger. Liu Ran bit her lip and said, yes, Grandma, I still want to report to you. Report a fart. You can really, forget it, you are ugly and can't see people anyway. Marrying that useless thing is also considered an ugly monster with a king. A match made in heaven. This way, tomorrow you come to the ancestral home, together with your cousin. We'll set up a banquet. Old Mrs. Liu commanded. When Liu Ran heard this, she was even more inferior. She hurriedly said, Grandma, Chen Yang and I won't go. It's not possible to not come. Even though you're ugly, you're still a member of the Liu family. You don't even have a banquet for your wedding. Are you letting our Liu family be laughed at? In addition, tell that useless thing Chen Yang, tomorrow let him dress better. In addition to preparing a better gift as a bride price. Got it? Don't lose face when the time comes. Liu Ran immediately said, Grandma, we really aren't going. Chen Yang, at this time, snatched the cell phone over and said into it, Grandma, we will definitely be on time tomorrow. This Grandma, Chen Yang was quite skillful in calling her. After all, when he and Liu Xian got married before, they also had to call Grandma. When old Mrs. Liu heard Chen Yang's words, she immediately snorted angrily. Humph, you're the one with the thickest skin. Prepare a better bride price tomorrow. Don't disgrace our Liu family at the banquet. Useless thing. The cell phone on the other side hung up. Chen Yang handed the phone to Liu Ran. Liu Ran sighed as she said towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang, our family really can't find any valuable items for the time being. Besides, for tomorrow's banquet, Yang Long will definitely send Liu Xin very flashy items. For us to go over there would be a disgrace. I don't want you to be ridiculed by others. So let's not go tomorrow. No, must go. Leave the gift thing to me. Chen Yang gave a comforting smile towards Liu Ran. I said, from the time we get married, I won't let you suffer anymore. Alright wife. Next, start the official treatment. Chen Yang said, taking an acupuncture bag from the side. There was also a scalpel. Liu Ran was startled when she saw the scalpel. She had originally thought that it was just to apply some medication, but she didn't expect that it was going to involve a knife. Chen Yang, can this work? You haven't studied medicine. You just read a prescription from a stall. You have to use a knife. Isn't it too dangerous? Liu Ran said hesitantly. Chen Yang smiled. He pinched Liu Ran's cheek. Don't worry, it's not complicated. It just needs to break open the previous burn and squeeze out the tissue fluid in it. It'll be fine soon. Liu Ran was worried beyond measure, but in the end, she obediently closed her eyes and lay on the sofa. Chen Yang took out acupuncture. First, he quickly stabbed into Liu Ran's 4 divine song points on the top of her head. After the needles were placed, Liu Ran's breathing became smooth and she quickly fell asleep. Chen Yang's expression became serious. This, of course, was not a minor surgery. To make a scalded face recover as before. In the entire world, only he, the heavenly sacred doctor, could do it. Even his master could not do this. Chen Yang picked up the scalpel and skillfully and steadily cut through the upper layer of epidermis as he quickly cleaned the already fibrous scalded tissue. 20 minutes later, all the scalded parts were cleaned up. Chen Yang gently but skillfully spread the prepared scald cream on Liu Ran's face. Subsequently, using gauze, he wrapped Liu Ran's entire face completely. 12 hours later, the skin would be reborn once again. Chen Yang looked at the sleeping Liu Ran. A gentle smile appeared on his face. After thinking about it, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and made a call to Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird, help me collect an expensive gift. Tomorrow I'm going to the Liu family to give a gift. Chapter 27, Ancient Paintings. Vermilion Bird was the only woman among the 4 guardians. Chen Yang could only leave these things to Vermilion Bird. After all, she was much more delicate in her mind. Vermilion Bird listened to Chen Yang's instructions, thought for a moment, and said, Heavenly Father, for tomorrow's occasion, the gift giving should still be small in portion, suitable to hold in your hand, and then the value should be as high as possible. In short, it should be low-key and luxurious with face. I thought about it. Sending an ancient painting would be just right. Ancient painting? Chen Yang frowned. Where to get it in this rush? Vermilion Bird immediately smiled and said, Heavenly Father, don't worry. It just so happens that recently in Qingzhou city's antique city, all of them are crowding around the Song Dynasty He Peng's pair of exit drawings. I can get them. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang put his heart down. Well, He Peng's paintings, although the brush strokes are average, but they are better in terms of openness and atmosphere, and the scene realism is meticulous, so sending his paintings is just the right thing to do. Moreover, his picture of the exit pass, there is also Huizon's seal, the value should be around $1.5 million. A gift can also be taken. Vermilion Bird laughed from across the room. Heavenly Father, you are truly proficient in all aspects of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I just mentioned He Peng as a person, and you were able to depict his paintings in great detail. It's really admirable. No wonder your master always said that at 120 years of age, he has lived to a dog's age and is not as good as your 10 years of learning. Chen Yang didn't bother to respond and spoke. Go and do it as soon as possible. Putting down the cell phone, Chen Yang raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes revealed a few feelings. His talent was indeed very good. But, apart from his talent, the reason why he was able to achieve what he did now had to do with the fact that he had met a famous teacher. And of course, it also had more to do with the hatred and anticipation that he had buried in the bottom of his heart. At a young age, he had already had his family broken up, been hunted down, and jumped into the river to survive. Having experienced the trials and tribulations of life and death on several occasions, it made Chen Yang's mind as firm as a rock from a very young age. Later, after being saved by Liu Ran, he escaped the city of Qingzhou and was lucky enough to meet his master, Elder Nameless. Elder Nameless taught him everything. As for Chen Yang, from the day he began to worship his master, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Sword sharpness comes from sharpening. Plum blossom fragrance comes from bitter cold. Chen Yang had always understood this truth. It was his unceasing efforts that made it possible for him to now be proficient in medicine and martial arts, as well as zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and fortune-telling techniques. Phew! Chen Yang turned around and returned to his room. Looking at the still sleeping Liu Ran, Chen Yang's eyebrows and feet revealed a smile and kindness. It was only by Liu Ran's side that Chen Yang would temporarily forget about the family hatred and the death of his parents. Tomorrow, after you wake up, all life will return to the best of times. You will have your injuries healed and your appearance restored, and I will bring you back to happiness. Chen Yang that he dared to join forces with Yao Tongxiang, the medicinal herb merchant, and beat me up. Yang Long stood in the house, cursing angrily. Next to her, Liu Xin, seeing the slap marks on Yang Long's face, was furious. She gritted her teeth and pulled Yang Long's arm. Go! Find those two ES and go! That punk Shen Yang, how dare he hit you? If I don't weed his hair today, I won't be surnamed Liu. Liu Xin pulled Yang Long outside. Yang Long shook off Liu Xin as he said in a cold voice, no need. If you take me to him, the one who is disgraced isn't still me. I'm going to kill him myself. In this realm of Qingzhou city, if I, Yang Long, want to mess with a delivery man of his, can't I do it yet? Liu Xin heard this and reacted. She immediately nodded her head and smiled. Right, Brother Long, you are the heir of the Yang family. Casually find a few brothers and make a few small sums of money. You can break that punk's legs. Yang Long nodded his head, gritted his teeth and said, what made me angry today is Yao Tongxiang, that man. He even beat me up for that waste of Chen Yang. The point is, I was planning to go to his place and pick a good medicinal herb as a gift to the old lady for tomorrow's banquet, and now that I didn't buy it, I am even more stifled. When Liu Xin heard this, she immediately went forward and hugged Yang Long's arm and said, Brother Long, you're so nice, to make me look good and get beaten up. I'm heartbroken for you. Yang Long touched Liu Xin's face and said, don't say these words. Tomorrow's banquet, whatever I say I will ruthlessly step on Chen Yang. Liu Xin smiled cheekily and said, Brother Long, think about it, you've already married me, and you've still put a hat on that punk Chen Yang. Aren't you already stepping on his face? Yang Long was in a better mood. Liu Xin continued, besides, look at me now, I'm as beautiful as a flower. Whereas what about that punk Chen Yang's wife? She's ugly and scarier than an alien. When the banquet is bright tomorrow, everyone will naturally know that you're even better. Ha 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 ha. Yang Long was in a better mood as he nodded his head and said, Right. Wife, you are so right. Not only did I pry that punk's wife over, the key is, my wife is so much better than that ugly daughter-in-law of his. Ha 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 ha. Tomorrow's banquet, invite more people, so that everyone knows what kind of daughter-in-law that punk Chen Yang found. Ha 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 ha. Liu Xin nodded her head. Yang Long smiled triumphantly. He thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'll go buy a gift now. I heard that recently in the antique market, there is a pair of ancient paintings that are very famous. It seems to be the Song Dynasty painter He Peng's exit painting. It's worth more than $1 million. I'll go and buy it, and I'm sure to be able to amaze the whole banquet tomorrow. Liu Xin's eyes instantly lit up when she heard more than $1 million. She hurriedly wrapped her arms towards Yang Long's neck. Her whole body was putty on Yang Long. She couldn't wait to repay Yang Long immediately. Yang Long smiled triumphantly. He turned around and went out to buy a painting. Antique market. Next to the market was the largest private sanatorium in Qingzhou city. The equipment here was advanced and the medical staff was highly skilled. Of course, the prices here were very expensive. In short, this medical structure is not for ordinary people, and Zhou Xinan was one of the funders of this medical organization. He brought 3 bodyguards who had their arms broken here to be bandaged. Only then did Zhou Xinan put his heart down. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart still palpitating. He would still be secretly shocked when he thought about the moment Chen Yang had struck. If Chen Yang was sent by his opponent, then he was really screwed. These 3 bodyguards that he had hired at great expense were all losers, having their arms broken in a single blow. It seems that these so-called mercenary masters are still not good enough. It was still necessary to transfer experts from the family, to protect oneself. Zhou Xinan walked back and forth a few times in the medical building. He frowned tightly. His mind kept recalling Chen Yang's words and actions from earlier. That delivery man. Why did he have to insult me and say that I'm pregnant? He insulted me but didn't kill me. Why on earth? There's also Yao Tongxiang. He and I have no grudges. We were even on good terms before, and had a request for me. So why did he have to find a young man and specifically come to humiliate me? Wasn't he afraid of my retaliation? None of this makes sense. Unless that young man is telling the truth. Could it be that I'm really pregnant? Thinking of this, Zhou Xinan's old face changed color violently. He gritted his teeth, then walked towards the gynecological ward of the medical institution. Chapter 28, No Longer an Ugly Bitch. Zhou Xinan entered the gynecology ward. The head doctor in the ward, seeing Zhou Xinan, froze, then scrambled to get up. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? Li Haimei hurriedly accompanied with a smile and asked. Zhou Xinan turned his head to look around, then closed the door to the hospital room. He hesitated slightly, then said towards Li Haimei, Dr. Li, you help me see if I'm pregnant? Cough cough. Li Haimei was startled and coughed violently. She looked at Zhou Xinan incredulously. This man in front of her, that was Zhou Xinan, the #1 person in Qingzhou city, the counselor governor in charge of the economy, the spokesperson of the Zhou family, the superstar that the Qingzhou Road dares not mess with. Such a noble status of the mysterious mighty. Now even want to check whether they are pregnant? Is he going to be a dim king? Zhou Xinan impatiently waved his hand. Anyway, check me. Don't allow it to go out to the public. Yes. Li Haimei hurriedly agreed, shaking her head helplessly in her heart. Could it be that all of these super bosses had some sort of mental illness? Soon, Li Haimei opened the ultrasound machine, pretending to take a picture on Zhou Xinan's stomach. She was about to say that there was nothing. Suddenly, Li Haimei's hand trembled. She stared violently at the ultrasound screen, her arms trembling. What's wrong? Zhou Xinan immediately asked. Li Haimei looked at the screen and trembled as she whispered, Mr. Zhou, your abdomen. It seems like it did, indeed evolve at a uterus. And moreover, within the uterus there is a fetus. A very strange fetus. What? Zhou Xinan sat up violently. He stared at the screen incredulously. Li Haimei continued trembling. This is too incredible. A part of your liver has turned into a uterus. And the most terrifying thing is that the fetus in your stomach is simply not a fetus at all. It's more like a kind of monster. Then, can you treat it? Zhou Xinan immediately asked. Can you make an operation and take it out? I'm afraid I can't. Li Haimei looked nervous. I need more directors to come to the consultation. I need them to give the results together. Okay, I'll go invite them. Soon, Zhou Xinan invited surgical experts, liver disease experts, obstetrics experts, and so on. 7 or 8 big directors came together and carefully did all sorts of tests on Zhou Xinan. In the end, Li Haimei towards Zhou Xinan said, Zhou Total, we have analyzed you. This situation is really too special. We all think this is not like a general disease, rather like in the compulsion. In short, we recommend that you now look for a well-known master to see. If really cannot, then surgery. However, the surgery is very difficult. Almost 9 deaths in 1 life. After hearing this, Zhou Xinyan's entire body sat down on the stool at once. At this time, it was already late at night. At this time, Zhou Xinan once again recalling Chen Yang's previous look and language actions. He finally realized, from the beginning to the end, Chen Yang had not intentionally humiliated himself. Chen Yang had seen his condition at a glance. He had been talking himself sick all along. Unfortunately, it was he who was too proud of himself. Not only did he not listen, but he also assaulted Chen Yang. This was what caused today's consequences. Thinking about this, Zhou Xinan's sleepiness was gone. He immediately got up and said loudly, quickly, prepare a car, immediately go to Yao Tongchang's home, find Yao Tongchang, quickly, Yao Tongchang's villa. Yao Tongchang and Yao Danduo were quickly packing their luggage. Yao Danduo said with a helpless face, Dad, do we really have to leave Qingzhou city? Is there no room for a little turnaround? Yao Tongchang smiled miserably and bitterly. Daughter, if you had seen the scene where Chen Yang cursed Zhou Xinian, and saw the scene where Chen Yang punched away Zhou Xinian's bodyguards, I guarantee that you wouldn't be harboring any illusions. Who is Zhou Xinan? That's the local emperor of our Qingzhou city. Chen Yang has completely and utterly sinned against Zhou Xinan, and I'm the one who introduced Chen Yang. I can't escape the blame. If we don't leave Qingzhou city now, I guarantee that we won't be able to leave even if we want to in a few days. Zhou Xinan wanting to mess with me is as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing this, Yao Danduo could only sigh and quickly pack up. At this time, the doorbell came from outside. Then, Zhou Xinan's voice came in from outside the villa. Mr. Yao, please open the door. I'm Zhou Xinian. Zhou Xinian lowered her stance. Yao Tongchang, who was in the room, heard that Zhou Xinian had actually come to the door, and sat on the floor with a frightened ordinary cry. Yao Danduo, on the other hand, huffed and puffed as she went to open the door, her face on guard as she said, Lord Zhou, there is no need for you to rush all of us to the end of the world. It is true that Chen Yang insulted you, but there is no need for you to feel at ease by letting all of us go to hell. Yao Danduo had completely gone out of her way. When Zhou Xinan heard this, his face turned white and was filled with embarrassment as he hurriedly said, Sorry, little niece. I came to see General Manager Yao today to sincerely apologize to him. The other thing is, I want to ask about Mr. Chen's address and contact information. Please also pardon me. Yao Tongxian looked at Zhou Xinian strangely. Zhou Xinian gave a rundown of what had happened. In the end, he raised his hand, slapped himself, and spoke. Mr. Yao, this matter is indeed my pride. It's me who missed Master Chen. Master Chen saw my condition at a glance and was willing to treat me. Yet, I let someone break his legs. So, I still ask Mr. Yao to give me another chance. I will definitely personally go to find Master Chen and confess my sins at the door. Yao Tongxiang heard this and understood completely. He hurriedly went to inquire about Chen Yang. The news came in at around 4 in the morning. Yao Tongxiang said towards Zhou Xinan, Sir Zhou, I have inquired about it. Today, Mr. Chen will go to the old Liu family mansion for a banquet, together with his wife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinan immediately said, Good, then I will prepare gifts and go to the Liu family's door to thank them. I only pray that Mr. Chen will be willing to save me once again. The morning light was bright. The sunrise carries the first ray of purple chi and spreads over the earth. Inside the dilapidated shantytown mansion, Chen Yang had already gotten up. He stood at the doorway of Liu Ran's room and spoke softly. Liu Ran, are you awake? Ha, I am awake, but my face is wrapped in gauze. Chen Yang, when can I remove these gauze? I can't see anything right now. Liu Ran opened her mouth to inquire. Chen Yang walked into Liu Ran's room. He looked at his wife, who had just woken up from a nap, and a smile appeared on his face. Right now, it can be taken. Liu Ran nodded and said, That's good. If I go to Grandma's house wearing gauze, I guess Grandma will scold me for being a bad luck ugly again. He. Chen Yang smiled. He reached out his hand and gently rested it on Liu Ran's face. Ranner, from today onwards, no one will ever call you ugly again. Saying this, Chen Yang, in a circle, uncovered the gauze bandage on his wife's face. Chapter 29, The First Beauty of Qingzhou. Liu Ran didn't hold much hope. She was just cooperating with Chen Yang to complete this treatment. In Liu Ran's opinion, this was more like Chen Yang's obsession. That was why she agreed to the treatment. With the gauze, it fell to the ground in a circle. A beautiful, stunning and pretty face appeared in front of Chen Yang's eyes. Chen Yang looked at his wife in front of him and suddenly froze. He expected Liu Ran to be prettier. After all, before she was disfigured, she was a famous beauty in Qingzhou, and had even attracted a marriage proposal from the Bai family in Jinling. It was also because Liu Ran had rejected the Bai family's marriage proposal that the Liu family's old man and old lady were completely furious and drove the Liu Ran family out of the family. Chen Yang thought of his wife was once very beautiful, but absolutely never thought that it would be so gorgeous. Goose egg face, willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of Danfeng eyes, playful and delicate. Chen Yang looked and suddenly blushed, although he was a noble heavenly father. Although he was also married to Liu Xian for a year. But, for women, there really was not much contact understanding. Liu Ran looked at Chen Yang in surprise, then she lowered her head in panic, and spoke in a humble manner, Is it scaring you? It's okay Chen Yang, my face burns, no one was able to treat it. It's okay that you can't cure it, don't worry about me. It's just that it's hard for you to put up with this ugly face of mine. No, not, I just kind of didn't expect it. Didn't expect? Didn't expect what? I didn't expect my new wife to be this beautiful. Chen Yang spoke from the bottom of his heart. Liu Ran raised her head in confusion and looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang pointed to the mirror next to him and said, Go take a look in the mirror. Also, right now, your skin has just recovered and is rather delicate. Try not to see the sunlight. It's easy to get a tan. Liu Ran was a bit puzzled. She slowly walked to the makeup mirror. This mirror was already covered in dust. It wasn't that Liu Ran didn't love cleanliness, but she didn't dare to wipe and clean up this mirror. Her disfigurement was like a nightmare that continued to consume her. It made her afraid to face the mirror. Liu Ran slowly stood in front of the mirror, staring blankly at the mirror, that perfect as before face. She was shocked, then rushed forward and wiped the dust clean, incredibly staring into the mirror. The face in the mirror, restored as before, white she like satin, where there was once burned traces? I really recovered? Liu Ran murmured, Unbelievable. Chen Yang walked over, smiled and said, As I said, I once bought a medical book at a stall, and there is a cure for burns on it. Liu Ran suddenly broke down and cried. She turned around, fiercely hugged Chen Yang, and howled with unrestrained sobs. All these years of grievances and blank stares, sadness and low self-esteem, all with the tears surging out. Chen Yang patted Liu Ran's back. At this moment, he could not help but smile happily. He could feel Liu Ran's dependence, feel his wife's gratitude. In the middle of the day, Chen Yang said, All right, don't cry first. Your skin is too delicate right now. No matter if it's tears or sweat, it will cause damage to it. Anyway, protect it well. and in a few days when the skin tissue completely recovers, you'll be able to wash your face and put on makeup normally at that time. I am not putting on makeup. Liu Ran hurriedly waved her hand. Chen Yang laughed and nodded his head. Right, clear water out of hibiscus. Without makeup you are already the most beautiful in town. It's not that exaggerated. Liu Ran smiled shyly. Chen Yang, let's get ready. It's time to go to Grandma's house. Chen Yang nodded his head and said with a smile, good. It's also considered an official marriage proposal. Liu Ran blushed and said, we've all gotten a license. Anyway, with or without a marriage proposal, we're already legally married. However, today I still hope that you can endure a little bit. My grandmother, that person, is not easy to get along with, and always ostracize my family. So in case you are aggrieved, but also ask you to tolerate some for my sake. Chen Yang was a little heartbroken when he heard this. He sighed and took Liu Ran's small hand and said, Liu Ran, there's no need for you to live such a condescending life. Think about it. Before your family was in debt and living a miserable life. At that time, if your grandmother was a bit humane and helped your family, you wouldn't be living such a miserable life. Liu Ran shook her head and said, that matter has already passed. In fact, Grandma did such a desperate thing, also has something to do with me. Before, when the Bai family came to propose marriage, it was my stubbornness and strong refusal that caused the Bai family to spread their anger on the Liu family's head. That's why Grandma expelled our family. Anyway, it's all in the past. The Bai family? Ha! In Chen Yang's throat, he let out a cold laugh. He nodded and said, alright, I will look at your face and not bother with the old woman. Liu Ran laughed out happily. With that, she bounced and went back into the house to rummage around. Finding out a no-trace mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, Liu Ran smiled and said, I'm going to cherish this face of mine. I can't afford any more problems. By the way, Qingzhou, besides not being able to see the sun, not being able to see tears and sweat, are there any other taboos? Chen Yang shook his head. No more. Liu Ran nodded her head vigorously and said, this formula of yours, if we develop it into a cosmetic product in the future, we will definitely be able to make a fortune. Hearing this, Chen Yang did not hold back and burst out laughing. The current Liu Ran was already starting to have thoughts of making money, starting to have hopes and plans for the future. That's so good. Chen Yang likes such a confident and beautiful wife. At this time, Liu Ran's cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was her mother Chao Manhwa calling. Chao Manhwa, Xiao Ran. You and Chen Yang pack up and it's time to come over to the old mansion. I've already arrived. And most of the guests are already here now. Okay mom, we'll go now. Chao Manhwa gave two more explanations and put down her cell phone. As the daughter-in-law of the oldest third family, his daughter, Liu Ran, was also going to be officially betrothed today. So, she was definitely coming. Even though she disliked this mother-in-law and these relatives of the Liu family, she was even a little afraid of these people. However, today is about her daughter's marriage. She must come. Liu family ancestral residence. On the round table in the very center of the hall, old Mrs. Liu was sitting in the center, next to her 5 daughters-in-law and grandchildren, in addition to her daughter and son-in-law and a few other families, also sitting around, a large family, listening to old Mrs. Liu chatting about the former glorious past of the Liu family, were there to pat their asses. At this time, old Mrs. Liu looked down at the time, frowned and said, it's almost 11 o'clock. How come the back kitchen side hasn't even served the cold dishes? Back to old madam. The chef was stuck in traffic on the road and came a little late. Now the servants and the chef, they are all getting it quickly. The nanny next to her, Chui Fin, said with a smile. Old Mrs. Liu nodded. Then she said towards Chao Manhwa, old third daughter-in-law, what are you still sitting around for? You quickly go to the back kitchen to help out. Can't you see that time is tight right now? Don't you know how to help with the dishes? Go! Chapter 30. Working in the kitchen. Chao Manhwa was sitting silently at the table with a naive smile on her face. She would always be the invisible one, the daughter-in-law. She was already used to not being taken seriously. But now, suddenly hearing the old lady's words, Chao Manhwa couldn't help but freeze. Today, it was her daughter's betrothal banquet. How could she say that she was also a mom? Why did she still have to go to the back kitchen to wash dishes? Chao Manhwa stood up expectantly. She had already changed into the most expensive dress, which she had bought 3 years ago during the Chinese New Year, wearing it for the second time today. Wearing this kind of skirt was not suitable for washing dishes either. Chao Manhwa hesitantly said, Mom, this is not suitable for me to go to the back kitchen. Today Liu Ran is engaged to be married, and I'm wearing a floor-dragging dress skirt. The back kitchen floor is full of water. Boom. The old lady's palm, all of a sudden slammed on the table. She frowned and looked at Chao Manhwa. Old third daughter-in-law, my words don't work anymore, do they? Letting you marry into our Liu family back then was already giving you face. You're a woman from an ordinary working family who married here. not only do you not know how to be grateful, but now you're even refusing to let me ask you to wash a dish? You've turned against the heavens. I didn't. Okay, I'll go help. Chow Meihua lowered her head in horror. The other daughters-in-law at the table laughed. This Lao San daughter-in-law, she really thinks of herself as a human being, coming from a small family. She doesn't have any eyesight at all. That dress of hers has long since gone out of fashion. It's ridiculous, wearing a raggedy dress from a few years ago and still thinking she's fashionable. In fact, we shouldn't have let her come today. Doesn't this clearly make our table disharmonious? Seriously, even the nanny beside the old lady looks more noble and dignified than her. Su Weifan, who was sitting on the side, knocked on a melon seed and said with a smile, "That's right, sisters, even though I'm a nanny, I'm a lot worse than you damsels and damsels. However, I am much more elegant than Chow Meihua. In addition, although I am a nanny, my husband is strong and capable, and my daughter studies well, unlike that Chow Meihua, whose husband is a cripple and whose daughter is ugly." The table rose with another round of laughter. Kai Yun, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family, smiled towards Chuifan and said, "I heard that your husband is from the construction site? He's very strong, Zhang. Isn't he great at night?" Su Weifan smiled proudly and said, "Of course, don't look at us. We're over 40 now. We still have to work at least 5 days a week. I guess Chow Meihua's husband can't even work once a month." The crowd laughed. Old Mrs. Liu impatiently waved her hand. "Shut up, a bunch of shameless scratchers. Lao San is my son after all. It's fine for you guys to humiliate him, but don't go too far." The crowd all burst into laughter. Talking about Liu Ran and Chen Yang again, they were all even more ridiculed beyond measure. Kai Yun sneered and said, "This Chen Yang, he really doesn't have any bull skills. All he knows all day long is to stupidly go and deliver takeaways. He doesn't even dare to let out a single fart. That punk is now paired with Liu Ran. What a match made in heaven." Old fourth daughter-in-law immediately said towards Kai Yun, "Sister-in-law, I heard that the husband your daughter is looking for is called Yang Long, the heir of the Yang family?" Kai Yun was so pleased with herself that her volume was raised a few points. She coughed and said, "Yang Long is our family son-in-law. Don't look at the Yang family in Qingzhou city, it's only a second-rate family. But in reality, the Yang family's original family is a well-known superfamily in China. It's very powerful." When the crowd heard this, they all patted Kai Yun's ass. Kai Yun sighed long and hard. All of this is thanks to that punk Shen Yang being willing to let go. It seems that he is indeed useless, and he even shushed my daughter. Typically a licking dog, but he also has an advantage. That is, he never touched my daughter, and when the divorce came, he was very sad, but he also agreed to it very simply. At this time, a yellow electric car came in the distance. Kai Yun laughed, pointing there and said, "Look, that punk is here. It's really humiliating, such an important party for our Liu family. He even still rode a takeaway electric car to come. Even if he doesn't have a car, doesn't he know to rent a car and drive it to put on a facade?" The relatives at the table all laughed out loud. At this time, Chen Yang and Liu Ran entered the banquet hall together. Liu Ran was wearing big sunglasses and a scarlet veil, afraid that her skin would be illuminated by the sun. A baseball cap was brought on her head to cover her forehead. Chen Yang pulled Liu Ran's hand. The two of them smiled at each other and walked in towards the banquet hall. At this time, most of the guests had already arrived. Chen Yang and Liu Ran looked around, then walked straight towards old Mrs. Liu's table. Liu Ran walked to the table and first called out to old Mrs. Liu as grandma before addressing the others. Chen Yang stood to the side. He was too lazy to act. It was only because of Liu Ran's face that he had come here. Otherwise, these so-called Liu family members, he could crush them with just a hair. Liu Ran asked strangely, why isn't my mom here? Where did she go?" "She's busy in the back kitchen. It's just as well that you're here, so go help too." Chui Fin, the nanny beside old Mrs. Liu, spoke up. The crowd at the table laughed. Liu Ran heard this and frowned. Right now, several aunts and uncles were sitting at the table chatting. Even the nanny hired by the family was there kowtowing to melons. But, it was even the mother's turn to help out in the back kitchen? What makes you think you can bully people like that? Moreover, now this nanny even directly commanded herself to go and work in the kitchen? Liu Ran clenched her fists, anger in her heart. Chuifan spat out a mouthful of melon rind and looked at Liu Ran strangely. "What are you still standing for? Could it be that you can't bear to watch your mom washing dishes alone in the kitchen? Moreover, it's already past 11 o'clock. It'll be time to serve the meal soon. If you don't go, you'll miss the time." Liu Ran exasperatedly snorted coldly as she turned towards the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Chow Meihua was wearing a gown and washing dishes there. The gown was already wet from the standing water on the kitchen floor. The chef next to her was still there, constantly urging Chow Meihua to hurry up. "Mom!" Liu Ran bit her lip in anger. She walked over and pulled Chow Meihua by the hand. "Mom, Who let you do all this? Go out with me. You, how can you be bullied like this? Liu Ran was so distressed that she almost shed tears. Then thinking that her face could not be stained with tears yet, she hurriedly held back. Chao Meihua shook her head. Your grandmother asked me to come and help. I'm too busy right now, so I won't go to the front. Mom! Liu Ran pulled Chao Meihua's hand. She took a deep breath and said, Mom, in the future, never be bullied like this again. Let's go to the front hall. If grandma has to ask you to do this, then I would rather never return to the Liu family again. Just at this time, Nanny Chuifan walked over. When she heard Liu Ran's words, she puffed and laughed disdainfully. Chuifan clasped her hands on her chest and said with a cold smile, Ugly monster, you really think you're welcome in this home? Hurry up and get to work. Both of you mothers need to help. Old ox, these two will be helping out in the back kitchen today. You quickly assign them some tasks. If they can't finish, I'll go to the old lady and tell her off, and make them eat rancid food today. Chapter 31 Disappointment. When Liu Ran heard these words, she was furious with a burst of pain in her chest. Inside this home, even the nanny was able to bully her mom and herself. Liu Ran pulled Chao Meihua's arm and said, Mom, let's go back. Since we are not welcome here, let's leave. Chuifan heard Liu Ran say this and sneered. She walked over and grabbed Liu Ran's hair. Little, you really think of yourself as a person. Let you do some housework. Is it so difficult? In that case, come with me to see the old lady. Chuifan grabbed Liu Ran's hair and yanked her towards the front hall. You let go of my daughter. Chao Meihua stepped forward, trying to stop it. Chuifan was very strong, and with a bang of one of her hands, she directly pushed Chao Meihua to the ground. Chao Meihua's skirt, stained with kitchen stains, was dripping all over. Chuifan pulled Liu Ran forward. Liu Ran shivered in pain, but did not dare to resist. After all, in case the scalp was ripped off, it would be troublesome. Chuifan carried Liu Ran directly to the old lady's place in the hall. She said mockingly, Old lady, this granddaughter of yours is very powerful, but just letting her help. I didn't expect that she would be in the back kitchen to make up stories about what you are not, and also scolded all of you, the Liu family, for being heartless. Hearing this, the old lady slammed the table. Liu Ran, you heartless thing. I didn't say that. Liu Ran struggled. The many relatives at the table laughed. It's long overdue for Cuifan to teach this Liu Ran a lesson. AI, this family, Liu Ran, is really lowly enough to fight with the nanny, laughing me to death. Is this considered a dog-bite dog? The crowd laughed, but none of them got up to help. Cuifan was even more smug. She usually worked as a nanny and was looked down upon. Now, she was actually able to bully Liu Ran without any resistance. In her heart, she felt for a moment that she was also considered a member of the big family of the Liu family. Moreover, now that she was oppressing Liu Ran, these masters were better and more satisfied with themselves. You stop it. Chen Yang came back from the restroom, and when he saw this scene, the muscles on his face trembled. This group of people dared to bully Liu Ran so openly. Did they want to die? Chen Yang's footsteps were quick, instantly arriving at Liu Ran's side. With one reach, he pinched Cuifan's wrist. Cuifan screamed miserably and had to let go of Liu Ran's hair. Chen Yang pulled Liu Ran behind himself as he struggled to suppress the anger in his heart. If it was anywhere else, at this moment, Cuifan would have already been a dead man. Cuifan gritted her teeth in pain. She had a grimace on her face as she cursed angrily towards Chen Yang. You, let go of me. In front of the old lady, you also dare to be reckless. What kind of thing are you? Let go of me. Chen Yang sneered in anger as he raised his hand. Slap slap slap. For slap slapped Cuifan's fat face. Instantly, Cuifan became a pig's head. Chen Yang pointed at Cuifan. If you are lowly yourself, you want to drag others to be as lowly. You were born to be a slave life. Slap. Chen Yang ended up with another slap, directly smacking Cuifan to roll to the ground. Her mind dazed, unable to climb up. The many relatives of the Liu family on the table froze for a moment. They didn't expect that Chen Yang would strike so dryly. Old Mrs. Liu was furious and pointed at Chen Yang. You dare to hit my people? You have to look at the master when you hit a dog. You have turned against the sky. Chen Yang laughed and swept his eyes at old Mrs. Liu. He really had gotten angry. This family, bullying Liu Ran, was inhuman. What was the point of having such a family? Old Mrs. Liu saw Chen Yang's eyes, cold, icy and deep. She couldn't help but shiver. Old Mrs. Liu subconsciously lowered her head. Then she was puzzled in her mind. This waste of a man, Chen Yang, used to be Liu Xian's husband, and he had been a loser for a year, working as a takeaway for a year. How come now? The eyes were so scary? It must have been a misreading. Old Mrs. Liu slammed the table and glared angrily at Liu Ran. You girl, you still don't care about your useless husband. What? Now that you're married, you want to ride on my head, don't you? Liu Ran shook her head in panic. She hurriedly pulled Chen Yang's arm and whispered, "Chen Yang, don't do it again. If you fight again, someone will get killed." Liu Ran was indeed afraid. In case Chen Yang was arrested because of intentional injury, then everything would be over. On the table, Kai Yun and the rest of the Liu family all mocked and laughed. "Kai Yun, this former son-in-law of yours, at first glance, he's a trash who only knows how to use his hands. How did you guys put up with trash like him in the past? Luckily your daughter divorced him, otherwise, he would definitely beat his wife in the future. He just dares to get his hands on the nanny. This man, the less capable he is, the more he likes violence." A group of people snickered. Liu Ran heard these words and looked up at her mother who was standing in the corner, covered in stains and pitiful. She suddenly felt tasteless. Although, she had always wanted to be recognized by the family, wanted to have affection, wanted to be filial and loyal. But, this family, there really wasn't anything worth keeping, was there? "Let's go." Liu Ran lowered her head and sighed painfully. It was at this time, a distant woman's voice rang out. "Io, Sister Liu Ran, why are you two still standing dry? It can't be that you didn't bring a gift." The person who came was none other than Liu Xian. Liu Xian was wearing a beautiful wedding gown, holding Yang Long's hand beside her. The two walked in style amidst the crowd's admiration. On the contrary, Liu Ran, wearing sunglasses and a scarf without a scarf, stuck with a baseball cap, looked really rustic. Liu Xian smiled smugly and said, "Aya, Chen Yang, look at you. Today is also considered a big day to get the family's blessing. How come you and cousin Liu Ran are still dressed in such a rustic way? Like poor relatives from the mountains? When we divorced, didn't I give you $500,000? What? Didn't you use it to buy pretty clothes for Liu Ran?" Chen Yang frowned, looking at Liu Xian, thinking that he had previously been a couple with this woman for a year and had been a licking dog for a year. Shushing her. For a moment, Chen Yang recoiled a little. One should have thought of it long ago. How could that little angel that saved himself back then be this kind of goods? Liu Ran immediately shielded herself in front of Chen Yang as she opened her mouth and said, "It's me who didn't let Chen Yang buy it, not Chen Yang who didn't buy it for me. In addition, to be clear, that $500,000 when you divorced was not given by you. That money was originally Chen Yang's own." Seeing Liu Ran's protective Chen Yang, Liu Xian clenched her teeth in anger for a moment. He, ugly, you really know how to put gold on your new husband's face. But, in the end, you're just picking up trash that I don't want. Ha! Yang Long, who was next to him, immediately coughed. He said smilingly, all right, no matter what, today is the big day for the four of us to officially announce our marriage. We all hope to get the blessing of the family well. By the way, I brought a painting for Grandma today." Saying that, Yang Long took out a roll from his back. "My gift to you, Grandma, is the most famous ancient painting in Qingzhou city recently. He Peng's exit painting from the Song dynasty." Chapter 32, Poor Workmanship. As Yang Long's voice fell, the surrounding hall resounded with murmurs all of a sudden. What? That exit painting was actually bought by Yang Long? I had heard it before. That painting could be worth at least $1.5 million. I was wondering which tycoon was willing to pay $1.5 million for a worn-out ancient painting. And it's actually young Master Yang. The Yang family is indeed very rich. After all, it's considered a second-rate family in our Qingzhou city, and its financial power is even stronger. Liu Xian marrying into the Yang family this time is good for the entire Liu family. That's for sure. The Liu family might be able to take the opportunity to soar. The surroundings were filled with envious murmurs. When Liu Xian heard these voices, she was overwhelmed with smugness. She looked towards Chen Yang and Liu Ran and said with a smile, "Chen Yang, what gifts did you bring for Grandma? Oh, it can't be true that you didn't buy anything. That would be too embarrassing for Liu Ran, although Liu Ran is just an ugly monster. But, if you want to marry her, you have to show it, even if it's a gift of a few $1,000s. Those relatives of the Liu family immediately snickered. That's right, not sending a little gift. Isn't this showing that Liu Ran is not worth a penny? Liu Ran used to look okay, but now that she's been disfigured, she is indeed ugly and horrible. It's no wonder Chen Yang doesn't want to give a penny gift. This is fate. Liu Xian is just lucky to have found a man like Yang Long, a great young master, and Liu Ran is really just a poor life of a lifelong spectator. Hearing this, Liu Ran lowered her head. Chen Yang frowned. He laughed coldly, stepped forward and said loudly, I also brought a gift. Today, after all, it is to formally announce to all the relatives that Liu Ran and I have been licensed. So of course, the gift can't be less. Moreover, the gift that I brought is also the one of He Peng's exit diagram. Chen Yang's words fell. The entire hall instantly came alive. Many people had already stood up and gathered towards the table of the Liu family's old lady. Giving gifts was not uncommon. But now, the two new granddaughters-in-law had given out the exact same gift. This would be very rare. This is an ancient painting. only one of them was real, and the one sent by the other one was definitely a fake. Now, there are so many people watching, the one who sent the fake would really be embarrassed. Chen Yang took out a simple round pass from his back and placed it on the table as well. Yang Long froze. His expression was a bit flustered at first, but then, he immediately laughed out loud with a ha ha. Yang Long looked towards Chen Yang and pointed at the cylinder on the table and laughed out loud. Chen Yang, you are really a disgrace. Even if you don't give a gift, it's still better than you giving a fake painting. Do you know what kind of painting this is? It's the exit painting of He Pang, the great painter of the Song dynasty, and it's stamped by the emperor. Just because you're a delivery boy, you want to buy this painting as a gift. Liu Xian was also proudly pulling Yang Long's arm and said with a sneer, Chen Yang, you're really getting less and less progressive. In the past, you didn't know how to get ahead and waited for death, but now you've even learned how to make false claims and swollen faces. Look at your painted cylinder. It's simply a roadside stall bought for $3. The people around them puffed and laughed loudly. This time, even Liu Ran was a bit unable to sit still. Liu Ran also did not expect that Chen Yang would give such a gift. Liu Ran knew that Chen Yang definitely couldn't afford the so-called ancient painting, but on the contrary, it was surprising that two people on the scene had sent the exact same ancient painting. Liu Ran couldn't bear the thought of Chen Yang being mocked in front of so many people. She nervously pulled Chen Yang's arm and whispered, Chen Yang, why don't we? Let's just leave directly. No need. Chen Yang quietly held Liu Ran's slender little hand and smiled. Today, we're not going anywhere. We'll just eat the banquet here. Ranner, just follow me quietly. Liu Ran saw Chen Yang's calm gaze. A slight warmth came over her heart. Immediately afterward, she was even more settled. After all, no matter how many people Chen Yang was ridiculed by, he was his legitimate husband. She, herself, would stand firmly by his side. Liu Ran nodded and retreated behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang, expressionless, swept a glance at Yang Long and Liu Xian on the opposite side of the table, and said with a cold smile, I really didn't expect that the honorable young Master Yang. Turns out that he can't even afford to buy a pair of real paintings. You gave grandma a pair of fake paintings. You're clearly bullying the Liu family members to be blind, and can't see that yours is a fake painting. Yang Long's face turned white as he looked angrily at Chen Yang and said with a sneer, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could lousy be a fake? You, a delivery man, must have bought the fake from a roadside stall. That's right. Liu Xian also laughed coldly and couldn't wait to say, Chen Yang, you really are getting thicker and thicker now. How could my brother Long buy a pair of fake words to fool grandma on such a big day? Only you, who has no money and still has to pretend to be better. Ha, how ridiculous. Chen Yang directly unwrapped the one painting of Yang Long. It was spread on the table. Yang Long was incredibly nervous. He did prepare to buy the painting yesterday, but for one thing, that painting was bought away, and for another it was just too expensive. He thought that giving away a suit of tens of thousands of dollars for a fake would be enough, and no one would care at that time anyway. However, he did not expect that it would be unwrapped by Chen Yang. Chen Yang gently wiped his finger on the painting and spoke, Young Master Yang's painting, it's really young. Looking at the texture of the canvas, it's clearly a modern fiber paper. After a deliberate charcoal baking retro treatment, the workmanship doesn't work either. It's too rudimentary, so that people will know that it's a vintage painting quality at a glance. In addition, this painting looks exactly like the real exit passage picture, but the colorfulness of the brush is too poor. You have to know that He Pang is known for his huge momentum, and his painting style is simple but majestic, and this mountain and river momentum is expressed in color. In addition, the inscription and seals are made too fake. Overall, young Master Yang, you bought this fake. I'm afraid it didn't exceed $20,000, right? You've always prided yourself on being some kind of young family heir, but how come you're so stingy even on an occasion like today? Even if you can't afford to pay $1.5 million for the real thing, you should at least spend $100,000 on a good fake so that others can't see it. You're treating grandma and a bunch of relatives as blind and illiterate, aren't you? Chen Yang's voice was not loud, and his speed of speech was not fast. However, every note and sound carried a lot of weight. His words instantly spread throughout the entire hall. All of them, after hearing Chen Yang's analysis, all of them nodded their heads secretly in agreement. This Yan Long, I guess he really thinks that the Liu family are all illiterate and can't understand ancient paintings. Ha ha, sending a fake painting as a betrothal gift on this kind of occasion. It's obvious that the Yang family didn't attach much importance to this daughter-in-law of the Liu family either. Ridiculous. Liu Xian, that woman, still thinks she has climbed up the branch to become a phoenix. Ha ha ha, this is really laughable now. Yang Long was dumbfounded by Chen Yang's dislike. He didn't understand how Chen Yang, a delivery bottom feeder, could study and analyze ancient paintings. Liu Xian was furious when she heard the jeers around her. She violently grabbed the painting that Chen Yang had delivered and screamed shrilly, Chen Yang, what kind of a thing are you? You, a waste of a delivery boy, are also worthy of being here to point out Brother Long's gift. I'd like to see what kind of you can deliver. This painting of yours is probably not even worth $200. Liu Xin said, violently took Chen Yang's painting and pulled it out. Chapter 33, Donate It. Liu Xin was furious as she pulled away Chen Yang's cylinder. Inside the cylinder, a tattered and yellowed painting was revealed. Liu Xin directly ripped the painting apart and showed it towards the crowd with a sneer, exasperatedly saying, look, this is the painting sent by Chen Yang's waste. He even mocked my husband for sending a fake painting, and this one of his is even more overly fake. It's just like a child's doodle. Ouch. Wait, there seems to be a receipt here. Ha ha, let me see. The receipt says ancient objects shy. The amount is $1.5 million. Put. Chen Yang, you damn well have a way of faking now. You know how to make a fake receipt. In your case, even if you sold your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, you wouldn't be able to come up with $1.5 million. What a laugh. Trash. Liu Xin slapped the painting on the table as she pouted towards old Mrs. Liu, Grandma, tell me, which gift do you like? Old Mrs. Liu slapped Liu Xin's palm. Her eyes swept over the painting of Chen Yang. A few moments of doubt appeared in her eyes. It was true that she did not know much about ancient paintings. However, she could also tell that the painting in Chen Yang's hand did look like something like that. However, old Mrs. Liu was also considered to know Chen Yang well. After all, Chen Yang and Liu Xin had been married for a whole year, and during this whole year, this waste of a granddaughter-in-law, who hadn't given any gifts, was simply poorer than one. How could he really come up with $1.5 million? Old Mrs. Liu stood up and said loudly, all right, let's stop discussing. Although the painting that the young master of the Yang family gave away is a fake, the reality is that young Master Yang was deceived. After all, he doesn't know anything about ancient paintings either. As for Chen Yang, just now listening to your analysis, you obviously know this business well. I didn't expect you to still buy a fake one for me. One is not to blame for not knowing, while you and Liu Ran are purely trying to deceive our Liu family. However, today is the big day after all. I don't want to pursue these. Throw away both of these paintings, and be warned in the future. Old Mrs. Liu wanted to put this matter to rest quickly. After all, it was detrimental to the face of the family. Chen Yang frowned. When old Madame Liu said this, it was clear that she was trying to favor Yang Long. Moreover, she also took the opportunity to scold herself and Liu Ran. Just at this time, among the guests, suddenly an old man's voice rang out. That old man walked over with unparalleled excitement as he hemmed and hawed and said, General Liu, since you don't like that painting either, how about giving it to me as a donation to our Qingzhou City Museum? Old Mrs. Liu froze when she heard this. She said in confusion, Curator Wang, what do you mean by this? Wang Dawa smiled sarcastically and said, nothing means, it just feels that the painting is quite good. I see that you also want to throw the painting into the garbage. Why don't you just donate it? I can also give you an honorary member. When old Mrs. Liu heard this, she hesitated for a moment. At this time, Liu Xin, who was next to her, immediately said excitedly, look Grandma, I knew that the painting that Brother Long bought was not as bad as Chen Yang said. It might just be the real thing. Curator Wang is an old curator of the museum. He has studied ancient paintings and antiques for his entire life. His eyesight is much better than Chen Yang's. Wang Dawa coughed and spoke. I'm sorry miss, what our museum wants is not the one that young Yang has, but the one that Mr. Chen sent. Saying that, Wang Dawa hurriedly took the painting of Chen Yang from the table, and picked it up. He carefully opened it and looked at it for a couple of moments, his face revealing a contented glow. Good, really good, great, Wang Dawa said, turning towards old Mrs. Liu. Many thanks to old Mrs. Liu for the donation. In addition, Mr. Chen, you are after all the owner of this painting. Are you willing to cough up and donate it to our museum? Chen Yang swept his eyes at Wang Daoha and spoke faintly. I have no opinion. Giving it to the museum is better than giving it to someone who doesn't know how to paint. At least it won't be treated as garbage. However, I have a condition. In the future, Liu Ran and her family, all of them have to be special guests of the museum. No problem, no problem. Wang Daoha kept bowing towards Chen Yang. He touched the painting in his hand and spoke. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will go back and give Miss Liu Ran and her family a certificate. It's really too much of a thank you. This pair of He Peng's exit drawings, hanging in our museum. In the future, our Qingzhou museum will also have artifacts that can be taken out. Ha ha ha, Wang Daoha bowed, excited beyond measure. When the surrounding guests saw this scene, they all secretly wondered. Elder Wang, do you mean that this painting is real? A woman opened her mouth and asked. Wang Daoha had already confirmed that he had gotten the painting at this time, so naturally he didn't need to hide it anymore. He laughed loudly and said, of course it's real. This painting was painted by He Peng in his middle age. At that time, he was full of vigor. He went out to conquer, thinking that the great Song dynasty was a heavenly kingdom. So, as you can see, this picture of leaving the pass, although the scenery is thin and cool, the mood is open. Wang Dao swallowed his saliva and said, this painting, in the future, is bound to be worth a lot more. 5 years later, as He Peng's fame as a person rises, this painting of his can be worth at least $5 million. The surroundings cajoled and murmured, what? This painting is actually real? The Liu family people are really blind. They even donated such a painting. That Chen Yang, isn't he a delivery boy? How could he possibly buy a $1.5 million real painting? The young master of the hallowed Yang family gave away a fake painting, and the granddaughter-in-law of a delivery man gave away a real one. This is really hilarious. I reckon that now old Mrs. Liu's intestines are going to be green with remorse. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people snickered. Old Mrs. Liu's lips trembled in anger. More crucially, she was heartbroken. That painting, after 5 years, was $5 million. Wang Daohe, as an old curator of the museum and a true antique expert, his words were absolutely credible. The judgment is very accurate. Grandma, don't worry, that painting is definitely fake. Liu Xian lowered her head and comforted at old Mrs. Liu's side. I know that punk Xianyu too well. He can't afford a real antique painting at all. Splat. Old Mrs. Liu fiercely slapped and smacked on Liu Xian's face. Shut up you. If it wasn't for you messing around, I wouldn't have sent that painting to be donated. Liu Xian was slapped and hurriedly backed away. She gritted her teeth and her eyes swept a sinister glance at Chen Yang and Liu Ran. She was incomparably angry in her heart. This guy Chen Yang, who had been married to herself for a whole year and had always been a waste of money and poor, now on such an occasion, he even gave away a $1.5 million of real paintings, slapping himself and Yang Long in the face. This trash. On what grounds? Liu Xian's teeth were about to be clenched. Old Mrs. Liu on the other hand directly stood up. She laughed and said towards Wang Daohe, Dean Wang, there was some misunderstanding in the previous words. That painting in your hand, after all, is a gift from my granddaughter-in-law. How could I possibly donate it? Ha ha ha, you'd better give it back to me. Chapter 34, Brother Long's Face. Wang Daohe's face instantly darkened when he heard old lady Liu's words. He didn't expect that this old lady would be so thick-skinned and ask for what she gave away back. However, as a museum director, he knew the importance of having a thick skin, because the museum had very little funding each year, but the museum needed to collect artifacts for people to see. That's why Wang Daohe would often fool people to donate antiques. After so many years, his cheek had long been stronger than a steel plate. Wang Daohe immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, you're really good at joking, old Mrs. Liu. Besides, this painting is after all a gift from Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has just agreed to donate it as well, and the people around are all witnesses. Ha ha, it's not good to back out yo. Right, Mr. Chen. Wang Daohe looked at Chen Yang for help. Old Mrs. Liu also looked at Chen Yang as she said with a stern face, Chen Yang, come tell him if that painting is mine. This granddaughter-in-law of yours, the gift you gave me this time is not bad. I like it very much. So, old Mrs. Liu could only go soft at this time, using words to encourage Chen Yang to bring back the painting. Chen Yang directly interrupted old Mrs. Liu's words as he casually spoke. Oh, the painting has been donated to the museum. Anyway, Grandma, if you like it, just go to the museum often. You, old Mrs. Liu was instantly furious and stormy. Wang Daohe, on the other hand, laughed out loud and said, thanks a lot, Mr. Chen. I won't eat here. After I go back, I'll make identity cards and give them to your wife and in-laws. Mr. Chen. Of course, old Mrs. Liu also got the credit. I will give you one as well. In the future, if you like, feel free to go and view it. Wang Daohe turned around and walked out. The people around him were talking. Old Mrs. Liu was so angry that her eyes were flaming, wanting to eat Chen Yang. Just at this time, outside, one of the junior members of the Liu family shouted, Lord Zhou, the economic advisor governor of Qingzhou city, has arrived. This voice came out. Instantly, the entire Liu family living room instantly boiled over. Economic advisor Lord Zhou? Could it be Zhou Xinyan? All of the guests were shocked and incredulous. Which Lord Zhou? What's the situation? The Lord Zhou in charge of the economy. That must be our Qingzhou's #1 person. Zhou Xinian. Why did this Zhou Xinan come back to the tiny Liu family to attend the banquet? Since when does the Liu family have a friendship with Zhou Xinian? It's unbelievable. Boy, this is amazing. Could it be that behind the Liu family, there's some great big shot? Surprisingly, even Zhou Xinian was personally present at the banquet. Old Mrs. Lu was even more excited and almost crooked to the ground. She trembled and said, "Quick, quick, go." To greet Lord Zhou, Lu Xian and Yang Long hurriedly supported the old lady. Lu Xian took the opportunity to say, "Grandma, our Lu family has always had little dealings with Lord Zhou, right? Maybe it's because of Brother Long that he came. As you know, the Yang family and our Qingzhou officials have always had some business dealings. Is that so?" Old Mrs. Lu was even more excited. At this time, Liu Ran also stood up. She said towards Chen Yang, let's go to the door to greet them as well. Look, everyone is there. Chen Yang shook his head. No need. At this time, Lu Xian turned her head with a few moments of contempt. Indeed, there is no need. People like you, even if you want to flatter again, you are not destined to befriend a towering big shot like Lord Zhou in this lifetime. Lu Xian sneered. Then a group of people walked quickly and excitedly towards the door. Every single one of them was excited, thrilled, humble, and with a pleasing smile. At the doorway, Zhou Xinan was apprehensive in his heart. He didn't dare to bring any guards or bodyguards this time. He only hoped that Chen Yang would be able to forgive himself. Zhou Xinan touched the cloth bag in his hand. The cloth bag was very ordinary. However, the jade bracelet in the cloth bag was definitely not ordinary. This was the jade bracelet that he had once spent more than $7 million, as well as a big favor, to exchange back. At this time, the people of the Liu family suddenly poured out, each and every one of them bowing towards Zhou Xinan to accompany their smiles and greet them humbly. Zhou Xinan did not dare to be careless. After all, these could be Chen Yang's wife's family members. He lowered his stance and followed the crowd into the courtyard. Yang Long took the opportunity and immediately shook Zhou Xian's hand and said, "We are really too surprised that you can come. Sir Zhou, my father, Yang Weitian, has often mentioned you, saying that you are selfless and have a heart for the world, and that his business dealings with you have all gone smoothly and have been well taken care of. He also often talks about visiting you." Zhou Xinan looked at Yang Long, whom he did not recognize at all. As for Yang Weitian, he didn't remember much either. It just sounded familiar. After all, there was a lot of investment in infrastructure right now, so there were many people doing public projects, and Yang Weitian had only been given a small project of urban greening from it. Zhou Xinan naturally will not remember. However, at a time like this, Zhou Xinan didn't dare to be arrogant. He nodded his head and said, "Oh, okay, ha ha ha." When Yang Long heard this, his entire body floated. The people around him were even more surprised when they saw how low Zhou Xinan had lowered his stance. What is this situation? Is the Liu family really going to take off? Moreover, it seemed that it was really Yang Long's face that made Zhou Xinan come ah. The Yang family really isn't simple. It looks like it's just a second-rate family. But, after all, it's inextricably linked to the Yang family, which is one of the 4 major families in the capital. Even Zhou Xinan gave him face. Zhou Xinan took the opportunity and swept the venue. He found that the two people, Chen Yang and Liu Ran, were sitting there calmly, not moving at all. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xinan was even more apprehensive. He was worried. Was Chen Yang really angered? Would Chen Yang accept his gift? Would he make a move to save his life? Zhou Xinan sighed slightly. He directly sat down at a nearby table. Mr. Zhou, please also take a seat at the main table. Old Mrs. Liu immediately opened her mouth to invite. Zhou Xinan immediately shook his head and said with a smile, Inappropriate. Today is the day when your 2 granddaughters and granddaughter-in-law are the protagonists. I'm an outsider, so I won't go to join in the fun. You guys please also make yourselves at home." The surrounding people instantly boiled over when they heard Zhou Xinan say this. Sure enough, he came to the Liu family to congratulate his granddaughter-in-law because of his face. It seems that this Yang Long really isn't simple. This betrothal banquet of his, even Zhou Xinan personally came. Awesome. I see that the Liu family is really going to take off. I really didn't expect that Liu Xian's life is really good. Even though she married a loser in the first marriage, I didn't expect that she would directly soar in the second marriage. TSK, in the future, we still need to move around with the Liu family more often. Liu Xian held Yang Long's arm. Hearing the surrounding chatter, her neck involuntarily stretched out as long as a noble white swan. At this moment, she raised her eyebrows and was glowing. Liu Xian returned to the main table and saw that on the table, the two of them, Chen Yang and Liu Ran, were sitting there without moving. Liu Xian suddenly let out a puff and laughed triumphantly. Her tone was tinged with disdain. Chen Yang, now you can understand why I must give you a kick in the pants. Because, you are a waste from head to toe. Even if the opportunity comes in front of you, you don't know how to grab it. You don't know how to fight for it. People like you are destined to be hangers-on and inferior for the rest of your life. Take a look at my current husband, Brother Long, and you'll understand where you lost. Chapter 35 All in a Toast. Chen Yang swept a glance at Liu Xian and did not say anything with a cold face. Liu Xin smugly bristled. You don't need to look at me like that. Now, my brother Long has invited even Lord Zhou. Do you know who he is? He is the #1 person in our Qingzhou, but as a result, you punk even didn't move a muscle. You didn't even dare to go over and make a toast or say something polite. A person like you? What else can you be good at? The Liu family members beside them immediately nodded their heads in response. That's right. No wonder Chen Yang has always been a delivery boy. This kind of good opportunity to make friends. He doesn't even dare to go. It's too humiliating, really too humiliating. So some people are destined to be a bottom feeder for life. Liu Ran, this ugly, with a wastrel like Chen Yang, is really a match made in heaven. The crowd nodded their heads. Old Mrs. Liu was even angrier at Chen Yang. Before, there was clearly a chance to get that painting. As a result, Chen Yang, this man, even donated that ancient painting, which was worth millions of dollars, to the museum. Old Mrs. Liu looked at Chen Yang in a cold voice and said, You useless waste, what are you still sitting here for? Why don't you hurry up and make a toast? If only you had 1% of Yang Long's skills, you wouldn't be so disdained by me. Chen Yang frowned and sat in silence. Of course he wouldn't go to make a toast. How could he, a heavenly healer saint, lose his status and go toast a tiny Zhou family member? The Liu family members at the table were even more unimpressed with Chen Yang. When Liu Ran saw this scene, her heart ached for Chen Yang and she immediately said, Grandma, it's not right for you to say that. Chen Yang had previously given you a pair of ancient paintings that cost millions of dollars, but Yang Long only gave you a fake one. Liu Ran brought up this topic. Liu Xin immediately flamed up. She directly pointed at Liu Ran's nose and said in a cold voice, Shut up you ugly. Brother Long was just screwed over by that crooked merchant. He didn't even know that it was a fake painting. Brother Long is the young master of the Yang family. Would he buy a fake painting to deal with grandma? He's not even close to $1 million. It's Chen Yang. I'd like to know. How did he get such an expensive painting? It can't be stolen. The people at the table immediately revealed a look of realization when they heard the word steal. Liu Ran gritted her teeth in anger. She turned her head to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, where did that painting come from? I actually want to know. Chen Yang was most afraid that Liu Ran would ask after the source. After all, the reason why Liu Ran was willing to marry herself and take herself in the first place was entirely because she pitied her. If she knew that she was rich and powerful, at that time, Liu Ran would definitely get angry. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Ran, don't worry. Of course I didn't steal that painting. It was actually when I was delivering a takeaway. I came across the owner of the antique store being stolen by a thief. At that time, I acted heroically and roared. So that boss gave me a painting as a thank you gift. Liu Ran understood. She hugged Chen Yang's arm and said, Chen Yang, you are really a good person with good rewards. Grandma, cousin, you heard it, Chen Yang. He would never steal anything. As for going to toast, how much can it help? The so-called pulling strings is to have one's own status in order to make a network of relationships. If one is nothing, even if you toast more, no one will respect you. Afterwards, Liu Ran leaned against Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang and I are just ordinary laborers, so there's nothing wrong with Chen Yang not going. There's nothing wrong with us getting rich with our hands and working hard to eat. I poo. Old Mrs. Liu glared at Liu Ran in anger. You useless thing. Shut up. As expected, you and your father and mother are all useless wastrels. How dare you use this lowly theory to paralyze yourself? Really useless. Look at the field of today's banquet. Look at other people's Yang Long socializing, and then look at the two of you. It's really disgraceful to me. Liu Xin puffed and immediately laughed out loud in triumph. At this time, the entire banquet field, there were non-stop people going to find Yang Long to toast. Originally, Yang Long was not taken seriously. After all, the Yang family could only be considered a second-rate family. Moreover, Yang Long's father, Yang Weigai, was the head of the Yang family. As for Yang Long, he was just a male son, and if he wanted to take over the Yang family, it would have to be at least 20 years later. But now, the crowd saw that Yang Long had actually directly dragged Zhou Xinan here. What's more, obviously Yang Long still had hidden connections and energies. Therefore, for a while, the people who came to eat at the banquet took the initiative to hold their wine glasses and came to Yang Long for a toast. They knew that they couldn't directly climb the tree of Xinyan last week. Then, it was also good to be able to befriend Yang Long. Therefore, many people who were clearly elders also came to Yang Long to propose a toast. Yang Long was pleased with himself for a while, and his scenery was incomparable. With a smug look on his face, he came and talked to the people around him with his mouth full of bullpen. Liu Xian sat on the table, looking at Chen Yang and Liu Ran with a smug look. See, this is strength. Although my brother Long unintentionally bought a fake painting, but so what? He's still the absolute protagonist of this banquet today. and is our Liu family's man of honor. The two of you, on the other hand, are destined to be supporting characters, an existence that can only become cannon fodder. Even if you buy the real painting, what can you do? In the end, it is still not be given to the museum to go. Grandma instead of what benefits are not that pressed to. Ha, really ridiculous. The crowd laughed out loud at the table, and they kept nodding their heads. Obviously, Liu Xian's words spoke to their hearts. They thought the same way. Liu Ran sat there and lowered her head. She felt that there was no way she could get along well with these relatives after all. Especially, in this situation, she had even dragged Xianyu into it, making him be counted out as well. Liu Ran gritted her teeth. She stood up, pulled Xianyu's arm, and was about to leave. Xianyu, however, did not move at all. He turned his head towards Liu Ran with a faint smile and said, "I'm fine, sit down." Liu Ran looked at Xianyu with heartache. "I'm sorry, Xianyu, causing you to be implicated and disliked." "No, we are one," Xianyu spoke. "Moreover, in my eyes, they are just a bunch of clowns, that's all." Liu Xian at this time puffed and laughed. She shook her head towards Xianyu and said, "Xianyu, I can really admire you for this kind of inferiority complex and narcissistic spirit. Look at it, look at the scene. All of them are taking the initiative to toast towards my brother Long. The only man who is the most useless right now is you. Waste." Xianyu just smiled indifferently. "Is that so?" Just at this time, Zhou Xinyan, who was originally sitting in the corner and hadn't moved, stood up. He held a wineglass in his hand and walked over respectfully towards the table of Xianyu and old Mrs. Liu. Chapter 36. I don't know him. Zhou Xinyan's actions naturally held the hearts of the entire crowd. It could be said that this was originally just a third-rate party, but Zhou Xinan's arrival made this banquet change into an instantly high class. For Zhou Xinan, all the people in the banquet could only look up. Now, Zhou Xinan suddenly got up, and moreover, he was holding a wineglass. What is this going to do? Did it mean that he was going to personally toast? He was Zhou Xinan. Before many company bosses in some section-level positions to find Zhou Xinan toast, were Zhou Xinan very casual dismissed. People at that level, simply not the average person can get on. But now, he even took the initiative to personally toast? For a moment, the entire venue froze, and everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Xinan, not knowing exactly what he was going to do. Although Zhou Xinan was sitting in the corner, he soon realized what was going on at the scene. He was originally a human spirit, IQ online, otherwise he would not be sitting in this position today. From the chatter of the people around him, and the atmosphere of the scene, he finally determined what he should do. Zhou Xinyan carrying a large transparent glass, toward the table of the old lady Liu, accompanied by a smiling face, the demeanor of low-key walk. Seeing this scene, old Mrs. Liu's hands trembled with excitement, and she hurriedly said, "Is this a toast to me? The old body can't really afford it." Old Mrs. Liu stood up in excitement, unable to help herself. She opened her mouth trembling towards the crowd on the table and said, "What are you all still standing there for? Can't you see that Lord Zhou has come to give me a toast? All of you, stand up for me. Remember, today is a high moment for our Liu family, a moment to be enshrined in the family's history. The number one person in Qingzhou city, the next head of the Jinling Zhou family, has come to our Liu family banquet and toasted me." Liu Xian stood up and said excitedly, "Grandma, this is Brother Long's credit. Yes, that kid Yang Long did a great job. Next after you guys get married, I will definitely hand over our Liu family's industry to you and Yang Long." Old Mrs. Liu nodded her head in satisfaction. When Liu Xian heard this, she almost jumped up in excitement. The descendants of the Liu family at the table, all of them were envious and jealous when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to protest. After all, this time, Yang Long had indeed made a great achievement. On the table, only Chen Yang was left who had not yet stood up. Seeing that Chen Yang was not standing, Liu Ran hurriedly pulled Chen Yang in a low voice and said, "Chen Yang, please stand up. Lord Zhou has come to toast Grandma." Chen Yang shook his head. He toasted him. "None of our business." Liu Ran froze. At this time, Liu Xian immediately pointed at Chen Yang's nose and angrily scolded, "Chen Yang, you trash thing. It's just as well that you don't fight for the glory of the Liu family. Now you're even dragging your feet. Hurry up and stand up. Otherwise, in the future, you'll get out of the Liu family." Old Mrs. Liu was even more furious. She trembled her arms and pointed at Chen Yang. You stand up. You don't look at it. Yang Long, this granddaughter-in-law, what has he brought to our Liu family? But what about you? You only piss me off." Yang Long had already taken big steps at this time. He stepped forward and picked up Chen Yang's collar. Yang Long sneered triumphantly and said, "Chen Yang, you punk, don't sit here and disgrace yourself. You and your ugly wife, get the hell out of the banquet hall." It's not easy for me to fight for the opportunity to get a high moment for the Liu family, but you still dare to sit here in such a grand manner. Let go of me. Chen Yang frowned tightly. Yang Long sneered disdainfully. Chen Yang, you are a disgrace. Hurry up and get out. With that, Yang Long's hand grabbed towards Chen Yang's hair. When Zhou Xinan saw this scene, he was so scared that he immediately sped up his steps. Stop, Zhou Xinan yelled, taking 3 steps and directly reaching Chen Yang's side. Yang Long was startled and hurriedly smiled towards Zhou Xinan and said, Lord Zhou, I just want to get this punk out of here. Pa! Zhou Xinan instantly slapped and viciously smacked Yang Long's face. Yang Long instantly froze and stood there, uncertain. Old Mrs. Liu panicked and continued, Mr. Zhou, you mustn't be angry. Yang Long also has good intentions. That, my old self toasts you. I'm not interested in drinking with you. As for Yang Long, how dare you have the audacity to punch me in the face here? Zhou Xinan's expression was gloomy. He was originally a martial artist who had practiced for more than a decade, plus he had been in a high position for many years. The aura of a superior person on his body was very powerful. The moment he became angry this time, the people around him immediately felt the pressure. Yang Long covered his face and hurriedly begged for forgiveness, saying, Lord Zhou, there must be a misunderstanding. I really don't dare to hit your face. Is there something I did wrong? Zhou Xinyan spoke coldly. This banquet, I came because of Mr. Chen and wanted to give Mr. Chen a toast. As a result, you went so far as to drive Mr. Chen out in front of me. You are not slapping my face. What is it? You are clearly trying to drive both Mr. Chen and I out of this banquet. You Yang family, as well as the Liu family. What a big nerve. What? Yang Long's face instantly paled. The surrounding crowd even exploded with a coax. What's the situation? It turns out that Zhou Xinan came to the Liu family's banquet not because of Yang Long, his granddaughter-in-law, but because of Chen Yang. Wait, that Chen Yang, isn't he just a delivery boy? How could a big shot of Zhou Xinan's caliber flatter a delivery boy so much? The Liu family is finished now. People Zhou Xinan came because of Chen Yang, but they want to drive Chen Yang out. The Liu family has completely patted their horse's hoof this time. That old lady Liu is the most ridiculous. She thought it was Zhou Xinan who came to give her a toast. She thought it was a high moment, but as a result, it was the Liu family who asked for their own death. The surrounding people gloated. Old Mrs. Liu Xin, Yang Long and the others, on the other hand, stood in place awkwardly and incomprehensibly. They couldn't figure it out and didn't understand how. All of a sudden, it had become like this. Although old Mrs. Liu was old, she had the thickest skin and was the shrewdest person. In an instant, old Madame Liu understood what to do. She suddenly raised her hand and with a snap, she directly smacked Yang Long's face. Old Mrs. Liu pointed at Yang Long. You bastard. Before, you sent me a fake painting, and now you're offending Chen Yang's virtuous son-in-law, sowing discord between right and wrong. You are a bastard. Afterwards, old Mrs. Liu looked at Chen Yang with a kind face. Chen Yang, you are worthy of being the best grandson-in-law of our Liu family. On behalf of our Liu family, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Thank you also to Lord Zhou for coming. Chen Yang frowned. Still sitting there, he shook his head and said towards old Mrs. Liu, Grandma, you don't have to be disingenuous. In reality, I don't know this Lord Zhou at all. Coax. Around them, once again, the pot exploded, and the look on everyone's face was one of shock. Chapter 37, Noble Person. For Chen Yang to say this was simply a direct slap in Zhou Xinan's face. Just a second ago, the other Zhou Xinian had said that she had come to the banquet because of Chen Yang, but in the blink of an eye, Chen Yang denied that he knew Zhou Xinan. This feeling was an in-your-face slap in the face. When Yang Long and Liu Xian heard this, they both looked happy. They knew that this time, Chen Yang was doomed. He had dared to hit Zhou Xinan's face to his face. The others all shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't help but feel that a waste was a waste. Even when an opportunity was delivered to their mouths, they couldn't hold on to it. Instead, it would turn into a calamity. Chen Yang could really be stupid enough. The people around them shook their heads. Liu Ran was also nervous and pulled Chen Yang's arm, telling Chen Yang to get up and make amends. However, at this moment, Zhou Xinian, when Zhou Xinan heard Chen Yang's words, his face changed violently. He knew that it must be because he had offended Chen Yang last time and Chen Yang had not forgiven himself yet. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Xinan's forehead. He thought quickly and then thought of his gift. Zhou Xinan immediately accompanied a smiling face and said with a haha laugh, Yes, Mr. Chen may indeed not know me. However, my gratitude to Mr. Chen has always been in my heart. Last time it was my mistake. This time I have come here to make amends. In addition, I heard that Mr. Chen is getting married. I don't have any good gifts. This bracelet will be taken as Mrs. Shen's meeting gift. Zhou Xinan immediately pulled out the jade bracelet. A fluctuation of aura was immediately sensed by Chen Yang. Chen Yang's frown was slightly detached before he nodded very slightly. Seeing this action of Chen Yang, Zhou Xinan was so excited that she almost knelt down. Fortunately Chen Yang knew his stuff, knowing that this jade bracelet was a really good thing, and obviously he was happy that he gave this jade bracelet to his wife. Zhou Xinan immediately smiled and placed the table in front of Liu Ran as he said with a smile, "Mrs. Chen, please also smile." Liu Ran froze there, looking uncertainly at Chen Yang, and then at Zhou Xinan, not knowing what to do. Chen Yang, at this time, said towards Liu Ran, "Take the bracelet, it's good for your body, and with this bracelet, the injuries on your face will be able to recover quickly." Liu Ran hesitated for a moment and said thank you towards Zhou Xinan. Zhou Xinan was immediately overjoyed as he hurriedly said, Good, thank you Mrs. Chen for accepting the gift. This cup of wine, I toast to you Mr. Chen. I'll drink up. Feel free." Zhou Xinan also did not give Chen Yang the chance to refuse, and directly muffled down a large glass of white wine in one gulp, a full 2 taels. Chen Yang at this time, also stood up. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Zhou Xinan did not dare to linger on. He had already determined at this time that Chen Yang had already forgiven himself. Then the next time, he could look for Chen Yang to cure himself. Zhou Xinan bowed, didn't dare to say more, and turned around to leave. In reality, he really thought wrong. Chen Yang was not angry with him. Rather, he had long forgotten about yesterday's incident. To Chen Yang, Zhou Xinan was nothing more than an ordinary and insignificant character. How would he be angry with such a person? It was just that Chen Yang did look down on Zhou Xinan, so he didn't bother. At the back, Zhou Xinan gave a Reiki bracelet to his wife. Chen Yang also agreed to cure him. The entire venue stood frozen in place. No one reacted until Zhou Xinan left. Everyone was petrified, looking at Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned and said, "What are you all staring at? Not eating? Eat, ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be the real dragon. Mr. Chen, my name is Wu Tian. I'm the general manager of the Southwest Iron and Steel Company. Mr. Chen, I toast you. I'll drink. Feel free." A man immediately came forward to introduce himself. The next moment, there was a coaxing. All the people gathered around, deadly surrounded Chen Yang, constantly handing over business cards and introducing themselves. All of them wanted to show themselves and make Chen Yang remember. And there was no one around Yang Long and Liu Xian anymore. No one was left. Yang Long's face was blue, and Liu Xian was so angry that her fingers were shaking. She exhaled cold air and looked towards Chen Yang who was surrounded. There was no way she could accept it. She couldn't imagine that her ex-husband, who had always been weak and incompetent, had now become the meat and potatoes, the main character amongst the crowd. This man, she had always looked down on. But now, it was surprising that he was surrounded by a halo and embraced by all. This was absolutely impossible. Liu Xian roared loudly, "All get out of the way. You've all been tricked. Chen Yang, he's nothing more than a delivery boy. He doesn't deserve you all treating him like this. My husband Yang Long is the real big shot." All of them turned their heads as if they were looking at a little cutie, like looking at Liu Xian. She seems to be Chen Yang's ex-wife. I guess she found out that Mr. Chen is a hidden big shot only after she got divorced. This woman is really ridiculous. Before, I even went up to toast Yang Long and thought that I could get him to help matchmaking for Lord Zhou, but I never thought that it would be a liar. An absolute liar. The crowd burst into mockery, still surrounding Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned. He stood up and said, "Today is the day my wife, Liu Ran, and I announce our marriage. Thank you all for your blessings, but don't come over again. Zhou Xinan and I are just casual acquaintances, so don't put any more effort into me. It's useless." The crowd of course ignored it. Chen Yang had no choice but to take a few sips of wine and send these people away. Sitting down again. This time, even old Mrs. Liu had changed her face, although she hated Liu Ran's family. But now, Liu Ran's husband was actually someone that even Zhou Xinan had to flatter. This was a wonderful opportunity. The Zhou family, that was someone who could almost rival the Bai family. Liu Ran had offended the Bai family by not marrying the Bai family's young master last time. If this time, Chen Yang was able to get involved with Zhou Xinan, it would be very helpful for the development of the Liu family. Old Mrs. Liu looked at Chen Yang with a smile and opened her mouth to ask, "That virtuous son-in-law, you and Lord Zhou, is your house a relative? Or are you actually the illegitimate son of some big shot?" Liu Ran also looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression as she frowned tightly. Chen Yang was startled when he saw the look in Liu Ran's eyes and hurriedly explained, "Oh, Zhou Xinan and I did meet in passing. In fact, it was one time when I went to deliver a takeaway and happened to come across Zhou Xinan having an attack on the side of the road. I went up to him then and helped him up, but at that time, Zhou Xinan was a bit dizzy in his head. and he instead scolded me, saying that I had bumped into him. I was angry in my heart at the time and explained a couple of things, and left because I was in a hurry to deliver the takeout. It's probably this time. Zhou Xinan reacted and knew that he had wronged me. That's why he came to this banquet, toasted me and apologized, and also gave Liu Ran the bracelet. The people at the table all came to a realization when they heard this statement. On one side, Liu Xian gritted her teeth and spoke sourly. You trash are lucky. You can bump into a nobleman even by delivering a takeaway. It's just a pity that you're just a piece of trash who can't grasp this one chance at glory and riches. Chapter 38 $10 million bracelet. Chen Yang swept a glance at Liu Xian. It was too lazy to bother. The Liu family members at the table all sighed as well. This would have been a wonderful opportunity to make friends. But unfortunately, Chen Yang failed to grasp it. If only Liu Ran hadn't accepted that bracelet, then Josini would have continued to owe Chen Yang, and then Chen Yang would have been able to find Josini to do something. Yes, it's a pity to accept a broken bracelet. The grudge is cancelled. It's estimated that Zhou Xinan won't even recognize Chen Yang next time. It was Chen Yang who just told Liu Ran to accept the bracelet. Chen Yang in the end is just an uneducated hanger-on. A bracelet is a loss of the most valuable opportunity to make friends. Speaking later, the crowd looked at Chen Yang with contempt. As soon as old Madame Liu analyzed it, she also felt angry. She glared at Chen Yang and said, You useless thing, why did you let Liu Ran accept a broken bracelet just now? You really have a shallow eye and nose. When Liu Ran saw that the crowd was being mean to Chen Yang, she immediately said, You guys should stop blaming Chen Yang. Anyway, this bracelet is quite pretty, and I'm comfortable carrying it. Then, Liu Ran said towards Chen Yang, you're really great. Even though you're a delivery boy, you can always meet noble people, whether it's that bank president, or saving a big star, or the owner of the antique store in Zhou Xinyan. Anyway, even though you're doing the most ordinary job, you're still getting respect from others. I'm supporting you. When Chen Yang heard this, he cried and laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he still had to continue to act sincere. Liu Ran shook the jade bracelet on her wrist and spoke, This bracelet is so comfortable. Thank you, hubby, consider it a gift from you. After saying the word husband, Liu Ran's face couldn't help but redden. She hurriedly bowed her head. In Chen Yang's heart, he also felt as sweet as honey. When Liu Xian saw Chen Yang and Liu Ran in that manner, the fire in her heart immediately sprang out. She also leaned against Yang Long, shaking the watch on her wrist, and said, Brother Long, tell me about you. Sending me a 3-carat dreamy diamond ring. I'm satisfied. Why did you have to break the bank again and give me a watch that's over $300,000? I actually don't want much. Yang Long laughed and wrapped his arms around Liu Xian's shoulders. Baby, all my money is yours, not to mention a $300,000 watch. I will also send you a $500,000 bag and $1 million jade in the future. Hubby, you are so good. Liu Xian smiled. Unlike that loser, after a year of marriage, he hasn't even bought me a wedding ring. Look, now Liu Ran is also miserable enough. The only decent gift, a bracelet. It's not even bought by hubby himself. It's still a gift from someone else. Giggle. It's so shabby. Hearing this, Liu Ran quickly said, Cousin, Chen Yang and I are already married. I don't care about those gifts. Liu Xian puffed and laughed out. Oh, you don't care about those gifts? You say it nicely, but it's just lip service. You're an ugly monster. Married to this poor guy Chen Yang. It's also considered a match between a king and a green bean. See eye to eye. From now on, just live in peace. Oh yeah, I have to tell you, Chen Yang, he can't even afford a wedding ring. Liu Ran bit her lip and said, Rings and such are just a lie. Diamonds and such are even more deceptive. IQ tax. Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. Liu Xian laughed out loud. Know how much this diamond ring of mine costs? Say it to scare you to death. $78 million. Look at you, with your whole body packed with clothes added up. Do you have $780? Giggle. The relatives of the Liu family shook their heads and snickered in disdain. At this time, on the next table, that middle-aged man Wu Tian stood up. He looked at the bracelet on Liu Ran's wrist in surprise and said incredulously, This won't be the rumored green warbler cry. The surrounding people were all looking at Wu Tian in surprise. Wu Tian explained, Have you guys forgotten? More than 3 years ago, a bracelet once sensationalized the entire Zhejiang province. It was the greening crow. That bracelet was rumored to emit a warbler song-like cry just by tapping it with a finger. It once commanded a price of over $3 million, but the owner didn't sell it, and I heard that it was finally bought privately. Ah, I remember. There was indeed such a bracelet, and at that time I even went to Jiling specifically to make a fuss. No way. Lord Zhou wouldn't send such an expensive gift to make amends. Try not to know. If it really is the green warbler cry, that is estimated to take to sell at 10 million are very easy. Hiss. $10 million? Really fake? Which have so expensive bracelet? At a glance you see shallow. That green warbler cry when 3 million. Was crazy. I heard that the private auction has been shouted to more than 9 million. In the end, it was someone who used the relationship, forcibly suspend the auction, directly with power and favor to buy away. Quickly try. Is there really a $10 million bracelet? For a moment, the crowd all looked at Liu Ran. Liu Ran saw that so many people were curiously surrounding her. She was a bit timid for a moment. She hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Everyone, don't come together. This can't be any green ink crow. It's just an ordinary Suad jade bracelet." Wu Tian hemmed and hawed and said, "Try it quickly? Just now your cousin said that you don't have $800 in your whole body. If this bracelet is really green ink crow, then you can buy 10 sets of decorations for her whole body." Liu Ran still shook her head. When Liu Xian beside her heard this, she was furious and stood up violently. She pointed at Liu Ran and said, "If you are told to try it, you try it. Where's so much nonsense? I see Yunnan life is a green tea. Your mouth desperately denies it, but you just want to make other people misunderstand that this bracelet is valuable." I didn't mean that. Liu Ran shook her head in denial. When Liu Xian saw Liu Ran like this, she became even more angry. She directly bent forward, then a hand grabbed Liu Ran's wrist. Liu Xian huffed and said, "All of you open your eyes wide to see clearly. This is just an ordinary bracelet. The color is not good at all. It's probably not even worth $10,000. Zhou Xinyan just came to apologize to Chen Yang. How could he send a $10 million bracelet? Do you guys really think that a delivery guy, who occasionally gives a hand on the side of the road and helps a few passers-by, can turn around and be a waste of money?" Liu Xian was furious, picked up her finger and flicked it directly on the bracelet. The bracelet was unchanged. Liu Xian laughed ha. She pushed Liu Ran's arm away and said smugly, "Did you guys see that? Stop holding up this ugly monster. Let her compare herself to me. She's worthy? I poo." However, as Liu Xian's voice fell, in the hall, a crunching sound suddenly rang out. That sound, like an oriole in the abyss, like a warbler in the morning, was ebullient and moving. Key. A crisp sound that spread throughout the entire hall. Chapter 39, She's Ugly. That crisp sound. It came precisely from Liu Ran's bracelet. The entire hall boomed. This sound is the sound of the green warbler crying bracelet. Only a truly extremely good jade can produce such an extreme heavenly sound. It turns out that bangle back then was really bought by Zhou Xinan, who used her connections. Liu Ran is really too lucky, even though her husband Chen Yang is just a delivery man. But she received a congratulatory gift that is actually tens of millions of dollars. My listed company only makes $6 or $7 million in profit a year. A group of people expressed their envy and congratulations. Liu Ran was also completely terrified. She hurriedly wanted to take off the bracelet. Chen Yang stopped Liu Ran as he frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Liu Ran hurriedly shook her head and said towards Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, this bracelet is too valuable. You'd better find a chance to return it to Zhou Xinan. I don't dare to bring it anymore. In case it breaks, that's tens of millions of dollars. We can't afford to pay back so much money for the rest of our lives." After hearing this, Chen Yang lightly laughed and spoke, "Fool, since this bracelet was given to you, it is yours. You broke it, and no one will let you pay for it. Just wear it, it's really good for your body." Old Mrs. Liu looked at the $10 million bracelet and gulped. She wanted it very much. However, now was not the opportunity. There were too many people now, and her skin wasn't that thick. It had to wait for later, when Chen Yang wasn't present. Then she would ask for the bracelet. Seeing this scene, Liu Xian was envious and jealous, and at the same time more resentful. When she was with Chen Yang, no one had ever given her such an expensive gift. Now, that one bracelet of Liu Ran's killed all the decorations on her body, making it impossible for her to show off anymore. The people around her also congratulated Chen Yang and Liu Ran. Chen Yang took Liu Ran's hand. The two stood up. Chen Yang opened his mouth and said, "Grandma, uncles, brothers and sisters, as well as all the guests. Today, Liu Ran and I have received our license and have become husband and wife. In the future, we will live well together. We will be in the same boat through thick and thin, and we will be together until death do us part, and we will never be separated. I will use my life and love my wife. My wife and I, we met 20 years ago. At that time, she used her small body to save my life. It was her hands that fished me out of the cold river water. It was her blood that fed the starving me. It was her body heat that warmed the frozen me on a snowy day. For the rest of my life after this, I will be devoted to my wife, for her sake. I can endure humiliation and injustice, for her sake. I can carry mountains and hold up the heavens. Likewise, if anyone dares to harm my wife, then I will surely return the favor with an eye for an eye, and pay the debt in blood." In the entire hall, There was a roar of applause like a tidal wave for a long time. Chen Yang held Liu Ran's hand and walked towards the door. This meal was already over. He didn't want to stay any longer. Liu Ran's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, in Liu Ran's heart, she had already completely accepted Chen Yang. Her identity, next would be a wife. She was going to work hard and be a qualified wife. Although this Chen Yang person is a delivery man, I have to say that the blessings are very good. He has a very positive mindset and outlook, and it's because he helps others by delivering food on weekdays that he gets good karma. Let's wish them happiness. It seems like Chen Yang divorcing Liu Xian and marrying Liu Ran again was really a good choice. Everyone was nodding their heads. On the table, the veins on the back of Liu Xian's hands rippled. She could no longer continue to endure this kind of talk. The main characters today were her and Yang Long. Today, it should have been for everyone to understand that it was her who kicked this waste of a man. Chen Yang, out of the way. It was Chen Yang who was useless. Everything was Chen Yang's fault. But now, the main characters had turned out to be Chen Yang and that ugly bastard Liu Ran. All of them felt that they were the unfortunate ones. How could this be tolerated? Liu Xian stood up with a bang. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, Chen Yang, Liu Ran, don't leave. The banquet hasn't ended yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chen Yang turned around and swept his eyes at Liu Xian, and said indifferently, Liu Ran and I have already toasted our grandmother, family members and guests, and have already gotten everyone's testimonials. I still have to go back to deliver the food, so I won't stay. Liu Xian sneered as she walked towards Chen Yang and said, What's your hurry on such a momentous day? The tens of dollars for today's delivery fee. I'll just let Brother Long give it to you, Liu Xian said, reaching Liu Ran's side and pulling Liu Ran's arm. Liu Ran hesitated for a moment, then said, Cousin, Chen Yang and I really won't stay. Liu Xian shook her head as she looked at Liu Ran and said, Xiao Ran, although our relationship is average, we are sisters after all. Even if Chen Yang, he is a waste, but, you are still considered to have robbed your brother-in-law. You who are a little eek, don't you want to say a few words of apology to me as well? Upon hearing this, Liu Ran nervously said, Cousin, this matter, I'm really sorry. In fact, I didn't think about marrying Chen Yang. It's just that Chen Yang he and I knew each other very early, and then coupled with a bit too many things happening lately, we got a license. I'm sorry cousin sister, Chen Yang and I really didn't even talk before. Liu Ran was afraid that Liu Xian would really misunderstand. When Liu Xian heard this, but she laughed ha. She stopped Liu Ran and opened her mouth. My good sister, don't be nervous, it's not like I would really treat you as a woman who steals her brother-in-law. After all, this husband of yours, Chen Yang, is what I kicked away not wanting. Besides, with your ugly face, if you really want to rob my Liu Xian's man, that's impossible, Liu Xian said here. Her hand suddenly pulled at Liu Ran's head. Liu Ran was wearing an unmarked scarf and sunglasses. Liu Xian violently pulled down Liu Ran's unmarked scarf, along with his sunglasses. Liu Ran's face, the skin had just grown out, very delicate. Tearing it like that, she felt a pain in her skin and screamed out. On the other hand, Liu Xian was proudly shaking the scarf in her hand as she looked around and spoke loudly. Everyone, you remember, it was me who kicked this waste of a man, Chen Yang, out of the way. This punk of his is really homeless, and in the end, he could only choose to be with a pumped-up gossip like Liu Ran. However, I do feel that they are considered a perfect match. One is cowardly, useless and poorer than the other, and one is extremely ugly and horrible. Since today is a wedding celebration, how can you keep wearing sunglasses and scarf? You should just show your face, and squarely face all the guests together with Chen Yang. Giggle. Liu Xian smiled triumphantly. She was going to be the main character today. She and Yang Long were the centerpiece of today's banquet, and how could they let an ugly like Liu Ran steal the limelight? Liu Xian was still laughing. However, at this moment, the sights of the people in the entire hall all froze. Immediately afterward, there were a few men's mouth corners that instantly drooled. That Iron and Steel Company's boss Wu Tian was even more dumbfounded at the sight. The cup in his hand snapped, fell to the ground. Chapter 40, Disagreeing to Marriage. Snap. The sound. The cup landed on the ground. Finally, the people in the hall finally reacted. All of them had faces of surprise, amazement, and incredulity. Liu Xian stood to the side, still smug, as she saw the reaction of the people in the hall. She laughed and said, You all don't need to be so appalled. This cousin of mine's face has always been so horrible. Haven't you guys seen it before? It's only my trashy ex-husband who was able to not mind and had to find such an ugly woman as his wife. However, Liu Xian's words fell. However, she found that all of them were looking at themselves with abnormal faces and odd expressions. Liu Xian froze, not knowing what was happening. My god, it's worthy of being our Qingzhou's former #1 beauty. I really didn't expect that the original Liu Ran has had her appearance restored. I remember that 4 years ago she was incomparably beautiful. I didn't expect that now. She's 3 times more beautiful than before. In the past, despite being pretty, she was just a 20-year-old little girl. But now, she's simply a heavenly woman. I feel sorry for her. Before, I still thought that Liu Ran was not worthy of Qianyang, but now I realize that even if Qianyang knew Zhou Xinan, he is definitely not worthy of a woman like Liu Ran. The people in the hall marveled in awe. When Liu Xian heard this, she hurriedly turned her head. The moment she saw Liu Ran, she instantly froze. This cousin in front of her, the ugly one she had always looked down on. Surprisingly, she had turned into a super beautiful woman, stunning at first glance and then falling. The scars on her face were not just healed, but more importantly, the years had not left any traces on her face, leaving her still delicate as a 20-year-old girl. There were no traces of age, yet there were a few more traces of a mature woman's ebullience and the flirtatiousness of a newly married young woman. Such a woman, was it really Liu Ran? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu Xian went crazy and lunged towards Liu Ran's face with her teeth and claws open. Splat! Qianyang stepped forward and slapped Liu Xian's face, sending her flying out. You punk, how dare you hit me in public? Liu Xian covered her face. We've been married for a year. My mom asked you to serve foot washing water. You didn't even dare to refuse. Now you dare to hit me. Qianyang looked at Liu Xian with a cold expression. That was before. When you married me, you were my woman. I naturally protected you. But now, I only have my wife Liu Ran alone in my heart. If you dare to harm her, I will eat you alive. Qianyang's eyes were cold and terrifying. At the end of his words, it was as if he was not intimidating, but merely recounting a fact. When Liu Xian saw that look in Qianyang's eyes, she shivered in fear and couldn't help but take a few steps back, not daring to continue to provoke Qianyang. The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Yang Long was even more surprised. As he stared closely at Liu Ran's appearance, he couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. He really didn't expect that the original little Eek was so beautiful, comparable to a fairy. No wonder back then, the Bai family's eldest young master, Bai Lei Tian, would go to all means to get Liu Ran. It turns out that she is really worth making men crazy. Qianyang tenderly bent down, took out the scarf, and gently put it on for Liu Ran. Liu Ran felt the burning gazes around her. She lowered her head and whispered, "Qianyang, let's go." Good. No. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. It was none other than the old lady of the Liu family. "Old Mrs. Liu said loudly, stop right there. I don't agree with this marriage of yours." With that, old Mrs. Liu led the people at the table and walked directly towards Qianyang and Liu Ran. The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, there were 3 twists and turns. The license had been collected, the gifts had been bought, and the drinks had all been toasted. Now, the old ladies suddenly disagreed. Old Mrs. Liu walked over, she reached out and took Liu Ran's hand. Old Mrs. Liu said gently, "Xiao Ran, it's been hard on you all these years. Grandma knows that your family is not living an easy life. Grandma is also very worried. After all, you and your dad are both my own blood. Can I not hurt? Only, Grandma can't help you all these years. There is a reason. Grandma really can't help. This acting skill of old Mrs. Liu was really remarkable. Liu Ran was also touched for a moment. She immediately spoke. "Grandma, don't say that. Those are all in the past. Now Qianyang and I are already licensed. So, no way. I can't let my precious granddaughter marry a delivery man." Old Mrs. Liu immediately spoke up. Qianyang stood beside Liu Ran. Seeing this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "It's not that you don't want her to marry me. I'm afraid it's because you saw Ranner's appearance recovered, and you want to utilize her again, to flatter the Bai family. In your heart, you are always thinking about how you can use Liu Ran to exchange for a good bargaining chip with the Bai family. Right." Liu Ran's body was also stunned when she heard Qianyang's words. She also instantly realized over. Liu Ran immediately shook off old Mrs. Liu's arm. She took a step back, looked at her grandmother, and said aloud, "Grandma, I've already gotten a license with Qianyang. We're an official and legal couple. Irrevocable. I won't mind his profession. I like him. You don't need to think anymore." Old Mrs. Liu's face turned white with anger when she heard this. However, she knew that she couldn't push too hard. Once upon a time, the Liu family had a chance to soar into the sky. That was to hug the White family's thigh. The Bai family's young master, Bai Lei Tian, had taken a liking to Liu Ran, and the Bai family was willing to marry her explicitly. In that case, this granddaughter of theirs could be the Bai family's hand-picked young granny. or even in existence that could become the Bai family's madam in the future. The Bai family was the #1 family in the entire Zhejiang province, and Bai Leitian's status was even higher than Zhou Xinan's. The Bai family was the #1 family in the entire Zhejiang province. How could old Mrs. Liu miss such an opportunity? Therefore, she used every means possible to make sure that her granddaughter married into the Bai family. It was a pity that Liu Ran was dead set against it, and it even caused resentment from the Bai family. Of course, more importantly, Liu Ran's face was suddenly burned by her roommate during her junior year of college. Instantly, she turned into the ugliest of monsters, and her injuries simply could not be treated well. When the Bai family saw this scene, they were even angrier, so they spread all their anger onto the Liu family. The Liu Ran family, on the other hand, was even more miserable. Old Mrs. Liu recalled all this and sighed again and again, sighing that the Liu family had not been able to seize that one wonderful opportunity. And now, her granddaughter had actually regained her looks once again, and had even become even more beautiful. Such an opportunity to reach heaven in one step. How could one miss it once again? Old Mrs. Liu understood that she couldn't push too hard this time. She must take her time. Old Mrs. Liu looked at Liu Ran and opened her mouth to say, "Ranner, you don't need to be anxious. Grandma is really for your own good. Since you and Chen Yang have already gotten a license and are willing to get married, Grandma will give you her blessing. However, after all, you haven't organized the wedding yet. You can't have the same room. If you break this commandment, then you are a completely shameless woman. In the future, the face of our Liu family's ancestors will be disgraced by you." Hearing this, Liu Ran's face reddened as she hurriedly said, "Grandma, on this kind of occasion, there's no need to speak these words. I understand the rules. Chen Yang and I will do the wedding as soon as possible." Old Mrs. Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and said, "Xiao Ran, you are also 26 years old, and you were once a prestigious university student. Grandma still has high hopes for you. In this way, you and Chen Yang sit down. In the future, you also have the right to participate in our Liu family's business plans. Come and sit down." Chapter 41 Gambling. Liu Ran looked at her grandmother strangely. This time, old Mrs. Liu took the initiative to put down her face. She walked over towards Chao Meihua and said, "Third daughter-in-law, it was hard on you in the past. Your husband is a cripple and your daughter is disfigured. It must have been a hard life. In the future, you won't have to work so hard." Chao Meihua was a bit flattered. She didn't expect that the old lady would take the initiative to shush herself. Old Mrs. Liu said towards Liu Ran, "You all don't stand still. Come and sit down. There's no need to leave in a hurry." Chao Meihua also hurriedly let her daughter and son-in-law sit at the table. Old Mrs. Liu looked at Liu Ran and spoke, "Xiao Ran, you also know that Grandma wants you to be happy. So Grandma also has requirements for your marriage. The children and grandchildren of our Liu family, no matter the man or girl, they all need to have a career to be successful. Don't you think so?" Liu Ran hesitated slightly, then nodded. Old Mrs. Liu continued, "Our Liu family, although we say that it is not considered a big family, but there are hundreds of millions of assets, of which the most central asset is the Tianlu shopping commercial building located in the CBD area." Of course, Liu Ran knew that. In reality, the Liu family did not lack money. At the time when he and his parents were about to be driven crazy by the White Wave Financial Company, Grandma and the others actually had money. The Liu family had made its fortune with supermarkets and commercial buildings. One of the most important assets was the Tianlu shopping commercial building. The commercial buildings attracted people to open stores and collected rent from them. At the best of times, the Tianlu shopping mansion could collect $20 million a year in rent. It was a hen that would lay golden eggs, providing a constant flow of cash. Mrs. Liu sighed and said, "It's just that the business of commercial buildings is not doing well now. There is too much competition and homogenization is serious. Right now, the international first-class brand, Yasi Hongdai, is seeking a place to open a flagship store in Qingzhou City. If we say that our commercial building can take down the Yasi Hongdai brand, then, in the next competition of commercial buildings, we will occupy a favorable position." After saying that, old Mrs. Liu looked at Liu Ran and the others and said, "Xiao Ran, you are also a member of the Liu family now, and you have to bear the burden of our family's development. Therefore, you have to make this project a success before I can agree to a wedding between you and Chen Yang." When Chen Yang heard this, he sneered in his heart. This dead old woman. After going around in such a big circle, the purpose was still wanting to stop Liu Ran and himself from having a wedding cave. What project, what family development, were all just her means. Liu Ran shook her head at this time and said, "I'm sorry Grandma, our family hasn't received any family dividends before, so I don't have any obligation to do things for you. I still have to be busy looking for a job and working part-time." Old Mrs. Liu immediately said, "Xiao Ran, what are you thinking? You are also a member of our Liu family. In this way, as long as you can take down Yasi Hongdai's project and let them open an exclusive flagship store in our commercial building, then, like the rest of your siblings, you can also become the director of the commercial building. Ha! Liu Ran raised her head. At this time, Liu Xin, exasperated, clenched her teeth as she turned her head and said, Grandma, on what grounds? You said before that only the three of us have the qualifications to participate, and you also said that you would let me work hard and rely on Brother Long's ability to snatch the position this time. How come you're adding that in now as well? You shut up. You are all my granddaughters. Of course you should be treated equally. Old Mrs. Liu stood up. She said, this matter is settled. Whichever grandchild completes it, he can become the director of the commercial building. Also, Liu Ran, this is a test that you have to complete before you can think about the wedding. Otherwise, I will never agree to you marrying Xianyu. Liu Ran hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Seeing that Liu Ran agreed, Old Lady Liu couldn't help but laugh happily as she spoke. Welcome to all the guests today. I'm Old Lady is full from the banquet, so feel free to enjoy yourselves. With that, Old Lady Liu walked towards the backyard. The crowd of the Liu family also dispersed one after another. Chen Yang and Liu Ran headed outside. Liu Ran pulled Chen Yang's arm as she whispered, Chen Yang, are you blaming me for agreeing to this request from Grandma? Chen Yang shook his head and said, it's not weird, it's just strange. Strange why you agreed to it. You should also be able to see that Grandma is trying to stop you and I from having a wedding. I know. Liu Ran's expression was tinged with a bit of sadness as she opened her mouth and continued. I know Grandma's intentions, but I still want to try because I also have a longing for that position of director of the commercial building. I yearn for success. I yearn for the family's recognition. And of course, more importantly, I yearn for my parents to become important in Grandma's eyes. Chen Yang laughed out. He patted down Liu Ran's hair and said, okay, I know, I will help you. Liu Ran nodded. I was also very good in college, so I will do my best to do this. Chen Yang sighed slightly. Liu Ran was afraid that Chen Yang was nervous. She smiled cheekily, gently squeezed Chen Yang's hand and said, Chen Yang, don't worry about it, you and I have already gotten a license, so we are a legal couple. Even if I can't complete this mission, I will still marry you without any hesitation. So, I'll take this mission, and if I finish it, I'll still have a job. If I can't finish it, it won't hold you back. You are really a little witty. Chen Yang laughed happily. At this time, the backyard of the Liu family, Liu Xin, Yang Long, Liu Tianqi and several other grandchildren surrounded Old Lady Liu. Everyone had a very upset look on their faces. Liu Xin said towards Old Mrs. Liu, Grandma, you used to hate that ghost girl Liu Ran. Why did you bring her along this time? If she really gets the contract, won't she really become the director of the commercial building? That position, in our entire Liu family, is a top priority. Old Mrs. Liu snorted coldly, glared at Liu Xin and said, what? You and Yang Long together? Can't you still compete with Liu Ran Chen Yang? One of them is inexperienced, and one of them is a stinking delivery boy. If you guys can't even handle them, then forget it. Yang Long hurriedly said, Grandma, you're joking. Liu Xin and I will definitely exceed your expectations and get the contract. I just don't understand your intentions. Are you really promoting Liu Ran and Chen Yang? Idiot. Old Mrs. Liu sneered and said, how could I possibly promote them? I get angry when I see Liu Ran's family, so how could I give up a good opportunity to her? I'm just using a delaying tactic. I'm going to stop their wedding so that Liu Ran can remain intact. Only then can I find a chance to re-gift Liu Ran to young Master Bai. Hearing this, Liu Xin instantly understood and her eyes lit up as she said, Grandma, you are brilliant. Right now, although young Master Bai says he has a girlfriend, he definitely still misses Liu Ran's body. If we can sneak Liu Ran into young Master Bai's bed, hey, at that time, young Master Bai will definitely return the favor to our Liu family. Everyone around them laughed. They all praised old Madame Liu for her thoughtfulness. Old Mrs. Liu got up and said smugly, alright, I'll go and get busy. Remember, the contract for Yasi Hongdai, get it as soon as possible. Don't really let that girl Liu Ran get it. Chapter 42 Your Potion. Chen Yang rode the takeaway electric bike, took Liu Ran with him, and returned to the urban village that was wafting with the sour smell. Chen Yang's heart ached immensely. It seemed that one had to be prepared to think of a reason to hurry up and change a place to live before he could do so. Liu Ran was now very energetic. For so many years, she had always been in a position of being marginalized and ostracized by the family, and her parents had always been the most lowly ones in the family. And today, in the Liu family, she and her mother had finally been taken seriously. Although, Liu Ran knew that this attention, with the grandmother's ulterior motives. However, the pride in her chest was stretched. Liu Ran sat down, immediately opened a worn-out desktop computer. The screen of this computer, or the kind of large most old-fashioned computer, After Liu Ran opened, skillfully searched up the introduction of the Yasi Hongdai company, as well as the performance of various products, Chen Yang looked at the struggling Liu Ran. In his heart, suddenly more than a few points of comfort, no matter what the old woman's purpose was, but this at least inspired Liu Ran's confidence and arrogance in her heart. This is quite good. Chen Yang walked out. He took out his cell phone and dialed Vermilion Bird's number. Heavenly Father, what are your orders? Vermilion Bird was, at this moment, sitting in the CBD district of Qingzhou City, on top of a giant billboard. Her red skirt was blazing as she surveyed half of Qingzhou City. Chen Yang opened his mouth and asked, the person in charge of Yasi Hongdai in Qingzhou City, do you know who it is? When Vermilion Bird heard this, she paused for a moment and said, Heavenly Father, you're making it difficult for me. I do know the boss of the Yasi Reddish group, but the person in charge of the tiny city of Qingzhou, I don't know. I'll help you poke around. Hearing this, Chen Yang said, you still know their old boss? Vermilion Bird was speechless for a while. Heavenly Father, you are a nobleman who forgets things. Have you forgotten that the old boss of Yasi Hongdai is also known as Ingwas Go Wei? 5 years ago, when Go Wei fell from her horse and was injured, it was you who cured her, and by the way, you also gave her a poultice to remove the scar. Now that the Yasi Hongdai group is able to become a global cosmetic leader, it relies on that one potion that you sent. Chen Yang froze when he heard this, and then reacted, that little brat? She's now the boss of Yasi Hongdai? Zhu Yao giggled, she's not a brat, she's still a year older than you. Moreover, Go Wei isn't small anywhere. Oh, it's you, Heavenly Father, who can resist her big and beautiful, go. When Chen Yang heard this, he completely remembered. 5 years ago, Go Wei was injured in a horseback riding fall. Go Wei's grandfather was a famous big capitalist, and more importantly, he held an ancient book in his hands. That ancient book was very important to himself. Go Wei's grandfather begged to the head of the heavenly doctor's palace, asked himself to treat Go Wei's bone injury. The most important thing was the wound on her face. He himself cured Go Wei and received the ancient book and a large amount of money. When he was leaving, Go Wei asked himself for that medicinal ointment. At that time, he didn't think it was precious, so he gave the ointment to Go Wei. Unexpectedly, 5 years had passed, and Go Wei had actually relied on that one ointment formula to make Yasi Hongdai Group the current peak of the world's cosmetics. Chen Yang smiled bitterly and said, alright, I know, then this is a good thing to do. Vermilion Bird said, alright Heavenly Father, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Yasi Hongdai usually stays at the Tiande Hotel. That's our property, so you can always go over there and instruct her to do things for you. Chen Yang said he knew. Putting down his cell phone, Chen Yang turned around and returned to the dilapidated house. He decided that he would help his wife and get the position of director of some commercial building, and at that time, he should be able to change his residence. Lying on the sofa, listening to the cicadas around him, Chen Yang gradually fell asleep. After a long time, Chen Yang opened his eyes and suddenly heard the sound of snapping and clacking on the keyboard still coming from next door. He got up and walked over, only to realize that his wife was still there continuing to revise the plan. It was already past 4 in the morning. Chen Yang sighed and said, Xiao Ran, why are you in such a hurry? No, I looked. The day after tomorrow is the date of Mr. Wang's official negotiation. I have to make use of every second of these 2 days' time, and after writing out the plan, I'll check it out more, check for flaws and make it as perfect as possible. Only if we consider every single need of Yasi Hongdai, will they consider our commercial building? This is a win-win cooperation. We, as the commercial building party, must satisfy our customers' needs. Liu Ran yawned and continued working. Chen Yang shook his head and went to brew sesame paste for his wife. For 2 days in a row, Liu Ran had been running around the commercial building and the library, researching every need of Yasi Hongdai. 2 days later, Liu Ran yawned and organized the plan in her hands. She smiled towards Chen Yang and gestured a scissor hand. At last, I haven't completely forgotten what I learned in college. I believe that this plan, Mr. Wang will definitely be satisfied. Let's go. We'll have breakfast and head over. Liu Ran got up and her body shook a little. Chen Yang immediately supported Liu Ran. He took the plan and said, leave it to me next. I'll bring this plan over and give it to that Mr. Wang. That's not going to work. Liu Ran forcibly raised his spirit and said, this plan is very important, and you don't understand the technical terms on it. Anyway, let's go over there. Don't worry, I can still hold up. Chen Yang looked at Liu Ran and felt a pang of pity in his heart. He reached out his hand and hugged Liu Ran. Xiao Ran, in fact, you don't have to be so desperate. How can that be? These days, adults are not easy. We don't have a car loan or house loan. It's already much better. Besides, what's this bitterness? Compared to what happened to me before, I'm really satisfied now. What Liu Ran said was sincere. She is now though staying up late, moving her brain, and laboring. However, she lived a very solid life, with hope, without having to be afraid, and all those sins that she had suffered in the past were slowly being forgotten. When Chen Yang saw Liu Ran like this, his heart felt even more guilty. He nodded. Alright, let's go there together. Chen Yang brought Liu Ran, rode on the Manhwa electric bike, and went straight to the Tiande Hotel. On the way, Liu Ran introduced the basic situation to Chen Yang, now in charge of this piece of Qingzhou. It was the regional director of Ace Redeemer Group's Jiangnan district, named Wang Aili. Wang Aili was a relatively famous strong woman, although she was only 35 years old, but she was already a well-known professional manager. She is now as the Ice Red. The hands of the right is still quite big, able to make a decision on the flagship store of the Ice Red opened in what place. As the peak brand of the world cosmetics, its flagship store will attract all the noble women in Qingzhou City to rush to it. Therefore, all the commercial buildings in Qingzhou City are now competing hard for the location of the flagship store of Ace Redhead. This was crucial to the promotion of a commercial building. Chen Yang and Liu Ran arrived at the bottom of the restaurant, just ready to go up. Suddenly, a BMW car, brushing against the two people's trolley, drove by with a squeak. Then, the BMW braked violently. The car window rolled down. Liu Xian poked her head out from inside, looking condescendingly at Chen Yang and Liu Ran, revealing smugness. Liu Xian said, I really didn't expect that the two of you would actually have the courage to come here. TSK, I have to say, what a thick skin. However, I advise you guys to go back. Brother Long has already arranged everything for me. The so-called selection is just going through the motions. Today's winner, it's me. Chapter 43 Fair Trade. Chen Yang rode the small electric bike and looked at Liu Xian, not bothering. Liu Xian raised her chin in triumph. On the driver's seat, Yang Long pushed open the door and walked down. This time, Yang Long took the initiative to greet towards Liu Ran, who was sitting behind the motorized cart, and said with a smile, Sister Xiao Ran, you're here too? Let's go up together. Liu Ran shook her head. No need, brother-in-law. Chen Yang and I have to discuss the final words again. Chen Yang parked the car and led Liu Ran away. Yang Long stared at Liu Ran's back and couldn't help but gently gulp. He wasn't someone who was particularly good with women, but when faced with Liu Ran, he would indeed be attracted. He never knew that this woman who had been silently bullied in the family was so beautiful and graceful. Liu Ran's beauty had exceeded Yang Long's imagination. Liu Xian walked down and saw Yang Long's appearance. She exasperatedly went forward and ruthlessly pinched Yang Long's arm. What? Are you also looking at that vixen now and want to divorce me to marry her? Yang Long reacted and immediately hemmed and hawed and said, Wife, what are you talking about? However, think about it, Liu Ran, she will most likely be marrying into the Bai family in the future. Even if she can only end up being a junior to young Master Bai, that's still a bit of a status. It's also beneficial for us to have a good relationship with her. I poo, Liu Xian said impatiently. She's just a life to be toyed with. Married to Bai Lei Tian, she's also destined to be nothing more than a wretch. She'll be bored after a few days of being played with by young Master Bai, so she can have no future at all. Brother Long, let's go up and get the contract done as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yang Long straightened his back and spoke. No rush, let's wait for a while. I've already contacted this Mr. Wang through my uncle's side this time. Absolutely reliable. The gift of $3 million. The other party has already received. How can she not be moved? Liu Xian smiled. She pulled Yang Long's arm and said, Brother Long, when I sit as the director of the commercial building, at that time, the entire Tianlu commercial building is under our control. I will find a way to make up for the 3 million. Yang Long nodded. That's natural. When we get the contract, this 3 million will also have to find your grandmother to reimburse you. After all, you are doing something for the Liu family clan. After you leave the director, I'll help you do the accounts. That 3 to 5 million a year. It's easy, Grandma, they can't see it. Both of them smiled smugly. The two people, Chen Yang and Liu Ran, took the elevator to the top floor. The presidential suite on the top floor had a meeting room. Right now it was the one that was temporarily being used as a negotiation meeting room by the Yasi Hongdai group. There were already quite a few people waiting now. Liu Ran sat down on the sofa outside and waited. Chen Yang looked around and spoke. Wait here, I'm going to the restroom. Getting up and leaving, Chen Yang walked directly towards Wang Aili's room. Right now, Wang Aili hadn't started her office yet. She hadn't entered the conference room yet. Chen Yang pulled out the prepared universal door card of the restaurant. He directly pushed open the door and entered Wang Aili's room. Who are you? In the room, a tall woman looked at Chen Yang angrily. She was around 40 years old, with medium to high looks and a well-maintained figure. At the moment, she was wearing an expensive silk nightgown and her skin was coated with expensive cosmetics. Chen Yang looked at the woman, nodded his head and said with an indifferent expression, Introduce yourself. My name is Chen Yang. I don't care who you are. Now please get out. Also, tell me, how did you get in here? Wang Ailey took a step back, her hand already touching the restaurant's phone. Chen Yang grinned broadly and sat down on the sofa. He looked at Wang Ailey and spoke. Don't call. This restaurant is mine. I came today because I want to tell you something. Wang Ailey froze when she heard Chen Yang's words. This restaurant? Yours? The Tian De restaurant is a chain of restaurants. It is a partnership with our Ace Reddish group. Our Ace Reddish personnel who travel on business usually stay here. You're telling me that they're yours? Aha. Chen Yang shrugged indifferently and continued. I know you're chairman, but, Miss Wang Ailey, right, do you not have children? What do you mean? Wang Ailey was puzzled and with a few moments of shock. Her thoughts were a bit unable to keep up with Chen Yang's topic. At first, Chen Yang was talking about the Tian De hotel being his, which shocked Wang Ailey into disbelief. Moreover, Chen Yang then said that he knew the boss of his own Yasi Hongdai group. Wang Ailey was shocked at Chen Yang's identity. In particular, Chen Yang was able to open the door to his room at will. This meant that he was most likely really the old boss of the Tian De hotel. But now, Chen Yang suddenly asked if he had any children. Chen Yang looked at Wang Ailey and said, You don't need to think too much. I came here originally because I wanted your old boss to contact you. However, seeing your physical condition, it should be the result of infertility caused by cold entering the uterus after a miscarriage. I can treat your illness. I can get rid of the cold and restore your fertility. As for you, all you need to do is to hand over the contract to the person I appointed. If it wasn't said to be necessary, Chen Yang certainly didn't wish to call Gao Wei and ask her to step in. After all, this was really just a very small matter. Regardless of whether it was for the Heavenly Doctor Palace or the Yasi Hongdai group, this immediate matter that Chen Yang had to deal with was indeed too small to be worth mentioning. It really wasn't worth bothering Gao Wei and letting her personally ask about it. Wang Ailey looked at Chen Yang in shock. Her eyes revealed excitement and surprise. She could no longer care about anything else and hurried towards Chen Yang, saying, You can really cure my infertility. Chen Yang nodded. It's very simple for me. I think you should know the exact reason why your body got the disease. The coldness entering the uterus has caused you to not only not be able to have children all these years, but it will also cause you to have a huge pain every time you have your period. In addition, at night from 11 to 1 o'clock, when the liver meridian is in charge, you will have pains in both of your sides, and you will have nightmares all over the place. Wang Ailey's body trembled violently. You are really a divine doctor. Yes, I do have these symptoms. 12 years ago, I was 28 years old and pregnant with a child. But, at that time, I was with another competitor, competing for the supervisor position. And if I had a child, my career would end here, and I couldn't go any further. That time, I aborted the baby. After quietly miscarrying, I didn't tell anyone and continued to fight for my career, only to end up running a long distance in the rain on a rainy day in late fall to compete for a client, which ultimately caused me to fall into a coma. Since then, my stomach has been incredibly cold, including at this moment. It feels like I'm hugging a ball of ice. Chen Yang nodded his head, his expression bland as he spoke. I'll heal you now, and you'll hand over the Yasi Hongdai flagship store contract to Liu Ran of Tianlu Commercial Building. Is that okay? It's a deal. Wang Ailey spoke with incomparable excitement. Chapter 44 Getting the Contract. Chen Yang nodded slightly. This was a fair deal, and it was appropriate. Chen Yang extended his hand and grabbed Wang Ailey's wrist. The internal chi in his body followed the meridians and probed the situation inside her body. As the Heavenly Dr. Hall's Hall Master, Chen Yang's medical skills had long surpassed his master's, and no one could surpass him. After checking for a while, Chen Yang nodded his head and said, The liver meridians and kidney meridians are all blocked by cold and silt evil chi, and the cold condensation leads to blood stasis, so we need to warm up the meridians and smooth out the chi. You stand upside down by the sofa. I will pass through your Shinkei point, and use my internal chi to smooth out your chi. Wang Ailey froze, then said, Okay, I'll go change my clothes. Also, Shinkei point is, Oh, Shinkei point is your navel, Chen Yang explained. Wang Ailey immediately went into her bedroom and changed her clothes. She was going to be upside down, so naturally she had to change into pants of some sort. Wang Ailey was very cooperative. Chen Yang's palm, which was attached to Wang Ailey's navel, exploded with medical yang internal chi. In the next moment, a swirling internal chi directly rushed into Wang Ailey's uterus. Chen Yang looked serious. At this moment, this method of healing was still a loss for his own internal chi. A full 3 minutes or so had passed. Put. With a click, Wang Ailey violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chen Yang sighed in relief. He slowly withdrew his palm. Opening his mouth, he said, Alright, the cold evil in your body has been completely dissolved by me, and the bruised blood has also been dispelled by me. Now how about you try it? Chen Yang sat down and slowly adjusted his breathing. Even against 3 zone masters, it could not make him this tired. Mainly, in a short period of time, forcibly dissolving these cold evils, dispelling the bruises and blood, and also controlling it so as not to harm Wang Ali's body. It was indeed very draining of his spirit and internal qi. Wang Ali stood up and took a few steps, with a look of surprise on her face. She did not expect that in just a few minutes, the disease that had plagued her for 10 years was instantly cured. Previously, it seemed as if she was not holding a piece of cold ice in her stomach at all times, and now, there was absolutely no feeling of ice. Instead, it felt warm and very comfortable in her stomach. Wang Ali looked at Chen Yang excitedly. I am able to get pregnant now? Completely well? Chen Yang nodded. He wiped the slight sweat from his forehead and said towards Wang Ali, don't forget the agreement between us. Many thanks to Lord Divine Doctor. Wang Ali was respectful to Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not say much and turned around to leave. Wang Ali had a look of surprise on her face. She walked back and forth a few times in excitement, then remembered something and immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed her overseas boyfriend's number. Her boyfriend was a white man, 30 years old, idle, relying on Wang Ali to give her money. Wang Ali said excitedly, Jack, I'm better now. I can have a baby. When I'm done here, we'll go on vacation and have a baby. Jack on the other side said excitedly, really, dearly, that's really great. With a child, my parents will also accept us. Your parents will be able to accept me too. Wow, I can't wait to have a baby with you. Wang Ali nodded her head, and as she spoke, she couldn't help but cry. She was already 40 years old, and at this age without a child, only she could feel how lonely and desperate it was. Now, everything was over. At this time, the staff knocked on the door and reminded Wang Ali that it was time to negotiate the signing. Wang Ali hung up her cell phone, went into the conference room next door, and began to negotiate one by one with each commercial building. Outside the conference room, Liu Ran sat apprehensively on a chair and waited. She had been thinking about what questions would be asked next and how she should answer them in order to get the other party's approval. Seeing that Liu Ran was so apprehensive, Chen Yang smiled and said, don't be nervous, you've already put in a full effort. When you go in, you just need to play steadily and you'll be completely fine. Liu Ran nodded. She took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, Chen Yang, am I too much of a dreamer? There is no way that I can really get a contract, much less really sit in the position of director of a commercial building, but I am still more than a little bit expectant now, and it really is too much of a self-importance. No, you are already excellent. Chen Yang stretched out his hand, grabbed Liu Ran's slender little hand and spoke. Liu Ran, believe in yourself. You can do it. You've already suffered so much. Now, the good days of your struggle are coming. Liu Ran nodded. The negotiators who had gone in at the front soon walked out with their heads hanging down. These people were in the conference room, and they didn't stay for a total of 3 minutes, and one by one, they returned in defeat. It didn't take long. The staff called for number 7. Liu Ran got up, took a deep breath, and walked into the conference room. In the conference room, Wang Ali casually sat there with a powerful aura. Liu Ran apprehensively walked over and introduced himself. Hello, I am Liu Ran, the signing representative of Tianlu Commercial Building. When Wang Ali heard the name Liu Ran, she raised her head curiously and looked at Liu Ran. Then she smiled and said, good, show me the plan. Liu Ran handed over the plan. Wang Ali carefully flipped through a few pages and sighed in relief. She said towards Liu Ran, okay, you're it, go back and draw up the contract. Just follow your plan and let's sign. Ha! Liu Ran froze violently. She had prepared many speeches and had prepared answers to many questions. As a result, now, it was a direct signing? Liu Ran looked at Wang Ali dumbfounded. Wang Ali smiled and said, what, you're not willing? Ah, willing to be willing. Thanks, much to Mr. Wang. Liu Ran felt like she was dreaming. Wang Ali said, that's fine, leave a contact, let's see you tomorrow. Liu Ran and Wang Ali added WeChat. Afterwards, Liu Ran walked out of the conference room like a dream. Chen Yang smiled towards Liu Ran and asked, how was it? I succeeded. I really succeeded. Liu Ran waved her fists excitedly. At this time, the staff also came out and announced that the business talks were over. There was no need for the rest of the people to wait. The talks were over. Liu Ran pulled Chen Yang's hand and excitedly walked towards the stairs. At this moment, she was full of vigor, and the confidence she had back then was returning to her little by little. Chen Yang was also secretly relieved. The current wife is becoming better and better. The two people rode on the electric donkey. Liu Ran opened her mouth and said, let's go, Chen Yang, I'll treat you to crayfish. The two people excitedly left. On the BMW, the two people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, looked at the excitedly leaving Liu Ran in confusion. What's going on? Liu Xian frowned. Look at her like that. It seems like she was chosen? It can't be. I'll call and ask. Yang Long took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Ali's number. Little Yang, I was about to tell you that I already have a candidate on my side, so I'm sorry, I can't accept your contract. Wang Ailey on the opposite side grabbed the phone and said. Yang Long immediately said, Mr. Wang, don't be in a hurry. I'll come up to see you now. Let's meet and talk. Chapter 45, He's a Waste. Yang Long put down his cell phone and frowned tightly. Liu Ran immediately looked at Yang Long nervously and asked, Brother Long, what exactly is the situation? Yang Long gritted his teeth and said, she agreed to Liu Ran's contract. There's definitely a problem here. I'll go up and ask. I'll go too. The two immediately left the BMW and headed towards the presidential suite on the uppermost floor. Inside the room, Wang Ailey was composing documents. Seeing Yang Long and Liu Ran, she nodded slightly before taking out a bank card and placing it on the table. Wang Ailey opened her mouth and said, here is 3 million. Mr. Yang, please also take it back. Go back and tell your uncle that I am sorry. There is no way to complete the contract this time. Wait, Mr. Wang, can you tell me what happened? Yang Long hurriedly asked towards Wang Ailey. How were you able to give the contract to Liu Ran and Chen Yan? Next to him, Liu Ran was also very upset and said, yes, Mr. Wang, since you are accepting Tianlu Commercial Building, then why didn't you sign with us? We are also representing Tianlu Commercial Building. Why do you need to give that punk Chen Yang a good face? Waste? Wang Ailey frowned. The Chen Yang you guys are talking about is that man beside Liu Ran. Right, he's a waste? He is very powerful. Wang Ailey didn't hide anything and directly told what happened before. Originally, Wang Ailey thought that the two of them, Yang Long and Liu Ran, would definitely be surprised at Chen Yang's ability. However, the next moment, Yang Long and Liu Ran burst out laughing at the same time. Yang Long covered his stomach and laughed out loud towards Wang Ailey. Mr. Wang, how dare you think that he really is some kind of big shot? Wang Ailey frowned. Isn't he a big shot? He said that this Tianda hotel is his, and he still has the key to this presidential suite. In addition, she knows our group president. Go away. And his medical skills are amazing. Yang Long's eyelids twitched with laughter as he waved his hand and said, Mr. Wang, you've been fooled. He's just a delivery man. Where is he the owner of any Tianda hotel? Much less know your president. Liu Ran also shook her head and said, Mr. Wang, you probably don't know. That punk Chen Yang is my ex-husband. I've been married to him for a year, but it turns out that he's a waste of space. He can't do anything except serve tea and pour water and do laundry and mop the floor. But, how did he get the key? Wang Ailey was very strange. Yang Long immediately sneered and said, Mr. Wang, you probably don't know. That waste is a delivery man. Perennial delivery is estimated to be familiar with the waiters in the hotel, so it's easy for him to want the key. What about, and our old boss's acquaintance? In addition, he did cure my disease. Wang Ailey frowned. Next to her, Liu Ran exasperatedly said, he's just a braggart. How could he know your old boss? In addition, that guy does know a little massage, but it's all from a broken book. That medical book was something he bought from a stall, and after learning a little bit of medical skills, he pretends to be a doctor all day long. How ridiculous. So that's how it is. Wang Ailey suddenly realized. Yang Long immediately laughed and said, look, Mr. Wang, everything is blamed on that punk Chen Yang for lying to you. In fact, since you've already decided to set up your flagship store in Tianlu Commercial Mansion, why don't you just let the contract go to Liu Ran and sign with her? The $3 million will still be yours. Moreover, after moving into the commercial building in the future, we will also give you more benefits privately. This, Wang Ailey hesitated. Wang Ailey's annual salary was very high, and with her annual salary plus dividends, she actually had $3 million. She originally should not have looked at this $3 million. However, after thinking about it, what Yang Long said made sense. The end result was going to be signing a contract with Tianlu Commercial Building anyway. It was just a different person, taking $3 million for nothing, and being able to sell the Yang family a favor, and getting kickback benefits in the future, was indeed not bad. The most crucial thing was that since Chen Yang and Liu Ran were both just a minor character, it didn't matter if they were stood up. Thinking about this, Wang Ailey smiled, nodded her head and said, good, then let's make a deal. Yang Long immediately took the $3 million bank card and handed it to Wang Ailey. Next to her, Liu Ran, with a twinkle in her eye, took the opportunity to open her mouth and said, Mr. Wang, that Liu Ran isn't a good thing either. I think the reason why that punk, Chen Yang, dared to come in and cheat you is because Liu Ran instructed him to do so. Why don't you take the opportunity, Mr. Wang, to blackmail her? I do know that she still has more than $500,000 in her hands. Wang Ailey frowned. How to extort? I won't break the law for that little money. Ha ha ha, no need to break the law. Liu Ran laughed out loud and said, how honorable is your status, Mr. Wang? How would you need to break the law? All you need to do is call up Liu Ran to go shopping with you, and she will naturally take care of these things. Yang Long sat on the side and said smugly, Mr. Wang, these things, Liu Xian and I will just teach you. In the future, you will also work in Qingzhou city a lot, and everything will be taken care of by our young family. Hearing this, Wang Ali understood, and she nodded slightly. Wang Ali said, I understand, you guys just wait for my news. Chen Yang and Liu Ran returned home. Liu Ran was still in a state of excitement. She didn't expect that she had really taken the contract for the Yasi Reddish project. To this day, she still felt like she was in a dream. After officially signing the contract tomorrow, she would be able to ascend the ranks and officially become the director of Tianlu Commercial Building. The Tianlu Commercial Building, in the entire Liu family, was considered an absolute core asset. If she herself walked around the Liu family as the director of the Heavenly Willow Commercial Building, then, no matter if it was her parents or Chen Yang, she would be able to gain the respect of the Liu family. More importantly, at that time, when he and Chen Yang organized their wedding, it could also be bright and open. Liu Ran had been giggling non-stop. Chao Meihua had already returned home and was cleaning the yard. When she saw her daughter's appearance, she asked strangely, Ranner, what's wrong with you? As soon as you came back, you giggled non-stop. Liu Ran hugged Chao Meihua and said excitedly, Mom, I did it. I really got the contract. Great. From now on, I'll be the director of Tianlu Commercial Building, and you can be the valued daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Upon hearing this, Chao Meihua was so excited that she suddenly burst into tears. She choked and said, Good, good, our family Ranner, fantastic. Over the years, our family of 3, in your grandmother's house, we have suffered a lot of eyeballs, being disliked by everyone, we've had the worst time, and we've always been ridiculed by them, and we'll never do it again. Liu Ran also vigorously nodded his head. Chen Yang stood to the side. Seeing Liu Ran's mother and daughter hugging and crying, he suddenly felt that the internal chi that had been depleted was worth it. In the afternoon, Liu Ran's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at WeChat, Liu Ran immediately jumped up with excitement as she spoke. Chen Yang, I'm going out. General Manager Wang said she wanted to see me and asked me to accompany her to go shopping. I'll go first. Chen Yang's brows furrowed furiously when he heard this. Chapter 46 Serving Me. Chen Yang looked at Liu Ran and opened his mouth to ask, What did you say? Mr. Wang wants to ask you to go shopping? Which Mr. Wang? Is it Wang Ali? Liu Ran stared at Chen Yang strangely and said, Yes, it's General Manager Wang. She gave us this contract. We should treat her with some respect. I'm going. No need to go. Chen Yang shook his head and pulled Liu Ran. We don't owe her. If you don't want to go, you don't need to go. Liu Ran was even more strange. She swept a glance at Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, are you alright? It's just a shopping trip. Besides, we shouldn't take each other's favors for granted. You don't have to worry about me. I'll go. Liu Ran waved her hand, smiled gently and turned to leave. Chen Yang wanted to say something else, but Liu Ran's eyes had revealed a few points of harshness. Chen Yang could only stop. Seeing Chen Yang's aggrieved look, Liu Ran walked over, reached out and hugged Chen Yang and said, Chen Yang, I don't know why you're reacting so strongly, but it's normal for women to shop amongst themselves. I think it might be because Mr. Wang wants to take the opportunity to get to know our Tianlu Commercial Building better. Anyway, I'll be careful. Liu Ran waved her hand and left her home. She rushed to the agreed location. Wang Ali was already waiting. Wang Ali nodded towards Liu Ran and said condescendingly, I came in a hurry and didn't bring a change of clothes or any other equipment, so I'm going to go buy some daily necessities. So you accompany me. Okay, Mr. Wang. Liu Ran's posture was naturally lowered. The two women entered the most luxurious pedestrian street in Qingzhou City, where there were well-known shopping centers such as Parkson and Wangfujing, and of course the items in them were also expensive. Wang Ali walked to a Chanel bag store, picked a bag, then frowned and said, Oops, I don't seem to have a card. What can I do? When Liu Ran heard this, he hesitated for a moment, but still took out his bank card. Inside this card, there were $80,000 that was the hard-earned money that was returned to her when White Wave Financial Company closed down. There was also $500,000 that was claimed back from Liu Xian when Chen Yang divorced. This $580,000 was all her savings. Looking at the bag, the price was surprisingly more than $211,000, not even discounted. Liu Ran's heart was dripping blood. However, she naturally didn't refuse, and paid the money heartily. Then, Wang Ali once again walked towards the clothes and shoes store. She completely treated Liu Ran as an underling who swiped her card to pay for the items, condescending all the way, buying $500,000 of things, all paid for by Liu Ran. Liu Ran carried a big bag and followed behind Wang Ali. After returning to the hotel, Wang Ali breathed a sigh of relief. She said towards Liu Ran, Hey, I haven't washed these clothes, because they are personal clothes, and can't be handed over to the hotel staff to wash them, and my own relatives are here, and can't touch the water. Little Liu, you go help me wash the underwear. What? What? Liu Ran froze. Wang Ali's brows furrowed violently. She snorted coldly and looked at Liu Ran and said, "What? You're not willing? That's fine. You go back. I'll find someone else to help me wash it." Liu Ran was startled and hurriedly said towards Wang Ali, Mr. Wang, don't be angry. I will help you wash it. I will go wash it now." Wang Ali hummed, sat on the sofa, crossed her legs and said, "That's more or less the same. Quickly go and wash. Also, fetch me a basin of foot washing water with milk and salt in it. I need to take care of my body." Liu Ran blushed and bowed her head in agreement. For the sake of tomorrow's contract, she could only agree and had to agree. All the suffering she was eating now was for the sake of her little family to be better in the future. Liu Ran silently went to fetch water and served Wang Ali. When Liu Ran returned home, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. She was very tired and lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Xianyu took a hoe and planted herbs in the yard. This home was very dilapidated, but, with the land and the yard, it was still able to be utilized a bit. Liu Ran had been waiting apprehensively for the call. Xianyu smiled towards Liu Ran and said, "Xiao Ran, don't worry, that list is yours. No one can snatch it." Liu Ran hesitated and nodded, didn't say anything more. At noon, Chen Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, Liu Xian's smug laughter came from the opposite side. Liu Xian laughed towards Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, when will you come to the old mansion? There is good news to announce." "Good news?" Chen Yang frowned slightly. "What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. I don't have the patience to play charades with you." Liu Xian laughed even more. She sneered, "You punk have really grown a temper. Oh, I know. You must have thought that your Liu Ran was able to scum girl rebound, wasn't it? She was able to sit on the position of director of the commercial building, wasn't it? Ha ha ha, you two really think too beautiful." When Shen Yang heard this, a bad feeling surged in his heart. Liu Xian from the opposite side continued to laugh loudly and said, "Maybe that good wife of yours doesn't know it yet. She has already lost the election. Ha ha ha." She accompanied Wang Ali shopping yesterday, again to pay, again to be a cow as a horse. Oh yes, I heard that also Wang Ali washed the inner library. Give her end of the foot washing water to wash her feet. Ha ha ha, did a servant of all, but still useless, laugh me to death. In Chen Yang's heart, the flame of anger burned violently. He felt that the hot blood in his body was surging upwards, and his fists were already clenched and cackling. Liu Xian smugly continued, "Just you two losers, still trying to rebound, still wanting to fix this contract. Also don't take a piss and look at yourselves. The bottom is the bottom. How would you know what we, the upper class, are thinking? Wang Ali was just teasing you yesterday. Do you really think she'll be interested in your medical skills? That she would be deceived by you? Ha 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 ha." After saying that, Liu Xian laughed recklessly and hung up the phone. Just at this time, a sound of a motorcycle rang out from the doorway. Then, a hungry errand boy, carrying several black plastic bags in his hands, walked in. The errand boy looked at the address and spoke. "May I ask if this is Liu Ran's home?" Liu Ran stood up and asked, "What is it?" The errand boy said towards Liu Ran, "Oh, it's old General Manager Wang Ali, who asked me to deliver some things." "Ah, really?" Liu Ran said excitedly. "What did Ms. Wang ask you to send me?" The errand boy casually put a few plastic bags on the ground. He opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Wang said, these things are returned to you. The signing has already been given to Liu Xian, so she can't have these bags. All of them are returned to you. The other thing is that the signing thing is not to be thought about anymore. She is very dissatisfied with your performance yesterday." The errand boy finished speaking and left in big strides. Those bags were scattered. What was placed inside was exactly the various luxuries that Liu Ran had spent all her family money on yesterday. When Liu Ran saw this scene, her brain buzzed and fainted. She had spent more than $500,000, and now, it was actually thrown here like garbage. And the contract, there was no trace of it. Liu Ran's body lurched and fell towards the ground. Chapter 47, Burning Anger. Chen Yang's eyes revealed flames. He went forward and held his wife. Liu Ran was panting heavily. Her eyes were filled with tears. She trembled and took out her hand. Her mouth said, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I want to ask Mr. Wang, why is she playing with us? Even if she is not willing to choose to sign with us, there is no need to play me like this. This is more than $500,000. All our savings." Liu Ran said. Even more heartbroken money. Tears flowed out. She trembled, dialed Wang Ali's phone. When the phone was connected, Liu Ran immediately said, "Mr. Wang, where are you?" I want to see you. No need. Wang Ali directly and mercilessly interrupted Liu Ran. You don't meet our Yasi Hongdai group's signing candidate. It's useless to see me. That's all. In addition, send MS. Liu Ran a word. In the future, you have to work more seriously and hard to do so. I wanted to give you a chance, but you can't do anything right. What a waste. With a snap, the cell phone hung up. Liu Ran looked at her cell phone in despair. She lowered her head and spoke trembling. It's over. It's all over. Chen Yang, I'm sorry, this is your $500,000. When I used this money yesterday, I should have discussed it with you. But, I really didn't think that Wang Ali, she would intentionally play tricks on us. Chen Yang looked at his wife's despairing look, and was overcome with sadness and burning with anger. He forced himself to hold back his anger and touched Liu Ran's hair and said, Liu Ran, it's me who's sorry for you. It's me who underestimated the meanness of human nature. It's me who didn't do this thing right. I'll go out for a trip. You don't have to worry. Just wait for me at home. Got it? Liu Ran sat on the ground and could only nod her head in despair. Chen Yang turned around and left in big strides. Out of the doorway, he directly took out his cell phone and angrily dialed Vermilion Bird's number. Tell me about Go Wei's phone number, and have her immediately come to me on her knees. Vermilion Bird froze, then hurriedly said, Heavenly Father, rest his anger. I'll let Go Wei contact you now. It was only 20 seconds. Chen Yang's cell phone received a call from overseas. On the opposite side of the phone was a broken Chinese woman's accent. Honorable Heavenly Father, what exactly has angered you? Chen Yang said in a cold voice. I want to ask, is Wang Ali your employee? I used my medical skills to cure her infertility in exchange for her contract yesterday, at the expense of using up my internal qi. As a result, she promised to be good yesterday, but turned around and broke her contract. It would have been fine if she had broken the contract alone, but she even dared to take advantage of the opportunity and humiliate my woman. Chen Yang was furious and directly told the events of yesterday. At this moment, when the opposite party, Go Wei, heard this, she was already so scared that she was gurgling in cold sweat, almost kneeling on the ground. She hurriedly said, Honorable Heavenly Father, it is me who disciplines my subordinates unfavorably. I will immediately go and rush to your country. In addition, I will let the president of the Huaxia region, within half an hour, rush to Qingzhou city to meet you and make amends to you. Chen Yang put down his cell phone. It was still difficult to quell his anger. He jumped into his electric car, winded up and drove directly to the Tian de Grand Hotel. He had underestimated the meanness of human nature and overestimated Wang Ali's morality. He thought that using his medical skills and his spiritual power, he could exchange Wang Ali's gratitude and make her responsible for the contract. However, did not expect. This woman, not only did she not know how to be grateful, not only did she break the contract and renege on her word, now, even more so, she played herself and her wife in the palm of her hand. Why did she do it so decisively? Why is she so despicable? Chen Yang's electric car flew all the way to the bottom of the Tiande Hotel. Below the hotel, Vermilion Bird was already waiting respectfully. Chen Yang looked at Vermilion Bird and said, Modify this electric car for me. This journey, the anger in my chest has tortured me to death. I want an electric car with a speed of at least 200 kilometers per hour. Vermilion Bird looked at her Heavenly Father and felt a little strange for a moment. Chen Yang, the Heavenly Exalt of the Heavenly Healer Hall, the #1 healer in the world, with kung fu that was unique in the world. He had always been calm and collected, and he had always planned before he acted. However, now, he was actually infuriated like this because of a small Wang Ali. It seemed that indeed Liu Ran was Chen Yang's scales. Vermilion Bird respectfully said, I will try my best to modify it for you, Heavenly Father. You. The next moment, Chen Yang had already disappeared from sight. Vermilion Bird looked up, only to realize that Chen Yang had already directly flown and entered the room on the uppermost floor along the external aqueduct of the Tian de Grand Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Wang Ali was wearing comfortable pajamas and was talking to her boyfriend on the phone. She enjoyed the beauty of the moment. Originally, she always felt that this relationship, for once, would end without a trace because she couldn't have children. She didn't dare to meet the man's parents or mention it to her own parents. But now, she was better off, and she was already thinking about going on an overseas vacation with her boyfriend the following week, and then starting plans to have a baby. Brush, a silhouette, suddenly appeared in the room. Wang Ali froze, then she immediately hung up her cell phone, ready to call the police. When she saw that the person coming was Chen Yang, Wang Ali was even more furious. She pointed at Chen Yang and cursed loudly. What's wrong with you? You've broken into my room several times. You think I don't have a temper, don't you? Good, very good. Today I'll let you go to the jail for the rest of your life. Chen Yang walked towards Wang Ali. His eyes no longer had any emotion in them. He faintly said in a cold voice, I consumed my internal qi to cure you. You don't know how to be thankful. it's just that, reneging on your word and breaking your promise and repenting of your promise. I can forgive it all, but, you shouldn't have bullied my wife and taken advantage of her goodness and innocence. You, looking for death. You damn dare to scold me, still dare to speak to me like this. You a delivery boy, do you really think that just because you've learned a little bit of medicine, you'll be able to cover the sky with one hand and change your life against all odds? Wang Ailey looked at Chunyang mockingly. She was disdainful and even angrier. She looked down on lowly people like Chunyang and pointed at the door and said loudly, "Now, get out. I've already recorded the video. You're finished. You broke into my residence and had bad intentions towards me. I'll make you lose all your money and make you sit in jail." Pa! Chunyang slapped Wang Ailey's face hard. Wang Ailey tumbled and fell to the ground. She looked at Chunyang incredulously. You lowly dog, how dare you hit me? I'm the Grand General Manager of the Jiangnan district of Yasi Hongdai. How dare you hit me? Boom! Chen Yang this time, kicked Wang Ailey's small stomach. Put! Wang Ailey bent over violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yang stood in place, looking down at Wang Ailey like a demon king. Since I am able to cure you, I am also able to make you infertile for the rest of your life again. A woman like you does not deserve to be my patient. Chen Yang's voice was cold. Wang Ailey pointed at Chen Yang. You even dare to hit me? Come on people. Wang Ailey hissed miserably. Boom! The door of the room was pushed open. Then, dozens of restaurant security guards rushed in. Wang Ailey pointed at Chen Yang. Her voice permeated with cold anger. Wang Ailey said loudly, "What are you all still waiting for? Hurry up and catch him for me. He is a complete murderer. Hurry up and do it." The next moment, all the security guards, at the same time, bowed towards Chen Yang, and together they respectfully shouted, "Good day, Chairman." Chapter 48. Who the hell are you? When Wang Ailey saw this scene, her entire body, violently stunned. She was incredibly incapable of comprehending. These security guards were actually bowing towards Chen Yang, calling him Chairman Chen Yang? How could this be possible? Previously, didn't Liu Xian and Yang Long say that Chen Yang was just a delivery waste? Moreover, that Liu Xian was Chen Yang's ex-wife. If Chen Yang was really the chairman of this hotel, how could she not have realized it? What was all this? What was going on? Wang Ailey's eyes widened, and she suddenly began to tremble, began to regret. Perhaps, she really shouldn't have gullibly trusted Yang Long and Liu Xian. She shouldn't have backtracked. Chen Yang turned towards the surrounding security guards and simply nodded his head with a cold expression. He looked towards Wang Ailey, his eyes carrying no emotion. Oftentimes, a wrong step is an abyss of 10,000 feet. The only things that can bless us are kindness and sincerity. And these qualities, you are completely devoid of them. In that case, you can go to the prison and repent. When Wang Ailey heard Chen Yang's words, she suddenly laughed crazily. She pointed at Chen Yang and said maniacally, "What kind of a thing are you again? Do you think you're the god of this world? Can you judge me just because you say so? Let me tell you, in the workplace, it's always been all about trickery and deceit. Sincerity, kindness, those are just signs of cowardice. Even if you're really the chairman of Tian De Hotel, so what? Don't forget, I'm the senior manager of Yasi Hongdai. I'm not your subordinate. How I'm disposed of has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, you dog, you hurt me now. I will make you go to jail. I will make you lose all your money. I will ask Aster Redeemer's professional team of lawyers to make you never turn back and get out for the rest of your life." Wang Ailey laughed out loud. At this time, once again, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from the doorway. Then, more than a dozen people walked in quickly. These people were panting. One of the people in front, not tall, with a rounded stomach, was a middle-aged fat man. He had little hair, but his body had a powerful aura, and he looked like an executive. This person followed behind, all the lawyers and bodyguards in suits. When Wang Ailey saw that short fat man, it was like she saw a savior. She immediately crawled, and quickly crawled over towards AI Xiaotao. "Mr. AI, Mr. AI, why are you here? Great, really great, Mr. AI, please do it for me." Wang Ailey was like seeing a life-saving straw, directly crawling over and hugging AI Xiaotao's ankle. AI Xiaotao lowered his head, looked at Wang Ailey, and his expression suddenly became cold and disgusted. He lifted his foot, and with a bang, he kicked it towards Wang Ailey's head. Off to the side. "I don't know you well." AI Xiaotao cursed loudly and angrily. Wang Ailey rolled a few times and her head swelled up. She raised her head and looked at her top boss incredulously. AI Xiaotao was the president of the Ace Redeemer Group's Chinese region, which was a very high status, and was actually equivalent to being the vice president of the entire Ace Redeemer Group. It can be said that in the Ace Redeemer Group, In addition to Gao Wei and a few directors, the most important position is this AI Xiaotao. AI Xiaotao is also always the most protective of the CAF. Loves subordinates. Why is he doing this to himself now? Wang Ali do not understand. She struggled to climb up. Towards AI Xiaotao opened his mouth and said, AI total. I am Wang Ali. I was beaten by him. I did not do anything wrong. AI total. Please do me justice. AI Xiaotao looked at Wang Ali with disgust. Then, with a plop, AI Xiaotao directly knelt in front of Xianyang. When Wang Ali saw this scene, her entire body froze. How could she not expect that the towering AI Xiaotao, the Grand President of the Huaxia region, would now kneel down to a young man? How is this possible? AI Xiaotao fearfully knelt down towards Chen Yang, trembling and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, it's me who came late. It's me who is not good at disciplining my subordinates. President Govi is already on the plane and is rushing to meet you. She said that she will personally apologize to you on her knees. Prior to that, all the troubles here will be solved by me for you. AI Xiaotao cowed out in fear, apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Chen Yang looked at AI Xiaotao and said in a cold voice, Get up. It's not too late for you. I hope you can understand that I helped my wife get this contract to make her happy and to make her sit in the position of director of Tianlu Commercial Building. However, my identity, I absolutely cannot let her know. Of course AI Xiaotao understood. He immediately said, Yes, Mr. Chen, I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Good. Chen Yang nodded. AI Xiaotao climbed up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his heart was slightly calmed. It seemed that Chen Yang was noble as a heavenly exalt, but his temper was okay, and he did not have the habit of killing people at the drop of a hat. AI Xiaotao slightly relieved, then he turned his head to look at Wang Ali, coldly said, Wang Ali, you in the company so many years, originally should be conscientious, in order to the development of the company to pay your hard work wisdom, but did not expect you to receive benefits, using public interests for private interests, put the interests of the company in disregard. Come on people, send her to the Magic City Bureau. All the evidence, at the same time presented up. Wang Ali heard these words, her body completely paralyzed. She knew that she was completely and utterly finished. Even her own company was trying to screw her. That meant, she had no way to live. Wang Ali fiercely turned her head and looked at Chen Yang, angrily and tremblingly roaring, Who the hell are you? You, why aren't you a loser? If you had shown your identity as soon as you arrived, how would I have reneged and broken my contract? And how would I have deliberately teased your wife? This is all your fault. Chen Yang's expression was grim. He laughed and said towards AI Xiaotao, when your group recruits people in the future, you still need to consider the character of the other party. This kind of shrew, you also let her be an executive. Ha, yes. Heavenly Father's lesson is, AI Xiaotao hurriedly bowed in fear. He knew Chen Yang's identity from Go Wei's mouth. Therefore, naturally, he was incomparably fearful and respectful. Chen Yang nodded and said, All right, give me a copy of the contract, with a signature. Yes, Heavenly Father, on the way. I've already prepared it. The name of the signing is me and Miss Liu Ran. The previously signed contract is naturally void. AI Xiaotao respectfully pulled out a contract for the Yasi Hongdai flagship store to land at the Tianlu Commercial Building. Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction and, with the contract, turned to leave. AI Xiaotao wiped the sweat on his forehead, plopped down on the sofa, muttering, Fortunately, rumor has it that the heavenly dignitary who was treated respectfully by the 4 war gods, the heavenly medical hall's hall master, seems to be quite good to get along with, not legendary to kill people thousands of miles away. A palm slap out of 100 people so horrible. Chen Yang at this time, walked downstairs. His yellow electric car had already been modified by Vermilion Bird, riding the takeaway car and holding the contract. Chen Yang went straight to his home. Chapter 49 Deep Love. This time, Chen Yang's car was extremely fast. Plus, Chen Yang was worried that his wife at home would not be able to think straight, so he had driven the tram to its maximum speed, although it was still the same tram from before. However, the inside had been converted into a hydrogen battery-powered machine by Zhu Zhu. Hydrogen batteries were extremely costly, and because they were unstable, they required very expensive materials. Similarly, the small size of the hydrogen battery was able to explode a powerful driving force, comparable to a 6-cylinder engine. Also, the drive system and wheels have been replaced. Small takeaway electric car. Instantly speed up to 150 yards. In the traffic boom a moment. Instantaneous shuttle away. 3 minutes of time. Chen Yang has returned home. He carried the contract and walked into the dilapidated yard. Inside the courtyard, Liu Ran was wiping the expensive luxuries on the ground little by little. These luxuries were bought for Wang Ali yesterday with her credit card. Each piece was worth a lot of money. It cost more than $500,000. Now, these luxuries, Liu Ran naturally did not want to use them herself. So, Liu Ran had to pack them up and sell them back. However, luxury goods are just like cars. Once bought, they instantly become second-hand. The value was directly discounted by 60%. Just thinking about losing $200,000 for nothing. Liu Ran felt her heart dripping blood. As for the humiliation she had suffered before, giving Wang Ailey foot washing water, washing her underwear and so on, Liu Ran was slowly letting go. Chen Yang arrived next to Liu Ran and said with a smile, "So you like these bags and clothes? In the future when I have money, I will definitely buy more for you." Liu Ran shook her head inside. "I don't like it. I don't deserve these things. The reason I packed them up was to take them back to the store to sell them again. At least I can still sell some money back." Chen Yang smiled heartily when he heard this. Then, he took the contract, and held it out, saying, "I'll tell you some good news." "What other good news can there be?" Liu Ran looked lost. Chen Yang smiled and said, "It's definitely good news for you. Look, what's this?" Liu Ran raised her head and saw the contract in Chen Yang's hand. She froze, then stood up violently. Liu Ran wiped her hands on her clothes, incredulously took the contract and quickly flipped through it. "This is the contract reached between Tian Lu Group and Yasi Hongdai Group. Behind this is my signature. What's going on here? Didn't it say that the Yasi Hongdai Group had already chosen Liu Xin as the signatory?" Liu Ran looked at Chen Yang with excitement and confusion. Chen Yang laughed out loud and said, "Of course it's because you're very capable. In fact, you did impress Wang Ailey before. However, it was those two guys, Liu Xin and Yang Long, who bribed Wang Ailey with money to snatch the contract away. However, we're more lucky. It just so happens that now that Wang Ailey has fallen from grace, the one who's in charge of this piece of business right now is the president of the Ace Redeemers Huaxia region, AI Xiaotao, and he agreed to sign with you." "Ah, really? Really?" Liu Ran was incredible and unbelievable. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "There is a phone number right behind this contract. You can call and ask." Liu Ran hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed the official phone number of Yasi Hongdai. Soon, the phone was connected, and AI Xiaotao's voice came from the opposite side. "Hello, how can I help you?" Liu Ran hurriedly said. "Hello, I am Liu Ran, the signing representative of Tian Lu Commercial Building. May I ask if you are planning to sign with me?" AI Xiaotao on the ground smiled and said, "MS. Liu Ran, you are wrong. We are not intending to sign with you, but we have already signed with you. I believe that the contract has already reached you. This contract has already come into effect, and next, we, Yasi Hongdai, are ready to open a flagship store in your commercial building." "In your commercial building?" Liu Ran jumped up in excitement when she heard this. She politely said a few words and hung up the phone, then fiercely stretched out her hand and couldn't help but wrap her arms around Chen Yang's neck. At this moment, Liu Ran was really too excited. She didn't expect that there would be a peak. She actually succeeded. Chen Yang felt Liu Ran's sense of intimacy towards himself. He couldn't help but smile. He immediately reached out as well and encircled Liu Ran's small waist. Liu Ran froze, blushed, and hurriedly pushed Chen Yang away. Chen Yang looked at the time and said, "Let's not freeze. Let's go to Grandma's place now and send this contract over." In addition to instantly preparing to become the director of Tian Lu Commercial Building, Liu Ran nodded her head vigorously. She cleaned up a bit, then got on Chen Yang's takeaway car, brought the contract, and went straight to the old Liu family mansion. In the Liu family mansion, at this moment, Liu Xian and Yang Long were sitting at the main seat, and old Mrs. Liu and the others were all congratulating with satisfied faces. Old Mrs. Liu opened her mouth and said, "Liu Xian, you and Yang Long did a great job this time, and successfully took down the Yasi Redeemer flagship store project. With Yasi Redeemer settling in our Sky Willow commercial mansion, in the future, our commercial mansion will definitely be a step up, and maybe even be able to be amongst the top class of Qingzhou city's shopping malls from now on," Liu Xian said proudly. "Of course, Grandma, this time, it's mainly because Brother Long is so powerful. Brother Long used his family's power, and in addition, Brother Long also gave General Manager Wang $5 million in favor fees. So, Grandma, shouldn't this $5 million be compensated to Brother Long?" Old Mrs. Liu's eyelids jumped when she heard the amount of $5 million. Such a large amount of PR expenses? However, to be able to pull the Yasi Hongdai Group into their own commercial building, everything would be worth it. Old Mrs. Liu smiled and said, $5 million. It should be. It should be. This is an errand for the family. $5 million deserves to be compensated." The two people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, glanced at each other and revealed smug smiles. They had only egged out a fee of $3 million, and they didn't expect that now, after misrepresenting $2 million, Grandma would agree to it with ease. This was a turnaround of $2 million. It's too good. Liu Xian suddenly felt that this was the life she wanted. She stood up and couldn't help but say excitedly, "Ever since I divorced that punk Shen Yang, I realized that I am truly alive. I am truly living in high society. Grandma, next after I become the director of Tianlu Commercial Building, I will definitely do my best to run our family's commercial building. Stronger and stronger. Old Mrs. Liu nodded her head in relief. Just at this moment, the sound of an electric car locking sounded. Then, Chen Yang and Liu Ran walked in, holding hands. In Liu Ran's hands, he was also holding a thick roll of contracts. Seeing the two people, Liu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in triumph as she opened her mouth and said, Chen Yang, I didn't expect that you, a waste of space, would still have the face to come here once again. What? Did you come to give me your blessing to become the director of Tianlu Commercial Building? Come. As long as you kneel down and bless me, I might be able to arrange a position for you and take care of you. And Liu Ran that it. Ha. Chapter 50, Letting Cousin. When the Liu family saw Chen Yang and Liu Ran arrive, they all burst into laughter. Old Mrs. Liu's face was even more pleased. Originally he had asked Liu Ran to accept this bet. The purpose was to prevent Liu Ran and Chen Yang from getting married, and find an opportunity to send Liu Ran to the Bai family again. Now her purpose was accomplished. Old Mrs. Liu stood up, deliberately sighed, and said towards Liu Ran, Little Ran, you can see, I gave you a fair chance to compete, but now you didn't get the contract. The contract was gotten by your cousin Liu Xian. According to the agreement between us, this matter of you and Chen Yang getting married is going to be called off. So today you guys will go and get the divorce license torn. Liu Ran was not flustered. Swinging the contract in her hand towards the table, she opened her mouth and said, Grandma is really coincidental. I also came here this time to honor my promise. It's me who got the cooperation contract between Tianlu Commercial Building and Estée Lauder Group. Now that the contract has been signed into effect, so the position of the director of Tianlu Commercial Building will be taken by me. On the opposite side of the table, Liu Xian and Yang Long, both of them laughed out loud at the same time. Liu Xian thought that Liu Ran was still unaware of the situation. He pooh-poohed the situation, shook his head and sighed. Liu Ran, you're also too good at dreaming. Idiots like you don't even know when you've been tricked. I've already told you. General Manager Wang Ali Wang is deliberately toying with you? Do you really think that if you buy some luxury goods, wash her inner library, and wash her feet, she'll take pity on you and give you the contract? Stop being naive and admit it. You're a complete loser, only worthy of marrying a loser like Chen Yang. Of course, now you don't even have the freedom to marry this loser Chen Yang. Liu Ran turned her head and coldly looked at Liu Xian. She knew that there was definitely a factor of this cousin in the way Wang Ali treated herself before. Liu Ran gritted her teeth and said towards Liu Xian, the contract is right here. Black and white has been signed and stamped. You still don't believe it? Liu Xian also pulled out a contract at this time, said proudly, Liu Ran, unexpectedly you look simple, but do fake kung fu or have well. Even grandmother dare to cheat. See, this contract in my hand is the real one. It was signed by me and Wang Ali. Yan Long also smiled and walked to the side of Liu Ran. He sized up this playful and incomparable little eek, seemingly good-naturedly said with a light smile, Liu Ran, don't argue anymore. You've already lost. Know where you lost? It's not because you're unlucky. It's not because you're not strong enough. It's because this husband you found is too trashy. Listen to grandma. Divorce this trash Chen Yang. He'll only drag you down for the rest of your life. You're so pretty. You might have a good future in the future. Instead of being tied to a loser for the rest of your life like you are now. Marrying him, what else will you be able to do in the future? Liu Ran gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone and said, Liu Xian, young Master Yang, whose contract is true or false, just call and ask. Saying that, Liu Ran dialed the official phone number of Yasi Hongdai Group. Next to him, Liu Xian and Yan Long shook their heads with big smiles. Liu Xian sneered and said, Liu Ran, you really don't see the coffin. Fine, then we'll dial the official phone number and ask, just so you can die as well. Soon, the phone number of the official group of Yasi Hongdai was dialed, and then the phone was connected to this side of the Huaxia district, and was changed to artificial customer service. Liu Ran opened his mouth towards the artificial customer service on the phone and asked, Miss, please check the specific matters of Qingzhou City regarding the contract of the flagship store of Ace Reddish. May I ask, has it been determined? The other party's customer service quickly replied, Hello, our official website has already put up the results of this bidding cooperation 3 minutes ago. According to the results, this time Tianlu Commercial Building got the contract, and the signatories are our Ace Reddish Summer Region Grand President, Mr. AI Xiaotao, and the director of Tianlu Commercial Building, Miss Liu Ran. As the voice fell, the entire living room of the Liu family was silent. After letting it go for a full 2 seconds, Liu Xian grabbed the cell phone violently as if she had gone crazy and yelled loudly towards the customer service agent in the phone. Wait, what are you saying? Obviously I signed with Supervisor Wang Ali. How did it become Liu Ran and AI Xiaotao? Who the hell is Liu Ran and where did AI Xiaotao come from? What's going on? You're a fake official customer service. Right. Opposite the customer service staff voice became cold, opened his mouth and said, Miss, please pay attention to your words. In addition, Mr. AI Xiaotao is the vice president of our Yazi Hongdai group, but also the first president of the entire Chinese region. As for what you said Wang Ali, I'm sorry, an hour ago she has been Langdang in prison. Now she handles all the business, are taken over by Mr. AI Xiaotao. If Miss still have other questions, you can go to our official website to check. You can also directly contact with the team of Yazi Hongdai Qingzhou district. The team's phone number is 05216888xxxx. When Liu Xian heard this, her face violently changed, her hands were trembling, and with a bang, her cell phone fell on the desktop. Liu Ran hurriedly picked up her own cell phone and touched it painfully, fearing that it would break. After all, money is tight right now, and every penny should be spent on the knife edge. Liu Xian fluttered and sat down. She pointed at Liu Ran and said in a cold voice, What kind of law did you use in the end? You even sued Wang Ali. Surely you reported her right. Liu Ran's face was cold, and he opened his mouth unhurriedly and said, Cousin, I don't have such a great ability. Wang Ali deserved what she got. In short, the result is obvious now. This contract in my hand is the real one. So Grandma, next I will take over the position of director of Tianlu Commercial Building. Old Mrs. Liu sat there. At this time she had completely understood. After half a day, the result was that the contract held by Liu Xian was voided, and the contract in Liu Ran's hand was the one that really came into effect. Old Mrs. Liu frowned and opened her mouth to say, Xiao Ran, this thing is not urgent first, there are still many twists and turns in it. For example, after all, it was your cousin who got the contract first, although the one who said that the contracted one, Wang Ali, is now under arrest, but the contract after all, it was your cousin who got it, and has also been contracted and stamped, so the credit for this time should be counted on Liu Xian's head. Liu Xian's eyes brightened up when she heard this. She immediately nodded her head and spoke. Right, Grandma, you're right. Anyway, I was the one who got the contract first, and it's also true that I have this contract stamped. The other thing is, Liu Ran, you are just picking up my slack. If I hadn't taken the lead, think about it, how could the boss of the Ace Redeemer Group's Huaxia region recognize you? And how could he sign this kind of agreement with you? It's clearly because of the existence of this contract of mine that he signed it with you, so that's why I'm the one who came first, and the position of the director of Tianlu Commercial Building is mine. When the people in the Liu family's hall heard this, they all immediately nodded their heads. Yes, 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 it does sound like it's Liu Xian's doing. Liu Xian and young Master Yang got through the hardest part, and it was Liu Ran who picked up the slack later, right? Just now, didn't Liu Xian say that she sent $5 million as a knock on the door to get the contract? It is estimated that people Yasi Hongdai Group is also looking at that $5 million before they will take care of Liu Ran. Liu Ran tugged at the contract in her hand, her fingers shaking with anger when she saw the attitude and face of the Liu family's relatives. Chapter 51, Looking for a Job. Old Mrs. Liu turned her head and glanced at Liu Ran. She frowned tightly and said, Why Liu Ran? Could it be that you're still not convinced by our opinions? All of us believe that this credit should be considered Liu Xian's. There must be a reason for this. Go back and think carefully. Liu Ran stood up violently and turned around to leave. The old lady's cane slammed towards the ground and spoke. Leave the contract behind. This contract belongs to our Liu family together. It is not the credit of you alone. You have no idea what your cousin Liu Xian paid for our Liu family before you? Liu Ran bit her lip and nodded her head. Grandma, in that case, you're completely trying to go back on your word. Since that's the case, then why did you bother to let me get involved in this plan in the first place? How dare you? Old Mrs. Liu fiercely got up. Her pale finger pointed at Liu Ran's forehead and said in a cold voice, Liu Ran, you're getting more and more reckless. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous now that your appearance has been restored. Not putting us elders in your eyes. Now on the matter. The credit should have been Liu Xian and Yang Long's. You picked up the slack. Our Liu family will naturally not forget. We will give you a little reward when the time comes, but the contract must stay and be handed over to Liu Xian. And the position of director of the commercial building also belongs to Liu Xian. Liu Ran looked at the looks of all the relatives of the Liu family present, and nodded in exasperation and said, Good, the contract is for you all. I'm leaving. Liu Ran exasperatedly threw the contract onto the table. Then she pulled Chen Yang's arm as she walked towards the outside. When she reached the courtyard, she couldn't help but shed tears. Aggrieved tears crossed her delicate face. Her shoulders trembled. She grasped Chen Yang's arm in a death grip and said in a small voice, I'm sorry, Chen Yang. I failed you in your work. That contract was obviously brought by you to Mr. AI Xiaotao. but now it was forced by grandma to give it to Liu Xin. I'm sorry. Chen Yang reached out, heartbreakingly hugged the petite wife beside him. He said softly, silly girl, there is nothing to be sorry for. Since that contract was signed in your name, then no one can snatch it away. Don't worry, old Mrs. Liu and the others will go to the house and beg you. Liu Ran shook her head inside. How can that be? Although the contract is signed in my name, but for the Yasi Hongdai group, no matter who is the signatory, their final plan is the same. They will choose the location in Tianlu Mansion. No matter who signs with them, it doesn't matter to them. Liu ran side and got on the electric car with Chen Yang to leave quickly. Chen Yang laughed and did not say much, taking Liu Ran back to that shabby home in a whirlwind. Liu Ran sat on the steps and let out a long sigh. She looked at her busy mother and said, Chen Yang, Mom, it's me who's useless. I originally thought that I could sit in the position of director and bring you guys to live in a better house as soon as possible, but now it looks like our hard life will continue for some time. But you guys don't have to worry. I will go and look for a job. And it just so happens that some of my former university classmates have contacted me, and I heard that some of them have mixed very well. Some of them are doing very well. I'll go and beg my classmates. I'll always be able to find a job. When Chen Yang heard Liu Ran's words, he shook his head and spoke. Alright, Xiao Ran, you don't need to go out to work lately. As I said, the position of director of the commercial building will be reserved for you. Of course Liu Ran didn't believe me. She sighed, then walked over towards the old and tattered computer and started writing her resume. Inside the Liu family mansion, Liu Xin was overjoyed to get that new contract. She thanked her grandmother. Old Mrs. Liu frowned and said, just in case, Liu Xin, you should hurry up with Yang Long right now and put this Yasi Hongdai flagship store in place, so that they can open the flagship store as soon as possible. Liu Xin stood up and said towards old Mrs. Liu, don't worry, Grandma, right now, Brother Long and I will go and put this matter in place. In the future, when I take the position of director of Tianlu Commercial Building, I will definitely take care of the commercial building properly. Besides, there is still Brother Long to help me. In the future, I will solve the problems of the Liu family, and I believe that the Liu family will rise to the next level. Liu Xin was complacent, holding Yang Long's hand, walking towards the outside. She was in a soaring mood and looked arrogant. At this moment, she finally understood how important it was to be able to marry a capable husband. Thinking about the past year with Chen Yang couldn't help himself with anything. A complete waste. The memories were really pathetic. Liu Xin and Yang Long drove their car and went straight to Tiande Hotel. They arrived at the top floor of the Tiande Hotel's luxury presidential suite. Before, this was where Wang Ali lived, and now it had become the temporary office of AI Xiaotao. Liu Xin took the contract and found AI Xiaotao. She bowed humbly and said towards AI Xiaotao, Hello Mr. AI, I am Liu Xin, the new director of Tianlu Commercial Building, and I have come to negotiate with you about the opening of the flagship store. You can rest assured that the Ace Reddish flagship store will be located in our Tianlu Commercial Building, so you can rest assured 100 times. Saying that, Liu Xin sized up AI Xiaotao. She didn't expect that this chubby, ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of her was actually the general manager of Ace Red Lauder's Huaxia region. This position was very high. Ace Redeemer Group is an international first-class enterprise, one of the world's top 100 groups, and the pinnacle of cosmetics. And AI Xiaotao, as the president of the Chinese region, is actually equivalent to the second executive of the entire group. His position had far exceeded the voice of some family heads in Qingzhou city. Liu Xin even couldn't help but think that if this AI Xiaotao in front of her, he could look at herself, then privately she might be able to get a lot of benefits by being slightly ambiguous with him. This time was a good opportunity to make friends. Thinking of this, Liu Xin's face is even more brilliant, every move humble and with a few charming. She sat across from AI Xiaotao and deliberately lifted her skirt up, revealing her two long legs. It had to be said that although she was not as playful and charming as Liu Ran, she was still considered a beauty. However, AI Xiaotao, who was on the opposite side of the table, only faintly raised his head and looked at Liu Xin. Then he opened his mouth salty and asked, Who are you? Liu Xin froze and hurriedly said, Mr. AI, I'm the director of Sky Willow Commercial Building, Liu Xin, and I've come over to be responsible for negotiating with you about the flagship store. AI Xiaotao's palm thumped on the desk, directly startling both Yang Long and Liu Xin. AI Xiaotao frowned tightly and said in a cold voice, You, Tianlu Commercial Building, are you not putting our Yasi Hongdai group in your eyes? When we were negotiating before, I obviously signed the contract with another little girl, but now I'm temporarily switching to someone else. What? Do you think we have no temper and are easy to bully? Now immediately get the hell out of here. Go back and tell the person in charge of you that either this plan is null and void, or bring back that little girl from before. Chapter 52, It has to be her. When Liu Ran heard AI Xiaotao's words, her entire body froze in place. She didn't understand why the other party had to obsess over who the person signing the contract was. Yan Long behind him was already intimidated by AI Xiaotao's aura at this moment. He quietly poked Liu Ran, wanting to pull Liu Ran away. However, Liu Ran was not willing. She did not understand how she could not compare to Liu Ran the one. Liu Ran gritted her teeth and continued towards AI Xiaotao. Mr. AI, this Tianlu commercial building contract, no matter if it's me or Liu Ran, we are able to complete what your group has asked for, so that means that I can also hand it over to you with Mr. AI. AI Xiaotao's eyes fiercely became sharp. He glared at Liu Ran and said in a cold voice, just by you? Are you worthy? To tell you the truth, the reason why our Yasi Hongdai group chose your Tianlu commercial building right now is entirely because of MS. Liu Ran's face. Whether it's a matter of image, integrity, or degree of professionalism, you're far worse than her. Now get out of my office. There's no time to dilly-dally with the likes of you, and if you dare to say one more word, I'll call the security guards to throw you out. Liu Ran was so angry that she couldn't speak. Yan Long hurriedly pulled Liu Ran and dragged her out of the office. The two left the Tiande Hotel. Along the way, Liu Ran was so angry that she cursed. She couldn't figure out where in the world Liu Ran was professional. And in terms of personal image, although Liu Ran was a little bit prettier, but she was in a dirt and ugly shabby clothes. On what basis could she compare herself? Yang Long drove the car, frowned and said, Liu Ran, what to do now? The other party has to let Liu Ran go and sign the contract. That means Liu Ran is going to be the director of the commercial building. What can we do? Liu Ran gritted her teeth and said, no matter, go back and tell grandma that Yasi Hongdai group has no sincerity at all. Liu Ran's contract is just a piece of scrap paper. It's a fake made by Liu Ran to deceive the Liu family. Let's put this black pot on Liu Ran's head. Then this contract is voided. When Yang Long heard this, he immediately nodded his head and said, right, this is the best. We'd rather not have this contract of Yasi Hongdai, but we definitely can't give the credit to Liu Ran. The two people laughed at the same time, and they drove together, returning to the old mansion of the Liu family. When they arrived here in the old mansion, Liu Ran walked up to old Mrs. Liu and flung herself down on her knees. She pulled old Mrs. Liu's arm and said, Grandma, this woman, Liu Ran, is too much of a bad thing. She tricked us all. The contract between our Tianlu commercial building and Yasi Hongdai group is simply fake. Today, Brother Long and I went to negotiate the contract, and not only did we not succeed, but we were instead humiliated by the person in charge of the other Yasi Redeemer group. At this time, old Mrs. Liu's face violently turned white as she hurriedly asked towards Liu Ran. Liu Ran, what's going on? Could it be that this contract is yellow? Liu Ran nodded and said, Grandma, this contract was originally a fake. In short, there is no way for us, Sky Willow Commercial Mansion and Yasi Hongdai Group, to reach a contract. When old Mrs. Liu heard this, her fists clenched at once and her heart convulsed a few times in pain. She had just allocated all $5 million to Yang Long and Liu Ran, which meant that now her own family had spent $5 million on public relations, but they didn't even get a contract. In the future, if one got Tianlu Commercial Building, the competitiveness would be even weaker. At this time, the relatives over there whispered, not right. People Yasi Reddish Group to the cooperation agreement are released on the official website. The official website wrote the Yasi Reddish Group is in our Tianlu commercial building cooperation. How can it be reversed it? Isn't it possible that you did something wrong, Sister Liu Ran? Hearing this, old Mrs. Liu's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up, opened the official website, took out her cell phone and dialed. Soon, old Mrs. Liu asked to understand why. It turned out that the other party only recognized Liu Ran as the signing representative, the director of Tianlu Commercial Building. If it was said that Liu Ran wasn't in charge of this project, then Yasi Hongdai Group wouldn't consider this contract anymore. Old Mrs. Liu huffed and puffed, hanging up her cell phone. Liu Ran knelt there shivering. She opened her mouth and said, Grandma, Before she finished speaking, old Mrs. Liu's slap snapped and landed directly on Liu Ran's face. She pointed at Liu Ran's head and said, Do you know what this contract represents? Tianlu Commercial Building is the most core asset of our Liu family, and the Yasi Hongdai Group is the most important project of our Tianlu Commercial Building in the past few years, and you dare to lie to me there for your own selfish interests. Now you go and beg Liu Ran to come back and make her get this contract done immediately. Liu Ran covered her face and wanted to retort, yet seeing the anger in her grandmother's eyes, she closed her mouth. This time she knew that the significance of this contract was just too great, so she had to bow her head. Liu Ran knelt on the ground and promised towards old Mrs. Liu. At this time, in the dilapidated small courtyard, Liu Ran was putting together a resume and sending it out through the mailbox. Her computer was so broken that sending an email would get stuck for a few minutes. Liu Ran sighed. She wanted to change the fate of her parents and Xianyu. She wanted to bring them to wealth. But why was it so hard? After a few minutes, Liu Ran's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. On it was an unfamiliar call. Liu Ran was puzzled and connected. A boy's bright voice came from the opposite side. The man said with a haha laugh, "Hey, is it Liu Ran? Where is the former school flower of our Qingzhou University?" Liu Ran heard this and thought about it. She hurriedly said towards the opposite side with a few moments of humility, "You're Shiyong, right? Fellow student Shiyong. We haven't seen each other for a long time." Shiyong, who was on the opposite side, still laughed and said, "I have received your resume just now. This old classmate you have a need. I have to help. It's like this. We now have a batch of opportunities to go overseas to work for half a year. The job position is to be in charge of operation and management, and we are now exactly one person short. For this position, it's around 100,000 RMB per month, and after doing it for half a year, a bonus will be paid out, which is around 500,000, which means that it's almost $1,200,000 for half a year. As an old classmate, I have to take care of you. Originally this position, the competition is very fierce. Now I'll just let you have it." Liu Ran froze when he heard a position with so much money. His head didn't react for a while. In half a year's time, make $1,200,000, an average monthly salary of $200,000. The requirements of such a position must be very high, right? Liu Ran hurriedly and humbly said, "Fellow student Shiyong, there is no need for you to go through the back door for me. This kind of job with a monthly salary of $200,000, I'm definitely not capable of it. I haven't even gotten my university graduation certificate. Doing this kind of position will cause you trouble." Shiyong on the opposite side laughed and said towards Liu Ran, "Liu Ran, we are old classmates. Who will take care of you if not me? Don't worry, I'm doing very well now. Anyway, it's settled. You and your family discuss it. I'll send a car to pick you up early tomorrow morning. Almost tomorrow night, I'll finish all the formalities for you. By then, it's time to leave for abroad." Liu Ran froze there. Before he had time to agree, the cell phone on the other side hung up. Liu Ran stood there, her head clouded. She turned her head to look at Chen Yang and opened her mouth to say, "Chen Yang, I found a high-paying job, but it seems like I have to go abroad for half a year. What can I do about this?" Chapter 53 Director Position. Chen Yang listened to his wife's words, frowned. He had been overseas activities for many years before. Of course, he understands that the situation abroad now has long been different. There are no such good job opportunities abroad, but his wife suddenly came to a management job with a monthly salary of $200,000, which was obviously cheated. Chen Yang sighed helplessly. His wife is still as easy as ever to trust others. That so-called classmate of his, I don't know what he did. Chen Yang walked towards Liu Ran and said with a smile, "Xiao Ran, I'm afraid you don't need to work abroad." Hearing this, Liu Ran hurriedly walked over. Liu Ran said to Chen Yang, "I'm sorry. I didn't discuss it with you when I was looking for a job before. Now all of a sudden there's an extra job to go overseas, and we just got married. I'm still upset with you in my heart. That's why I also wanted to discuss with you carefully whether to go out to work or not. I think we can suffer for half a year. After half a year, we will have more than $1 million. Chen Yang shook his head with a smile and said towards Liu Ran, "I'm not trying to stop you from going out to work, but it's because next, you're going to be the director of Tianlu Commercial Building. I think that the position of Director of Commercial Building is much better than that job that pays $200,000 a month, right?" Liu Ran shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "Chen Yang, you don't understand Grandma and those relatives. How could they willingly admit their mistakes and give us the position of director?" Chen Yang smiled faintly, pointed outside and said, "Look, they will soon come over and beg you." Of course Liu Ran didn't believe it. However, the next moment, the sound of a car did ring out from outside the door. Then the two people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing these two people, Liu Ran was a bit puzzled. Her expression was cold as she asked towards Liu Xian, "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Liu Xian snorted coldly and condescendingly said towards Liu Ran, "Liu Ran, Brother Long and I thought about it and finally decided that we should let you have the position of Director of Tianlu Commercial Building and return that contract to you. After all, you've had a strange and pitiful life. Look at your home. This shabby look. The entrance is a stinking gutter. How can you live with all these rags at home? Brother Long and I are both good-hearted people. Without the job of Director of the Commercial Building, Brother Long and I are still living in abundance. It's not like you, married to this loser Chen Yang. I guess you guys can't even make ends meet, right?" Liu Xian said. Directly put the contract in her hand, threw it on the ground. and said arrogantly, "Now the contract is returned to you. Next you go and hand over to Yasi Hongda Group." Liu Xian and Yang Long were about to head out. Liu Ran froze there, unable to figure out why for a moment. At this time, Chen Yang then spoke in a voice. "Slow down. Pick up the contract. This contract, you guys just grabbed it and gave it away. Did you ask me and Liu Ran's opinion? I'm telling you guys, we're not going. We've already found another job." When Liu Xian heard this, her face changed violently. This time, she had come with a mission. If she said that she wasn't able to invite Liu Ran back, Grandma there would definitely not be able to let her go. Liu Xian gritted her teeth, then turned her head, a smile appearing on her face. She hurriedly bent down, picked up the contract, handed it over with both hands towards Liu Ran, and said, "Sister Liu Ran, Chen Yang, what kind of job can compare to being the director of this Tianlu commercial building? You guys might as well quit your other jobs. Look Grandma, they've already agreed, and Brother Long and I have also let you have this contract. Is there anything you guys aren't satisfied with?" Chen Yang hummed and said towards Liu Xian, "It's fine to let Liu Ran take this job, but we have to make the director position clear in front of all the Liu family relatives and in front of Grandma. That director position has to be made available to Liu Ran for at least 3 years, and she has to have the right to be the director of the Tianlu commercial building. Even Grandma is not allowed to arbitrarily meddle in commercial building matters. Only if these conditions are met will Liu Ran consider continuing with this contract. If, say, Grandma doesn't agree, then forget it." When Liu Xian heard this, she was so furious that her head was dizzy as she pointed her finger fiercely at Chen Yang's head. She did not expect that Chen Yang would be so cunning. Previously, the relatives of the Liu family, indeed, were thinking of first letting Liu Ran take the position of director to finalize this contract. After the flagship store of Yasi Hongdai Group was opened, then they would find a reason to utilize the family's right to speak and remove Liu Ran from the position of director of the commercial building. But now, I didn't expect this waste of a man, Chen Yang, to have taken this layer into consideration as well. Liu Xian was trembling, but she also understood that she had to invite Liu Ran back today. Otherwise, the Liu family's losses would be even greater. Liu Xian nodded her head and said, "Alright, Chen Yang, you punk wait for me. I'll ask Grandma now. If she agrees, then we'll follow what you said." Liu Xian huffed and turned her head, picking up her cell phone to make a call. The Liu family, old Mrs. Liu and the others, naturally had to agree. Liu Ran stood there with an unbelievable face. How could she not have thought that there would be a reversal of fortune? Grandmother and others not only returned the contract to himself, but now also promised Chen Yang such harsh conditions, must let himself do enough to be at least 3 years after the director, before he could resign, and in the period of becoming a director, there is a big enough right to manage the entire shopping mall. Soon, everyone in the Liu family gathered inside the hall. As for Chen Yang, this time, not only did he bring the contract, he also brought a recorder and a professional lawyer, as well as a statement of guarantee. Chen Yang said towards old Mrs. Liu, "Grandma, it's not that Xiao Ran and I don't trust you, but let's just call it business and family. In the future, when Liu Ran is the director, you, as the chairman of the entire family, will try to intervene in her decisions as little as possible, so that it will be good for the operation of the commercial building. Now, let's sign the guarantee, guaranteeing that we won't remove Liu Ran's position for 3 years. After signing the guarantee, Liu Ran will immediately complete the agreement with the Yasi Hongdai Group, so that they can open a flagship store in the Tianlu commercial mansion as soon as possible, and at the same time, we will do our best to build up the brand of Tianlu commercial mansion and expand the influence of our Liu family." Old Mrs. Liu's face was gloomy as she had to sign this guarantee. After all, it was very clear that the significance of the Yasi Hongdai flagship store for the Tianlu Group, for the entire Liu family, was just too great. After signing the guarantee, Liu Ran also successfully got the official seal of the director of Tianlu commercial building. The official seal represented the right, which meant that from now on, all the business of Tianlu commercial building would be directly responsible by Liu Ran. Immediately, Liu Ran found AI Xiaotao. AI Xiaotao was very polite and completely cooperated with Liu Ran, putting the flagship store project all in place within an hour. Later that night, Chen Yan drove an electric car and brought Liu Ran to the downstairs of Tianlu commercial building. The two stood downstairs and looked up. The more than 100-meter tall Tianlu commercial building was brilliantly lit up in the night. From now on, this beautiful building would belong to Liu Ran to manage. Liu Ran will get a salary of $50,000 per month, plus 10% of the profits of Tianlu commercial building every year, as well as 5% of the shares of Tianlu commercial building. Liu Ran's eyes contained tears. She turned her head to look at Chen Yang, slowly stretching out her pretty hands, gently grabbed Chen Yang's arm. Liu Ran said excitedly, "Chen Yang, from today onwards, I will work hard to let you and my parents live a good life." Chapter 54, Offending the Qin Family. Liu Ran looked forward to the start of a new life. In the previous years, she had suffered too many trials and tribulations. Now since she and Chen Yang had received their license, Liu Ran realized that her luck had changed for the better. Thinking of this, she gently looked at Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, when the commercial building is on track, you won't need to deliver food anymore. Find a position in the commercial building, and you'll be considered to have a stable job." When Chen Yang heard this, he cried and laughed as he nodded his head and said, "Okay, but I'd better not quit this occupation of delivering takeaways for now." Liu Ran thought for a moment and immediately nodded and said, Right. Previously, you had such good connections and got to know so many great people, which was realized by delivering takeaways and being helpful on the road. This occupation of yours is indeed quite good." At this time, Liu Ran's cell phone rang. Liu Ran answered it, and a loud voice came from the opposite side. The man on the opposite side said towards Liu Ran, "Liu Ran, are you ready? Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, my car will be parked in front of your house. Be on time to get on the car then." Liu Ran heard this and thought about it. She hurriedly and apologetically opened her mouth towards Xianyu and said, Old classmate, I'm really sorry. I was so busy this afternoon that I forgot to tell you. It's like this, I've already found a new job on my side, so I won't be doing your high-paying career overseas. I'm really too thankful for your previous recommendation." When Xianyu on the opposite side heard Liu Ran's words, his voice violently changed. With a few points of hoarseness and impatience, he said towards Liu Ran, "Liu Ran, what do you mean? Are you deliberately playing with me? I recommended you up, but now you are unwilling to go. Do you know how much damage this will cause me? Do you know how much trouble it will bring me? You're making it hard for me to do my job in the company. Not just the trouble of causing me millions of dollars in losses, but also my reputation. Let's do it this way. I'll go to your home to find you now, and we'll talk about it in detail face to face." Liu Ran heard Xianyu's tone, so resolute and oppressive. She frowned slightly, then said, "Fellow student Xianyu, this matter is indeed because I didn't inform you in time. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner at night. Let's meet at the Haiwei restaurant. I'll go book a box now, and my boyfriend and I will wait for you in the box." Xianyu immediately agreed. Then he put down his cell phone, his eyes revealing a touch of disdain and impatience. Next to Xianyu, sitting next to him was a woman with long legs. The woman wore makeup and had triangular eyes. Although she was pretty, her face carried a few moments of meanness. She smiled towards Xianyu next to her and asked, "Brother Yang, are you calling that ugly?" Xianyu tossed his cell phone aside, nodded towards the woman, and said, "Yes, it's that ugly bastard Liu Ran. I was worried that I was still missing someone, but it turned out that during today's time, she took the initiative to call and contact me, saying that she didn't have a job and wanted to find a job to do. When I thought about it, that's just right. Pull her in and sell her abroad together. Originally at noon all talked about it. I used the conditions of a monthly salary of $200,000 to tempt her, so that she fell for it. I was thinking that I'd get the numbers together tomorrow, but as a result, this woman is now backtracking." When Xianyu said this, a touch of murderous aura appeared in his eyes. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a large smoke ring, and said impatiently, "What a damn trouble. This damn woman, causing me to rejoice in vain. If I don't get her done tonight, I won't be called Xianyu anymore." The woman next to Xianyu laughed as she spoke. "This Liu Ran, I have heard of her. In college, she was in the same class as you, and I heard that when she was a freshman or sophomore, she was the famous school flower of Qingzhou University. Then, all of a sudden, she was disfigured, and then after hearing that her work was plagiarized and she was morally corrupt, she was expelled from the school. Such a woman, sent abroad to be sold to those organ traffickers, would be just right." Xianyu reached out his hand and wrapped it around the neck of the woman next to him. He said with a cold smile, "This woman, Liu Ran, is just honoring the wine but not eating the punishment. Let me tell you, when she first enrolled in school, she was definitely the well-deserved school flower, and that degree of beauty, no woman could match her. At that time, I even became a licking dog for 2 years, wanting to find a chance to take her down. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to appreciate her honor and always rejected me. Oh, this time it's also revenge." The woman next to him giggled and spoke, "So there are still women that you can't catch up with, Brother Yang? I thought that any woman, seeing Brother Yang, that would have to worship under Brother Yang's stoutness and money?" Xianyu laughed out loud as he stood up and said, Let's go together to meet that ugly monster. Tonight, Laozi must convince her and trick her into going abroad." This sand sculpture woman, when she went to college, she thought she was beautiful and thought she had good grades in her major, and offended Qin Frost who was in the same class. That Qin Frost is the precious daughter of the Qin family in Tianhe City. Come to think of it, she's a girl from an ordinary family who even dared to call the shots with someone else's Qin family's daughter, so of course she'd be screwed. That's why she was disfigured. and then her works were falsified and her morals were corrupted. But it was only because the Qin family put pressure on the school to find a reason to expel her. The woman next to her heard all this, understood and spoke. So that's what happened. It seems that this Liu Ran was born with a tragic destiny. Ha 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 ha, let's go brother Yong. This ugly of hers, there's no point in living in Qingzhou city. It's better to sell her abroad. You'll still be able to get a share of more than $2 million. Yong also laughed out loud. The two packed up and drove straight to the hotel. In the private room of the Manhwa restaurant, Yang and Liu Ran sat quietly at the table. Liu Ran was wearing a hat with a scarf tied around her face. Yang smiled and said towards Liu Ran, "We are here to eat today, and you still cover your face so tightly." Liu Ran shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Yong and I were in the same class in college. This person, he was not a good student in college. He was a famous asshole. However, as you can see, he is very enthusiastic. When he heard that I lacked a job, he immediately recommended that I go overseas to work as a manager. There must not be many high-paying careers like this, so he's still very righteous. I don't want him to be intimidated once he arrives. Anyway, I'll buy him dinner today to make amends. And as for the scar on my face getting better, I'd better not tell him, lest the other students in my university back then know about it. There's no telling what kind of rumors will happen." Yang sighed softly when he heard this. He reached out, grasped Liu Ran's small hand, and opened his mouth to gently ask, "Xiao Ran, I have never asked you, back then, the scar on your face, how exactly did it come about? Was it from someone purposely pouring hot water on it?" Liu Ran shook her head and said, "Not really, it was my best friend back then, who accidentally caused it. At that time, we were doing an experiment together, and as a result, the beaker was too hot. My best friend didn't hold it steady, and the cup of boiling hot sulfuric acid poured onto my face." Speaking here, pain flashed in Liu Ran's eyes. She shook her head and said, "All right, Yang, stop asking these questions. Everything looks forward." As the words fell, the door of the box was kicked open with a bang. Then Yang pulled Xianyu and walked into the box together. The two of them looked arrogant, and it seemed that they had come to ask for punishment. Chapter 55, Persecution. Yang's eyes swept over Liu Ran, who was wearing a scarf, and his eyes revealed a point of cruelty and a cold smile. Then he looked at Yang next to Liu Ran. After sizing up the clothes Yang was wearing, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He spoke directly towards Yang. "Hey man, that takeaway electric car parked downstairs. It wouldn't be you, right?" Yang frowned slightly, looked at Yang, nodded and said, "It's mine." "What? Did it get in the way of your parking?" When Yang heard this, he laughed wildly with a ha ha ha. He was opposite Yang, sat down, and spoke. "This Highway restaurant is also considered a high-grade restaurant, and in the entire parking lot, only your takeaway electric car is the most conspicuous. I didn't expect that when I asked. It was really yours. Liu Ran, you find a boyfriend, also quite personality. University time, so many mansion boy pursuit you, including me also do 2 years of licking dog. The results you simply do not give us the opportunity. I didn't expect. Now I'm looking for a delivery guy. However, that being said, this is also more suitable." Ha ha ha. Yang laughed, poured a cup of water, and took a sip. Xianyu, who was next to Yang, was also smiling with a condescending look on her face. She said towards Liu Ran, "Classmate Liu Ran, I'm glad to see you. You definitely don't know me. However, we are all alumni. Brother Yang and I are also in the same class, but you are from the design college, while I am from the foreign language college. At that time, as soon as I entered the university, I had heard about your reputation as Liu Ran big school flower." Ha ha ha. The two of them, Xianyu and Yang, sat down, and Yang's position just happened to block the doorway. This subconscious action, moreover, caused Yang to frown tightly. The first time Yang saw Yang, he felt that this person was not a good person, with a bloodthirsty aura on his body. It was obvious that there were definitely quite a few murders in his hands. Originally, Yang had thought that this classmate that Liu Ran had found was at most a braggart or a gangster of sorts. However, he did not expect that this Yang's body had such a strong bloodbath aura. His face was hideous and covered in blood-red balefulness. Obviously, he was the type of person who lost his conscience and brutalized lives. It was unknown how many people he had killed in his hands. It seemed like he was looking for a job for Liu Ran, not just to scam Liu Ran out of money. He should be trying to directly scam Liu Ran out of his life. All of it. Yang's brows wrinkled. Originally he accompanied his wife here. He did intend to have a good talk with the other party and apologize. However, he did not expect that Yang was such a goods. At this time, Liu Ran was still completely unaware of Yang's danger. She just said towards Yang, "Mr. Yang, let's forget about the past. Today, my boyfriend and I are indeed here to make amends, because in the afternoon, I found a new job. So that being said, I won't be going to the one job you offered. Xianyu frowned as he looked at Liu Ran and said, Liu Ran, what kind of job can you find that can rival my job that pays $200,000 a month? It's just going abroad for half a year and coming back after half a year. Half a year, earning over $1 million. A normal person would have to burn incense and worship Buddha to find such a job. But you went back on your word and rejected it outright. To put it bluntly, this is a typical give face not face. I was looking at the sake of our classmates, only introduced you to go. Now that you've gone back on your word, how can I explain this to my boss? Xianyu, who was next to her, also laughed coldly and said towards Liu Ran, right, Liu Ran, if I were you, I would definitely choose to accept this job that Xianyu has offered right now, not to mention the fact that it will bring you more than $1 million in income. It's better than you staying in Qingzhou city if you leave the country now. In a month's time, it will be the day of our school's 100-year anniversary. At that time, all the big guys will gather in Qingzhou city, and everyone will definitely talk about you at that time. Think about it, the way you are now, you are ugly, married to a waste of a delivery boy, you have no money, no looks, and you don't even have a diploma. I believe that by then, everyone is well mixed up, or driving a car too, or all bought a house in a first-tier city. But you? Nothing, no husband, no looks, no job, no diploma, and you still have the reputation of being morally corrupt and plagiarizing other people's work. Anyway, if I were you, I would definitely go abroad, and after half a year earn more than $1 million, come back to the whole face, and also start a new life, right? Xianyu and Xianyu, two people, blocked in the doorway, there to educate again Liu Ran. Liu Ran's face swelled red, she tightly frowned, felt the atmosphere is not right. Originally, she did feel sorry for Xianyu, but now, did not expect Xianyu and Xianyu, two people, after arriving, as much as out of words to their own sarcasm. It was as if she was going to cause Xianyu much damage if she didn't accept this job from him now. Liu Ran's voice also became cold. She said towards Xianyu, you two have said enough. I have become the director of Tianlu Commercial Building today. Therefore, this job of yours, I indeed cannot go. Since you said it so well, then you can find your relatives to work overseas. At $200,000 a month, I believe there will be many people willing to go. Today, originally, with sincerity, I wanted to treat my old classmates to a meal, but now it seems unnecessary. This is $1,000, consider it as the money for this meal today. In short, I won't go abroad, so I'll contact you later. Liu Ran stood up and directly threw out $1,000. She was also lazily ignoring both Xianyu and Xianyu. Her heart was a little sad, did not think that the year's college classmates, but so look at their own, would have thought that Xianyu is a warm and enthusiastic old classmate. Now how all feel this guy are with other conspiracy. Xianyu fiercely stood up, he did not see $1,000 at all, but coldly looked at Liu Ran, and opened his mouth. Liu Ran, you also think too beautiful. You went back on your word and returned this job, causing me to lose my reputation and money. For the sake of us being classmates, I won't ask you for more, and will compensate me for $1.5 million later. If you can't get this money, then use your family's old house as collateral. I've checked, although your family's house is old and dilapidated, but I think that after 3 to 5 years, it will still be able to share the name of a demolition. At that time, it is estimated that it can be worth $1 or $2 million. So when you can't pay back the money, you use that house of yours as collateral to give it to me. When Liu Ran heard this, she was so angry that her face turned red as she looked at Xianyu and said, Xianyu, I really didn't expect that you are such a kind of person now. Since you said that, then we have nothing to talk about. Originally, I didn't make any promises to you. In short, working abroad, I won't go. Goodbye. Xianyu, who was beside her, heard Liu Ran say this, and was so angry that she said in a cold voice, Stop, you ugly bastard. Still talking about becoming the director of Tianlu Commercial Building? In your condition, no one would want you to work as a cleaner in the Tianlu Commercial Building. Look at your rotten face. Do you know why you ended up like this? It's because you don't know how to bend over and be a good person. You don't know how to climb up to the big shots. When you were in college, you offended the Qin family's young lady and ended up with a disfigured and withdrawn reputation for moral corruption. Now, you've offended my brother Yang again, and let me tell you, it wouldn't just be disfigurement, but also a broken family. Chapter 56, You Are Nothing. Xianyu's voice carried indifference and cruelty, characters like Chen Yang and Liu ran in front of her who had no background or power. It was unknown how many of them had died in Xianyu's hands, so whether it was Xianyu or Xianyu, they didn't care about the attitude of the two Liu Ran at all, and they had already made preparations to absolutely not let them leave. Liu Ran exasperatedly grabbed Chen Yang's arm and lifted her leg to walk outside the box. At this time, Xianyu directly took a step across, and that stout body blocked in front of Qianyu and Liu Ran. In his eyes, he revealed contempt and a cold smile, and his hands had already touched the double-section iron rod at his waist. Liu Ran was afraid that the two of them, Qianyu and Xianyu, would get into an argument. She immediately panicked and protected Qianyu behind her. She glared at Xianyu and said, "Xianyu, what do you want to do in the end? This is the Highway restaurant. Do you still want to make a move here? Do you still have any legal concepts in your heart?" Xianyu laughed ha and opened his mouth to say, "Liu Ran, you are still so naive. If the law is useful, will you turn into an ugly monster? If the law was useful, would I, an uneducated asshole, be able to get into my current position? Let me tell you, in Qingzhou City, Master Hong San is the sky, and I am the Earth Emperor under the sky. Blame it only on the fact that you promised me to work overseas before, and now you want to go back on your word. There's no door. However, I do have an idea. Why don't you and your trashy boyfriend go out to work together? So, either give me this house today, or you guys obediently come with me." Liu Ran's fingers trembled with anger when she heard this. Just at this time, Xena suddenly reached out her hand and grabbed the veil on Liu Ran's face. With a cold smile, she violently pulled it off and said towards Liu Ran, "You ugly monster. What's the use of wearing this veil all day long? Do you think that no one will know that you're a pathetic monster just because you're wearing it? Ha ha ha." Xena laughed out loud and threw the veil in her hand onto the ground. However, the next moment, the eyes of both Xena and Xianyu straightened up at the same time. The two people looked at Liu Ran's face, revealing an unbelievable expression. Xianyu was first surprised, then her eyes revealed jealousy. She didn't expect that Liu Ran's face had recovered, and what was even more unexpected to her was that it turned out that Liu Ran was really this beautiful. The key was that playful appearance. It didn't look like a woman who had graduated for 4 years at all. On the contrary, it was as white, fine and delicate as when she first entered the university, just like a 20-year-old water-tender girl. Xianyu also opened his mouth wide at this time, staring at Liu Ran's face, and for a while he couldn't even say anything. His thoughts, instantly back to the university time, after he enrolled in school, saw the first face of Liu Ran. Was Liu Ran's appearance convinced? He chased Liu Ran for more than 2 years, but a little bit of opportunity is not. I thought that Liu Ran had long become a repulsive ugly monster, but I did not expect. Now Liu Ran's appearance is completely restored, just like the elegance of the year. He became stuttering and opened his mouth. "Liu Ran, your face turned out to be better ah." Xianyu was already angry and jealous, and now that she heard Xianyu's stuttering voice and turned her head to see the look of adoration and amazement that appeared on Xianyu's face, she was even more jealous for a moment. She was also considered a beauty in school. When she was in the Foreign Language Institute, she was considered the class flower, and when she went out to work, there were many people who pursued her. But she had never seen Xianyu reveal such a stunning look at herself in his eyes. Xianyu fiercely reached out and fiercely grabbed a handful of Xianyu's arm and spoke. "Xianyu, what are you doing? Business is important." Xianyu came back to his senses, but his face did not have that murderous aura before. Instead, he revealed a smile and said towards Liu Ran, old classmate, I really didn't think that you were still the same as when you first went to college. This way, we can talk about anything. Sit down and talk slowly, okay?" Liu Ran glared at Xianyu and spoke. "No need. My boyfriend and I want to go home now." Saying this, Liu Ran pulled up Qianyu's hand and walked towards the outside, his small hand gripping Qianyu's arm with a death grip, afraid that Qianyu and Xianyu would make a move. She was like an old mother hen protecting her calf, guarding Qianyu's safety to the death. Qianyu followed Liu Ran and stood behind her. Although it was said that Liu Ran's shoulders were very thin, right now, it felt so good to be guarded by someone standing behind her. Qianyu's heart blossomed as if he had obtained the most important treasure in the world. Qianyu swept a glance at Xianyu, whose eyes revealed an undisguised desire to possess. Qianyu understood that this Xianyu could not be kept. However, looking at Liu Ran's nervous appearance, Qianyu did not immediately make a move. Liu Ran pulled Qianyu out of the box, then quickly down the stairs to the parking lot. Panting, she hurriedly got on the electric car and said towards Qianyu, "Let's quickly go home. Don't let that guy catch up with us. He's too scary and has become so strange." Qianyu nodded and said, "Okay, don't worry wife, we're already out. He doesn't dare to chase us anymore." Liu Ran shook her head. She sat behind the tram, grabbed Qianyu's shoulder and spoke. "I don't know why. I always feel that Xianyu is so scary, like he can eat people. We must be careful. Just now, I was really afraid that he would suddenly make a move on you. When he was in college, he was a notorious school gangster, often beating up those students who studied well. Now, he's even scarier." Qianyu drove the electric car and quickly returned to the Liu family. At this moment, inside the box, Xianya's jealous temper erupted. She angrily pinched Shi Yong's arm and angrily yelled loudly. Shi Yong, what exactly do you mean? When we came here before, we all said okay, right, we're going to send that away, knowing that it's $2 million a person. You give her to the overseas Dark Knight organization, and 2 million will be in your hands. Are you now looking at how pretty she is so you don't want to give her away? Shi Yong, can you act like a man? You forgot back then, how she rejected you. Isn't it a good time for you to take revenge? Shi Yong got impatient and snapped a slap, directly on Xianya's face. Shi Yong pointed at Xianya's head and spoke. What the hell are you? You dare to educate me. Do you really think that you're my wife after following me for 3 months? I'll tell you, you're nothing. The women I played with in the past few years are 200 if not 300. Which one of them isn't a college student? Which one of them isn't a long-legged woman? You don't count as, Shi Yong said, kicking Xianya and sending her flying backwards. He grabbed the car keys and headed downstairs, a sardonic smile on the corner of his mouth. Liu Ran. I really didn't expect that old me was quite lucky. When I was in college, I didn't manage to get you. And this time, Laozi is already the underground emperor of Qingzhou City, so I won't let you go again. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 57 Dark Knight. Shi Yong was overwhelmed with smugness as he drove his car quickly towards Liu Ran's home. Shi Yong knew very well that Liu Ran's current looks would definitely attract many rich and powerful gentlemen. However, not many people knew that her appearance had been restored now. He himself was considered to be one of the first people to know, and he took advantage of this moment to directly take down Liu Ran. When he had played with her for a few years, he would be able to casually offer her at that time and still sell her for a sky-high price. This kind of woman belongs to the most sought-after goods. At that time, not to mention tens of millions of dollars, even if the price is 100 million, there will be rich people to take over. Thinking of this, Shi Yong was even happier. He didn't expect that his current luck was so strong that this kind of good thing had been stumbled upon by himself. Shi Yong hummed a little song, his eyes revealed yearning. After he graduated, he saved Master Hong San's life by a fluke. From that time onwards, he followed Master Hong San to mix, and then later on, when he used the authority in his hand to connect with the foreign Dark Knight organization. From then on, Shi Yong started his own prosperous life. Here in Qingzhou City, he had Master Hong San covering him, and abroad, he became the most reliable partner of the Dark Knight organization. For every batch of broilers sent to the Dark Knight organization, for every head, he gets 2 million. Now there are young and ignorant men and women from the countryside who come to the city to work, as well as some women who have lost their footing or those who dream of getting rich and want to go to work abroad. These people have all become the target of Shi Yong's wealth. $2 million a person. Over the years, he has sent out at least 800 people, so he has more than $1 billion assets in his hands, naturally in Qingzhou City rampant. Over the years, Shi Yong had already had no less than 200 women, but there was no woman that could be compared to today's Liu Ran. Shi Yong drove his car and was thinking excitedly. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. The person stood in front of the car and did not leave. Shi Yong foot brake. Squeak. The car in front of the person 10 centimeters stopped. Shi Courage huffed and puffed, pushed open the door of the car, grabbed a steel pipe next to the seat and walked down, pointing at the person in front of him and cursing loudly. You want to die, don't you? What are you doing on the road at night? Lao Zi is in a good mood today. If it was any other time, I would have run you over long ago. Shi Yong cursed and walked over, only to find that the person in front of the car was actually Liu Ran's boyfriend, Chen Yang. At this moment, Chen Yang looked at Shi Yong with a grim face. He had just sent Liu Ran back home, and he guessed that Shi Yong would definitely not stop, so he waited here in advance. Sure enough, Shi Yong came in his car. The anger in Chen Yang's heart rose up. He wasn't suppressing his killing intent. This kind of scum in front of him, he didn't care to directly shoot them to death. Although the Temple of Heavenly Medicine was famous for curing the sick and saving people, the Temple of Heavenly Medicine never refused to kill. The Buddhists still had thunderbolt means to cut down demons and eliminate devils. The Temple of Heavenly Medicine even had a specialized heavenly killing pavilion to cut down treachery and eliminate evil. Chen Yang looked at Shi Yong in front of him as if he was looking at a dead man. Shi Yong cursed and saw that it was Chen Yang. This punk. He was even more disdainful in his heart. However, when he saw Chen Yang's eyes, he had a jolt, shivered for no reason and took a step back. Subsequently, Shi Yong was humiliated to the point of being humiliated by this action of his. He viciously pointed at Chen Yang and said, "You punk, what are you doing standing here at night? Is it because you want to give me your girlfriend? If you really have this realization, I wouldn't mind taking you along to get rich." Chen Yang took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Shi Yong. Then, he reached out his hand and snapped on Shi Yong's face. A slap down. Shi Yong's head, bam, hit the car. Dizziness. Then, Chen Yang did not stop at all. He raised his leg and stepped on Shi Yong's foot. With a click, Shi Yang's ankle was instantly broken. Chen Yang's foot, once again, stepped on it. Click, 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 click. That sound of bones breaking rang out non-stop. Shi Yang's leg, from the ankle to the thigh, all the bones cracked inch by inch, and that bone slag directly pierced into Shi Yang's flesh and blood. Shi Yang screamed in pain, almost dizzily. Inside his mouth, he shouted loudly, "Let me go! Let me go! My elder brother is Master Hong San, the sky of the entire Qingzhou city. If you dare to do this to me, Master Hong San will not let you go." Chen Yang froze for a moment when he heard this. He wanted to completely solve Liu Ran's trouble. In that case, it seemed like killing only the Shi Yang in front of him was not enough. Chen Yang coldly looked at Shi Yang, who was lying on the ground shivering, and said in a cold voice, "The job you found for Liu Ran before, what exactly was it? Why do you have to force her now to work overseas?" Shi Yang's body trembled as he looked up at Chen Yang. He just wanted to say a strong word. However, in the next moment, Chen Yang's foot directly stepped on Shi Yang's wrist. Ka-cha-cha-cha, another sound of bones breaking. This time Shi Yang's right arm, all shattered and fractured. Blood seeped out from his pores. Shi Yang screamed miserably, no longer daring to play any tricks on his mind. He trembled and said, "Yes, it's my fault. Stop stepping on me. I was trying to give her to the Dark Knight Organization." When Chen Yang heard the name Dark Knight Organization, he instantly understood. As the Heavenly Dr. Hall's Hall Master, Chen Yang had dealt with this Dark Knight Organization a few times. The Dark Knight Organization was a collective name. The entire organization was hidden deep in the darkness of the night, and their headquarters, moreover, was hidden on a sea island. The Dark Knight Organization mainly focuses on human trafficking, and it is rumored that 90% of the illegal offal in the world's black market is supplied by the Dark Knight Organization. The Dark Knight Organization takes young people from various countries. Those who are good-looking or exceptionally strong are sold into slavery. Those who were average-looking and not strong would be dragged down to the black market, and their internal organs would be taken out and sold directly. There are even rumors that this Dark Knight Organization is related to some foreign vampire legends. The Dark Knight Organization was huge and rarely appeared in people's sight on weekdays. They were very careful in their business, and operated in the darkness of the sea all year round, making it difficult to be caught. It did not occur to him that this Shi Yang in front of him, who was talking about introducing people to high-paying jobs overseas, was in fact, actually selling his compatriots in the country, to the people of the Dark Knight Organization. When Chen Yang heard this, the murderous aura in his heart rose even higher. He dragged Shi Yang by the hair and threw him into the car as he spoke. "Lead the way. Take me to see Master Hong San." Chen Yang did not hide the murderous aura in his words. Daring to do this kind of illegal activities could never be forgiven. Chen Yang had already decided in his heart that he would completely exterminate the entire Master Hong San's organization this night. The so-called sky of Qingzhou City, in Chen Yang's opinion as the Hall Master of the Heavenly Medical Hall, was nothing more than a parasite that sucked people's flesh and blood. Since he had been hit by himself, he absolutely could not be spared. Shi Yang, who was in immense pain on the car, had already despaired. However, when he heard Chen Yang say that he would take the initiative to go and see Master Hong San, Shi Yang's eyes revealed a light of hope again. His mouth said, "Okay, I will take you to see Master Hong San." Chapter 58, Pulling Down the Willow. Shi Yang did not expect that this guy Chen Yang was so arrogant that he dared to take the initiative to meet Hong San. However, this was quite good. When he arrived at Hong San's place, Hong San would take revenge for himself and take Chen Yang's life. Thinking of this, Shi Yang hated his teeth. He didn't think that a punk like Chen Yang, a delivery man, would fight so viciously, and beat himself into a cripple as soon as he came up. Chen Yang's expression was grim. He kicked the gas, drove Shi Yang's car, soared up, at a speed of 180 yards per hour. In the twinkling of an eye, he arrived outside of a small 5-story red building outside of the suburbs of Qingzhou City. This place was the headquarters of the famous Four Seas Group. The Four Seas Group's business was very disorganized. The reason why Four Seas Group was famous was because his boss was Hong San. More than 10 years ago, in the entire city of Qingzhou, there were very few people who hadn't heard of Hong San's reputation. And now, although Master Hong San had retired, his Four Seas Group was flourishing, and no one in the entire Qingzhou city knew about it. This red house is inhabited by the backbone of the Four Seas Group. The entire small building could be seen from afar, with laughter and countless women in revealing clothes, walking around upstairs here. In addition to the large number of beautiful women, there were also martial arts fields, game machine halls, the most professional blocking fields, a large number of special chefs and so on. This place was an out-of-this-world paradise. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. Then, to the front door, he instead of foot throttle, the car issued a roar, directly crashed through the door of the villa. The gate boomed, instantly rushed into the courtyard of the 5-story small building. Soon more than 20 bodyguards poured the car surrounded over. When those bodyguards saw this car, there was some surprise. Ha, isn't this Brother Yong's car? What's wrong with Brother Yong? Drunk? How dare you crash through Master Hong San's gate? I think this kid, Brother Yong, just owes it to himself. Relying on Master Hong San's favor to him, he's increasingly disregarding us people. Those guards around were all whispering, and Chen Yang kicked open the car door and walked out. He looked at the people around him and spoke. Call Hong San, come over to see me. The 20 or so guards froze when they saw Chen Yang. The crowd then let out a cold laugh and looked at Chen Yang as if they were looking at a madman. You kid is tired of living. How dare you barge into our 4Cs group's headquarters, and dare to call our master Hong San by his name? What kind of a thing are you? When Chen Yang heard this, he kicked his foot on Shi Yang's blue BMW next to him with a bang. That BMW car boom, 2 tons of body, directly flew up, and then crashed into the right side of more than 10 bodyguards. Bang a moment, those more than 10 guards were directly knocked away, spitting blood to the ground. Chen Yang raised his head, looked at the little red building and spoke in a cold voice. Hong San, roll down. As Chen Yang's voice fell, throughout the red house, hundreds of bodyguards, armed with various weapons, rushed over from all directions. They did not talk nonsense and directly hacked towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang frowned and smoothly grabbed a bull-thick willow tree in the yard with both hands. He fiercely exerted his strength, and the willow tree was pulled up alive. Lu Zhishan had become famous for plucking a willow upside down. Chen Yang, on the other hand, pulled out this willow tree with ease. Then he swung the willow tree with one hand, and the bull-thick willow tree, like a sweeping weapon, flipped out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A few strokes passed. Hundreds of bodyguards were directly swept by Chen Yang and fell to the ground. At this moment, the crowd was already looking at Chen Yang as if they were looking at a monster. They knew that this young man in front of them was far beyond their ability to deal with. All the bodyguards scrambled backward. Finally, the front door opened and 15 or 16 people walked out together. Surrounded by these people in the center, was a hale and hearty old man around 60 years old. That old man was not too tall, just 1 meter 6, hunched over. His hair was already white, but it was densely packed in large quantities, and his hair stood up one by one, as if he was a hedgehog. His eyes stared angrily at Chen Yang, then he waved his right hand and opened his mouth to speak. Old fourth, old fifth, this person is not simple. You two go and take him down. Yes, third brother. Subsequently, 2 old men walked out. These 2 contained their chests and backs. Their faces were rosy, and at their temples, their skin and flesh were pulsating. Obviously, they were both experts in internal martial arts. When Chen Yang saw this scene, his brows were even more furrowed. He did not expect that this Master Hong San's men even had this kind of Grand Zhou heavenly expert. One should know that it was already difficult for a person to cultivate into a martial artist, and to cultivate into a Grand Zhou heavenly martial artist was simply even more difficult. A person who had reached the strength of the Great Zhou Heaven would then be respected anywhere they went. Chen Yang, however, did not expect that these 2 old men would be willing to be the henchmen of a piece of trash. Chen Yang looked at the 2 men and said, the 2 of you, you're also men of skill. It's just as well that you don't contribute to the country and the people, but you didn't expect to be here for a tiger to be a whore. It's really pathetic. The oldest 4 and the oldest 5 looked indifferent. They looked at Chen Yang and spoke. Young man, you have good strength, but it's not your kind of junior's turn to meddle in our affairs. Today, you dare to barge in here. You are definitely the first person in the entire Qingzhou city. Now, kneel down and kowtow to Master Hong San and apologize. Perhaps we can spare your life. Chen Yang laughed out loud when he heard this and spoke. Spare my life? That's ridiculous. Today, I won't keep any of your kind of human trafficking, maiming your compatriots, and colluding with the Dark Knight organization. Roll over and die. The 2 old men, old 4 and old 5, frowned when they heard Chen Yang's words. The 2 of them simultaneously let out a cold shout, and the aura on their bodies instantly became powerful, as they rushed towards Chen Yang with one on the left and one on the right. Their figures were athletic, their momentum was like that of a swimming dragon, and their speed was so fast that people were dazzled, and they were unable to capture his figure at all. The 2 men pounced on Chen Yang with one on the left and one on the right, and said with a cold smile on their lips, young man, let's let you see the true strength of a great Zhou heavenly martial artist. Otherwise, you brat really think you can run the world. As the 2 old men said, they brushed and threw out a punch and a kick each towards Chen Yang. However, the next moment, only to hear the sound of 2 crisp slaps, old 4 and old 5 hadn't even touched the corner of Chen Yang's coat, but were instead slapped up by Chen Yang's 2 slaps. Slap fell, the old 4 and old 5 2 people body, rise up in the air, heavy landing on the ground. Both of them spat out blood at the same time. They raised their heads and looked at Chen Yang incredulously. At this moment, they did not have the anger of being insulted, but only the shocking and incomparable fear. One should know that these two slaps on their faces were going to be more difficult than killing them. The fact that Chen Yang was able to slap them away with a single strike meant that Chen Yang's strength had far exceeded the two of them to be able to do this. The two people looked at Chen Yang incredulously, their hearts speculating at the same time. Could it be that this young man was actually a Grandmaster-level expert? It should be known that the world's martial artists were divided into Little Zhou Heaven and Big Zhou Heaven and Zong Masters. There were very few Zong Masters in the entire world. Could it be that this young man in his 20s in front of him was actually already a Zong Master? Chapter 59, No complaints at all. Chen Yang looked cold and indifferent, carrying a murderous aura as he walked step by step towards where Master Hongsan was standing. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger, already oppressing the people around him. Unable to catch their breath, Chen Yang said in a cold voice, "Being a martial artist is even more of a crime. You have mastered abilities beyond ordinary people, yet you use such abilities to brutalize the people, colluding with foreign dark night organizations, trafficking in people, and brutalizing your compatriots. Today, I will cleanse your 4Cs group, and from now on, there will be no 4Cs group in Qingzhou City," Chen Yang said, taking a step to stand in front of Third Master Hong. The other two old men beside Master Hongsan raised their pistols towards Chen Yang. However, the next moment, bang bang two sounds, two people instantly flew out. Arm issued click 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 sound. Two people fell on the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood. Unconscious, arm also instantly comminuted fracture. Chen Yang looked at the Hongsan master in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a plop, Master Hongsan directly knelt in front of Chen Yang. This scene caused all the people around to be shocked. This was their third Master Hong, the strongest among them, the leader of the 4Cs group, the sky of the entire underground world of Qingzhou City. In Qingzhou City, Third Master Hong was an unrivaled existence, and his strength was even more powerful, having reached the Grandmaster realm. However, he did not expect that the Third Master Hong, who was powerful in the entire Jiang province, would even give Chen Yang, a young man, to kneel down at this moment. Master Hongsan trembled and said towards Chen Yang, "Master, don't kill me. I did do some illegal things, but I don't think I deserve to die. There are also these old brothers of mine, they are even less at fault. I still beg you sir to spare our lives. If Mr. looks at it, I will give up my entire 4Cs group, and I will work as a cow for you." "Mr." Without any second thoughts, Chen Yang said in a cold voice, "A crime not punishable by death? Oh, you colluded with the Dark Knight organization, selling the young men and women of Qingzhou City to those bastards abroad as slaves and sources of organs, using the lives of our compatriots as tools for your profit. You still dare to say that you are not guilty to death?" Hearing this, Master Hongsan hurriedly explained, "Sir, why do you say that? I really have never done these things. The six of us brothers, when we used to fight in Qingzhou City, we did do some wrong things and committed many crimes, but that was all more than 10 years ago. Later on, we discovered an ancient tomb by fluke, and in the tomb, we obtained a gongfu and some fruit. After eating that fruit and practicing the gongfu, our strength increased greatly. Over the years, we have rarely been doing illegal deeds. We also know that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So that being said, now that we've become martial artists, we won't bully others, and even more so, we won't go about exchanging the lives of our compatriots for money. We, the 4Cs group, do have a lot of gray area business. However, we are more importantly in the shipping and transportation business, and some of the business that ordinary people find dangerous. We, the 4Cs group, contract, over the years, really haven't committed any of those crimes you mentioned." Chen Yang's brows furrowed when he heard this. He spoke towards Hongsan who was kneeling on the ground. "Raise your head." Hongsan slowly raised his head, and when he saw Chen Yang's deep oceanic eyes, his entire body shivered in fear. Chen Yang, on the other hand, stared at Hongsan's eyes as he realized that this old man, on the contrary, was not talking in panic. Chen Yang asked towards Master Hongsan, "Then let me ask you, do you recognize this person Shiyong?" Hongsan immediately nodded his head and said, "I know, when I fainted on the street earlier, it was this kid who saved me in time. Later, I brought him around and led him to do some business. Why is Mr. asking this question?" Chen Yang laughed, then he said towards the people beside him, "Go, lift out Shiyong from the car." Immediately, there were subordinates that ran towards the tumbling car. Soon, the bloodied Shiyong was pulled out. Shiyong was already unconscious on the ground. Chen Yang kicked at Shiyong's chest. Shiyong woke up leisurely. Chen Yang said in a cold voice towards Shiyong, "Now that Master Hongsan is here, you said that with the Dark Knight organization, colluding to sell the men and women of Qingzhou City, was instructed by Hongsan, right?" Shiyong woke up, When he saw that Master Hong San was actually kneeling respectfully in front of Chen Yang as well, his face changed violently. In his opinion, Third Master Hong was his greatest hope, the last card to survive. He had thought that Chen Yang had to come here seemingly to question Master Hong San and would definitely be cleaned up by Master Hong San, but he didn't expect that it was Master Hong San who was kneeling on the ground now. How is this possible? Third Master Hong is a famous Grandmaster, a generation of patriarchs, a superpower that could be ranked in the entire Jiang province, and now he was actually kneeling down to a takeaway clerk? Chen Yang, this punk, what exactly is his identity? How was he able to do this? Shi Yang's voice trembled, and at this moment, Master Hong San, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately understood what was happening. Third Master Hong turned his head to look at Shi Yang and said in a cold voice, Shi Yang, what's going on? You tell me the truth. Otherwise, your family's lives, you won't be able to save them. Shi Yang's body trembled even more when he heard this. He paused for a few seconds, then violently, his head knocked on the ground and said towards Master Hong San, Master Hong San, save me, save me. I made a few deals with the people from the Dark Knight organization before, but I didn't know that the people from the Dark Knight organization were human traffickers. I really thought that they were sending people to work abroad. Oh Master Hong San, save me, right now. This punk is a delivery man. We don't have to be afraid of him. Let's clean him up together. Hearing this, Third Master Hong gritted his teeth, as he waved his hand and spoke. Come on people, give me a good investigation. Do it now. What exactly did Shi Yang do? With that, Master Hong San said respectfully towards Chen Yang, Sir, there is bound to be a misunderstanding. I, Hong San, swear that I have absolutely not been involved in trafficking my fellow countrymen. I have not even heard of any Dark Knight organization. Mr. can go ahead and investigate, but if you find any slightest clue, I, Hong San, will immediately cut myself in front of Mr. No second thoughts. Chen Yang took a look at Hong San's eyes and knew that the guy was telling the truth. He said in a cold voice, Of course, I will naturally go and investigate. However, since you said that these things were done by Shi Yang without your knowledge, then you have to give me proof before you can do so. Hong San was relieved when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, Yes sir, I will definitely produce strong evidence to prove my innocence. Sir, please also have a seat upstairs. Give me an hour's time. I will definitely report everything that Shi Yang has done, one by one towards Sir. I definitely don't dare to make any mistakes. Chen Yang nodded, then lifted his steps towards the upper floor. In Hong San's office on the 5th floor, Hong San respectfully asked Chen Yang to sit on the sofa and rest. He had already asked everyone under him to find out what exactly Shi Yang was doing. About an hour later, a thick document was placed in Hong San's hands. Hong San opened that document, looked at it for a few moments, and his face changed violently. He took the document, flop, once again kneeled in front of Chen Yang, trembling, said, Mr. Chen, it is my fault, it is my poor discipline, poor supervision. You kill me now. I have nothing to say. I really did not expect. Shi Yang this kid. Surprisingly so. Chapter 60, Saving Third Master Hong. Chen Yang took the pile of information in Master Hong San's hands and flipped through it. Then anger also appeared on his face. On this information, there was a detailed description of the numerous crimes that Shi Yang had committed in the recent year and a half, using this identity of Master Hong San's life-saving benefactor as a talisman in Qingzhou City. He had secretly colluded with the Dark Knight organization and trafficked more than 800 young men and women, handing them over to the Dark Knight organization. On top of that, he was also evil and used his identity to force or bag over 100 college students. The key is that after many women were bullied by him, he didn't even want to give them money, but instead pushed those women into the fire pit, let them do the introduction of the hook, using those women's photos and videos, threatening them to continue to make money for themselves. Chen Yang bang a moment. The hands of the document fell to the ground. Master Hong San kneeled on the ground, cried bitterly and said, I'm sorry, it's me who is not good at disciplining. I must thoroughly investigate Shi Yang this person. The compensation of compensation, the revenge of revenge, never soft. With that, Hong San pointed to the door and spoke. Mr. Chen, those 12 people outside the door are Shi Yang's subordinates. Some of them followed Shi Yang to do absolutely bad things. Some of them were uninformed. These people will also prove my innocence. To be honest Mr. Chen, I really don't know these things that Shi Yang has done. Now several of our brothers are strong martial artists, want to make money, really don't need to go through this kind of unscrupulous way, make this kind of lack of money, that way, even if we make money and what is there to be happy about it, the spine is all curved, and what is the point of living? Chen Yang nodded, he spoke towards Hong San, you stand up, since you don't know, then this matter is settled. I see that your body is hunched over and your face has a greenish tinge to it. coupled with the occasional trembling of your fingers. I think it must be because you have damaged the liver vein when you were practicing your gongfu. May I ask if you have a slight pain in your left and right two coils, at 11 o'clock late at night every day? In addition, is there like millions of worms in your body every 3 days, crawling inside your body? Master Hong San wiped the sweat from his forehead. Originally he was glad that he had stayed alive, but now when he heard Chen Yang say this, he flopped and knelt down once again. He looked at Chen Yang with shock and anticipation. Mr. Chen, how do you know so clearly? Is it not true that you are able to cure my disease? This strange disease of mine. I don't know what I got it from. Over the years, I've been looking around for a doctor, and I've seen both Chinese and Western doctors, but I've never been able to find a cure. I even went to Shaolin and Wudon and begged their abbots, but they, too, could not do anything about the disease on me. Mr. Chen, please save me. Chen Yang nodded and spoke. To be exact, this is not a disease on you, but it is caused by practicing gongfu too fast. The gong methods you cultivate are too rigid. Ordinary people's bodies can't withstand it, and one must be born with tough meridians and a strong body to be able to cultivate it. A few of you were lucky enough to obtain this gong method, and among them, you cultivated the fastest and were the first to reach the sovereign realm, but because of that, your body was the most severely damaged. The others are just not showing it yet at this time, but in the future, they will also be like you, with liver vein damage, and once the liver vein produces damage, within about 5 years, it will rupture, and at that time, the person will be completely paralyzed and unable to move. Master Hong San trembled when he heard this. He hurriedly said towards Chen Yang, then, Mr. Chen, what should be done to treat it? Is it possible to recover just by stopping the cultivation of the gongfu? Chen Yang shook his head, and said to him, at this point, the meridians have already been damaged. Unless you completely abolish the internal qi in your body, only then will you be able to preserve the liver meridians, and maintain it for 20 to 30 years. There is still hope. If you don't completely abolish your internal qi, even if you stop practicing this technique, but the internal qi will still operate on its own, and in less than a few years, you will still have ruptured liver meridians and be paralyzed in bed. When Master Hong San heard this, his heart ached immensely as he trembled and said, so it's to abolish all cultivation. Alas, in that case, that's really worse than taking our lives. Chen Yang stood up and spoke. However, there are other medical methods. When Master Hong San heard this, his face was overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly pulled Chen Yang's leg and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Chen, please heal our brothers. Great kindness we will never forget in this life. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, there's no need to do so. Since I've met you, I will naturally save you. You're suffering from liver meridian damage due to practicing a rigid technique. If you want to cure this situation, one is to abolish all your internal qi. The other is, you will cultivate another gong method. Wood Yuan Gong. From now on, liver belongs to wood and dominates the tendons and veins, reaching up to the top of the upside down and down to the yongquan in a person's body, and maintains the suppleness of all the meridians. This Wood Yuan Gong that I'm teaching you is the one that can strengthen all the meridians of the liver meridian. After you practice it, not only will it be able to cure your current liver meridian damage, but it will also allow you to be as light as a swallow, and your meridians will be flexible and athletic. When practiced to a high level, you can be as flexible as an ape. But this Mu Yuan Gong is not available right now. I need to go home and write a separate book. When I write it out I will give it to you. After Hong San heard this, his entire body froze there. He did not expect that Chen Yang would not only not chastise himself this time, but instead, he would even give himself a supreme gongfu to save himself. Hong San flung himself on his knees this time, and this time, it was sincere. There was no sense of fear or atonement, only gratitude and admiration. Hong San respectfully kowtowed and said, thank you Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's great kindness. Hong San, unforgettable. Chen Yang just nodded his head and said, alright, I'll go back first. Shuyang's matter must be completely cut off and rooted out. The other thing is, if you find clues and news about the Dark Knight organization, remember to tell me. After saying that, Chen Yang turned around and left directly. In the dilapidated mansion of the Liu family, Liu Ran sat on the sofa in an apprehensive mood. Her cell phone kept dialed. Once Shuyang and those people broke into her home, she was going to immediately dial 110 and deal with these demons. Hearing footsteps, Liu Ran stood up violently before realizing that it was Chen Yang who walked in. Seeing Chen Yang, Liu Ran hurriedly went forward and spoke. Chen Yang, what did you just do? Chen Yang turned towards Liu Ran and said with a slight smile, I just happened to run into Shuyang and had a talk with him. He has already spared us, so there's no need to worry about it in the future. Tomorrow you can prepare for your appointment without fear. Hearing this, Liu Ran was completely and utterly relieved. Smiling gratefully towards Chen Yang, she said, Chen Yang, thank you. Just now negotiating with Xianyu. Must have suffered a lot of insults. Right, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that my college classmate back then would turn out to be like this now. I promise, I won't be so reckless to beg again. Chen Yang sighed slightly in his heart when he saw this afterthought of Liu Ran. He reached out his hand and hugged Liu Ran's waist. Liu Ran froze for 2 seconds, then panically pushed Chen Yang away and rushed towards his bedroom, entering it and slamming the door. Liu Ran smiled shyly and said, Chen Yang, hurry up and go to bed. Tomorrow morning I'll be stepping up as a director. At that time, I will find you a position. Chapter 61, A Soft Eater. The next day, Chen Yang woke up. Walking to the courtyard, he found that Liu Ran had already washed up. She had drawn light makeup for the first time. Although it was just a simple eyebrow tracing and powder puffing, that pretty face was no longer able to make people look straight. Today, she specially changed into a black professional dress, exposing her calves, which were slim and rounded, and her semi-high-heeled shoes were ordinary in style, but worn on her feet, they looked lively and good-looking. Liu Ran, why did you also get up so early? I was planning to go out and buy breakfast and come back before calling you. Liu Ran smiled and winked towards Chen Yang. Her eyes were red and covered in blood. Seeing Liu Ran in this state, Chen Yang went forward and held Liu Ran's small hand in pain. Chen Yang opened his mouth with concern and said, You are now sitting in the position of director. Why are you still staying up all night? Look at your eyes. It feels like you haven't slept all night? Liu Ran smiled cheekily and said, It's okay, I'm new to the position now. I have to learn a little bit more, master all kinds of information reports of Tianlu commercial building, but also feel out the origin, character and so on of everyone under my hand. After all, I'm kind of an airborne director. It's not easy to manage the people under me well. The position of the director of Tianlu commercial building has been empty for as long as 3 months. Previously, whether it was their finance director, business director or their logistics director, those 3 people were all trying to compete for the current director's position. I suddenly parachuted over there. Plus grandma and the others won't support me wholeheartedly, so there's bound to be a lot of difficulties once I take office. If I prepare a little bit more now, I'll be able to suffer fewer difficulties in the future. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He did not expect that his wife had already thought this through. It was true that she was kind by nature, but she was definitely not foolish. She was smart, and despite not having a background in management studies, she was able to learn well and enhance her business skills. Chen Yang nodded and spoke. It seems like you already know that you are going to face a lot of difficulties. This way I am quite relieved. Let's go. Let's have breakfast on the way and then go to work in the building. The two joked and got on Chen Yang's takeaway electric car and drove towards the Tianlu commercial building. For the next 2 days, Liu Ran had been busy taking over various businesses, although the people under her were not very convinced of her. After 2 days of getting along, they realized that Liu Ran was very clear about the various businesses of the commercial building and made decisions that took all aspects into consideration. At the same time, they also found out the special thing about Liu Ran's director. That is, she has signed the guarantee, which means that she will be in the director's position for at least 3 years. Although the people under her command were a bit reluctant, after 2 days, they slowly accepted the existence of this director. After all, the director is the topmost manager of the entire commercial building. Liu Ran is going to be the director for 3 years. No one is willing to really go against her. Liu Ran also now realized how important it was to have this 3-year guarantee. This guarantee, so that everyone else knows that they are going to be in this position for 3 years in a stable manner, so that those old farts under them do not dare to go overboard, do not dare to play careful. 2 days later, Chen Yang rode an electric bike and brought Liu Ran to the downstairs of Tianlu commercial building. When they entered, 2 tall and sturdy security guards raised their hands in salute and respectfully saluted towards Liu Ran. After Liu Ran and Chen Yang went in, the 2 security guards immediately had a glow of envy, jealousy and disdain on their faces. One of the security guards spoke. Our newly appointed director is just too beautiful, isn't she? The other security guard said. Yes, it's very pretty. No wonder our captain took a liking to this chick. Only, the boyfriend next to him is also too shabby. I heard that it is a deliveryman. Now it has become a standard soft food waste. Every day to do the work is to send his wife to work, and then riding an electric car. Send a few single takeout. Get a guaranteed salary. Work is not hard. It seems to be $1,002 a month. Another security guard wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and said, that guy is also too cool. I really didn't think that such a waste of space could also have a day to turn over. Another man heatedly smiled and said, turn around? I don't think so. You also know what kind of person our current security chief is, since he has taken a fancy to the new director. I think not more than half a month, our beautiful female director will become the captain's woman. At that time, that will be our captain's sister-in-law. The 2 security guards said. He. Inside the office, Chen Yang sent Liu Ran to the office. He looked at the time and said, Liu Ran, I'll go out first to finish the 5 deliveries, and I'll have completed today's basic punching requirement, which will take almost 3 hours. I'll come to the office to find you after 3 hours. Liu Ran called out to Chen Yang as she spoke. Chen Yang, why don't you put the takeout work on hold for now? I've thought about it. Right now the commercial building still has a pretty big gap for security guards. If you don't mind, why don't you come to the commercial building to work as a security guard? Of course, if you don't feel good about the position of security guard, you can also come and work as a director's assistant. However, the position of assistant to the director needs to be approved by the personnel department before it can be done. It may take a little longer, and it also requires you to prepare some basic professionalism. It will be a little difficult. Chen Yang couldn't help but smile gently when he heard Liu Ran's words. He immediately shook his head and said, alright, I don't want to be your assistant. As for the security guard, you can consider it. I see that the security guards in this commercial building are indeed not professional enough either. They need to be completely overhauled. In case we encounter professional thieves, these security guards will not be able to fend them off at all. How about this then? You can arrange for me to enter the security department. Liu Ran was happy in her heart when she heard Chen Yang accept this suggestion. She said, alright, then I'll talk to the personnel department this afternoon. Just arranging a security guard would only require the signature of their vice minister. Chen Yang nodded and spoke. Then I will go into the security department and review the security system of this commercial building for you. Just at this moment, a loud mocking laugh suddenly sounded from outside the door, followed by the office door being pushed open. 2 people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, walked in. Liu Ran frowned when she saw Liu Xian come in. She spoke, cousin, what are you doing here? Liu Xian couldn't help but laugh as she turned her head to look at Chen Yang and said, if I didn't come, could I have heard those words just now? Chen Yang, you punk, you really are getting thicker and thicker skinned. Liu Ran went through the back door and used her personal connections to help you find a security guard position. And you even said that you were checking the security system for the commercial building. You really laugh me to death. On you're this kind of goat, with your own ability, want to apply into the commercial building as a security guard, but also really apply on it. Scum 1, can only expect to utilize our Liu family's resources to make a living? How ridiculous. Yang Long, who was next to him, also laughed loudly and said, a soft eater. No shame, no shame. By the way, we came here today to tell you something. Liu Ran frowned and said, what is it? Liu Xian took out a statement document and slapped it on her desk. She spoke towards Liu Ran. Xiao Ran, don't blame us for not reminding you. Although it is true that you did sign a guarantee to make you a director for 3 years before, there was also a sentence on that guarantee to ensure the smooth operation of the commercial building. But now, you have already defaulted on the wages of the staff of the commercial building. If, say, you still can't afford to pay the wages tonight, then I'm sorry to say that this director position of yours is mine. Chapter 62, the funding chain is broken. Liu Ran heard this from Liu Xian, and sat down uncertainly. She just wanted to inquire about something. At this time the phone on the desk rang. Liu Ran hurriedly answered it. Inside came the voice of the head of the logistics department. The other party quickly said towards Liu Ran, Superintendent Liu, why hasn't the finance allocated funds now? This afternoon is the deadline for payroll. More than 13 million payroll payments have not yet arrived, and now we have no way to communicate with the bank side for payroll matters. Liu Ran's head buzzed. She hurriedly said towards the other party, okay, I'll ask the finance. What's going on over there? Putting down her cell phone, Liu Ran frowned and looked at Liu Xian. At this time, Liu Xian giggled and said with a delicate smile, Sister Liu Ran, I am also concerned about you, reminding you not to make any mistakes. After all, this Tianlu commercial building is the most core asset of our Liu family. You, this director, is just the manager. In case we mess up the commercial building, then you can be the sinner of our Liu family. Ha 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 ha. Liu Xian laughed and turned around with Yang Long, leaving the office. Liu Ran's face turned white as she immediately flipped over the time schedule on her desk and looked at it. Sure enough, today was the last day of payroll, and according to reason, yesterday morning, the finance side should have written down all the payroll payments and handed them over to the logistics department and the banking department to credit the money to each employee's payroll card. But now, the finance was surprisingly not moving at all. Liu Ran immediately picked up the phone and dialed the finance department's number over. It took a while for there to be a sound on the financial side, but the one who answered the phone was not the financial supervisor Duan Lily, but a small staff member of the financial department. Liu Ran frowned. Toward the other side asked, your financial department in the end how? Why has the salary payment not been remitted to the logistics side by now? The other employee said in a trembling voice, Mr. Liu, I don't know what's going on. The supervisor of our side recently took 3 days of sick leave in a row, and the 2 deputy supervisors are not at their positions. The key is, right now on our commercial building's financial balance, there is only $1,080,000, which is simply not enough for this month's worker's salary. When Liu Ran heard this, his head exploded. He put down the phone and said towards Chen Yang, "It's not good, Chen Yang. Something happened. The cash chain of the commercial building broke." Chen Yang said, "How is that possible? This kind of commercial building is considered to be a better cash flow industry. How can the cash chain be broken all of a sudden?" Liu Ran shook her head and said, "I think it's likely that something happened on the treasurer's side. The treasurer's name is Duan Lily. This woman I've met once. When she looks at me, although she is wearing a smile, but her eyes are always hiding hostility if anything. I didn't expect that the company's finances had such a big problem, but she has been hiding it and not reporting it, and she keeps telling me that there is absolutely no problem." Liu Ran thought about it and immediately personally walked towards the Ministry of Finance. Chen Yang followed behind Liu Ran and spoke, "So you have to remember this lesson. The most important thing about a commercial building are the 2 departments. One is the security department and the other is the finance department. Therefore, no matter it is the finance and security departments, you have to install your most trusted manpower before you can do so." Liu Ran nodded and said, "I know. I should have paid close attention to this Duan Lily earlier. I didn't realize that now is the payroll settlement date. If it's true that I won't be able to pay my salary today, Grandma and the others will definitely use this as an excuse to remove me." After entering the finance department, the 3 supervisors of the finance department had all taken leave for various reasons, and the one with the greatest remaining authority was the team leader of the group that answered the phone. That team leader named Liu Xiaomei. Liu Xiaomei face round, very naive and honest, age more than 30 years old, looks like a small child. This kind of people in the company are generally very good, but it is difficult to be reused. They are not deep, they work hard, and they can only rely on their years of experience and slowly work their way up. Liu Xiaomei said with fear and trepidation towards Liu Ran, "Mr. Liu, I just checked the financial transactions. Our commercial building used to have sufficient funds, but 3 days ago, there was a large amount of funds borrowed." Hearing this, Liu Ran immediately asked Liu Xiaomei, "Borrowed funds? To whom?" Liu Xiaomei opened her mouth and said, "The other party is Costco Transportation Company. Our commercial building and Costco Transportation Company do have business dealings. However, the other party's money was settled in a timely manner, and 3 days ago, we suddenly allocated $30 million to the other party, Costco, but in reality, we don't owe Costco Transportation Company $30 million. The reason for the allocation was the delivery of a 1-year deposit to Costco Transportation Company, which was an illegal act. However, at that time, you hadn't taken office yet, and there was no director in the commercial building. Therefore, the payment was co-signed by the 3 directors and then typed over." Hearing this, Liu Ran had thoroughly understood. In other words, when he was about to take office, the director of the commercial building's finance department had paid the $30 million to Costco Transportation as an advance payment deposit. This also meant that the commercial building's funds were all of a sudden left with only $1 million or so. And now, when it came time to pay salaries, the commercial building no longer had enough funds to pay all of its personnel's salaries. Liu Ran thought about it, picked up his cell phone and dialed Duan Lily's private phone. Opposite Duan Lily pretended and coughed twice. She said towards Liu Ran, Superintendent Liu, you don't need to be hung up on my condition, and now you're specially calling to ask about me, making me embarrassed." Liu Ran didn't bother to deal with her, and said towards Duan Lily with a black face, "Supervisor Duan, I didn't come here to ask about your illness, but to ask about the $30 million of funds. On what basis did you privately transfer the $30 million to Costco Transportation Company? Do you know that this is against the law?" Duan Lily on the opposite side immediately said, Director Liu, don't you have to be in a hurry? Although that sum of money was delivered in the form of a project deposit, it was actually a loan, and Costco said that they borrowed $30 million for turnover. By today's time, they will return $33 million to our company, 10% interest for 3 days. Where can I find this business? So, not only am I not at fault, but I've also brought 10% profit to the company. Hearing this, Liu Ran exasperatedly asked, "Now it's already payday time. I'm asking you, where's the money? Why hasn't the money arrived yet?" Opposite Duan Lily laughed and said, "This does not belong to me. In short, we and Costco reached a loan agreement is this. If you cannot pay the money, then you can call the police, prosecute the Costco Transportation Company, so that they pay back the money well. Anyway, the rest of the matter, and our financial department has nothing to do with it. It's you the director as well as the public relations department." After saying that, the other party, Duan Lily, laughed loudly and hung up the phone. Chapter 63, Personally Demanding Debt. Liu Ran stood in her office, her hands clenched into fists in death. She anxiously walked back and forth twice. Then Liu Ran opened her mouth and said, "Immediately send someone to Costco to demand this $30 million debt. We must get this money before the end of the day today." Hearing this, Liu Xiaomei, who was next to her, carefully said, "Director Liu, I called the people of Costco earlier to urge them to repay this $30 million as soon as possible, but the people of Costco directly stunk on me. Why don't you have someone from the public relations department go to the door to ask for it and try?" Liu Ran nodded and said, "It will have to do." Liu Ran was currently in no mood to pay attention to the issue of Chen Yang's position for the time being. She immediately went straight to the public relations department and told the people in the public relations department to do their best to immediately go to Costco and ask for that $30 million back. As for the 10% interest generated by the $30 million, it didn't matter if they could get it back or not. We must first get through the immediate crisis. The people in the PR department looked at each other. At this time, a female supervisor opened her mouth towards Liu Ran and said, "Director Liu, this Costco transportation company is not that easy to deal with. This company used to make its fortune by transporting slag and monopolizing all kinds of stone and cement. Many of those people of theirs were mongrels, and then they got rich by monopolizing the stone materials on construction sites. And now, although it's a regular company now, their company still retains the habits of mongrels from top to bottom. I'm afraid it's very difficult to find them to ask for money. In this case, I'll send a few people to try asking for it first. All in all, I feel it's difficult." Liu Ran couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She hurriedly said, "No matter how hard it is, you must get the money. You quickly send someone over to collect the debt, and if they don't pay them back, then give them a lawyer's letter." The supervisor nodded and told his men to immediately go and demand the money first. It was also just over an hour. Tianlu Commercial Building's public relations personnel then came back one after another. These people were 3 men and 2 women. The male still had clear slap marks on his face, while the female had red eyes and messy clothes. Apparently they had been beaten and insulted in Costco. Seeing this scene, Liu Ran gritted his teeth fiercely and said, "This Costco is just too much. Are they just set on not paying back the money?" The head of the PR department said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Director Liu, if you want to get the money from their company, you have to be prepared to fight with them in a lawsuit. And now that we're asking to get the account before the end of the day, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult, and it's simply impossible to accomplish." At this time, one of the female publicists raised her head and timidly spoke towards Liu Ran in a small voice. "Mr. Liu, those punks also said that if they want to get the money, they must show their sincerity, so that Mr. Liu will personally come to your door to ask for the debt. They also said that if Mr. Liu's sincerity arrives, then they can return all $30 million plus 10% interest of $3 million to the commercial building today." Hearing this, Liu Ran's face turned blue with anger. If it was said that the money would not come before this afternoon, then the salaries of the employees of Tianlu Commercial Building would be in arrears. Let's not talk about the issue of pursuing responsibility. Once the employees' paychecks were in arrears, then Grandma and Liu Xin and those people would have an excuse to make themselves step down. And now that the other party had asked himself to personally go and ask for the money, that was clearly a pitfall. Surely they wanted to use the opportunity to humiliate themselves, humiliate their own commercial building, and take advantage of the situation to renege on the debt. But now at a time like this, Liu Ran had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, then turned her head towards the PR department head Du Xiaoyu next to her and said, "Supervisor Du, let's go to Costco together." I don't believe it. Now that the world is clear and the legal society, there is still a place for these shameless people. When Du Xiaoyu heard this, she shivered in fear. She shook her head. "No, Mr. Liu, don't make it difficult for me. I'm just a part-time worker. I don't want to accompany you and put my life in danger. I won't go." The other people from the public relations department also all backed away. Obviously, these people knew the bad reputation of Costco, and they were all unwilling to mess with it. Seeing this scene, Liu Ran frowned tightly. She suddenly realized that although she was the director of the commercial building, she was also very nice to these people. However, in the commercial building, she had too few loyal subordinates. At this time, Liu Xiaomei on one side timidly opened her mouth and said, "General Manager Liu, I can accompany you? I've been to Costco Transportation Company once. I know where it is." Liu Ran turned his head and looked at Liu Xiaomei with some surprise. Liu Xiaomei immediately said, "No matter what, this money is related to our finance department. Mr. Liu, let's go." Liu Ran patted Liu Xiaomei's shoulder and said, "Good, let's go." "Chen Yang, can you drive?" Chen Yang nodded. "Of course I will." Downstairs, Chen Yang drove Tianlu Commercial Building's Buick and went straight to Costco. Tianlu Commercial Building PR Department. The employees inside looked at each other and all shook their heads and smiled disdainfully. Du Xiaoyu said helplessly, "It seems that our position as Director Liu is at an end. Still too young. Liu Ran, she is a little girl, after all. can't fight those people of old Mrs. Liu. Don't think about the Tianlu commercial building. Except for our public relations department is still considered neutral. The rest of the financial department, security department, planning department, that the person in charge are Liu Xian's people. They will definitely pull Liu Ran down. Du Xiaoyu laughed and said, alright, we can almost get off work today. Let's prepare for the new director of the commercial building tomorrow. The group of people all laughed out loud. On the car, Liu Ran was holding his cell phone, checking the information of Costco Transportation Company. Next to her, Liu Xiaomei whispered, Mr. Liu, there's no need to check. The general manager of Costco Transportation Company, Zhao Dahai, and the supervisor of our finance department, Duan Lily. They seem to be old folks. In addition, Duan Lily is Miss Liu Xian's cousin. What? Liu Ran put down her cell phone. Her face completely changed. At this time, she finally understood why Duan Lily had planned to deal with herself early on. Liu Xiaomei continued, General Manager Liu, this time when we go to Costco Transportation Company, it will definitely be dangerous. You just stand back. I'll go alone to forcefully claim it first. If the other party detains me, you must call the police in time. If both of us are caught by them, it will be dangerous. Chen Yang drove the car. For Liu Xiaomei, this woman, he still had a good feeling. Although this woman did not have a city or a heart, it had to be said that she was a woman with a sense of responsibility. Chen Yang coughed and spoke. The two of you don't need to worry. I will accompany you. $33 million, Costco will give it to us. Liu Ran frowned tightly inside. Chen Yang, don't be careless. That company is full of punks. By the way, you must not make a move. There are so many of them. You'll get hurt. Chen Yang's mouth curved up. Don't worry. Ahead was the Costco Transportation Company. Chapter 64 Rascal. Chen Yang, Liu Ran and Liu Xiaomei arrived at the place. They got out of the car and walked towards the office building of Costco Transportation Company. Just as they reached the lobby, they were stopped by 10 security guards. One of the security guards, with his eyes sweeping over the three people, opened his mouth and asked in a cold voice, what is it about the three of you? Liu Ran immediately said, we're the people in charge of the Tianlu commercial building, and we're here to look for Manager Zhao. On the way, we've already made a phone appointment with Manager Zhao. When that security guard heard that, he spoke, so you're from the Tianlu commercial building. Sit down. Manager Zhao ordered for you to wait for a moment. He is currently in his office, meeting important guests. After he's finished meeting the guests, he'll meet up with a few of you. The security guard said and pointed to the humble sofa next to him. That couch was already riddled with holes, and mold was still emanating from it, but there was only this one couch around to sit and rest. Liu Ran frowned tightly when she heard the security guard's words. Then she walked over to the couch and looked at the couch that she really couldn't sit on and could only stand in place and wait. Liu Xiaomei lifted her wrist and looked at the time. She picked up her own bag, patted it on the sofa, and spoke towards Liu Ran. Mr. Liu, you sit down for a while. It's estimated that Zhao Dahai's side won't be able to see us until after a while. Liu Ran took a few steps back and forth, frowned and said, this Zhao Dahai wouldn't be intentionally delaying, right? Liu Xiaomei thought for a moment and said, anyway, let's wait for 10 minutes. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Liu Ran could only nod his head. Now it can only be so. Those 10 security guards, standing not far away, surrounded in a row, monitoring Chen Yang's three people. Their mouths were all skimmed with contempt. A few of the security guards had their eyes firmly fixed on Liu Ran's body, constantly sizing it up. One of the security guards whispered with a smile, hey guys, look, the new director of Tianlu commercial building is pretty damn pretty. Another security guard then said, pretty is useless, just a vase, no brain. Does she really think she can get the money back from our manager Zhao's side? The security guard next to her couldn't help but grin and whispered, alright, Manager Zhao's task for us is to watch these people. Let them wait here to their heart's content. Neither give them a seat, nor give them tea to drink. Let's see how long they can dry out. One of the security guards picked up his cell phone as he chuckled. These three brainless fools. Let them wait. However, this new director of theirs, she's really pretty. I want to resist taking a sneak peek. Several men then resounded with lewd laughter. At this moment, inside the manager's office on the office building of this Costco company, Zhao Dahai, who was covered in fat meat, was sitting in front of his desk, laughing loudly. Opposite him was a heavily made-up woman, who was none other than Tianlu Commercial Building's current treasurer, Duan Lily. Duan Lily elegantly sat across from him. At this time her cell phone rang, and Duan Lily picked it up to answer it. Liu Xian's voice came from the cell phone. Liu Xian said towards Duan Lily, Cousin Lily, how is it on your side? Duan Lily smiled towards Liu Xian and said, don't worry, everything is under my control. As far as Liu Ran's waist is concerned, It's fanciful to think that she can get the money back from manager Zhao's side. In short, she won't be able to take back this $30 million today. There's definitely no way for her to pay the wages of Tianlu commercial building on time. Lu Xian on the opposite side couldn't help but laugh softly when she heard this. She said towards Duan Lily, "Thank you, cousin, this move of yours really works. This move to take away the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron directly makes that Liu Ran completely violate the rules. At that time, let's see how she rolls out of Tianlu commercial building in a sorry state. On her poor identity, she even wants to be the director of Tianlu commercial building. It's really laughable." Duan Lily laughed and said, "Cousin, I helped you this time. When you become the director of this Heavenly Willow commercial building in the future, you have to remember to promise me private favors." Lu Xian immediately said in a petulant voice, "Cousin, just rest assured, when the time comes, I will definitely turn a blind eye to what you do to Tianlu commercial building's finances, as long as you don't rake in too much money, and definitely won't ask about it." Hearing this, Duan Lily hung up her cell phone with relief. Immediately afterward, she said towards Zhao Dahai on the opposite side, "Brother Zhao, this time we have a very pleasant cooperation. In the future, between Costco Transportation Company and Tianlu Commercial Building, I will give you all the benefits I can get privately." Zhao Dahai laughed out loud as he walked over towards Duan Lily and said, "Sister-in-law, we're from the same village, so it's out of line to say this. Isn't it just cleaning up a lowly little girl? It's a piece of cake. You will sit in my office today, so that you can wait and watch the show, to see how I will Liu Ran that woman. Fooling around, even say, there's a chance that I'll take her body for nothing, and still make it impossible for him to get the money." Duan Lily's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately gave a thumbs up and said towards Zhao Dahai, "Big brother Zhao, if you can make it that far, and if you take a few more pictures, then it would really be perfect." Ha ha ha. Zhao Dahai also laughed out loud. Zhao Dahai looked at the time and said, "I've also made an appointment with the bank's governor who, and I guess governor who will be arriving soon. You just stand to the side as if you were my secretary. Today, I, Zhao Hai, will let you watch a good show." Duan Lily nodded her head and smiled triumphantly. At this time, Liu Ran, Lu Xiaomei and Chen Yang had already been sitting at the corner for 10 minutes. The 10 security guards around them were whispering and smiling lewdly. Their eyes, on Liu Ran's body, were browsing recklessly, letting out a burst of bad laughter from time to time. So what if it's a goddess? So what if she's even more beautiful looking? Isn't it still like an idiot who can only sit there and wait foolishly? These 10 security guards did not hide the lewdness and sneer in their eyes at all. Chen Yang looked at his watch with an indifferent expression. He spoke, "Alright, it's been 10 minutes of waiting, let's go up." Saying that, Chen Yang turned around and was about to head upstairs. When the 10 security guards saw that Chen Yang was about to move, they immediately turned serious and blocked in front of Chen Yang in unison. The security chief looked at Chen Yang coldly and spoke, "What are you doing? This is Costco Transportation Company. What are you? How dare you walk around our company? If you pry into our company's secrets and the news leaks out, can you afford to take the responsibility?" Chen Yang looked at that security chief for a moment, not bothering to say much. He directly spoke, "Get lost." Lu Xiaomei was startled when she saw Chen Yang suddenly come out with these 2 words. She jumped up in a hurry and pulled Chen Yang's arm. Lu Xiaomei hurriedly whispered, Driver, don't be impulsive. This is the Costco Transportation Company. These security guards of theirs, they all beat up people without blinking an eye. All of them used to be in the society. You mustn't be impulsive." The security chief just laughed coldly as he reached out and grabbed towards Chen Yang's neck. He said in a cold voice, "Horse currency. In our Costco company, you still dare to tell me to get lost. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be sorry for my old title of Desperate Slash." Saying that, the guard's fingers pinched Chen Yang's neck. Chapter 65. Then I can't do anything about it. The security chief's hand had already pinched Chen Yang's neck. The corner of Chen Yang's mouth revealed a cold smile, and then his palm brushed directly slapped the security chief's face. Then, Chen Yang did not stop and raised his palm. Slap 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 slap. Within a second, he slapped 10 slaps. 10 people from the security team were all directly slapped by Chen Yang and flew up. Half of their teeth were slapped out of their mouths, and all of their mouths were filled with blood. Chen Yang looked at these security guards. Ignoring them, he directly spoke towards Liu Ran at the back. "Let's go, Mr. Liu, let's go upstairs by ourselves. Since Zhao Dahai's time is valuable, we'll go find him in the office ourselves," Chen Yang said, leading Liu Ran and Lu Xiaomei towards the elevator. Lu Xiaomei's legs were trembling with fear at this time, and Liu Ran was also pale and glanced nervously at Chen Yang. She suddenly had some regrets in her heart. She shouldn't have let Chen Yang be the driver here. When she got along before, she had realized that Chen Yang was a person who was a bit violent and liked to punch people in the face. But she didn't expect that now that she had arrived at Costco, in someone else's territory, Chen Yang even still liked to whip these security guards' faces, and had knocked out all their teeth. The three of them got on the elevator. Chen Yang pressed the floor button, and after arriving at the third floor, he directly took the two women and walked towards Zhao Dahai's general manager's office. When he arrived at the office, seeing that the office door was closed, Lu Xiaomei was just about to knock on the door. Chen Yang kicked on the office door. With a click, the lock of the office door directly broke. The office door opened, and inside, Zhao Dahai and Duan Lily's figures were revealed. Liu Ran had previously blamed Chen Yang for being too reckless and violent, but now that she saw Duan Lily's figure, her eyes narrowed violently. Liu Ran walked in with big strides and said towards Duan Lily, Isn't this Supervisor Duan? I didn't expect Supervisor Duan to come here to ask for money with a sick body. It really makes me admire her. Duan Lily's face turned white. She didn't expect Liu Ran, Lu Xiaomei and these people to directly enter the office. Duan Lily glanced at Zhao Hai with a nervous expression. Zhao Dahai frowned tightly. Then he snorted coldly and said towards Liu Ran, Little girl, where are you a bandit from? How dare you kick in the door of my office and force your way into my office? What kind of place do you think my Costco is? Is it a playground? Believe it or not, I will immediately call someone right now, and throw you all into the small dark room. Liu Ran glanced at Duan Lily, anger showing in her eyes. Then she turned her head to look at Zhao Dahai and said, Manager Zhao, let's not play games, let's get to the point. The $30 million is due today, can you pay it back or not? If you can't, then we'll have to call the police to arrest you. Zhao Dahai heard this, wildly laughed. He contemptuously looked at Liu Ran. His eyes flashed a stunning color. Zhao Dahai has seen a lot of beautiful women, played with a lot of beautiful women, but there is absolutely no one such as Liu Ran. This temperament is elegant, features playful, beautiful. Zhao Dahai smiled towards Liu Ran and said, Mr. Liu, since you are so direct, then I won't beat around the bush. I will tell you the truth. Today's money, we certainly cannot pay. You alarm or other ways also line. You can get a penny from me here. Zhao Dahai count you have the ability. But well, I didn't expect. You look so pretty. If you are willing to accompany me for 2 hours, then that $33 million, I will be able to return it to you immediately. Duan Lily on one side, hearing Zhao Dahai say that, she also laughed gently. Duan Lily directly walked to the side of Zhao Dahai, raised her eyebrows, and said towards Liu Ran, you don't think about it, what are you considered? Do you really think that, relying on the fact that you've gotten the contract of Yashida, you'll be able to really become the director of the Tianlu commercial building? Too naive. You're a poor man without any background, a lowly woman who's been disfigured for 4 years and is worse than a pig or a dog. Who are you to become the director of Tianlu commercial building? Of course, now Big Brother Zhao has also given you a chance. This skin of yours is really quite good. Why don't you accompany Big Brother Zhao for 2 hours now, and serve Big Brother Zhao to your heart's content? Then the next $30 million will still be given to you, as long as you obey obediently in the future. Big Brother Zhao and I can support you to continue to be the director of Tianlu commercial building. What do you think? Zhao Dahai and Duan Lily, both of them, laughed out loud at the same time. Duan Lily stood to the side and continued, in fact, this business, you're not at all at a disadvantage. Anyway, before, you were also a lonely woman with ugly looks, no man wanted. Now, you've already been married, and the man you married is also a lowly takeout man like a pig or dog behind you. Since you've been ed by such a trashy man, it's not a disadvantage at all for you to accompany Brother Zhao now. Women, just close your eyes and let yourself go. In fact, you'll find that life can be as enjoyable as you want it to be. You'll be able to get pleasure and still be able to continue to be the director of Tianlu commercial building in the future. There's also Big Brother Zhao and I to support you. Isn't that a good deal? Besides, isn't it also a blessing for you that an upper-class elitist like Big Brother Zhao is able to take a liking to you? Duan Lily's eyebrows raised as she mockingly looked at Liu Ran. What she said, of course, was fake. She simply looked down on Liu Ran, but she just wanted to get Liu Ran into Zhao Dahai's bed, and take a few photos and a few videos. By then, she would be able to completely control this woman Liu Ran. Zhao Dahai licked his lips and walked towards Liu Ran. Liu Ran's face was pale. She did not expect Duan Lily and Zhao Hai, two people to be so shameless scoundrels, owed money not to pay, deliberately set up. They also insulted themselves with their words here. The key is that they can't do anything about it. Even if you report to the police today, the $30 million will not be able to get back before the end of the day. When Liu Ran thought of this, those two small fists, dead pinched up. When Lu Xiaomei saw this scene, she scrambled forward and stood in front of Liu Ran. Lu Xiaomei quickly said towards Liu Ran, Director Liu, you withdraw first. Don't bowl **** with these two hooligans here. Let's go back first. Zhao Dahai heard Lu Xiaomei's words, grinned coldly, and then kicked Lu Xiaomei in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. Duan Lily, who was next to her, even reached out and pointed at Liu Xiaomei and said, "You eat your heart out. If it wasn't for me promoting you to be a team leader, could you have the position you have now? And an ugly waste with zero emotional intelligence. Also dare to provoke me in Costco transportation. Today, I'll let you know who's the biggest in this Tianlu commercial building. Since you hugged the leg of this trash Liu Ran, then I'll break your legs today and make you get out of Tianlu commercial building." Duan Lily laughed coldly and said towards Zhao Dahai next to her, "Big brother Zhao, break this S legs and see if she still dares to eat her way out." Zhao Dahai hemmed and hawed, lifted his foot and walked towards Liu Xiaomei. At this time, Chen Yang fiercely stepped forward, then his left hand grabbed Zhao Dahai's collar, his right hand lifted up. A series of 10 mouths smacked Zhao Dahai's face. The original plump face instantly became like a roasted pig's head. Chapter 66, Not Giving Loans. Chen Yang went down with a series of 10 mouths. Then with a wave of his arm, he directly dropped Zhao Dahai on the floor of the office. Duan Lily, who was next to her, screamed in fear when she saw this scene. She pointed at Chen Yang and angrily screamed, "You punk thing, you think that just because Liu Ran is the director of Tianlu commercial building, you can do whatever you want? You, a delivery boy, dared to assault brother Zhao here. None of you will be able to walk out today." Liu Shirmei's legs shivered as she pulled Liu Ran with one hand and Chen Yang with the other to walk out in a deadly manner. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She deeply knew how terrifying this Costco transportation group was. Once the other party's people rushed over, then the three of them were afraid that they would really lose half of their lives here. Zhao Dahai's teeth had all fallen out. He spat out the blood foam in his mouth, pointing at Chen Yang, furious beyond measure. Just at this time, in front of the office door, footsteps sounded. Then a middle-aged man, carrying a briefcase in his hand, walked in. This person was none other than Hu Ji, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch. Hu Ji walked into the office and froze when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes swept over Chen Yang. Then he immediately walked forward respectfully, shaking hands towards Chen Yang of his own accord and said, "Ah, so Mr. Chen is also here. What a coincidence." Chen Yang glanced at Hu Ji. His face was expressionless, nodded slightly and did not say anything more. At this moment, Zhao Dahai, who was lying on the ground, was originally incomparably angry, and was about to call for someone to rush up and chop Chen Yang and these three people up. Now suddenly seeing Hu Ji's arrival, he hurriedly climbed up, picked up a paper towel, and haphazardly wiped the blood on his mouth. Today he asked Hu Ji to arrive, to talk about a big business. Their Costco transportation company recently took a piece of land, want to develop it. It is necessary to take a loan from the bank. This is a project that involves $1 billion. Even talk about a low 0.1 percentage point can save the company a lot of money. Most importantly, Zhao Dahai would also be able to get a large bonus from it. Zhao Dahai climbed up and hurriedly said towards Hu Ji, "Governor Hu, it's really unfortunate that you've come. These three assholes barged inside my office and suddenly beat me up." Letting Governor Hu see the joke, Hu Ji frowned when he heard this. He did not pay any attention to Zhao Dahai. Instead, he looked at Chen Yang and asked with a bit of respect, "Mr. Chen, what's going on here?" Liu Xiaomei next to Chen Yang was surprised. She did not expect that Chen Yang actually knew Hu Ji. This was a good sign. Liu Xiaomei worked in the financial system of Tianlu Group, so she naturally knew Hu Ji's big name. As the president of the ICBC branch, it could be said that Hu Ji's words and actions were able to influence the corporate loans of half of Qingzhou city. Liu Xiaomei quickly said, "Mr. Hu, things are like this. Zhao Dahai together with Duan Lily borrowed our Tianlu commercial building 30 million. And today is the day of Tianlu commercial building's payday, is also the day they agreed to pay back the loan. But Zhao Dahai refused to pay back the loan. As a scoundrel, it's clear that he's trying to make it so that our Tianlu commercial building can't afford to pay wages, thus causing civil unrest." When Hu Ji heard this, his face was incomparably gray and gloomy. Although he didn't know Chen Yang's identity, he had seen the money in Chen Yang's card. It was tens of billions of dollars. Just ask, how many families and groups in the country can have so much running capital? Even for those big companies and groups with tens of billions of assets, it would be nice to have a few $100 million of liquidity on their books. And Chen Yang's card lying tens of billions of dollars is not used at all, which shows that behind Chen Yang, there are more money and assets. So it simply can't use this tens of billions of dollars in the card. Hu Ji of course understands that this Costco transportation company is nothing more than a furtive, and Chen Yang can't be compared at all. Hu Ji turned his head and looked coldly at Zhao Dahai and said, "Manager Zhao, you ran these things, right? Good enough. Since you can be an old scoundrel to other companies and can deliberately owe them money and not pay them back, then you can do the same to our bank. It seems that the loan for Costco is unnecessary to talk about." Zhao Dahai's face changed violently when he heard this. He hurriedly pulled Hu Zhi's arm and said timidly, Mr. Hu, Governor Hu, there's a misunderstanding. There's really a misunderstanding. We have a personal grudge with Tianlu Commercial Building, and our Costco Transportation Company's reputation used to be just now, so don't you ever worry. Hu Zhi directly shook off Zhao Dahai's hand. He picked up his cell phone and dialed the phone number of Costco Transportation Company's chairman. Luo, quick match, Hu Zhi said towards the cell phone. Old Luo, I'm currently in the manager's office. About your company wanting to finance $1 billion. I'm afraid that there are some problems. Hearing this, Luo Sucai hurriedly said to Hu Zhi, President Hu, what's going on? Before our preliminary intentions are not all drawn up? This way, Hu Governor, you wait for me in the office. Within a minute we'll be there. The cell phone hung up. Just more than 20 seconds. And then Luo speed matching clothes rushed into the office in a messy manner. He hurriedly grabbed Hu Zhi's arm and said, President Hu, what's wrong? Who made you angry? This project of ours, it's a win-win project. Why is it suddenly difficult again? Hu Zhi coldly grunted. He toward Luo speed dating, shook hands and said, this thing to ask Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao borrowed Tianlu Commercial Building 30 million. Do not to pay back. Intentionally do the rogue. This is a very bad thing. So I have doubts about your Costco Transportation Company's credibility and qualifications. Hearing this, Luo Speedmaster backhandedly slapped Zhao Dahai directly in the face. He turned his head to look angrily at Zhao Hai and asked, Manager Zhao, what the hell is going on here? Why don't you pay back the money you owe others? Give me the money back now. Regarding the matter of Tianlu Commercial Building, Luo Speed Matching naturally knew something about it. It was just that his relationship with Zhao Dahai was better. So in the past when he did this matter, Luo Speed Matching was also considered to turn a blind eye to it, but now involves the Costco Transportation Company 1 billion loan things. He can no longer be as tolerant as before. When Zhao Dahai heard this, he hated his teeth, but he could only do as he was told. Zhao Dahai lowered his head and said towards Luo Speedmaster, Yes, Mr. Luo, I know. I'll let the finance call the money to Tianlu Commercial Building now. Saying this, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Zhao Dahai's eyes. He had already kept this account in his heart and would definitely not let it go. As for Duan Lily beside Zhao Dahai, she was even more surprised. How could he not have thought that Liu Ran's waste of a husband, a delivery bottom underling, would have such a good relationship with Hu Zhi? Hu Zhi was the president of this Qingzhou city branch. How could such a character be respectful to a waste like Xianyu? This was not the result that Duan Lily wanted, but with things having come to this, she could only hold her tongue. Chen Yang swept a glance at Duan Lily in Zhao Dahai's eyes, and in his heart, he understood that these two people would definitely not let it go. Chen Yang spoke faintly, Wait, I'm afraid that just paying back the money isn't enough, right, Mr. Luo? Your company, for this kind of old scoundrel who deliberately makes mistakes, is the punishment so low? It wouldn't be just letting him make up for his mistakes and that's the end of it, right? Chapter 67, You can't afford to mess with me. Of course Chen Yang could not let Zhao Dahai go so easily. Keeping this Zhao Dahai in this position was always a threat to Liu Ran. Hu Zhi beside him heard Chen Yang's words and reacted. Indeed, just now, Zhao Dahai had openly admitted that he had a conflict with Chen Yang's side. How could he have forgotten this piece? Hu Zhi naturally would not let go of this opportunity to kiss ass. He frowned and spoke towards Luo Speedmaster. Mr. Luo, Mr. Chen is my friend. His opinion is also my opinion. With someone like Zhao Dahai as a manager in your company, our bank is ultimately uneasy about cooperating with you. The prerequisite for wanting to cooperate with us, then we must completely dismiss people like Zhao Hai and pursue them according to the law. I believe that people like him are bound to have many untold secrets. Moreover, as the general manager of your company, he is now involved with the treasurer of the other company, with a close relationship and a ludicrous relationship. In this, how many acts of enrichment are involved? Surely you would like to know that as well, Mr. Luo? When Luo Speedmaster heard this, his face changed and his brows furrowed. Zhao Dahai, who was standing at the back, heard this and flopped and knelt down. He directly embraced Luo Sutai's thighs and said, Big brother, I am loyal to you. From the time you were just a caretaker in Qingzhou City, I have followed you. We have come all the way through so many great storms and waves, to now set up Costco Transportation Company. If I want to make money, why do I have to wait until now? Big brother, you must save me. The trading relationship between the two of us is very good. We both know our roots are. Zhao Hai's words came out, and Luo Quick Match's face completely turned red, because in Zhao Hai's words, although he was begging for forgiveness, it was more of a threat. After all, Zhao Dahai and Luo Speedmaster did have a good relationship. Although Luo Speedmatch was now the president of Costco Transportation Company, his first bucket of money was not clean. Before he set up Costco Transportation Company, he had done illegal activities and had even killed people. Once Zhao Dahai was really sent to the bureau, then all the old stories from the past would be turned over, and it would be hard for him to escape the law. Thinking of this, Luo Speed Matching's face, gloomy, he coldly smiled, looked down at the opposite side of Hu Ji, and then looked at Chen Yang. The tone directly changed. Previously, Luo Speedmaster was still very respectful towards Hu Ji, but now, he knew that the conflict between the two was irreconcilable. Luo Sudi said in a cold voice, Governor Hu, I think you're in charge a bit wide, right? In addition, there is this one hangman friend. What kind of onion do you count as? You also dare to teach me things in my Costco Transportation Company's office? And let me fire the general manager under my hand? Indeed, you know Governor Hu. I will also give Governor Hu a couple of points, but if you want me to fire my employees, you are not worthy yet. Now, I've ordered him to pay back that $30 million. You and I will each take a step back, both of us. We will be at peace with each other. That's all. If that, you guys still don't know what's good for you, especially you three losers from Tianlu Commercial Building. You still dare to be aggressive, then don't blame me, Luo Quick Match, for doing things unethically. The atmosphere in the office changed violently after Luo Speed Matching finished saying this. When Hu Ji heard these words, he was even more furious and his face turned blue. He didn't expect that Luo Speed Matching would suddenly make a 180-degree turn in his attitude, completely not giving himself face. Hu Ji hurriedly said towards Chen Yang, Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Afterwards, Hu Ji turned his head to look at Luo Speed Matching and said, Mr. Luo, so you are this character. It seems that I was mistaken about you in the past. Since you are so insincere, harboring old scoundrels and taking in trash like Zhao Hai, then I see no need for our cooperation to continue. For your Costco Transportation Company's other loan projects, I will also greet the governors of the other banks, as well. I believe that there is no way for your transportation company to sustain itself. Hu Ji finished saying this and waited for Luo Speedmaster's reaction. He could only use this to blackmail Luo Speedmatch now. Hu Ji was bound to flatter Chen Yang this time. Therefore, he had already thrown out all of his cards and looked at Luo Speed Matching. At this moment, Luo Speed Matching was completely out of his mind. He heard this, cold smile, and then suddenly reached out slap directly in the face of Hu Ji. Luo Speed Match pointed at Hu Ji's head and said, Hu Ji, what the are you? In the past, I respected you as the branch president, and I was good under your hand, so I accompanied you with a smiling face and pulled the strings to speak kindly to you. But now, you're giving your face away. Do you really think you're something? Strip away this identity of yours. You are not even a fart. Do you have $1 million in assets? Is your old man some big shot? Oh, tell you what, in this part of Qingzhou City, if I want to kill you, it's as easy as a slap in the face. In addition, you dare not approve my loan. Try to know our Costco Transportation Company. Behind the back of the mountain is who? It's Mr. Hung. This $1 billion project, 51% of it is also Master Hong San's shares. If you dare not to approve this $1 billion today, I'll tell you to die in the streets at night. Believe it or not, Hu Ji was originally incomparably angry, but then when he heard that this industry was actually 51% of Master Hong San's shares, his face completely changed. He covered his face, look became timid. He cannon in front of this Luo Speed Match hard steel a little bit, but he is absolutely not the opponent of the third Master Hong. Moreover, Luo Speed Matching was right. He just had this position, so these company bosses all have to give him a few points of thin face. If he retired or transferred out of this position, then his assets and face, far less than the bosses of these companies, is even less of a match for Master Hong San. Hu Ji swallowed his spit. His face swelled red, but although he was upset, he could only swallow this breath. Hu Ji turned his head to Chen Yang and spoke cautiously. Mr. Chen, why don't we just forget about it? You guys, to 30 million to the past is also on the line. We also do not need to make trouble. After all, it's not appropriate for us to meddle in Master Hong San's industry, lest we make Master Hong San unhappy. Chen Yang heard this, frowning, and Luo Quick Match, who was on the side, directly said, oh, right, $30 million, right? I'm sorry, whether or not the $30 million is returned or not, it's up to Manager Zhao. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Dahai was standing next to Luo Speed Matching. When he heard this, his face was delighted, and he finally reacted. He laughed out loud and immediately said towards Luo Speedmaster, thank you, Mr. Luo, thank you. Afterward, Zhao Dahai saw Chen Yang and pointed at Chen Yang's head and said, dog, didn't you beat me up pretty badly just now? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Thinking that you know a small bank staff, you think you are the king of heaven, so you dare to make a move on me. Today, none of you three will be able to leave the company. Chapter 68, Cultivated. Lu Xiaomei stood on one side, feeling the killing aura on Zhao Dahai's body. She was trembling with fear. Her small hand trembled as she took out her cell phone from her pocket and prepared to call the police. Next to Duan Lily, at this time coldly smiled, raised her hand and pointed at Liu Xiaomei and said, "Little, you dare to call the police to try. Believe it or not, tonight your mother who is lying in the hospital will be thrown out, and your waste brother, the job will be lost." Liu Xiaomei heard this, timidly looked to Duan Lily, hurriedly said, "Duan supervisor, this is between us, and mother, brother, they have no relationship." When Duan Lily heard this, she smiled smugly and said disdainfully, "Nothing to do with them? Liu Xiaomei, aren't you too naive? You, eat your heart out. Dare to betray me and go hug Liu Ran's thigh. Today, I'll let you understand who is the one who really has the status in Tianlu commercial building." And Chen Yang, you dog, even dared to directly reach out and slap brother Dahai's ear. "You really take yourself as a green onion. Is it that you feel that by a fluke of recognizing a bank's president, you'll be able to soar to the heavens, and you'll be able to turn over your life as an idle fish? Waste is waste. People like you are destined to be stepped on for the rest of your life. You made your move today. You can't leave in Tianyuan Transportation Company without breaking your hands." Liu Ran's face was pale. After listening to Duan Lily's words and taking a look at Luo Speed Match and Zhao Dahai's faces, she already understood in her heart that she was bound to lose this game today. Liu Ran gritted her teeth. She could only admit defeat at such a time. She said towards Duan Lily, "Supervisor Duan, why don't we make peace? You don't have to pay back the money, and after I go back, I will automatically leave my job and no longer serve as the director of Tianlu Commercial Building. Today, just let us people go. Let Chen Yang go. Let Governor Hu go. And let's make peace, okay?" When Duan Lily heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She laughed coldly and shook her head. "Liu Ran, you are really too naive. What kind of thing are you? How dare you make conditions with me? I set this up to kick your ass. You're a useless. You also want to covet the position of director of Sky Willow Commercial Building. Eat, go ahead. Today, none of you will be able to leave." Chen Yang stood to the side and never said anything. Hu Ji, who was next to him, could no longer hold back when he saw this scene. He stepped forward and said loudly, "Mr. Luo, I was wrong before. I beg you to forgive me. Now, if you let Mr. Chen and the others leave, I'll immediately give you the 1 billion. We'll complete the loan deal, and each of us will live in peace. What do you think?" Hu Ji had completely lost his temper at this time. He only wanted to put things to rest. Luo Quick Match saw Hu Ji lowering his stance and laughed maniacally with a ha-ha. He looked at the time and said, "Little Hu, before when I gave you face, how come you don't know to stop? How come you didn't know to leave while you had the chance? Now, Master Hong San is about to arrive. You finally know to be afraid. Know to beg for mercy. Tell you, it's too late. You've offended my Costco Transportation Company, and you little punks still want to leave peacefully. What do you take my Costco Transportation Company for? Do you think you can come and go as you please? I'll tell you, today 1 billion must be taken out. Moreover, not just 1 billion, but 2 billion, to be able to make amends and apologize. In addition, the punk who did it, his hands must be broken. Otherwise in the future my Costco Transportation Company, how can I convince the public?" When Zhao Dahai and Duan Lily heard this, they all laughed maniacally. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed, then he directly sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and waited. The two people, Liu Ran and Liu Xiaomei, were both anxious beyond measure. When Hu Ji saw Chen Yang's demeanor, his heart was even more anxious. He hurriedly walked next to Chen Yang and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, it's my incompetence. However, I really can't afford to mess with Master Hong San, so I said." Chen Yang waved his hand. His eyes revealed some little appreciation, and he said to Hu Ji, "Governor Hu, well done. In the future, you will have a good future." Hu Ji froze when he heard Chen Yang's words, then his heart was ecstatic. This was considered to be appreciated by Mr. Chen, to be cultivated? Immediately, Hu Ji's heart was jolted as he suddenly realized a problem. Chen Yang, from the beginning to the end, had a relaxed demeanor and did not make a move. However, how could someone like Chen Yang, who had tens of billions of dollars in his card, be an ordinary person? Would he willingly be insulted by the likes of Luo Speed Dating and Zhao Dahai? Could it be that Chen Yang had some kind of bottom card? When Hu Ji thought of this, his heart revealed a few moments of hope, but soon he turned into disappointment. After all, 51% of the shares of this company were owned by Master Hong San, and Master Hong San is coming soon. Hu Ji is very clear. In the entire Qingzhou city, Hong Third Master is the sky. Master Hong San is a superb person whose status is comparable to that of Zhou Xinyan. Even if Chen Yang had more money, it would be difficult for him to make a person of Master Hong's caliber bow down and buy. Zhao Dahai was arrogant and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He knew that this kid Chen Yang was a bit fast with his fists and he was no match, so he directly picked up the phone on his desk. He said towards the phone, "Come on man, bring the guys, come 20 people." break both his legs, both his feet of a little punk in my office, beat him up so much that his parents don't even recognize him, and throw him in the trash. Immediately, a sound of agreement rang out across the phone. It didn't take long for the sound of thumping, dense footsteps to ring out from outside the office. Soon there were more than 20 people, holding professional steel pipes and baseball bats in their hands, rushing in. These people were all fierce, strong-looking and muscular, and looked like the kind that had nothing to do every day and would only soak in the gym to work out. After they entered the office, they all bowed towards Zhao Hai and opened their mouths. Boss Luo, Boss Xiao, whose hand is to be broken? Zhao Hai laughed and pointed at Xianyu on the sofa. When Liu Ran saw this scene, her expression completely tensed up. She immediately said loudly, slow down, you guys can't do this. There are other solutions to this matter. Afterwards, Liu Ran hurriedly walked towards Chen Yang as he anxiously said, Chen Yang, you apologize to Mr. Zhao first, let's get through the immediate crisis first, but don't start another conflict. After hearing this, Zhao Hai looked at Liu Ran and said, fine, it's fine if we don't want to start a conflict. Let this trash Chen Yang kneel down and kowtow to me 300 times. The other thing is, you have to accompany me for 2 months, not just with me, but also with our boss Luo. 2 months for your husband's 2 hands, it's a good deal, isn't it? Next to Luo Quick Match and those other subordinates. When they heard this, they all hemmed and hawed and laughed. Luo Speedmaster stroked his chin. His eyes looked Liu Ran up and down, nodded his head and said, that's not a bad idea. The 20 or so burly men beside the door, on the other hand, kept gulping their saliva. One of them hemmed and hawed and said, Boss Xiao, Boss Luo, when you guys have touched this woman enough, can you let her accompany us? These people laughed maniacally with a ha ha ha. Just at this time, someone outside the door shouted up, Master Hong San has arrived. Chapter 69, Flip. The people in the office. When they heard Third Master Hong arrive at these words, they all turned their heads in unison and looked outside the office. At this time, Hu Ji's face was terrified. He understood that this time it was considered completely impossible to escape. He turned to look at Chen Yang on the sofa, but realized that Chen Yang was still sitting leisurely with his legs crossed against the sofa. Hu Ji saw this scene and secretly sighed in his heart. It seems that this conflict has gone big today. At this time outside the office, 3 people walked in. At the head of the group was a slightly old man. This person was none other than the famous Master Hong San. Although his body was slightly tired and sickly, his face was joyful and he was clearly in a good mood. He walked into the office and was about to ask about the development. Suddenly his gaze froze. Then his body shook. He saw Chen Yang on the sofa. The moment he saw Chen Yang, he was subconsciously about to run over, kneel at Chen Yang's feet, and pray towards Chen Yang for the gongfu that could save his life. However, he quickly stopped himself in his tracks, because Chen Yang's face was turned to the side at this time, not looking at himself at all, as if he did not recognize himself. And the atmosphere in the office seemed a bit weird, as if there was a conflict. Thinking of the word conflict, Master Hong San's heart thumped. He glanced at Luo Speed Match and Zhao Hai. His heart was apprehensive. Could it be that his subordinates had offended Chen Yang, a true master? Third Master Hong was not only highly skilled in strength, more importantly, he was a human being with a high emotional intelligence. In yesterday's time, he realized that although Chen Yang had all the skills, his hands and eyes were all over the world. His medical skills were unrivaled, above the patriarch, but a person like him was living as a takeaway little person. Therefore, he knew that Chen Yang should be a hermit, just wanting to live an ordinary life and not wanting to be recognized. Therefore, he did not dare to go up and recognize him. Seeing the situation in the office, he frowned tightly and then opened his mouth to ask, what's going on here? Without even thinking about it, Luo Speedmaster immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, Third Master Hong, we are indeed in a bit of trouble here. Previously, Costco Transportation Company and Sky Willow Commercial Building had a bit of a conflict. Originally we were thinking about how to solve the problem, but after Governor Hu entered the office, relying on his identity as the governor, he forcibly oppressed Zhao Hai and me by blackmailing us into giving us a loan as a condition, devaluing our Costco Transportation Company to be worthless, and also slapping Zhao Hai's face. Look at my brother Zhao Hai, now he's all turned into a pig's head. In this matter, I still ask Third Master Hong to give us a head start. Hearing this, Third Master Hong looked at Hu Ji. At this time, Hu Ji's heart crossed. He didn't care about being afraid, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, Third Master Hong, I know you're a big man. However, I must say something about the rights and wrongs of this matter today. Previously, I didn't know that Costco Transportation Company was your property, and Zhao Hai in your company, together with the chief financial officer of Tianlu Commercial Building, deliberately set up a trap for unpaid debts and defaulted on payments, causing Tianlu Commercial Building's financial chain to break and unable to pay its employees, and they wanted to drive Superintendent Liu and Mr. Chen down. It just so happens that Miss Liu and Mr. Chen were about to be bullied by your company's people when they came here to ask for the debt. I rushed over. I had thought to say a fair word and reconcile both sides, but I didn't expect that your subordinate, Mr. Luo, has a big temper. Just now, he has called over 20 people to break Mr. Chen's arm, and to make Mr. Chen's wife, Superintendent Liu Ran, accompany them for 2 months. I, Hu Ji, am indeed just a small bank branch chief, and there's no way to compare with Mr. Hong San, but this matter, I really can't watch it either, and I don't want to continue working with you. Third Master Hong. When Third Master Hong heard these words, his heart thumped, and a cold sweat broke out on his heavenly cap in fear. He didn't expect that these two people, Luo Speedmaster and Zhao Dahai, would dare to offend Chen Yang and his own life-saving benefactor. Luo Speed Match at this time toward Hong Sanjia said, Hong Sanjia things are not what he said. In short, this matter I can handle. Luo Sukue only said half. Hong Third Master suddenly slap, directly on the Luo Sukue face. He tried hard to hide the fear on his face, and then another kick, heavily kicked Luo Speed Matching over to the ground. Hong Laosan angrily opened his mouth and cursed, good. It turns out that when I wasn't around, you guys were doing so much mischief and bullying others in the name of my old man. Good, very good. Come on people, give me immediately break the legs and hands of these 3 bastards. Also directly throw them to the police station, to thoroughly investigate their crimes. Third Master Hong's behavior made everyone in the office freeze, especially Liu Xiaomei and Hu Ji. They completely didn't expect that Master Hong San didn't target them, but was directly punishing Luo Speed Match and Zhao Dahai being punished, and the punishment was so severe. The bodyguards at the door looked at each other and were still a bit hesitant. Hong Laosan faced gloomy cold voice said, what? My words don't work anymore don't they? Or do you guys think that Luo Speed Match is the boss and I, Master Hong San, am just a loser? The old man can't control you guys anymore. Hearing these words, the 20 or so bodyguards didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately stepped forward, picked up the weapons in their hands, and smashed them towards Luo Suliang and Zhao Dahai. Luo and Zhao kneeled on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Master Hong, please spare our lives. We really didn't do anything bad in your name. Please also spare us. Third Master Hong. However, Master Hong San had a cold face and just waved his hand. The other bodyguards, immediately their sticks fell, only to hear a few click sounds. Luo Speed Matching and Zhao Dahai's arms and legs had been broken, and they were lying on the ground shivering. Afterwards, Master Hong San looked at Duan Lily who was standing by the side. Duan Lily was so scared that both of her faces turned white, completely not expecting that it would be such an outcome. She still wanted to say something. Master Hong San immediately said, are you all blind? Break that woman's arms and legs for me as well. He even betrayed his company and colluded with Zhao Hai. This kind of woman must be severely punished. When Duan Lily heard this, she hurriedly begged for mercy towards Third Master Hong and said, Third Master Hong, you've misunderstood. I've always admired you. I'm not betraying our company. It's just that I can't stand to see that our Tianlu commercial building is being controlled by a waste like Liu Ran and Chen Yang. They don't deserve to be in control of Tianlu commercial building at all. Third Master Hong, please spare me. I'm willing to tell you the entire Tianlu commercial building's financial situation and willing to let you have all the profits inside. When Third Master Hong heard this, he was even more frightened and his legs trembled. He directly narrowed his eyes and said, still don't give me a hand? The surrounding bodyguards, hearing this, immediately stepped forward and directly knocked Duan Lily over as well, falling to the ground with broken legs and feet. The office was wailing. Master Hong San took a breath and said, take the 3 of them, send them to the police station and thoroughly investigate their crimes. Then Hong Lao Sen carefully walked to Liu Ran and bowed towards him. He accompanied a smiling face and said in a very respectful, humble, and timid whisper, Miss Liu, do you think you're still satisfied with this treatment? By the way, your money, I'll immediately double it and have them return it to you. Chapter 70, Replacement. Liu Ran, Liu Xiaomei and Chen Yang walked out of Tianyuan Transportation Company. Until they reached the car, Liu Ran and Liu Xiaomei were still in a daze. How could they not expect that things would end up resolving so smoothly? Master Hong San not only paid back the money owed, but also promised to pay the 10% interest along with it. In addition, they were even willing to pay an extra $30 million as compensation. But Liu Ran didn't want the $30 million. Mr. Hong was very polite and left his personal business card for Liu Ran, and also said that he would give priority to the business of Tianlu commercial building in the future. Sitting in the back row of the car, Liu Xiaomei said in surprise, Superintendent Liu, do you have the feeling that this third Master Hong is treating us extraordinarily well? It seems as if he is sucking up to us. Liu Ran also frowned and said after pondering, honestly, I feel the same. That's the famous Master Hong San. The sky of Qingzhou City Why is he so nice to us? Can it be that it's because one of us is related to him? Lu Xiaomei laughed, shook her head and said, I don't have such a powerful relative. If I had Master Hong San as a relative, then I wouldn't have to be bullied by Duan Lily all the time. Then Lu Xiaomei said towards Chen Yang, Driver Chen, are you a relative of Master Hong San? Is it because of you that Master Hong San is so respectful to us? After saying this, Lu Xiaomei herself laughed. Obviously she knew that this was absolutely impossible. Now, Lu Xiaomei knew that Chen Yang was Liu Ran's husband, but she understood more that Chen Yang was a delivery man. As for why he was married to Liu Ran and all these things, Lu Xiaomei didn't know very clearly. She only knew that Liu Ran had been disfigured before and was an ugly monster. So maybe Chen Yang was lucky and married Liu Ran at that time. Liu Ran also laughed softly at this time and opened her mouth to say, if only Chen Yang was really a relative of Master Hong San, then it would be much easier for us to do things in the future. The two women sat in the back row and laughed out loud. Chen Yang was driving and when he heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. He did not say anything about it, and it was fortunate that Hong Laosan person was more sensible. The office did not show any deference to himself, and the whole time he was respectfully browbeating Liu Ran. Three people returned to Tianlu Commercial Building. When they were about to enter the main door of the commercial building, they saw Liu Xian and Yang Long standing in front of the main door. Behind them were a dozen or so employees. Liu Xian held a megaphone bullhorn in his hand and shouted proudly, everyone, the salary is the boss's affirmation of us. It's what we deserve. It's what we've paid for our labor. We are the employees of Tianlu Commercial Building. In all the years that Tianlu Commercial Building has been in operation, there has never been any delinquency in the payment of wages to employees. So today, we must defend our rights. If it is said that the wages have not arrived this afternoon, then the responsibility must be pursued. The three Chen Yangs walked over. Liu Ran felt a wave of nausea when she saw Liu Xian's current appearance. She walked over quickly, eyed Liu Xian, and said in a cold voice, Liu Xian, aren't you going too far in doing this? This Tianlu Commercial Building is also our Liu family's property. Now that you are publicizing it, aren't you afraid that Grandma will hold you accountable? Liu Xian let out a ba and said proudly towards Liu Ran, hold me responsible? I think it's you who should be held accountable. It's you who is the director of this commercial building that caused the wage arrears, and you even have to talk about me here. You didn't do a good job yourself. Aren't you allowed to allow me to supervise it? Then Liu Xian said loudly towards the surrounding people, everyone has seen it. It is because Tianlu Commercial Building has changed a new director. That is, after this uneducated Liu Ran took office. It is the reason why the wages are in arrears. So next we have to dismiss this director. The surrounding people immediately raised their arms and protested loudly towards Liu Ran. Seeing this scene, Liu Ran sneered in her heart. She swept a glance at the people who were protesting, and sure enough, most of these people were from the finance department, and some were from the PR department. As for the logistics department, security department, materials department, warehouse department and other divisions, people did not come over. Obviously, Liu Xian had arranged a lot of manpower in Tianlu Commercial Building before, and focused on the two most important departments, the public relations and publicity department and the finance department, with the most manpower. Liu Ran nodded and said towards the crowd present, okay, I know about your demands. Everyone present, I have also taken note of it. However, to your disappointment, the wages will be paid as usual. It is estimated that in a few more minutes, the paychecks will arrive. Also, I'd like to announce an appointment. From now on, the director of the finance department, Duan Lily, has resigned and been handed over to the bureau. The other two deputy directors of the finance department will also be held accountable. In the future, the finance department will be handed over to Lu Xiaomei to take full responsibility. As for the PR and publicity department, there will also be a major personnel transfer. As soon as these words were uttered, the field was frozen for a moment, especially those in the finance department. Hearing this, they looked at each other. They did not think that Liu Ran would dare to be here, directly announcing the removal of Duan Lily. Duan Lily had been in control of the finance department. Liu Xian, on the other hand, laughed out loud. She pointed at Liu Ran and said, Liu Ran, you are really thick-skinned. You don't even bring drafts when you blow up. Paycheck? What do you expect to be paid? How much money is left in the finance department of this Tianlu Commercial Building? I know better than you? Liu Ran laughed and said, is that so? The next moment, suddenly an employee's cell phone rang. Then more text message sounds rang out. Everyone picked up their cell phones and opened them to a text message from ICBC. And sure enough, all of the people's wages had arrived. What's going on? Wasn't it said that there was no money left in the company? How come the wages are being paid as usual now? And this time it's even more punctual than before. Could it be that the finance department is really going to change? Liu Ran heard the murmurs of the people around her and looked shocked, unable to believe it. She immediately snatched a person's cell phone and looked at it, and found that sure enough the wages had arrived. Liu Ran angrily pointed at Liu Ran and said, "What the hell are you up to? It's obvious that there's no money left. How did you get the paychecks sent down?" Liu Ran just laughed, then turned around and walked towards the Tianlu commercial building. Liu Ran gritted her teeth and her face swelled red. She couldn't figure out how Liu Ran got her paycheck. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Duan Lily, wanting to ask her cousin what had happened. However, after making a few calls, it didn't connect at all. Liu Ran's face suddenly changed. Her heart thumped. It couldn't be that it was really like what Liu Ran had said, that she had really sent Duan Lily in? The surrounding employees looked angrily at Liu Ran and Yang Long. One of the women pointed at Liu Ran and said, "Miss Liu, what now? Before, you promised that as long as I follow you and make trouble, when you take over as director, you'll promote me by 1 rank. Now it's good. Not only did I not get promoted, but I was also hated by Superintendent Liu Ran. You have to compensate." Yeah. I was doing well in the finance department. Now it's good. I guess it won't take more than a few days. Liu Ran is going to put shoes on me and remove me from my position. Liu Ran, you woman must be responsible for us. The surrounding people were filled with righteous indignation. Yang Long hurriedly pulled Liu Ran and fled in a sorry state. Chapter 71, He is also worthy. After Liu Ran returned to Tianlu commercial building, he immediately held a senior management meeting. At the meeting, Liu Ran immediately appointed Liu Xiaomei as the head of the finance department. The top management of Tianlu commercial building looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Liu Ran, who always looked cowardly and meek, suddenly went on a rampage today and instantly ate off a supervisor, but also the supervisor of the finance department. To know, the lifeblood of an enterprise lies in the finance department. Every enterprise's treasurer, that is the chairman of the relatives or board members recognized elected. It is difficult to go to strike her. And Liu Ran took office for 3 days and made this decision. This time, the crowd finally realized that the newly appointed Liu Ran was not fooling around. After announcing this decision, Liu Ran looked towards the PR and publicity department and spoke. In addition, the PR and publicity department's work attitude needs to be improved, and the supervisor Du Xiaoyu's work ability is average. So in the last few days, there will be a new head of the PR department that will be parachuted into the department to serve as the head of the PR department. So I hope that Du Xiaoyu will do a good job of welcoming the work. Afterwards, Liu Ran waved his hand expressionlessly and announced that the meeting was adjourned. The conference room was astonished. A dozen executives looked at each other. Unbelievable sounds coming out of their mouths. Du Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was pale. She didn't expect that she had pressed the wrong treasure this time. He had thought that Liu Ran was nothing more than a paper tiger, and after 3 days in office, he was going to be played down by those people in Liu Ran. But I did not expect that the first battle, Duan Lily, the treasurer, was directly done away with, and now Liu Ran's position is more and more solid. Her second person to move the knife, even is their own. Du Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. He looked toward the surrounding supervisors, just wanted to pull people together, but those other department heads are just to Du Xiaoyu polite smile, then the crowd directly away. Du Xiaoyu understands that no one is willing to stand on the same front with him. Du Xiaoyu looks towards Chen Debiao, the head of the security department at this time. Du Xiaoyu knew very well that although Chen Debiao was the head of the department of the commercial building, he did not live on this salary at all. Moreover, Chen Debiao and Yang Long were cousins. Chen Debiao was Yang Long's cousin, and the Chen family was definitely a big family in Qingzhou city. Chen Debiao came here to be the head of security. It was purely because he was bored and looking for something to do. Du Xiaoyu walked towards Chen Debiao, and with a smile on her face, she said, "Captain Chen, do you think this newly appointed director Liu has gone too far? She has only been in office for 3 days, and she doesn't put us old cadres in her eyes, and she doesn't think about it. This commercial building is the property of the Liu family, and she, Liu Ran, is just an unpopular junior in the Liu family. 3 days in office to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and remove Duan Lily, and to suppress me. This momentum once spread down. I'm afraid that Captain Chen, your position is also not guaranteed." Chen Debiao looked at Du Xiaoyu, hemmed and hawed, and didn't say anything. Du Xiaoyu looked at this Chen Debiao's expression and was a bit puzzled. She continued, "Captain Chen, you are also Yang Long's cousin. It is reasonable to say that Liu Xian and Yang Long are your cousin and sibling. This commercial building should have been Liu Xian's, and now let Liu Ran this little sit in that position. Don't you feel blocked in your heart? Just now, when Liu Xian was looking for someone to lash out at Liu Ran over the salary matter, I didn't see anyone from your security department show up. Captain Chen, what are you thinking? Does it mean that you're letting your cousin and siblings go without helping? Instead you want to be a spectator?" Chen Debiao still just hemmed and hawed as he looked at Du Xiaoyu and said, Supervisor Du, I'm too lazy to get involved in all your bull asterisk. To me Chen Debiao, Liu Ran is my primary target. You guys are here to earn a paycheck, but from the moment Liu Ran became the director of this commercial building, my goal here, that is to marry her. Liu Ran, that woman looks really energetic, she is bound to be my Chen Debiao's woman, so that is why, if you guys make trouble, of course I won't get involved, just play some small tricks, but if you guys dare to poison my woman, don't blame me, Chen Debiao, for not being happy about it. Chen Debiao laughed and stood up. Du Xiaoyu frowned when she heard this. She said towards Chen Debiao, Captain Chen, you're overthinking it, not to mention whether Liu Ran can look at you or not. He has a husband now. Chen Debiao sneered. Someone with a husband? Who is her husband? Just that delivery loser who rides an electric bike and brings her to work every day? Oh, he is also worthy? Is he my young Master Chen as a rival? Let me tell you, in less than half a month, Liu Ran is my woman. At that time this commercial building is all mine, so that is why, you still give me a good and honest, and then dare to make some small moves. I cannot spare you. After Chen Debiao finished speaking, he turned around and left with big strides. In the conference room, only Du Xiaoyu left alone in that angry stomping feet. She did not expect, so soon he became a widow. She thought that Liu Ran could not last 3 days, but now it seems that she could not last 3 days. Liu Ran, on the contrary, more and more stable. Now even Chen Debiao also see Liu Ran, bound to protect her, their own completely hopeless. Du Xiaoyu, internal remorse, shaking his head, exasperated, also left the office. Liu Ran returned to her office, looked at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock, she stretched her waist. On the sofa, Chen Yang comfortably crossed his legs, sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone. The phone came, you have a new order, please deliver as soon as possible voice. When Chen Yang heard this message, he directly gave a fork to the point, and said breathlessly in his mouth, this Meituan platform, it's getting more and more overbearing. I've already delivered 3 orders. I didn't expect to be forced to send me an order. I'm not going to deliver it. When Liu Ran heard this, she was so angry that she laughed. She said towards Chen Yang, you're drifting now too. Since I became the director, you're not active at all. However, this is also quite good. I also suggest that you directly resign from the Meituan takeaway job. However, it doesn't matter. You continue to work part-time. In addition, I have already said with the personnel department, tomorrow morning you will go to the security department, in which to do a security guard. Take a security guard's salary, weekdays, and then run the American group. A month should also have more than 10,000 yuan. Liu Ran was talking when her cell phone rang. Liu Ran answered it, and a woman's voice came from the opposite side. Sister Liu Ran, is that recruitment information posted in your circle of friends true? Liu Ran hurriedly and enthusiastically said, it's true. What's wrong? Sister Suya, are you recommending someone? Suya on the opposite side smiled and said, yes, to recommend someone, that is, to recommend myself. As you know, I happen to study the PR management piece as well. In a moment I will pass my resume to you. I hope that senior sister Liu Ran will give me face, and can let me enter the job yo. Hearing this, Liu Ran almost jumped up in excitement. She said excitedly, really? Senior sister Suya, you can't be lying to me, right? Are you really able to look at our tiny Tianlu commercial building? Suya on the opposite side giggled and said, of course it's true. Anyway, I'll send you my resume now and wait for your email reply. Liu Ran put down her cell phone and said excitedly towards Chen Yang, great. Our PR department is going to usher in a real god. Not only is she good at business, she's a real goddess yo. Chapter 72, Su Family Goddess. Chen Yang looked at the excited Liu Ran and asked curiously, who is this Suya? It makes you think so highly of her. Liu Ran said with a cheeky smile, Sister Suya is awesome. She is 1 year higher than me. Back then when I enrolled in Qingzhou University, she was in her sophomore year and was already the president of the student union. At that time, she took me to do a bit of extracurricular entrepreneurship management activities for college students. We got along for a good half year, and during that half year, I learned a lot about management from her. Now that I dare to manage Tianlu commercial building, most of my knowledge was learned from my schoolmate. After all, my original major was also design, and this management doesn't match. When Sister Suya was a sophomore, she had already published 3 papers on management in core journals and got the qualification to enter Harvard Management. She only studied at Qingzhou University for 2.5 years before she was bailed out to study abroad. It can be said to be very impressive. It's that idol of mine from before. Chen Yang heard this, and frowned. He said towards Liu Ran, according to you, then she must be very outstanding? With such a talent, I guess all the top 100 companies in the country would rush to get her, right? And how can you, A small Tianlu commercial building. Attract her here? Liu Ran was in the middle of her excitement when she heard this and froze for a moment. She suddenly thought of this problem as well. Tianlu commercial building was just a very small business. Even in Qingzhou city, it was not ranked in the top 50, let alone in the whole country. Moreover, the salary offered was also 18,000 a month. Such a salary might be quite good for people in Qingzhou city, but for the haloed Soya, it was nothing but a hair's breadth. Just at this time, Liu Ran's cell phone received Suya sent over the resume as well as a job application resume. Liu Ran looked at the flawless resume. Her heart was puzzled. In the end, she still said towards Chunyang, forget it. Sister Suya wants to come here to be the head of the public relations department. Then let her come. No matter what her purpose is, it's good if she can help me. At this time, the most expensive and wealthy area in Jinling City, inside the Su family's mansion. At the back of the mansion, an anciently decorated study with mahogany furniture all over it. An old man in his 70s was sitting on a sofa with a bit of hope in his eyes, while opposite the old man stood a woman who was more than 1.7 meters in height. The woman had a pretty face, a slender figure, and more importantly, 2 chopstick-like thin legs that were very long. The woman was precisely Suya. Suya said towards the old man on the opposite side, Grandpa, I've just sent my resume to the Sky Willow commercial building. There should be no problem in joining the company. It's just that you're sure that that legendary heavenly medical sage will appear in the Willow family? Su Wenshan's pale face revealed a smile. He spoke, there is naturally no way for me to explore the movements of the heavenly dignitary, but in the past, some people said that the heavenly dignitary and the Liu family had an affinity. Now, it has been more than a year since Tianzun disappeared in the Jianghu, and there is no news of him anywhere. So, I guess probably this has something to do with the Liu family, but that's just a guess. Xiao Ya, this time when you go to Qingzhou city, you must take the opportunity to find out the whereabouts of the heavenly dignity medical sage. If we are able to get on better terms with him, or even become his woman, then this time, our Su family's crisis can be solved. Suya nodded, then a touch of pride appeared on her face as she smiled and said, don't worry Grandpa, with your granddaughter's charisma, as long as she encounters him, she will definitely take him down. When Su Wenshan heard this, he laughed nodded his head and said, I naturally believe that. My granddaughter is not only a management genius and multi-talented, but more importantly, she is also one of the Jinling twin pride super beauties. I believe that even if that heavenly father is an exceptional healer and his kung fu is the best in the world, he is ultimately just a young lad, and it would be difficult for him to resist my granddaughter's charms of you. Suya also smiled cheekily as she looked at the time and said, okay, Grandpa, then I'll make preparations in the next 2 days and try to gather as much information as I can about Tianzun. Early in the morning the day after tomorrow, I will take a high-speed train to Qingzhou city to take up my post. As long as Tianzun appears near the Liu family, I believe that he won't be able to escape my eyes. Su Wenshan got up and patted Suya's shoulder, saying heartily, tough on you, Xiao Ya. Truly this time, the crisis of our Su family is too great, and I can't think of any other solution. Only by relying on you and gaining the favor of the Heavenly Father first, will it be possible for our Su family to get through this crisis? Suya nodded, her face showing determination for once. Of course, she knew clearly that her own family had looked at the scenery, and was also a super family ranking in the top 5 in Jinling City, calling the winds and raining rain, with 10,000 family assets. But in the face of this crisis, the Su family had no power to fight back, and could only think of all the ways to find outsiders to be a helper. Suya turned around and left the study, returning to her bedroom. She immediately turned on her computer and started searching for all the information about the Heavenly Doctor Hall. The better she prepared herself in the past 2 days, the more she would be able to search for that legendary Heavenly Father when the time came. Chunyang rode the takeaway electric bike and drove towards his home with Liu Ran on his back. On the main street, the traffic was heavy and cars whizzed by one. Liu Ran held Chunyang's shoulders and said with a smile, when I work for a few months, we will make a down payment and change a car. I figured out that if it's a domestic car, the down payment only needs to be $50,000 to $60,000. My monthly salary is $20,000. Let's save for 2 or 3 months and we can buy a car. Chunyang was dumbfounded when he heard this. He nodded his head and said, alright, then I'll be your full-time driver by then. However, did you forget about my salary? Next, I'm both a security guard and a deliveryman, 2 careers with double protection, and I'm earning more than $10,000 a month, no less than you when I'm doing well. Liu Ran heard this, smiled, nodded his head and said, good, counting on you and your salary. Then so calculated, the 2 of us only need 2 months to buy a car. Wow, life is so beautiful. Liu Ran said, unable to resist waving her arms. So many years. For the first time she was full of hope for life. In life is full of laughter. No longer for the arrears of money and worry. No longer put up with the surrounding people's dislike of the gaze. Will not feel around the spacetime is all dull swamp. Life, in this moment, become beautiful and yearning. Chen Yang slammed the gas door. The electric car huffed and puffed to speed up. Liu Ran startled. Subconsciously hands immediately tightly hold Chen Yang's waist. Chen Yang felt Liu Ran's movements and couldn't help but have a smile at the corner of his mouth. He said loudly, "Wife, hold tight. I'm going to speed up." Liu Ran was so scared that she lost her color. She hugged Chen Yang tightly and said, "Chen Yang, slow down. You're an electric car. How can you run so fast with this electric car?" However, the next moment, the electric car whistled away, instantly mentioning 80 yards of speed, surpassing the cars on the road and speeding through the sea of cars. It was only a few minutes away, and the two returned home. Liu Ran, scared, still clinging to Chen Yang's waist, did not let go. Chen Yang patted Liu Ran's hand and said, "Hey, wife, we've arrived at the station. Let's go and cook first. After we've eaten, in the evening, you can continue to hug me." Hearing this, Liu Ran came back to her senses and her face instantly reddened. She hurriedly jumped away and exasperatedly slapped Chen Yang's shoulder and said, "You guy, what exactly did you do to the electric car? How did it run so fast? Scared me to death. Who wants to hug you to sleep, you bad egg?" Liu Ran had a red face and laughed as she dug into the kitchen to cook. Chapter 73, Captain. The next day, Chen Yang and Liu Ran arrived at the Tianlu commercial building. Liu Ran gave a message to the personnel department, and then he received his clothes and number plate. Liu Ran personally led Chen Yang towards the security department. In an industry like Tianlu commercial building, the security department was a separate department. The captain of the security team, although only the title of captain, but his position is as big as other department heads. After all, security was the first priority inside a commercial building, and in many other companies, the security team was under the management of the logistics department. Liu Ran brought Chen Yang. After entering the security department, inside more than 30 security guards were there talking and laughing, crookedly drinking tea and chatting, scattered beyond measure. Seeing someone coming in, a few of the security guards immediately stood up, but most of the security guards were still talking and laughing, and didn't bother too much. After Liu Ran walked in with Chen Yang, she clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, I would like to introduce you to a new colleague, Chen Yang behind me. From now on he will be a member of our security team. Everyone welcome." Liu Ran finished her sentence and waited for everyone to applaud. Logically speaking, she was the director of a commercial building and was able to decide on all things in the Tianlu commercial building. So naturally, the people in the security team had to listen to her as well. But now, when Liu Ran's words fell, there was no one applauding to show their welcome. Instead, all the gazes of the security guards all looked towards Chen Debiao, who was sitting in the corner. Chen Debiao was the captain here. Ever since Liu Ran walked in, his eyes had been sizing up Liu Ran's body, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of amazement in his heart. He really didn't think that he would come across such a beautiful and perfect woman. 1 point more would be fat, 1 point less would be thin, 1 centimeter taller this would seem too abrupt, 1 centimeter shorter this wouldn't be slender enough. Such a woman can be called perfect. Chen Debiao's heart has already made up his mind. Liu Ran is bound to be his own woman, close to the water tower first to get the moon. In the case that no other magnates found out, he had to take this woman down as soon as possible. Liu Ran frowned and spoke. "What? I'm bringing a newcomer into the security team, and you all are still not happy about it?" Chen Yang stood behind Liu Ran, and after a quick glance at the situation in the security room, he already knew all about it. Obviously, although the security team was under the Tianlu commercial building, but now, the allegiance of the entire security department is not in the Tianlu commercial building, but all look at the face of the security captain to act. That is to say, the entire security team has become that captain's one word awe. Chen Debiao laughed. He immediately stood up, said to Liu Ran, "Director Liu, of course we welcome the new colleague, not to mention the person you arranged to come in. We will definitely take good care of him. Everyone welcome." Chen Debiao's words fell. Only then did the entire security team resounded, clattering and applauding. Liu Ran nodded, then said towards Chen Yang behind him, "Chen Yang, you work well. If there are things you can directly find Captain Chen, of course, you can also directly tell me." After saying that, Liu Ran smiled sweetly towards Chen Yang and gave him an encouraging look, then hurriedly walked upstairs to continue her work at Tianlu commercial building. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless in his heart. This woman's heart was really big. Couldn't she see that there was something wrong with the security team? Luckily, the one who came in today was himself. If it was Liu Ran's other ordinary relatives, who entered the security team today, it was estimated that they would be immediately sidelined by these security guards. Chen Debiao looked Chen Yang up and down, Of course he knew that this guy Chen Yang is Liu Ran's husband. Looking at Chen Yang's hangdog appearance, Chen Debiao's heart burst into a sneer. This kind of waste was simply not worthy of Liu Ran's kind of absolute beauty. He hid the contempt in his heart as he walked towards Chen Yang and opened his mouth. Chen Yang, right? Ha ha ha, my name is Chen Debiao. We are still from the same family. Young man, do a good job in the future. Based on your relationship with Liu Ran, the position of security team leader will belong to you in the future. Work hard, now go and patrol outside, Chen Debiao said, patting Chen Yang's shoulder vigorously with his big hand. Chen Debiao belonged to those who had practiced for a few years, and his hands were particularly strong. An average weak man would probably have his shoulder swollen up if he slapped him a few times. However, when he slapped Chen Yang's shoulder, it was like slapping on steel. Every time he slapped down, Chen Yang did not feel the slightest difference. Instead, his own palm was aching. Chen Debiao vaguely frowned. He assigned Chen Yang a task to go out and patrol. Chen Yang didn't pay too much attention to it and nodded his head. After he got up and left, he directly picked up his cell phone and went to deliver takeaways. It was also easy to fulfill a minimum of 3 orders of takeout per day. Inside the office, the other security guards hooted and hollered, all gathered around, looking at Chen Debiao. One of the security guards opened his mouth and said, Captain Chen, this kid looks familiar. It seems like he's Liu Ran's husband. What seems like? It's that loser. I heard he's a delivery boy. Luckily married Liu Ran. I didn't expect that. Now that Liu Ran soared to the top and became a director, he followed Liu Ran openly and honestly, eating soft food here. This kind of person, born to go to hell. I know how he caught up with Liu Ran. Legend has it that in the past, Liu Ran's looks were ruined and she was particularly horrible looking. At that time, no man dared to look at Superintendent Liu with his eyes open. It must be that this man couldn't find a wife, so that's why he said that he had to settle for less and found Liu Ran as his wife. But I didn't expect this. But instead, it came to pass from time to time. Indeed, let people envy and jealousy hate. Such a waste. Did not expect. The wife became beautiful and incomparable. Also became the director of the commercial building. This is life. Chen Debiao laughed coldly and said, fate my ass. He is a waste. What virtue and what ability. He still wants to possess a superb woman like Liu Ran. Is he also worthy? The surrounding security guards' eyes lit up when they heard this. Afterwards, the security guard next to him, Li Dazhuang, whispered and said with a smile, Captain Chen, isn't it necessary to educate him? Just now, I saw that you intentionally slapped him a few times, and that kid's shoulder must be swollen for a few days. In this way, when he comes again, let's swarm him and break his legs. Let's see how he can continue to work again. Chen Debiao's brows tightened as he waved his hand and said, don't act rashly. Just now when I tapped that kid's shoulder, I realized that the kid is a bit abnormal. He has most likely practiced martial arts for a while, and the muscles on his body are very strong. If things get out of hand, we might get hurt as well. Li Dazhuang immediately said, that kid looks like a waste of space, but he has even practiced. What can we do then? Chen Debiao sneered and said, you idiot, he's just a little bit better with his hands. Against this kind of bottom hangers-on, with a little bit of brain power, you can make him beg for his life, and beg for his death. Come over a few people. Explain one thing to you, Chen Debiao said. The corner of his mouth showed a hint of sardonic smile. Chapter 74, Ingenuity. Chen Yang finished delivering the courier, rode his own electric bike, and returned to Tianlu Commercial Building. Just as he entered the gate of the security department, he saw Li Dazhuang walking towards him. He waved his hand towards Chen Yang and said, hey, newcomer, you're working actively enough. Let you go out on patrol. You've been on patrol for half a day before coming back. Hurry up and go. This side needs your help to lift something. Chen Yang glanced at Li Dazhuang and nodded. Li Dazhuang led Chen Yang. The two of them walked towards the cold storage below the Tianlu Commercial Building. The main business in the Tianlu Commercial Building was clothes, food, cosmetics and all that. However, there were also some restaurants as well as supermarkets in it, so the cold storage in the Tianlu Commercial Building was large in order to store fresh ingredients. After arriving at the basement cold storage, Li Dazhuang unscrewed the door of the cold storage, walked inside and said, it's that box of deep-sea fish at the very end. Let's carry it out together. Chen Yang looked at Li Dazhuang. This guy's expression, language, and movements were all a bit abnormal. Obviously he had another plan. Chen Yang snorted coldly in his heart, and without saying anything more, he walked towards the inside. He wanted to see, what did this group of people want to do? Chen Yang to the inside of the warehouse, just touched the frame of the deep-sea fish, at this time heard the back of the bam sound, only to see Li Dazhuang turn to run out, and then he gestured to the cold storage door directly to close. This cold storage can only be opened from the outside, and is the use of disc hinges, the outside locked, from the inside cannot be pushed open. When Chen Yang saw this scene, he realized that obviously the other party was not only trying to give himself a small lesson, but was even trying to make himself crippled for the rest of his life. Chen Yang took out his cell phone and looked at it. The cell phone signal had been blocked. Definitely this surrounding was arranged by them with signal shielding equipment. Chen Yang's mouth revealed a cold smile. Originally he thought that these security guards were just listening to Chen Debiao's words, and were just displeased with themselves, but now it seems that they are not only not accustomed to, but also want to kill themselves. You have to know that this cold storage is a low temperature of -20 degrees. Wearing thin summer clothes, stay here for 10 minutes, to be frozen down on the ground shivering, stay 20 minutes, to be sent to the hospital with frostbite, and will leave permanent frostbite. It is to stay half an hour. It is likely that people will die directly, even if they do not die, but also lifelong disability. Moreover, the most important thing is that a person's reproductive system is the most easily damaged by cold temperatures. Just more than 10 minutes, an ordinary man is going to turn into a eunuch completely and utterly. Chen Yang simply found a place to sit down, picked up his watch and looked at the time. He would like to see these people. How far do they want to go? At this time, outside the cold storage, Chen Debiao brought over a dozen security guards and came over with a big laugh. He patted Li Dazhuang's shoulder and said, "Dazhuang, good job. From now on you will be the vice captain. Follow me well. I really won't treat you poorly." Li Dazhuang nodded his head like a pug. He heatedly smiled and said, "This kid, even if he's a good practitioner, we'll lock him up for 10 minutes, and then when we release him, he'll definitely be frozen to death. By then, we'll throw a flurry of punches and kicks, and directly send him to the hospital." When Chen Debiao heard this, he laughed coldly and said towards Li Dazhuang, "10 minutes in jail? Oh, you think I am too kind? At least freeze him for half an hour. After half an hour, even if he is still alive, he will be a eunuch by then. I want him to watch a beautiful wife, but no way to enjoy. He can only watch his wife and give him a hat. Ha ha ha." When Li Dazhuang heard the time of half an hour, he was startled. He hurriedly said towards Chen Debiao, "Brother Biao, half an hour is too long. The temperature of this cold storage is very low. Half an hour will freeze people to death. Even if they don't freeze to death, they will definitely become crippled and be in the hospital for the rest of their lives." When Chen Debiao heard this, he stretched out his hand and slapped Li Dazhuang's face. He impatiently said, "You kid just don't get it. Just reminded you. Now you are talking nonsense again. What kind of person am I? Chen Debiao, the titular young master of my Chen family, not to mention just frostbite him, even if I directly freeze him into a popsicle and put him inside a cold storage for 3 days and 3 nights. Who can do anything to me? Besides, you're the one who locked him up, so it has nothing to do with me." Li Dazhuang was startled when he heard this. Chen Debiao patted Li Dazhuang's shoulder at this time, pointed to Li Dazhuang's nose, and said, "Dazhuang, just rest assured. Follow me to mix. I definitely won't let anything happen to you. I know a large portion of the people in the entire Qingzhou City Law Enforcement Department. My uncle is the office director of the department. At that time, no matter how big things happen, I will let you be safe and sound. You are afraid of nothing." Hearing this, Li Dazhuang was slightly relieved. He worriedly looked towards the cold storage room. In case there was a fatality, I'm afraid that he, the responsible person, would not be able to escape. Chen Yang, on the other hand, stayed inside the cold storage and calculated the time. When the time exceeded 20 minutes, Chen Yang's face changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth revealed a face with a murderous aura. He had thought that Chen Debiao's group of people had only given themselves a slight punishment by locking themselves up in the cold storage. But now, they had locked themselves in here for a full 20 minutes. 20 minutes was enough to make a person completely turn into a eunuch, with his internal organs frostbitten, unable to recover for the rest of his life, and even going out to be amputated in order to live. It seemed that this Chen Debiao wanted to take his own life. Chen Yang continued to wait while the heavenly doctor's skill internal chi was running in his body. Of course he was not afraid of this temperature. For him, not to mention staying here for 20 minutes, even if he stayed for 2 days and 2 nights, it would not be a problem at all. If there was enough food and water, staying for 2 years would be fine. Chen Yang continued to wait. At 25 minutes, finally the door of the cold storage room rattled. With a click, the door of the cold storage was pushed open, and then Li Dazhuang ran in a pretense. He pretended to be panicked and said, "Aya, old brother Chen, where are you?" "Old brother Chen? I'm really sorry. I'm a bit confused and easily forget things. I've just forgotten you in this cold storage. Chen, how are you doing? Where are you?" Li Dazhuang moved towards the inside of the cold storage, looking around. Behind Li Dazhuang, there were also Chen Debiao and 12 security guards, all of them with cruel smiles on their faces, walking into the cold storage room to prepare for a good show. In their thoughts more than 20 minutes had passed. As far as Chen Yang was dressed into a thin shirt, he was bound to have frozen and collapsed on the ground, his arms and legs straightening up. In particular, Chen Yang must have already turned into a eunuch. Chen Debiao back hands in the cold storage looked around. He said, this guy hiding where to go. It will not be to know that he is going to become a eunuch. No face to come out to see people. Ha, ha, ha. Chen Yang you become a eunuch is also okay. Anyway, your wife and I help you take care of it. I promise, every day to feed her to the full. Do not worry about your worries. Just as Chen Debiao had his hands behind his back, his eyes swept over. Suddenly, a figure jumped straight down from the shelf. Then he slapped Chen Debiao's face. With a slap sound, Chen Debiao's entire body flew out of the cold storage. The left side of his face was directly deformed. The bones of his cheeks were cracked, and all of his teeth fell out. Chapter 75 The Choice. The person who jumped down from the shelf was naturally Chen Yang. Chen Yang had a cold smile on his face at this moment. Since the other party wanted to turn himself into a eunuch, then he naturally did not need to show any mercy now. When Li Dezhuang and the others saw Chen Yang suddenly jumping down, they all froze for a moment. For a moment they were a bit unable to react, not knowing where Chen Yang had hidden before. And surprisingly, he had lasted more than 20 minutes in the cold storage, and had not been frozen. Chen Debiao outside the cold storage. His cheekbones had been slapped with cracked bones, and a large portion of his teeth had fallen out. He angrily sprayed out a mouthful of blood and roared loudly, "What are you still waiting for? Get this kid, get him!" Li Dezhuang and the other security guards rushed towards Chen Yang. Afterwards, Chen Yang walked towards Chen Debiao. Chen Debiao saw that in the blink of an eye, all of the juniors he had brought with him were all slapped away by Chen Yang, and it was obvious that Chen Yang did not use his full strength. He only used one hand to slap more than 10 strong men to the ground. This kind of person is definitely a practitioner, not something he can deal with. At this moment, Chen Debiao finally felt scared. He regretted that he was a bit gullible. What he couldn't figure out even more was, where exactly was Chen Yang hiding in the cold storage? After more than 20 minutes, it hadn't even frozen to him yet. Chen Debiao climbed up from the ground. He forced himself to endure the pain on his face, picked up the walkie-talkie, and hurriedly yelled loudly, Come to the basement, all of you. There's a guy here causing trouble in our company." Chen Debiao shouted towards the walkie-talkie while stepping back. He felt his face growing rapidly, while blood kept bubbling into his mouth. The cheekbone of his left cheek cracked, and the 20 or so teeth on his left side, all of them spat out. Not a single one left. When Chen Debiao saw this scene, he became angrier and angrier. His eyes stared at Chen Yang with death, and in his heart, he wanted to kill Chen Yang by 1,000 cuts. At this time, more security guards ran over towards the underground cold storage. In the entire Tianlu commercial building, there were more than 150 security guards. Although it was said that recruiting security guards was the job of the personnel department, but at the later stage, all the security guards who wanted to enter the Tianlu commercial building to work had to go through Chen Debiao's nod before they could. Therefore, the vast majority of these over 100 security guards were almost all Chen Debiao's relatives, or people who wanted to flatter him. At this moment, more than 100 security guards surrounded him. Chen Debiao finally had the courage to do so. Chen Yang looked at the security guards of the entire commercial building, and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Just at this time, the sound of high-heeled shoes rang out, and then Liu Ran quickly rushed over. Seeing this scene, Liu Ran was furious. She directly stood in front of Chen Yang, pointed at Chen Debiao and the other security guards and said loudly, "What are you doing? Rebellion?" Chen Debiao did not expect Liu Ran to come so quickly. He pointed at his face and said, "Mr. Liu, who is actually rebelling? Take a good look. Take a look at my face. I was beaten by that punk of a husband of yours. I am at least a member of the Chen family. Our Chen family has assets of billions of family properties. I was already condescending as a security chief in your Tianlu commercial building, and now I'm still being beaten up by that punk of a husband of yours. If I don't give an explanation today, this is not over." Liu Ran was also startled when she saw Chen Debiao's face. She turned to look at Chen Yang, and couldn't help but complain in her heart, this Chen Yang really doesn't mind. On his first day of work, he even beat the captain like this. What a violent maniac. Liu Ran suppressed the anger in her heart, glared at Chen Yang with a huff, and complained in a small voice, "Chen Yang, how did you cause such a big deal?" Seeing Liu Ran's huffy and playful expression, Chen Yang didn't hold back. The corners of his mouth were all smiles. Indeed, she was the angel of his heart. Even if she was so angry at the moment, that appearance still made his heart flutter. Chen Yang explained, "It's not my fault. It was Chen Debiao who sought trouble first. He had someone trick me into the cold storage and froze me for more than 20 minutes, which could have killed someone. If it wasn't for the fact that I've spent time in Antarctica before and my body carries the freeze, maybe I'd be a corpse by now." Liu Ran's face changed when she heard this. Afterwards, she hurriedly reached out, pinched Chen Yang's face, and her small hands patted over various parts of Chen Yang's body. Nervously, she asked, Chen Yang, are you alright? This cold storage is a low-temperature cold storage of more than 20 degrees below zero. More than 20 minutes will freeze a person out. Do you want to go to the hospital to have it looked at? Especially, I heard that low temperature can damage a man's function. Saying this, Liu Ran suddenly stopped. Her pretty face reddened, and she didn't have the heart to continue on, but she still looked at Chen Yang worriedly, obviously worried that Chen Yang was really frozen into a eunuch. Chen Yang hurriedly said, no problem, I'm really fine. Otherwise we'll know if we try it at night. Liu Ran pinched Chen Yang's flesh in anger. Then she turned around and said angrily towards Chen Debiao. Chen Debiao, how dare you? Why did you deliberately fix Chen Yang? And to lock him up in the cold storage to freeze for more than 20 minutes? Do you know what kind of temperament you have? This is attempted murder on your part. Believe it or not, I'll call the police right now and have you locked up. You're the head of security, yet you're targeting a newcomer like this. Where's your conscience? I declare that from now on, you are no longer the head of security. Resign immediately and get lost. Tianlu Commercial Building doesn't want trash like you. Liu Ran was really pissed off at this moment. If Chen Yang hadn't stayed in Antarctica, and hadn't carried the frost so well, he would have to go to the hospital to take care of Chen Yang himself by now. Therefore, Liu Ran did not speak politely and directly scolded Chen Debiao. Chen Debiao stood in place with a huff. He had been beaten up by Chen Yang, but now he found out that Liu Ran was completely on Chen Yang's side, not giving himself any face at all. The point was, now that more than 100 security guards were present, Liu Ran, this even dared to directly fire herself, and even threatened to send herself to the police station. How could this breath be swallowed? Chen Debiao laughed coldly. He stepped forward, pointing at Liu Ran and said, Superintendent Liu, you have a big official authority. Do you know what you were saying just now? You dare to fire me? Believe it or not, if you just fire me, the entire security department, all of them will leave. By then, your entire commercial building won't even have a single security guard. I'll see how your commercial building can operate. When the commercial building loses something, I'll see how you'll explain to those tenants. To the Liu family. Liu Ran's heart thumped when she heard this. She glanced at the surrounding security guards. Chen Debiao let out a cold snort, turned around and waved his hand towards all the security guards and said loudly, what the are you still standing there for? All stand behind me. Tell you what, follow my brother Biao and I'll let all of you have glory and wealth. As long as Liu Ran she dares to fire me today, all of you are my brothers. I'll take you all out of office with me. After you go out, all of you will be my Qin family's cronies. Great opportunities, great beauty and money, waiting for you. Don't worry. The surrounding security guards, hearing these words, were all overjoyed. Immediately, they called out respectfully towards Chen Debiao. Brother Biao, we'll listen to you. Chen Debiao was smug when he heard these words. He then turned to look at Liu Ran on the opposite side and said with a cold smile, Superintendent Liu, you see it now. Do you want to fire me? Or do you want to fire that punk of a husband of yours? It's up to your own choice. Humph. Chapter 76, Husband and Wife Together. Chen Debiao looked at Liu Ran and Chen Yang across the street with contempt. At this moment, more than 100 security guards from the entire commercial building were standing behind him. Chen Debiao had a lot of backbone to fight against Liu Ran, the director. After all, in a commercial building, the most important department, in addition to the finance department, is their security section. It could be said that if someone dared to fire himself now, then this Tianlu commercial building would be ruined today. Moreover, it was not easy to recruit security guards, especially if the newly appointed security guards wanted to take care of Tianlu commercial building completely. It was simply impossible. Chen Debiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneered and walked towards Liu Ran, speaking, Director Liu, I advise you to think twice. Chen Yang, this little white boy, isn't worth the trouble of guarding him like this. Here today, if you fire him and then sincerely apologize to me, perhaps I can forget about it and continue to protect this commercial building. But if you give your face and dare to target me again, then don't blame me for paralyzing the entire Tianlu commercial building. Liu Ran's face turned white with anger when she heard Chen Debiao's words, and most importantly, she also immediately figured out that Chen Debiao had the backbone to speak like this. What Liu Ran hadn't thought of was that the entire security department was now all monopolized by Chen Debiao alone. More than 100 security guards even do not think of allegiance to the commercial building, do not think of the commercial building as to pay their wages, but now everyone, even stood to Chen Debiao's back. Liu Ran looked at those other security guards and spoke with forced anger. Everyone, Chen Debiao is indeed your captain, but don't forget that you are all employees of my Tianlu commercial building, and it's us, Tianlu commercial building, that pays you your wages on time every month. Now, Chen Debiao alone made a mistake, and it has absolutely no connection with you guys. You guys continue to stay as security guards, and in the future, Tianlu commercial building won't treat you poorly. The rest of those security guards, looked at each other. In the end, they still chose to stand behind Chen Debiao. Unmoved, Lu Dazhuang sneered and said, Director Lu, don't waste your efforts. All of us can see very clearly that although you are now the director of Tianlu Commercial Building, you are nothing more than a puppet of the Lu family, a descendant of an underutilized family. You are simply unable to control the entire Sky Willow Commercial Building. The other thing is, us following Brother Biao is greatly promising, not to mention that Brother Biao treats us very well in normal times. Just to say that Brother Biao's status as a descendant of the Chen family. The Chen family's industry is not something that can be compared to a single Sky Willow commercial building. Even your entire Lu family is not enough for others to look at. How do we people choose? Do we still need to ask? Chen Yang had been standing behind Liu Ran. He did not open his mouth. He also wanted to know how Liu Ran would choose when faced with this situation. In fact, there were many similar things in the workplace, although it was not as exaggerated as what Chen Debiao had done, enlisting more than 100 people around him. But very often, this kind of clique does form in the company, and a capable subordinate often becomes the object that the company does not dare to dismiss, because once you dismiss him, you will take away a team. Then the loss for the company is incomparably huge. Liu Ran gritted her teeth. She looked at Chen Debiao and said in a cold voice, Okay, Chen Debiao, I respect your choices. Now whoever resigns, go directly to the personnel department to inform. The company will compensate you for a month's salary. If someone stays, they will be paid an extra $2,000 per month. It's settled. In addition, Chen Debiao, I warn you, I will reserve the right to pursue your legal responsibility for Chen Yang's matter. After saying that, Liu Ran pulled Chen Yang and walked directly backward. Getting on the elevator, he left the confines of the cold storage. Only when she reached the upper floor did Liu Ran let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Chen Yang worriedly and said, Chen Yang, were you really not hurt just now? Chen Yang shook his head. He realized that this moment's Liu Ran was so cute. This woman appeared to be soft and kind, without any opinion, but in fact, her heart was firm and unshakable. When she chose herself to be her husband, she also chose to always stand on a united front with herself. This felt so good. In the year that he and Liu Xian had been married, he had never had this feeling of a husband and wife being of one mind. It turned out that marriage was really a contract of heart and soul. It turned out that two people, husband and wife, could really fight side by side and rely on each other. Chen Yang smiled towards Liu Ran and said, Don't worry, leave the rest to me. You don't need to worry about the security department. There's me. Liu Ran's brows furrowed again when she heard the name security department. She sighed and said, It's useless, Chen Yang. You don't understand. For a commercial building, the security department is very important. Generally speaking, the security department is all about old people bringing in new people, and when someone leaves, new people are immediately recruited to supplement them. As soon as possible, they will familiarize themselves with the protection process of the entire commercial building, and it usually takes at least 7 days before they can familiarize themselves with every corner of the entire commercial building. Now, Chen Debiao suddenly left with all the security guards. It seems that we must have people from other departments to temporarily work overtime to take up the duties of the security guards this night. Chen Yang reached out and touched Liu Ran's hair, saying, Don't worry, I told you, everything, there's me. At this moment, in the basement, Chen Debiao didn't expect that Liu Ran would really dare to sack himself and all the security guards. He was already surprisingly angry, and he felt his face burning hot. He was the young master of the Chen family, but first, he was slapped in the face by Chen Yang. Now, he was humiliated by Liu Ran. How could he swallow this? Chen Debiao turned around and spoke towards all the security guards. Now everyone follow me to resign. I would like to see, without security guards in the mall, what kind of chaos will it become? She wants to recruit a group of familiar security guards. Without half a month she simply can't do it. In this half month's time, I'm going to make the entire commercial building restless and make her completely bankrupt. In the security team, the others looked at each other. These security guards did not expect that they would actually resign today. However, hearing Chen Debiao say this, everyone didn't dare to have any objections, so more than 100 security guards, at the same time, went to the personnel department and chose to resign. Soon, all the security guards of the entire commercial building instantly left the Tianlu commercial building. The Tianlu commercial building became empty all of a sudden. The entire commercial building had no patrols, no gatekeepers, and no commanders in the parking lot. Instantly, the commercial building became chaotic. Du Xiaoyu, the head of the PR and publicity department, couldn't help but laugh when she heard about this situation. She immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed Liu Xian's number. Du Xiaoyu spoke towards Liu Xian curtly. Ms. Liu, congratulations. I guess you'll soon be coming to Tianlu Commercial Building to become the new director of Tianlu Commercial Building. Chapter 77 Director General to the head. Liu Xian was in a very depressed mood. now suddenly received Du Xiaoyu's phone, looked first happy, and then became vicious. She tore the phone across the Du Xiaoyu openly scolded, Du Xiaoyu, you big guts, you are taking the opportunity to want to taunt me? Do you think that I will never be able to return to work at Tianlu Commercial Building again? Du Xiaoyu on the opposite side heard this and hurriedly explained, no, Ms. Liu Xin, you've really misunderstood. I'm sincerely congratulating you. You may not be aware of the situation in Tianlu Commercial Building. Now Chen Debiao has resigned with the entire security department. There is not a single security guard left in the entire building. Do you think that after such a situation, she, Liu Ran, will still be able to continue to sit in the position of director of Tianlu Commercial Building? Hearing this, Liu Xin jumped up excitedly and asked excitedly, really? There really isn't a single security guard in Tianlu Commercial Building now? Du Xiaoyu heatedly smiled and said, it's true. Oh yeah, there's one more security guard. That's Chen Yang, who entered Sky Willow Commercial Building through the back door to work as a security guard. That waste of time delivering takeaways. Liu Xin laughed wildly in triumph when she heard this. So now the only one left in Tianlu Commercial Mansion is that dilettante Chen Yang. He's such a disgrace. He was a delivery boy when he was married to me. And now that he's taken Liu Ran, he's even working as a security guard. He's just as useless in his life. Great. Today, when there's no security guard present at the Tianlu Commercial Building, I'm going to make Liu Ran completely lose his family and be in debt. After Liu Xin hung up the phone, she immediately found Yang Long. The husband and wife hemmed and hawed in triumph when they heard that not a single security guard was left at the Sky Willow Commercial Building. Yang Long opened his mouth and said, I'm going to give my cousin a call right now and inquire about what's going on. My cousin has been the head of security at Tianlu Commercial Building for so many years, and he definitely knows what's going on. We just need to make Tianlu Commercial Building lose a few $1 million overnight. And then, not to mention that Liu Ran will give up her position as the director of the building, but also have to let her pay out a large amount of outstanding debts, and it will be difficult for her to get out of the situation at that time. At that time, see how Chen Yang this waste can still be proud of it. Yang Long picked up his cell phone and immediately dialed Chen Debiao's phone. After the call was answered, Chen Debiao's voice was slurred. Yang Long said strangely, cousin, what's wrong with you? Do you have sores on your mouth? Why are you squeaking and whimpering? Across from him, Chen Debiao cursed under his breath. What sores? Half of my face was swollen by Chen Yang's punk ass. I can't spare him. Upon hearing this, Yang Long immediately said towards Chen Debiao, cousin, then we're on the same page. Now it is said that Chen Yang is the only one left in the entire security team, and you have been the security chief of Tianlu Commercial Building for so many years. Surely you know which parts of Tianlu Commercial Building can be sneaked into. Let's let Tianlu Commercial Building lose a few tens of millions of dollars tonight, and that will be enough for Chen Yang and Liu Ran to drink a pot of water by then. Chen Debiao coldly grunted angrily said, not just a few tens of millions of dollars. I want to let Liu Ran and Chen Yang, this pair of dogs and men, completely kneel on the ground tonight, towards me to beg for mercy. I not only wanted Chen Yang's waste was completely wasted to death, but also that Liu Ran kneeled in front of me to beg for mercy, not to press her under my hands. I will never give up. When Yang Long heard this, he didn't expect Chen Debiao to be even more active than himself in dealing with Chen Yang on this matter. It was obvious that Chen Debiao was going to be even more ruthless and more eager. Yang Long immediately said, okay, cousin, then need what help despite the proposed? Chen Debiao laughed and said, do not need your help. This thing I want to complete alone. Right now, there is only one waste left in the security team. Chen Yang is here, and he can't find any security guards at all in a few hours' time. Even if he found them, it's useless. They are not familiar with Tianlu Commercial Building. Every corner of Tianlu Commercial Building, every secret passage, every password I have, every fingerprint is mine. It's as easy as a slap in the face for me to go to Tianlu Commercial Building to get anything. Tonight I'll let Chen Yang and Liu Ran, this pair of dogs and girls, be completely finished. Yang Long put down his cell phone and couldn't help but hug Liu Xian as he said triumphantly, it's done. That punk Chen Yang is completely finished this time. What kind of a thing is he? How dare he keep trying to fight with me, and how dare he punch me in the face? A waste of a delivery boy that you abandoned is just a waste of a man. How dare he make a show of himself several times and hit me in the face? Liu Xian happily hugged Yang Long and nodded her head vigorously. Brother Long, that's great. In the future, I finally don't have to see that annoying guy anymore. The two people laughed out loud. Liu Xian immediately informed her parents and her own brother, Liu Suwei. Liu Xian Yang Long invited his parents and Liu Suwei, booked a banquet and celebrated in advance. At this time, Tianlu Commercial Building. All the people were anxious about the security situation. Liu Ran is even more anxious to walk around in the office, although she is not a management professional origin, but is very proficient in management. After all, she had followed Suya for a while before. Liu Ran was very clear about the importance of a security team. Now that only one security guard, Chen Yang, was left in the entire Tianlu commercial building, something would definitely go wrong. On one hand, she had to conceal the news that the security team of Tianlu commercial building had all left, and on the other hand, she also had to bring in professional security guards from other security companies as soon as possible. Liu Ran shook her head helplessly. At this time her cell phone rang. She hurriedly answered it. Liu Xiaomei's voice came from the opposite side. Liu Xiaomei opened her mouth towards Liu Ran and said, Mr. Liu, the situation is a bit bad. Just now I contacted the two biggest security companies in Qingzhou city. In a short period of time only these two security companies are able to pull out a security team of 100 people, and in the course of one day, you will be able to place the entire commercial building. But these two security companies have not taken our orders. I guess the Chun family has given them a greeting. So the current situation is that we simply can't find the security guards in time. At least tonight we can only try to arrange for the employees of the commercial building to work overtime to prevent accidents from happening. Hearing this, Liu Ran slapped her forehead and sat down in agony. She knew that Qin Debiao would definitely not let it go. Since the Qin family had already greeted these security companies, it also meant that Qin Debiao would definitely do something scheming tonight. Liu Ran sighed, realizing that being a director was just too difficult. Just at this time Chen Yang walked in with a smile on his face, holding a night of dark poria cream in his hand. Chen Yang put the poria cake in front of Liu Ran and opened his mouth. Superintendent's wife, eat some poria cream, this thing can lower the fire. In addition I have something I want to report to you. Liu Ran shook her head breathlessly, pushed the poria cake aside and said, I can't eat anything right now. Chen Yang, do you know that our commercial building is about to have a big problem? Right now you are the only person in the entire security department. You can't manage it at all. It's daytime now. It's a little better up there, but the parking lot down there is already a mess. Of course this is not the most troublesome. The scariest thing is how we can ensure the safety of the commercial building tonight. Once something goes wrong, my position as director to the head is a small matter. We also have to compensate the corresponding property. Then it will be troublesome. Chen Yang heard. Ha-has laughed. Chapter 78 New Identity. Liu Ran was speechless for a while when he saw Chen Yang right there still laughing. Liu Ran turned his head to look angrily at Chen Yang and spoke. Chen Yang, now the time has come. You even still laugh? You're the only security guard in the entire security section. Tell me what to do tonight. Chen Yang he patted Liu Ran's shoulder and spoke. Mr. Liu, this is exactly what I want to discuss with you. Right now there are 200 security guards who want to join us at Tianlu commercial building. I've already agreed to it, but the number of people is too many, so I need your special approval. Hearing this, Liu Ran sat up straight and grabbed Chen Yang's shoulder and asked, What? 200 security guards? Is that reliable? How did you find so many security guards at once? Will there be any problems? Also, will their wages be demanding? Chen Yang just smiled and opened his mouth to say, These people's skills are not bad. The other thing is that they only need $1,000 per month, and they don't need the company to pay 5 insurance and 1 gold for them. All in all it's still very cost effective. Since you've agreed to it, then sign this employment notice. These 200 security guards, they can be on duty instantly. Liu Ran, after hearing the excitement, immediately picked up the pen, signed his name. Now this kind of time she cannot dare to push the security guards to the outside. It is not easy to recruit 200 people, regardless of whether they are qualified or not. Anyway, first use it again. Chen Yang took the employment letter and walked out of the office and went downstairs. The 200 members of the Sky Killer Pavilion were already standing outside the building waiting. These 200 people were all members of the Heavenly Doctors Hall, as well as core members who often participated in Heavenly Killing Pavilion missions, including the 4 great warlords. Vermilion Bird, Green Dragon, Xuanwu, and White Tiger were also among them. Chen Yang arrived downstairs and opened his mouth towards these people. Alright, all change your clothes and go on duty. From now on, the place you will be guarding is not the Heavenly Medical Hall headquarters, but this Heavenly Willow commercial building in front of you. When the 200 people of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion heard this, they looked at each other and were all a bit baffled. Such a small commercial building, let alone 200 people. They only needed 2 people to guard it without a drop of water. However, since Chen Yang requested it, they naturally agreed. Everyone looked odd and glanced at each other before heading towards the security section. After changing into their security uniforms, everyone couldn't help but smile. They were members of the Heavenly Killing Pavilion of the Heavenly Healer Hall, but now they had turned into security guards in a small commercial building. If those fellow members of the Jianghu knew about this, they would definitely be laughed out of the room. Chen Yang clapped his hands and said, Alright, all go to work. The first step is to immediately explore every part of the passageways of the Tianlu commercial building and install the surveillance facilities in the hidden places. Next, the security of this Tianlu commercial building is in your hands. The members of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion were naturally well versed in all sorts of surveillance and information gathering. They installed cameras into various hidden places of the Sky Willow commercial building, and arranged some infrared monitoring devices and so on. The people then sat down in the security section to heckle and fool around. It wasn't that they didn't take their work seriously, it was really that the work was too easy. The most difficult part was the 4 members who were directing the reversing cars in the parking lot. After all, the members of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion never followed the rules when they drove. When Liu Ran heard that Chun Yang had found 200 security guards, she naturally put her heart down. She thought about it or decided to go to the security department first to boost the morale. So Liu Ran took the documents and walked towards the security department. After entering the security section, she was speechless for a while, only to see these newly recruited security guards, one by one, either drinking tea and chatting, or playing games on the internet. The security clothing on their bodies was flimsy, and the hats they wore were also twisted, so it looked like they were all working as security guards for the first time. Could such a group of amateur security guards really be able to cope with the crisis at Tianlu Commercial Building? Chen Yang slapped her forehead in a bit of pain, and the incentive words that came to her mouth could not be said. She could only sigh and spoke towards the crowd. All new colleagues, the next security of Tianlu Commercial Building is in your hands. In addition to your basic salary, you all have an extra $100 per day for this recent week, as well as a $100 allowance, and a $100 meal supplement. As long as you all do your best, your salary and income will definitely not be low. The members of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion looked at each other, a little confused. They didn't know what exactly Liu Ran's real identity was, just that at this moment, hearing Liu Ran's words to motivate them here made them feel a pang of wanting to laugh. However, Vermilion Bird knew Liu Ran's true identity. Vermilion Bird immediately stood up and said loudly, "Thank you, Director Liu. We will definitely do our best." The other members saw that even the number 1 ranked Vermilion Bird was acting and pretending to be very respectful to Liu Ran. The others naturally didn't dare to be slow. They all stood up and bowed towards Liu Ran and promised. Liu Ran left the security department inside. She could only pray in her heart. In these recent days, Tianlu Commercial Building must not happen anything. Otherwise with this group of amateur security guards absolutely cannot be dealt with. The night Liu Ran was worried about the situation. She could only pray that the security guards would not be able to handle the situation. In the evening, Liu Ran got off work worriedly. Now that there were 200 security guards, naturally there was no need for temporary overtime. Chun Yang rode an electric bike and brought Liu Ran straight to his home. He had now become the head of security. It was just that there was really no need for him to worry about the security of the Tianlu Commercial Building. So naturally, he wouldn't stay at the Tianlu Commercial Building. He was only willing to accompany next to Liu Ran anytime, anywhere, guarding this kind angel. Late at night at 1:30, below the Tianlu Commercial Building, Chen Debiao brought 20 people with him, changing into night clothes and masking his face. He raised his head and looked at the Tianlu Commercial Building in front of him, his eyes showing a burst of indignation. Chen Debiao sneered a bit, fiercely snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, and muttered through gritted teeth with hatred, "Liu Ran, you, today is all your own fault. Don't blame me." Then Chen Debiao waved his hand and led his subordinates to open their mouths. "Everyone come with me, go to the 13th floor together, rob all the several gold stores inside, and the gold that comes back is for everyone's respective ownership. In addition to the jade store there is also completely destroyed. In short, whoever robs something tonight will belong to who. Do not worry about being held accountable. On the Tianlu Commercial Building this place, we are absolutely free to come and go." Those 20 people are also the subordinates who followed Chen Debiao as a security guard before. When they heard Chen Debiao say this, they all laughed out loud. "That's right, we know every sewer in Tianlu Commercial Building. Right now, there is only one security guard in Tianlu Commercial Building, plus the fingerprints and passwords here are all set up by us. They definitely haven't been modified. It's just too easy for us to steal some gold in this situation. That Liu Ran, since she dared to fire us, then this time let's let her step down completely and go live her life in jail." Chen Debiao laughed out loud, his eyes showing greed and desire. "I don't want that little beauty to go straight to jail. I want to make her kneel down and beg for me. Let her serve lousy well, so that she can only kneel at my feet for the rest of her life and serve me as her master." Chapter 79, Throwing It Away for Fertilizer. Chen Debiao waved his hand and led the crowd of his men towards the elevator shaft on the left side of the basement of Tianlu Commercial Building. There was an abandoned elevator here. It had been broken for a few years and no one had been repairing it. The elevator was in disrepair. The elevator shaft inside could be climbed directly upwards. Chen Debiao's goal was clear. He was going to lead people to loot the gold and jade stores in the Tianlu Commercial Building this time. All the cameras in the neighborhood, Chen Debiao knew exactly what was going on. Stealing things in this Tianlu Commercial Building would not be discovered at all. Chen Debiao's mouth corners revealed a fierce smile. he led the people along the elevator shaft up to the floor after prying open the door, strutting towards the gold store. Just halfway there, suddenly a strong spotlight lit up. 4 men in security uniforms walked over. Chen Debiao immediately covered his eyes. He cursed in his heart. What bad luck! Chen Debiao then waved his hand and said, "Brothers, go! Break the legs of these 4 ungrateful guys." Chen Debiao led the others towards the 4 security guards as he sneered and spoke. "You 4 unlucky bastards. Still dare to come here as security guards. Blame it on the fact that you listened to that punk Xianyu and came to work here." As Chen Debiao spoke, he jumped up violently and kicked the security guard at the very front. These 4 security guards were all members of the Heavenly Medical Hall's Medical Killing Pavilion. A disdainful smile appeared on the 4 men's faces. From the moment Chen Debiao and his group had just entered the 500-meter range of the Heavenly Willow commercial building, they had already been discovered by the Heavenly Medical Hall's people. After all, the current Tianlu commercial building had all kinds of high-definition surveillance cameras installed everywhere by the members of the Heavenly Doctor Palace. With no dead corners, the abandoned elevator shaft had naturally been arranged with infrared alarms and surveillance cameras. So Chen Debiao and these people's whereabouts had always been under the monitoring of the Heavenly Medical Hall. Now seeing how arrogant Chen Debiao was, the 4 security guards didn't say anything. They suddenly struck out. There was a flurry of punches and kicks. Soon, Chen Debiao and the rest of the security guards all fainted on the ground. The security guard in the lead picked up the intercom and opened his mouth to report. "Lord Vermilion Bird, the little thief has been captured. What should we do?" Vermilion Bird's cold and unconcerned voice came from the intercom. "If you dare to be unfavorable to Mrs. Tianzun, all of them will be transported to the medicinal garden to be used as fertilizer." "Yes, Lord Vermilion Bird." Soon Chen Debiao and the others were sent inside a black container car. The car pulled more than 20 people and whistled away, quickly driving away from Qingzhou city. The next day, Liu Ran woke up early in the morning and panicked as she touched her cell phone. She was now afraid of bad news coming from her cell phone, afraid that there was a problem at the Tianlu commercial building yesterday. However, what reassured Liu Ran was that the cell phone was motionless all night yesterday. Liu Ran drilled into the kitchen and was trying to make breakfast. At this time, Chen Yang had already walked in with a breakfast of soybean milk and donuts and pies. He smiled gently and said, "Wife, did you sleep well yesterday?" Liu Ran nodded. Then her face turned red again and muttered, "Can you not call this name first? There is also breakfast I can do for you. To go to the street to buy and eat a bit of a waste. We also want to save money to buy a car. Can't always ride an electric car to and from work. In case of rain, how dangerous." Chen Yang was a bit helpless and said with a smile, "Breakfast doesn't cost a few bucks. Hurry up and eat. Eat and we'll go to the commercial building early to carry out our work." Liu Ran nodded and ate breakfast with Chen Yang, then got on the small tram and headed straight to Tianlu commercial building. At the entrance of the Tianlu commercial building, the 2 people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, were holding hands and walking towards the commercial building proudly. Both of them were very sure that Chen Debiao had already made his move last night, which meant that Tianlu commercial building would definitely have explosive news appearing this morning. Liu Ran not only has the behavior of serious malfeasance, but also have to pay out a lot of money. By then she will never be able to turn around again. At this time, a trolley sound rang out, and then Chen Yang kicked the brakes and brought Liu Ran to stop at the main entrance at the bottom of the hill. The security guard next to the door immediately bowed towards Liu Ran and spoke respectfully. "Good day, Superintendent." Liu Ran was startled. Those security guards hadn't been this respectful to themselves before. Liu Xian also walked over. She frowned a bit when she saw this scene, then said with a cold smile, "Good day, Director? I don't think she can be good as a director." Liu Ran, you have to remember, the commitment you signed was to ensure the smooth running of the commercial building, but now that something has been lost in the mall, and it's still a valuable item, this matter has caused a loss of reputation and a financial loss to Tianlu commercial building. This debt must be repaid by yourself. Liu Ran was startled when she heard her cousin say this. Her face turned pale. She hurriedly asked towards the security guard next to her, "Did something happen to our Tianlu commercial building last night?" That security guard immediately shook his head and answered with a straight posture. "Back to Director. Everything was smooth last night. Nothing happened." Liu Ran breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Liu Xian in disbelief. Liu Xian laughed coldly as he pointed at Liu Ran. "Liu Ran, you should stop acting. How long can you hide this kind of thing? Last night there was a burglary at your Tianlu commercial building. You wouldn't still be unaware of that, would you?" Liu Ran was very strange. She looked at Liu Xian and then looked at Chen Yang. With an odd expression, she said towards Liu Xian, "A burglary happened in our commercial building. The security guards of our commercial building don't know about it, and I, the director of the commercial building, don't know about it. Why, but you, an outsider, are clear about it? You saw no reason without evidence to throw dirty water. Simply as a kindergarten child's IQ is not even as good as When Liu Xian heard this, his face turned white with anger. He pointed at Liu Ran. Good you bastard woman. Think you've become a director and you've turned over a new leaf, right? Now you dare to talk back to me like this? I'll make you cry even if you cry later. Liu Xian then picked up her cell phone and dialed Du Xiaoyu's number. Du Xiaoyu also happened to drive here at this time? She got out of the car and hurriedly went this way. Liu Xian asked Du Xiaoyu. Supervisor Du, was there a theft in your commercial building last night? Du Xiaoyu laughed. She looked at Liu Ran smugly and said, Superintendent Liu, this kind of thing can't be hidden. Something must have happened in Tianlu commercial building last night. Right, you think you can hide it from other people. Can you still hide it from me, the supervisor? In the end what all was lost, you'd better give an honest explanation. Liu Ran was utterly speechless and contemptuous when she heard this. She looked at Du Xiaoyu and said, Very well, Supervisor Du. Originally I was thinking of letting you leave your job safely and writing you a letter of recommendation for your next job, but I didn't expect that you've already turned your elbow outwards so impatiently, and you're still here to spread rumors and cause trouble. In that case, I will convene an executive meeting in a moment to formally remove you as the head of the PR department. It just so happens that senior sister Suya has also arrived and will soon arrive in Qingzhou city, so you don't need to hand over. Du Xiaoyu heard this with a cold snort pointing at Liu Ran's forehead and said, Liu Ran, things have come to this point. You are still pretending here. You a lowly person of the Liu family. You also want to really control the Sky Willow commercial building. Are you worthy? Saying this, Du Xiaoyu directly took out her cell phone and dialed the department person's number. She turned on the speakerphone and opened her mouth on the phone and asked, Xiao Zhang, tell me if there was a burglary at the Tianlu commercial building last night. Did it lose a large amount of belongings? Speaking of this, Du Xiaoyu, Liu Xian and Yang Long were all gloating and looking smugly at Liu Ran. Chapter 80, all through the back door. The three of them, Liu Xian, Yang Long and Du Xiaoyu, were all full of anticipation wanting to hear the sound of an affirmative reply coming from the cell phone. However, the next moment, Xiao Zhang's voice came from that hands-free cell phone. Supervisor Du, everything was calm in the commercial building yesterday night without any problems. Supervisor Du, could your intelligence be wrong? There was absolutely no one coming to cause trouble. When Du Xiaoyu heard Xiao Zhang say this, her face instantly changed. Her mouth immediately roared towards the cell phone. How is this possible? Xiao Zhang, are you not aware of the inside story? Is it possible that Liu Ran deliberately blocked the news? How is it possible that nothing happened? Captain Chen has made all the preparations. It's absolutely impossible for him to miss. Xiao Zhang helplessly said, Du Supervisor, indeed there is no news. We a few people came to the company has been in the commercial building of the various places to look for. Completely did not find stolen and destroyed traces. And this commercial building tenants are also very normal. Did not hear any of an accident? Oops. Is not Captain Chen has not acted, or we lurked for a while? A period of time? Liu Ran heard this angry laugh. He directly operated the cell phone ward. No need. You do not need to lurk. Soon you will be laid off. Xiao Zhang on the opposite side was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly hung up his cell phone. Liu Ran blackened her face, turned around and pulled Chen Yang towards the mall. Du Xiaoyu froze in place, not knowing what to do anymore. The two of them, Liu Xian and Yang Long, even felt their faces burning hot. Yang Long immediately took out his cell phone and tried to dial Chen Debiao's number. The phone did not work at all. No one answered. Liu Xian and Yang Long looked at each other. Yang Long frowned. My cousin's phone can't be reached. Does it mean that he had some kind of accident? Liu Xian looked at the newly recruited security guards in the commercial building and said fiercely, maybe it's just that your cousin has chickened out. Seeing that there are suddenly so many more security guards in the commercial building, they don't dare to come here to cause trouble. This useless thing. Yang Long was also angry. The two men stomped their feet in anger, cursing under their breath as they turned around and walked back. Du Xiaoyu stood in place. He had wanted to browbeat Liu Xian ahead of time, but now he had browbeaten himself right out of his position. Du Xiaoyu hurriedly turned his head and pulled Liu Xian, saying pitifully, Miss Liu Xian, Miss Liu Xian, you can't leave. You can't leave me behind. Now that Liu Ran has removed my supervisor's position, you have to do me justice. Liu Xian flung her sleeve and coldly grunted. What's it got to do with me? It's not because you're useless. You're a senior supervisor, but you can't even fight Liu Ran, the girl who just took up the post. Go away. The two people, Liu Xian and Yang Long, left without looking back. Du Xiaoyu's face turned white. She immediately turned her head and wanted to walk towards Tianlu commercial building, looking for Liu Ran to beg for mercy. At this time, two security guards directly held Du Xiaoyu on one side. One of the security guards said, I'm sorry Ms. Du, from now on you are no longer an employee of Tianlu commercial building. Please come with us to the personnel department to hand over all work matters. After saying this, the two security guards didn't care about Du Xiaoyu's protests and directly pulled him towards the personnel department. As of today, the three most important departments of the Lu Commercial Building, the finance department, the public relations department and the security department have all been purged, replaced with Liu Ran's own people. As for the other personnel department, logistics department and other department heads, see Liu Ran so strong, naturally do not dare to play tricks, simply obediently cooperate with Liu Ran to carry out the work. The entire commercial building was completely on track. At 3 p.m., Liu Ran looked at the time. He said towards Chen Yang, senior sister Suya will be arriving at the high-speed train station soon. She is one of the great generals that our company has hired. You go and pick him up on my behalf. First settle her in the high-class guest house near our Tianlu commercial mansion, and then let her move over to live in it when our commercial mansion has vacated the deluxe staff room for her. Chen Yang stood up and said, "Yes, wife." Liu Ran pouted and glared at Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, you must entertain Suya." Chen Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. Liu Ran also put her heart down after arranging Chen Yang. She sat behind her desk and continued her work. At this moment, in the Liu family mansion, Liu Xian and Yang Long huffed and puffed as they found the old lady of the Liu family. Liu Xian said angrily, "Grandma, Liu Ran that little is getting more and more arrogant. When we let her be the director of the Tianlu commercial building, but it is just a stopgap measure. But now more and more don't take themselves as outsiders. As soon as she is on the throne, don't switch all the mainstays in the Tianlu commercial building. I can guarantee that our Tianlu commercial building will definitely have difficulties operating next. This Liu Ran does not know. Wants up to change people. Back door. She is now to promote their own relatives Liu Xiaomei as the head of the finance department, and then simply openly put their own husbands to the security department as a supervisor. And now today is even more arrogant. Directly arranged for their own sister Suya to take over Du Xiaoyu's position as the head of the public relations department. Now the most core positions of Tianlu commercial building have been arranged by her. This kind of nepotism is really too shameful. Grandma, you must manage it. Hearing this, old Mrs. Liu slammed the table and said angrily, this little didn't expect her to really tug it up. This has only been in office for a few days before she dared to open the door of convenience so much, treating our Liu family's industry as a tool for him to make money well. In that case, tomorrow we will go to him and let that little bow down and admit her mistake, and get the hell out of the Tianlu commercial mansion. Liu Xian immediately nodded her head and said, right, Grandma, must he be ousted? And then not ousted not long. The entire commercial building are her relatives. Really did not expect Liu Ran's face how can be so thicket. Surprisingly, she has taken our Liu family's property as a tool for her to amass wealth. Just at this time, next to Liu Xian's brother, Liu Suwei, jerked his head up and asked towards Liu Xian, Liu Xian, who did you just say is the new head of the PR department? Liu Xian rolled her eyes and said, who else could it be? It's Liu Ran that little sis. What's her name? Suya. I heard that it is also a high school student. I pooh. Can be what high school student? Must be Liu Ran's good friend. Through the back door and just, Liu Suwei immediately got excited. He hurriedly said, no, this Suya you may not recognize, but I do. He used to go to school in Qingzhou University. Back then it was the famous goddess of Qingzhou University. The trend is very prosperous. The most critical thing is this Suya. I heard that now it has become the heir of the Jinling Su family. The Jinling Su family you should also know. That is the entire Jinling ranked in the top 5 families. Although the influence is not big, but their property is still a lot. If I can catch up with Suya, in the future, our Liu family will have a support and be able to take off. When old lady Liu heard this, she excitedly held Liu Suwei's arm with both hands. She patted Liu Suwei's arm and said, Xiao Hui, you can think like this. Grandma is really touched. Grandma didn't hurt you for nothing. Then it's decided. All of us will cooperate with you to catch up with Suya's woman. At that time, when our Liu family and Su family are allied, it will be able to reach the sky in a single step. And you, Liu Suwei, will be the heir of 100% of our Liu family. The heir of our Liu family. Liu Suwei nodded his head excitedly. He said, quickly give me the news of Suya's arrival. I'm going to launch a fierce attack on her from the very beginning. Suya that, I'm going to make sure. Chapter 81 Searching the Body. Qingzhou City High-Speed Railway Station. A bullet-head high-speed train slowly stopped. Inside the VIP carriage at the very front, Suya withdrew her line of sight, stood up, picked up the small bag beside her and prepared to get off the train. This time she came to Qingzhou City. She came with a mission. She had to find that legendary person in order to save her Su family. Suya sighed slightly. At the age of 28 this year, she was still delicate and youthful, but at the same time, she carried a bit of mature flavor. Any man couldn't move his eyes when he looked at her. The most important thing was that while she was 1 meter 7 in height, her 2 long legs were more than a meter. A true golden ratio. Suya was about to walk outside when the man in the other VIP seat in the box once again leaned over with a playful smile. The man was wearing a handmade suit, and the Armani belt on his waist was particularly conspicuous. On his wrist was a silver-encrusted, hand-cut watch that was worth far more than a green water ghost. He smiled playfully and said towards Suya, "Aya, beautiful woman, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to get off at this stop as well. Get to know me, Joe Knife. There are a few thin spots in Qingzhou City. Since we are both making a fortune in Qingzhou City, why don't we make friends? Beautiful woman. What's your name?" Suya turned her head to look at Joe Knife eyes indifferent. Waves. She did not pay attention, carrying the bag to go down. Joe Dagger saw the scene, frowned. He grabbed Suya's shoulder and said, "Beauty, there is no need to give face to it. In the future, we are all mixed in Qingzhou City. More friends, more road. You so refuse my Joe Knife face. After this Qingzhou City you cannot mix down." Suya impatiently turned around fiercely. The bag in her hand directly slapped Joe Knife's hand away. She said loudly, "Stewardess, what's wrong with you guys in the car? Don't you all stop this kind of hooligan behavior?" Suya's voice was loud. The other passengers in the business class, as well as the passengers who were getting off the bus in the next first-class compartment, all looked over. Everyone's gazes landed on Suya and Joe Dagger. Joe Knife's face flushed red. Anger erupted in his chest. Being surrounded by so many people and being accused of being a hooligan by Suya in public, his face was on fire. He, Joe Knife, had never been so humiliated after mixing in Qingzhou City for so long. Suya took advantage of this time to carry her small bag and leave quickly. Joe Knife gritted his teeth and looked at Suya's back with an angry expression. He is the second young master of the Zhou family in Qingzhou City. The entire Qingzhou is a famous son. He not only has the Zhou family as a backing, more importantly, there is a group of brothers, called the Big Knife Team, and he Joe Knife is the boss of the Big Knife Team. It can be said that Joe Knife and Qingzhou City want money, want people, hand eyes, lawlessness. He has already given Suya face. In fact, it is very difficult to meet such a beautiful and wealthy woman in Qingzhou. And the most critical thing is that her pair of thin legs are also so slender. Sitting on the train when Joe Knife has been several times 3 times the initiative towards Suya Shogood, did not expect Suya the small not only do not appreciate their own love, but also in the off when dare to make such a scene. Let yourself lose adults here. Joe Dagger's eyes narrowed. He definitely would not let Suya off easily. After exiting the crowd, Joe Knife immediately made a few phone calls, then followed Suya closely. Suya did not take it seriously. Their Su family was also a top 5 family in Jinling City. Jinling was the capital of the province, so his own Su family ranked in the top 5 in Jinling City. So with his own Su family's financial strength, coming to this Qingzhou City, even if it wasn't number 1, it was definitely number 2. Suya walked outside the high-speed train station while taking out her cell phone to check the messages. She had already contacted Liu Ran in advance. Liu Ran said that he had sent Xianyu to pick her up. Liu Ran opened her 2 long legs and quickly arrived outside the high-speed train station. That's when she saw a young man whizzing by on an electric bicycle, squeaking and stopping in front of her. Liu Ran froze for a moment, a bit incredulous. He looked at Xianyu, and then looked at the electric bike at Xianyang's feet. Suya frowned slightly, then she looked indifferent, nodded towards Xianyang and said, "Hello, are you riding an electric bike to receive me?" Xianyang laughed, unconcerned, even though Suya was a well-known goddess in Jinling. But, in Xianyang's opinion, it was just an employee. He did not care about it. After all, in his heart, he only had Liu Ran. Xianyang stood up and opened his mouth towards Suya. "Sorry, when I arrived downstairs, the 2 cars in the company had already gone out, and I don't have a car myself, so I can only ride this electric car. But don't worry, this electric bike of mine is very fast, and it's not very far from the restaurant you're staying at, so I'll bring you to the restaurant first to settle down, and then Liu Ran will arrange a reception banquet to welcome you into the company." Suya was a bit helpless, but once she thought about it she didn't need to be too pretentious. She nodded, stretched out her hand, shook Xianyang's hand, and opened her mouth to say, "Before I heard people say that Liu Ran married an unreliable husband, and today when I see it, the name is true." Xianyang was a bit speechless and could only open his mouth and say, "Many thanks for the praise, many thanks for the praise." Suya nodded, about to get on the electric car. Just at this time there was a hoot and a holler. 3 vans directly stopped and surrounded Xianyang and Suya. Joe Knife also walked out from the crowd with a cold smile on his face. He walked over towards Suya and said loudly, "Bitch, dare to steal my jewelry in the car. How dare you?" Suya couldn't help but frown and spoke in a cold voice. "This gentleman, please show some respect. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Joe Dagger immediately raised his volume. He flipped the ticket in his hand and spoke. "You're still pretending to be crazy here. When we were on the high-speed train, The two of us were seated next to each other. I got on the high-speed train and fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found that the $30 million worth of jewelry that I was carrying was gone. The only person who was suspicious at that time was you, because only you were closest to me. I told you that when I was in the carriage, you kept greeting me attentively and looked like you had an ulterior motive. So you're a thief. You're the one who wanted to steal from me. See, you're also strangely pretty. Why don't you learn to be good? The surrounding passing travelers, hearing Joe Knife's words, have stopped to watch. The crowd a burst of discussion. What's going on? That woman is dressed up in an expensive and glamorous way. I didn't expect it to be a female thief. Now many thieves have upgraded. They no longer go to the ordinary carriages to steal. They all spend a lot of money to buy the best position, specializing in rich people. Such a pretty girl would even be a thief. Alas, the world is really going downhill now. Suya was so angry that his face turned blue. He didn't expect Joe Knife, this shameless rogue, to be unforgiving and follow him once again. And this time the Joe Knife guy also learned to use a scheme. The thief shouted to catch the thief, grabbed the first false accusation himself. Suya exasperatedly said, "Shut up, you shameless and nasty guy. Who stole from you?" Joe Knife coldly smiled as he stepped forward and opened his mouth towards Suya. "Stealing or not, I just need to search my body to know. That jewelry, it's definitely on you." Chapter 82, To Go or Not to Go. Joe Knife's face wore a lewd smile as he quickly approached towards Suya. The surrounding crowd of onlookers were murmuring, but none of them dared to go forward. And now Joe Knife used a ploy to catch a thief. Everyone for a time also confused. Suya in the end is a bad person or was wrongly accused. Suya this time in her heart finally have a few crises. She found Joe Knife this guy acting lawless, not to mention, even have a brain. Suya did not think too much. Immediately towards the security guards of the high-speed train station in the distance kept waving their hands, shouting loudly, "Security! Security! There are people causing trouble over here. Please come and maintain order." However, when the distant security guards saw this beckoning action of Suya, all of their faces changed, instantly lowering their heads and turning their backs to Suya, pretending not to see it and directly leaving. These security guards were all recruited from the local area. They naturally knew the fearsome nature of Joe Dagger, and did not dare to provoke Joe Dagger at all. Suya realized that the security guards at the high-speed train station were unable to do anything. She couldn't think too much and immediately took out her cell phone and quickly dialed a number. Before coming, the Su family would naturally pave a little way for Suya. So the Su family had previously contacted a partner in Qingzhou City, Liao Lei. The Su family does not have many industries in Qingzhou City, but after all, the family is big, and there are some industries that cooperate with local enterprises in Qingzhou, of which the Liao family belongs to a very close relationship with the Su family. So before Suya came, naturally also asked Liao Lei to take care of some of Suya's affairs in Qingzhou City. Liao family in Qingzhou City, naturally also has some energy. At this time, Suya no longer hesitated and hurriedly dialed Liao Lei's phone. She did not think that she had just gotten off the high-speed train station. She would have to trouble Liao Lei. After the phone was connected, Liao Lei on the other side immediately said politely, "Miss Su, have you arrived in Qingzhou City?" Suya hurriedly said, "I just got off the high-speed train station. I met some trouble and was surrounded by the other side." Liao Lei immediately said angrily when he heard this, "Which one is not long-eyed? Dare to make things difficult for Miss Su? Miss Su, don't be in a hurry. I'm immediately rushing to the high-speed train station in Qingzhou City now. Also, what happened? You tell me now." Suya opened her mouth and said, "It's a person called Joe Knife. He was in a compartment with me and asked me for my contact information. I ignored him. Now that I'm down at the high-speed train station, he falsely accused me of stealing from him and had to search me. Now the security guards at the high-speed train station don't dare to ask questions. That's why I thought of calling you." Although she was nervous, Suya's voice was still relatively calm. Liao Lei on the opposite side of the phone froze for 2 seconds when he heard that it was Joe Knife. Then he said with some hesitation, "Miss Su, this is a bit troublesome. I didn't expect that you, who just came to Qingzhou City, would get involved with that young Master Zhou. In this case I will give him a call first, and see what the other party's attitude is." Liao Lei didn't say any more grandiose words this time. He directly hung up the phone. When Suya heard Liao Lei's tone, her heart instantly became worried. At this time, Chen Yang next to him impatiently honked the horn of his electric car. Chen Yang said towards Suya, "Hey, is Ms. Su going or not? I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Hurry up and get in the car. We have to go to the hotel to land." When Suya heard Chen Yang say this, she turned her head with a few moments of anger and speechlessness in her eyes. Suya didn't understand how Chen Yang was still acting like a person who was fine even now. Couldn't he see the situation in front of him? Couldn't he see Joe Knife's scheme? Even Liao Lei may not be able to do anything under such a critical situation. Chen Yang this guy, but completely this little reaction and I machine are not. Why would Liu Ran marry such a useless thing? Suya swept a glance at Chun Yang and ignored it. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. At this time, Zhou Knife's cell phone on the opposite side rang. Zhou Knife looked at his cell phone, and then said towards Suya with a cold smile, "Yo, beautiful girl, I can't imagine that the road is quite wide. It turns out that in Qingzhou city, you still know Liao Lei, but it's a pity that if you offend me, Zhou Knife, it's useless for you to know anyone," Zhou Knife said. Directly connected to Liao Lei's phone, pressed the speaker phone. Liao Lei's pleasing voice came from the opposite side. Liao Lei opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Dagger didn't give Liao Lei the slightest bit of face. He snorted coldly and said towards Liao Lei, "I didn't think that young Master Liao's good fortune was not shallow. He even knew this chick. Why don't young Master Liao introduce this chick to me?" When Liao Lei heard this, he hurriedly explained, "Young Master Zhou, you're mistaken. Miss Su is the eldest daughter of the Su family in Jinling City, and will be the heir of the Su family in the future. And I think you also know, young Master Zhou, that the Su family's status in our Jiang province. Why don't you give the Su family a face? Give me a face. Don't pursue this matter. When I am free next time, I will definitely be the host, and invite young Master Zhou and Miss Su to have a drink together." Hearing this, Zhou Dagger laughed coldly. He let out a cry and said, "Liao Lei, what kind of a thing are you? You deserve to be here to even things up. On weekdays, I give you face and sit at a table with you to drink. Do not give you face? You are a fart. This matter you dare to say one more word. Be careful, your whole family cannot see the sun on the second day. Zhou Knife talk always counts. Hurry up and give me a roll," said Zhou Knife. Directly hang up the phone, a face of cold smile to look at the opposite side of the Suya. Zhou Knife laughed loudly and said, "So you're still the Su family's eldest lady? The Su family is a big family. Naturally there is no lack of this 30 million. You stole my $30 million of jewelry in the car, just so I will find your Su family to get it back." Suya could only lower her voice at this time. She realized that in Qingzhou city, the Liao family, which had some energy, was completely unable to level this matter. This made Suya very afraid. She finally realized what kind of character she had messed with. Suya opened her mouth and said with a supplicating tone, "Young Master Zhou, this matter today is my mistake. I am here to make amends to you. In the carriages should not be unreasonably shouting at you. I apologize to you. Any compensation you want can be discussed. Our Su family will be able to come up with some money. Why don't we leave here today and we can discuss it afterwards? My Su family will definitely not treat young Master Zhou badly." When Zhou Dagger heard this, he laughed out loud. He grabbed Suya's shoulders and said with a sneer, "Big Miss Su, now you know to beg for forgiveness. Why were you so unintelligent when you were in the car? Since you stole my $30 million of jewelry in the car, then you can't leave today by saying anything. Today I have to search you. If you find that jewelry, you must return it to me, and also cost another compensation. If you can't find it, don't worry, I, Zhou Knife, will definitely not treat you badly either. Next tonight I will set up a banquet to apologize to you and invite you to dinner. You see, this is fine." "Fair enough." Zhou Knife hemmed and hawed as his other hand touched towards Suya's face. Suya was shocked beyond measure. She took a step back, knowing that this matter in front of her couldn't be done the hard way. Suya opened her mouth and said, "All right, young Master Zhou, $30 million, our Su family will pay. Please also spare me." Just at this time, suddenly, a slap directly on the Zhou Knife's face.